Abai says everyone agrees that designation endows the item with identity. So Tanakama saw the Chazi lay topics, Dilo positive, topics. So they provide advice like this. Tanakama's like this. You're right. Has one no see. But as one only goes like this. Only the money that is going to be necessary for the burial of Ruvain is endowed with burial money identity. The rest of the money is, and therefore Allah Almighty goes to the ocean. That's the kind of combo. Where is Sakta? Talk to see, don't talk to her. All the money collected, or the money necessary for the burial. Therefore, therefore, it says don't touch the danger until the yarn comes. The bad office, no, it's obvious as one will see, and therefore again, the burial identity develops upon all of the money, and therefore Allah so only of it must be used for the needs of the burial. And if you don't need it for the burial, use it for aromatics. But on the funeral beer, I'm not saying about so on and so forth. Robin times Robin interprets his reasoning. The Khuli Amor has not a lot of everybody wears Rava. Everybody according to Rava, everyone agrees that designation does not endow with identity. So Tanakam is like this. In general, collection of money for one's burial means embarrassing. This is embarrassing that a person can't take care of it for themselves. But nevertheless, again, the mace is mochel for the Yarshin. Doesn't want the Yarshin to be sound with anything, and therefore it's mochel, and therefore Allah puts the remainder goes to the Yarshin. But the name is not show it not the mace is mochel or not. Therefore, you go by it. Therefore, don't touch the remainder of the money. Rabbi Nasser Shita like the low mochel, and it says ultimately. Again, the point over here is the point over here is that
listen here, bitch. The ship is out.
Good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara
here too.
Ultimately again is mokal on that day. So that's at the bottom. When he was alive, he was ultimately again on his embarrassment. He'll be embarrassed after his death.
This is very important.
Okay, so the bottom line is both
this is very important for the safety of all. Do you understand this strategy, you dumb bitch?
So distressed in all of their items, literally, and we're throwing it onto the sounds of they're throwing it on top of their son. As almost like Rashi points out over here, as like a display of nothing in life is meaningful anymore now that we lost our child. But the problem over here is
bitch, we are so fucked if this plan doesn't work.
The significant issue going forward. We tell other people to quickly go and save the garments. In other words, look at Rashi.
Take a deep breath or whatever you do to get that air through your plug, girl.
So other people as the parents are throwing that, pick it up, take the garments. Now, what do you see from this? The fact that the others could go ahead and step in and pick up the garments indicates has mana designation is not, because the designation was significant, and how long for the Maisa, it would be too late. What's the other days? Hassan Mishum Maraitu. It's different over there. That case is different. Why is that case different? Because it's clear the parents aren't making an informed decision. What's happening over there? They're consumed by grief that they're just throwing away all of their stuff. So there's a lack of gas. So this is not a thing that has mana no sa, has mana la no sa. There's no gas. So because there's no gas, others could step in and see hockey. So it says when is that so that you can save it? When the items being thrown have not touched the meat. Now I will say they were assuming over here, which literally means the burial bed. But again, I will say so the pashtos, what this sounds like is as well.
Get ready to fire like an air cannon.
If there's not really formed a das over here, so why should it make a difference? No. When we say the God's not talking about the funeral over here, but saying Nita in which, but then there was another Nita with which the nace was buried. So when the parents are originally throwing garments, they're throwing it on the Nita, on the beer, on the deceased is being carried. So that again, other people become rescue the items.
This is like opposing fire hoses spraying at each other.
This is grief. And they can salvage the items. But on the other hand, items are thrown on the structure that the son is going to be buried with. Stuff has been thrown on there, you can't take it off. Why not? Because anything thrown on beer in which the mace is going to be buried almost could be confused with paprika. They're concerned that if people start taking stuff from that bed, people will think that burial should be repurposed as well. Okay? Tashma. She goes, you know, it says, Tashma, kiss. Don't say, back, kiss. If you have a pouch that was made for children, a children bag, so ultimately they can't use it for a money pouch. And we have children. Sorry. Kisha so that we have children. So Raisa says, bad. That was made for
Humanity. Look at what that gas between your legs goes, girl.
If you only place the children
Here, give me your fucking hand.
not made for children, but rather it was a pouch. You happen to put money in it, then what?
No, I'm
Put money in it. So once you see interesting enough, this certainly sounds like has money also. So it sounds like designation again is significant. To which the Gemara says, Ema, Ovi, Niachbo Tfilin, Niachbo, no, Skibra Krista. So they know, rather read it as follows. If the pouch for children, then you can't subsequently use it for money. Who's it paying? Does that reflect that Rav Krista? Because remember again, what the Rav Krista say? You need designation and usage in order to go ahead and endow an item's identity. So Tashma, Amar Umar, Aseli Tikshal, say, but not Tikshal Tillin. I go to the Christ, I say the Christ, that's me. Make me
like an air cannon.
The box.
It's like fire spraying at each other.
What's that? Damish, and Kodesh. So Kodesh, Mutter, Lasham, Kol. So say, if I've not yet used the items in their consecrated purpose, ultimately I can use it for whatever I want. Right?
Sunday party. It's the 100 people barbarian.
Use it for something mundane. So what does that sound like? What does that sound like? That sounds like rubber. The
ship is gonna suck us down.
Nation is not your destiny.
The ship is gonna stop.
In reality, tonight, this whole thing is a machlokes tanoi. Hazman milsi, hazman lav milsi is a machlokes tanoi. This time, here we go. Sipan is Oshatal Alein or Emetmea.
Here's what to do.
For that matter, again, you use the hide of a non-kosher animal. Psulos, ultimately, again, it's not a puzzle. So all the Torah's kshiros. But if you use the leather, right, you use leather from a kosher animal or kosher. It's interesting, even though the hides that were used for tefillin were not tanned lishma. Right?
Listen here, bitch. This is gonna suck us down. This is what I need you to do.
So Shimon says, no, it's not enough to suggesting that this machlokas, whether or not you need tanning lishma, ultimately, again, is machlokas Abaye and Rabba, is hazmana milsi lavno. Okay. Rashi says over here, Atagav Shlo Atuva Shmo, hazmana lavno si faslan. Same machlokas. Same machlokas. We're more interested over here, Abaye and Rabba to get machlokas and make it into a machlokas tanoi. Okay. I'm going to be Rabba. So this is about the following. So let's say by the way, now after this whole thing, the Gemara just brings up some interesting question. Remember how this whole machlokes Abaye and Rava got started? How did it get started? The Gemara was if one leaves a baguette for
I'm gonna need you to queef in the opposite direction at the right time.
What does that mean? Only baguette mace. So is there such a thing ultimately again that one is reading a baguette mace? What? The mace is going to sit there.
I need you to queef at precisely the right time to avoid being.
So what's the shot reading a baguette for the mace? Happens. It goes shut me to Harpanya. It shut me to Harpanya. It happened. Was Harpanya was a very poor community.
I'm gonna need you to queef at the exact right.
What happened is someone would die. And halacha myself. After they would die, they would kind of scrounge together, scraps. And to the dead. Okay, that's right. So let's say,
I'm gonna need queef as soon as you start some bubbles.
Who does that follow? Abaye or Rava? So again, first thing it says follows Abaye.
I'm gonna need you to queef as soon as you start seeing bubbles.
So as well.
Do you understand this game, young man?
Rava follows Rava that has mana lav milsi. And ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, designation does not have with identity. Now, I want to say the truth generally, that's how we pass it. Generally, that's how we pass it. So I'll just give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a brand new tefillin. I bought a brand new tefillin bag, right? It says tefillin on it, right? It has my name on it. So pretty much looks like a tefillin bag, smells like a tefillin bag. Interestingly enough, technically speaking, if you decide to repurpose that as a lunch bag, right? It's a one fancy lunch bag, right? Technically, you could do it. You should work with them, you could do that. Why? It's not allowed to see. All this has been a designation. now, once you put your tefillin in there, then it's used for tefillin, then you can't make it into a lunch. But technically speaking, Pascal, like Rabba has one of those. And I will say, now that's by the tefillin bag. It may not be as clear, but the amount over here, like Rabba has mana lab milsa. Designation of something for a particular purpose does not endow it. There's a tremendous Mr. Haskell in that as well. What does it mean? What's the Mr. Mana lab milsa? So what is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts create reality. Intentions do not create reality. Actions. Actions. So when you put your tefillin in the tefillin bag, there's a nice and create reality, thoughts and intentions that are such a tremendous most of our life. We go through life with so many beautiful thoughts, intentions, goals, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless we act. Hazmana lav see intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. That is true myself and dash come. When I says I'm say shkoyach. I can't do that great day everyone.
This is gonna be like two magnetic poles, same polarity.
Let us begin. Let's begin with our shit. A moment or two early. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this thing. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Kafshin Hey annual Talmud Torah sponsor Tulsa Mishpacha Merit Israel for sponsoring all the Shimon Drushes this year. As a host from Sarah's tell us on a week of learning sponsors Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon the Bracha. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today: Jacob and Jude Blumenfeld, Le'ilui Nishmas Captain Aya Mibarach Twito, Kom Damo, gave his life fighting the Eretz Yisrael's yard site today. Our Dafyomi sponsors for as well: Saeed Le'ilui Nishmas Saeed's mother, Haji Bas Harad Meir Moshe, the occasion of her first yard site. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the families in the Chama, all of our hosting and our holy soldiers successful in the call of Maaseh. But with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today. An ambitious day. An ambitious day ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So today's episode is 48. But we are picking up on Mem Zayin on the day 47b. And we are picking up at Rashi says as follows. When does so remember again, the Gemara was talking about the concept of whole the ran out of time yesterday. We didn't quite finish up the sugya. I was talking about the sugya of whole
Two magnets of the same polarity.
Side and cannot be performed. So at the end of the day, it can't be performed there afterwards as well. Gemara says as follows. When does at what point so Gemara says so then Avilos technically begins from the time that the grave is filled in. So Gemara says Kapara in the second half. When does Kapara? Remember again, we're saying this for the shaf that there are three elements to Kapara through death. One is right, death itself. and then part 3 is decomposition. So the Gemara says, okay, Aveilus begins from the time that the grade is spoken. When does kapara begin? So those are translated from the moment that the pain of the grave begins, which again, the Pashtus means the beginning of decomposition. So what's the issue? So remember that the Mishnah pointed out there's no shiva. There's no shiva, there's no avelus. So again, in other words, I want to sit shiva for their relative. The problem is they can only sit shiva after.
Like two magnets of the same polarity.
But when does avelus begin? The time that the grade is filled in. So at the time that avelus begins, at the time that shiva begins, you can't sit shiva. You cannot get shiva. There's no shiva when you see the girl. Oh, it was they which is here is again that once something has been nidchat, once something can't be performed, then ultimately again it is forever precluded from performance. And that's the case. I'm the evil bosser. So I will say now here's what's interesting. And yesterday's that this sounded like
I need you to queef your heart out, baby.
Actual decomposition. What we see from here, that it's not complete decomposition. I need you to queef your heart out, baby. And that's the case why we need decomposition to move the body. We go ahead and we move the body after it's fully decomposed. But why do you need complete decomposition? Roll again, just let it be even partial decomposition. That should be enough. That's actually a logistical issue. Whereas I will say, once a body begins to decompose, you can't really move it. You can't move it because it falls apart. So therefore, either it has to be disinterred, the body is complete, or you wait for complete decomposition. If you wait for complete decomposition, then you can go ahead and move the bones afterwards. Okay, so again, just another proof to the concept of whole nitru. Once something is set aside, it's set aside. Good. So I'll say another interesting. So you have a shakting in the afterlife. So this is very interesting. So apparently, I would say one of the Talmudic remedies for treating a fever, a first day fever is dirt. So they used to take dirt from the kever of Rav to treat a first day fever. Okay. There was it sounds like over here. Look at actually says over here. Lashisa Basioma Biyomishon Shalom. So again, I don't know if it's that like grave dirt or just dirt, but apparently again this dirt has a medicinal quality, and therefore would be very good.
Fire that pussy like an old faithful.
The Gemara says, so the Gemara says, you take it from the kever of Rav. So the Gemara says, I'm really sure. Complain about this. Dirt from the kever of Rav to go ahead and treat a fever. Seems like something dedicated to that. Why? So Shmuel said, it's karkol, it's earth, and earth is never prohibited. Now, what is right? It said, "Vayashlech es afra al kever b'nei Shmuel said, Yoshio, one of the kings, when he wanted to repudiate avodah zarah, he ground up all of the avodah the Zara, and he sprinkled the Zara dust on the kfarim of the people. So the Gemara says, "Makish karabnei amna rolas b'chavim." So the Navi is comparing to Avodah Zarah.
This is like a guys are fighting in a waterfall.
Avodah Zarah, that is mechubar lekarka. Something that is something that is grounded in the girl. So interesting enough, so the pasuk here talks about the idea of when we go into Israel, we have to eradicate all vestiges of Zarah. So the Torah speaks about right? I show you your show also. So their gods are positioned on the mountain. So here, below Harim Elohim. Interesting halacha. It's not that their gods on the mountains, and not their gods which are the mountains. In other words, let's say somebody decides
like a guy are left in a waterfall.
7 mile to Sarah, right? It's an Avodara, right? This mountain is an Avodara. Does not depend upon Karka. Right? See, Avodah Zarah. Over here. So therefore, you can't make a mountain. The pasuk compares Avodah Zarah to a kever, to a grave. So the same way that halach myself, Avodah Zarah can't devolve upon. So too again, the prohibition of the grave can't devolve upon karka as well. The Gemara says, so therefore, again, that's why Rav said, or Shmuel said, Shmuel had a problem that they're taking earth from Rav's grave in order to go in and treat the first day fever. So basically, where is the kasha? Let's say Reuben lost his father, right? Reuben Yaakov died. So what did Reuben do? He dug a grave for his father, but it turns out he ended up different for his father. So he dug the grave A for his father, but buried his father in grave B. So Mar says, Hari said, Lo Yikbar Bo Olam. So again, Reuben should not bury. So in other words, that grave that Reuben originally dug for his father can't be used at all. So we'll say that sounds like that's going to further qualify this on. That sounds like halacha l'maisa. Sounds like halacha l'maisa that earth does become prohibited. Actually built the structure on top of the other. In other words, burial might have been in the ground, built the structure on top of that structure like that becomes for non-use. I won't say now why exactly it becomes for non-use. We'll have to see. Rashi says over here first. Lo yikbar haben olam mistachiven the huzman l'meis ne'esar b'chol hana. V'chsad ayat who are dinami im chatzvu l'tzorech ishacher ba'archa d'nosulachim. Now the Gemara is assuming over here this case is not specific in that Reuven dug it for his father. It would have been Allah with anyone. Once you dig a grave for someone, a lot of things happening in this case, which you're going to unravel in just a little bit. But the idea for us in this moment is halach l'maisa, ground does become prohibited. The Gemara says, no, we're not talking about ground. What are we talking about? An above ground structure. That becomes prohibited. Okay, Tashma. Kever Chadash will know. So we'll say a brand new kever. What's a brand new kever? Like a hot tub kever that wasn't so natural. She says, so here, Zman Alachotz Lo Stam, or Yamos Lo Nesi Kurenu. Someone says, Stam, a grave was dug, not for anyone.
Guys who lifted a
So,
waterfall.
Mutter Bahana. Mutter Bahana.
This bitch's pussy is like a hot
See
tub
how you
trap.
purpose that. But again, it's Mutter Bahana. Okay, so the Gemara says, Hittel Boy fell, but if you now, Nathan was usually like a miscarriage, or a stillborn. So you go and bury a baby in that. Asarbano, ultimate Asarbano. So it says, what do you see from here? You see from here that once it's dead, the earth itself becomes prohibited from any benefit. Hanami, the cavern. Once again, what are we talking about here? An above ground structure. Above ground structure. Okay. So Tashma, Nimtzat, Omer, Shalosh, this is very interesting. So Gemara says in the world of graves, there are three different types of graves. What are Kever HaNimtza? Kever HaNimtza means I will say that you discover a kever in your property. Right? In other words, you discover that somebody buried. Now, again, what that means is somebody buried their dead in your property. It happens, right? So Lamaisa, that's called Kever HaNimtza. That's category 1. Category 2 is Kever HaYadua, which as good. It's a kever on your property, but you knew about it. And number 2 is kever, which poses damage to the public. There wasn't how does kever pose damage to the public? So actually turns out to be here. The kever is situated in a public thoroughfare, and halacha l'maisa, people are passing over it with their truma, with their meiser, with other items that then become ritually impure as a result of the location of the kever.
This place is telling us like a jacuzzi jet.
The grave on your property, which means somebody illegally buried their dead on my property. And let's tell us well, that's moving. And once again, the area in which that was buried is tar, and that's because that wasn't a legal burial. Somebody was not allowed to put their dead there. They did. I'm allowed to move it. I'm allowed to use it, and the area. Never had to do it. No, I knew that somebody buried their dead on my property. So you're not allowed to move it. You know, if you go ahead and move it, the markham is coming. You can't get under. I must say that's the power we're focusing on over here. The idea over here is you see that halacha the karka does remain coming, or I should say asrbano. Kavra mazik is there's a cat that does damage to the public. Then there's much with no, so you're allowed to move it. And if you do move it hard, its area is dark, but asrbano. So once again, you see it in 12 out of the 3 cases, like that. So the area itself of the grave is Surbana, which is once again Hakanami, the Kever opinion. Talking about over here about a structure built on top of the grave. Okay. The Kever in so much of the snow. So by the just as an aside, if you find the grave on your property,
this is like Shamu and Free Willy and selling back to back.
Maybe it's a mitzvah. Maybe again, you're right. Somebody that on my property. Somebody found dead on my property. And what's the very mitzvah? Right where you find it, and he acquires that area. So I'm always so quick to say that you're allowed to move it. Maybe this is mitzvah which cannot be moved. Somebody says, "Oh, shiny mitzvah." Like a mitzvah is different. A mitzvah is different because it has a call. It has a call. In other words, people know it's mitzvah. All right, itmar. So I'll say so. So just want to point out over here what's occurred. What's occurred is that halacha l'maisa.
I'm gonna ride this.
Of the kever itself is not necessarily asur b'ano, and that's why Shmuel Paskin halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. They could take the dirt from the kever of the tree on 1 day fever. So it sounds
I'm gonna ride this bitch to the surface like Slipper.
When you have dirt of a kever be in between a grave and a zara. Ultimately, is that asur b'ano. So too by karka itself is that asur b'ano. Conversely, a binyan is built on top of a grave.
This bitch's pussy's propelling us like a jacuzzi.
Itmar, big bag of the mesa. People say this is fascinating, and this sugya has a lot of different ramifications. So, already bag of the mesa. So what happens? Somebody makes a garment for the deceased. Right? So again, call it right?
Like Shabu and Trey Willie and sailing back to back.
Even goes ahead and use a beggar for the so just only I would concede a little bit. Good, perfect. Let's see. I just want to be sorry. I'm gonna get back because I know it's kind of showing on up there. So okay, so says fellow. So if not, already back at me. So what's this now? Watch this. Somebody went ahead and made tachrichim shrouds. Okay, now interestingly enough, watch what's happening over here. She says over here. Yeah, already back in the mace. La'achar shemes. So let's say so now Yaakov died. Ruvain made tachrichim for Yaakov. Made shrouds. Now the shaila is, what is the style of the shroud? Sabaya Omer Aser. Abai says it's Aser. What does that mean? Aser. Rava Omer Mutter. Rava says it's Mutter. It means it's like this. Abai says you cannot use that shroud now for something else. Rava says yes, you can. Sabaya Omer Aser. Abai says designated something for a particular use. Therefore, once you go ahead and you make the shroud for burial, that becomes a burial shroud, even if it has not actively been used in that way. And therefore, halal it becomes asur b'ano. Just like any other accessories of the dead, okay, Rava Amar, what's the third? Rava says, no, it's mutter. Why? Has mutter allowed no. Rava says designation does not endow an item. Right? So again, Rava says, when does the shroud become asur b'ano? When is it b'ano? When you wrap the mace in it. That's when it becomes asur b'ano. So this is a yisod focus that we're going to see really extend in many different areas of halacha. Hasmana nosi, hasmana nosi. Does designation in the item with identity focus Abaye and Rabba. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my comment Abaye, Abaye who says that has mana milsihi designation endows with identity. What's his logic?
This bitch is pussy's propelling us like a jacuzzi jet.
Of Sham from Egla. So what's it? Just that Hamas Sham Miriam, that Tikaver Sham, and then by that lashon of Sham by Misa by death of Miriam. The Arfu Sham Esa Egla.
Shamu and Free Willy exhaling back to back.
Sham by Egla. It says Egla Rufavazman and Sirah by Egla.
I'm gonna ride this bitch to the surface like Flipper.
The moment you designate it, actually put it over here. It's the moment you bring it into the dry riverbed, right? So once you bring it into the dry riverbed, that's the designation. From that moment on, it is designated as Egla Arufa, and from that moment on,
I'm gonna ride this bitch to the surface like Flipper.
Okay, so just like Egla Arufa, the moment you designate it,
It's like Shamu and Free Willy exhaling back to back.
Zara, for example, if I say this table is going to be a Avodah Zarah, people have Avodah Zarah, right? So the designation of the table as Avodah Zarah does not make it Avodah Zarah. It has to be an act of worship. Down to it, I libation to it. The designation itself does not make it Avodah Zarah. Why don't you learn? There's also so Rava, why don't you learn that? Shamshin, it is better to learn out Zara accessories from Tahrif. Because remember again, both of them are accessories. Both of them are accessories. As opposed to Egla Rufa, which is the Iker Avoda itself. Top of members. Second line, why do you learn it out from Avodah? And when the thought meet the archive, I should learn common things out from common things. In other words, what are two common things? Death and Avodah Zarah. You can throw in taxes also, right? But again, death and Avodah Zarah, that's common. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. My time will come around. Why does it happen? Sorry, I said that wrong. Because we learn out common things from common things. What's common? Egla Rufa and death. Bafuke Avodah Zarah to love Archa to exclude Avodah Zarah, which is not normal. Interestingly enough, sometimes this statement to start was a bit more aspirational. But look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Midi the archaic, how Yehudim Lasos came." Jews to die and to bring a Eglafa. He says, Avodah Zarah asur ma'avod achar lo mitzvah kashmish b'dei. So the point that Abai is making here is let's compare things that truly exist within the orbit. So what exists within the orbit of the age of death, because again, that's the human condition. And what these are something that is us. Why bring that as part of what we do? Okay, so we'll say, so now we're after this, but we've just set the table for a raging machlokes. What's the machlokes? Hazmana milsa lak milsa. Does designation of an item endow it with its intended identity or not? IA says yes, Hasmana Milsa. Russ says no, Hasmana Milsa. So now let's dig into this subject. They say, sorry, keep on.
This is like spraying an anthill with a garden hose.
Say you have a scarf. A scarf. People usually go in a scarf. That is ultimately again. Rashi, who ra'oi the medras, Mekafal, Tov Yosheves Halab, Orish Enes Roshal, with Tumas mattress. Tumas mattress is entwined. Let's say, for example, Zav will sit on something or rest his weight on something, or hers, or Zav. Ultimately, again, it can convey what's called Tumas mattress to the item. So, a shawl, or like a kerchief could be makabel tumas medras because again, the person can put their head on it, the person can sit. So let's say you have a kippah shutami medras. They know that's a little bit safer. The lesson is very, very interesting. What happens? You took this.
This is like watching a huge shit circle the drain.
As a safer Torah cover. Okay. So what's this? Now, interestingly enough, as a safer Torah cover, obviously, no one's going to sit on it.
This is like watching shit circle the drain.
Now, because ultimately, again, Rashi points out without immersion, it's going to become tough because no one's going to lean on it or sit on it because it is designated for safer Torah use. But it can still contract from Tumas Maga. So what's that here? Now, the way we're reading this Gemara is you designated it for use as a safer Torah, as a cover for a safer Torah. I haven't actually used it. I designated it. Well, yet it says
it's just a matter of time to wear the J pipe.
That designate allows the item with to which the Gemara says no.
It's just a matter of time to wear the J pipe. It's in here, bitch.
Use this it's not
This is what I
what
need
is
you
this?
to do.
This is active
I'm
use.
gonna as soon as
Gemara
you start
says,
seeing bubbles.
sorry, that's not the
Do you understand this strategy you don't make? Like two magnets of the same polarity. Making the earth so hot as plan doesn't work.
So what's the
Take a deep
conversation?
breath and whatever you
That's
do
obvious.
to get that
Says no.
woman,
There's
girl.
another plot
I need you to
twist.
take your heart out,
This
baby.
is fascinating. We're going to come visit this later on again. What's it because they don't know this stuff. I still put that as you make it like if you have a shawl and you're using this as designated it. I'm gonna wrap my soul in this shawl. Sergeant filling, and I use the filling. Also, not allowed. There's one section for filling. I can't use it as a money bag. So the Gemara says, Saturday will not ask me, but or use designated Shari Pshiti. you could use it as a money bag. So most is the fascinating position of the Chisda. The Chisda says in order to endow an item with identity, you need two things. Number one, hazmana, right, designation and use. You don't have designation and use, the item does not have its identity, which is actually fascinating. It's going to turn out, by the way, there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Abaye, Rava, and Rav Chisda. Abaye says hazmana and also designation and outside. Rava says hazmana lad and also designation does not have identity. And Rav Chisda says you need hazmana and shimush. You need designation and use in order to identity. Pretty incredible. Okay, Abaye, the Amar hazmana milsi. According to Abaye, says that designation and identity, and it's not hazmana. So Abaye, Amar hazmana milsi.
This is what I need you to
According to
do.
Abaye, who said designation is significant, as soon as you designate that shows what's going on, even if you do not use it, it still has its identity. Sarabay, so why have to
it's just a matter of time to wait. Listen here,
Abaye
bitch.
said,
The ship
in
is
order
going
to
to
endow
set us
it,
up.
you need designation.
This is
That
what I need you to
designation,
do.
that use is enough.
I'm going to
See that designation, Abaye does not endow with identity.
Do you understand this game?
Like, so I still try to figure out who's
Man to the
so talk about Nefesh of an Shikai. Interesting case. What's I saw? A Nefesh. Now what is a Nefesh? Essentially, it's like a memorial, a grave, a tomb. So interesting enough, you built a Nefesh l'shem time. Like in other words, you built a tomb for someone who's alive. I don't know, birthday present. Whatever it is, right? So some people are not creative, right? So the nice that you built somebody who's you go ahead and essentially you construct it while they're still alive. So what's happening? Mutter banda. This is mutter banda, right? It's built for a living person. Because it's built for a living person, therefore it does not take on the identity as anything as Nefesh, being your al hakadosh, even though again, this is an above ground structure that goes on top of it. Somebody dies, it may be very bad. So again, so the shame very interesting enough, something is also, so say, what does that sound like? It sounds like the building for a person who's already dead, but what they have not yet been buried there, which sounds like what's happening. There's Hazmana. There's designation. It says it's Asrbana, which sounds like again Hazmana. No Saye, to which Gemara says, no. No. Somebody was buried there already. Gemara says, okay. Iaki might hear Yahosif. In case why do we even have to mention? Why do we have to mention anything adding on any additional layers? Kilo Hosif Namilo. So ultimately, again, if you don't go ahead and add on anything, it's going to be no. Sorry, Hosif Nami. So I said it's interesting. Gemara says, no. This remains usher even if you move. You bury it somewhere else. So the exact area that was added on after the person died. You can remove that and structure them in okay, because I hold to Kevlar of it. this machlokas. So in this case, Yaakov died. Son Reuven goes ahead and digs a grave for his father. Whose father was just stone. Right? He moved aside stone. He wanted to go ahead and make a kever for his father. And then Reuven ends up burying his father in a different grave. What's the status of his grave, which was done? Hare exactly covers ultimately again. Reuven can't keep the first grave forever. Simon says, so again, why is he not bringing this up? What does he sound like? Sounds like this din has money also. Designated no. Hashem shouldn't cover up. No. It's actually nothing to do with us. Father. Because he can't use it forever. That's and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. You cover the handle of it. You should never use the grave at all. Forever. If you see that this is a din in Kibbutz Av, then fine. So I'll say, but ultimately, again, if it's a din of Hazmana, so I'll say, it's interesting. Again, just themselves, when you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, does anyone say that that's Hazmana Nosa? Hazmana Nosa at most is what? When the shroud itself is completed. Just like you get this much chotzi cover, which means that you're moving aside stones. You begin to move aside stones. What am I saying? That's the in a sense. Rather, what you have to say, what you have to say is a separate thing like so it turns out it's only separate. And it ends up burying the parents in a different way. That's the first week becomes Hassan for China. Why? What is it? A brand new grave is so the Gemara says, if you bury a stillborn, right, this could be a marriage, this could be a stillborn baby. He's not going to thank you for the mace. Therefore, again, even if you go ahead, it's almost as like even if you just put a mace in there, ultimately find out. What do you see from here? It's only once you bury the mace in the grave that you can find out. What do you see from here? Only once you use. It's not enough to make it also. Jewish thing was what did I this says,
your heart out, baby.
still miscarriage, does not go ahead and endow the area. Let's exclude that position. Okay, so here, sorry. Tashwa. Most are amazing. Most are amazing. All of this is
moving clearly exhaling back to back.
passed away. Go ahead and we collect money for Yaakov's burial expenses. And it's their surplus funds. We do with surplus funds. So the most Mason, okay, whatever is surplus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial fund, all right, you don't need it for Yaakov, you'll use it for future life. Most are amazed we are shoved. So actually, let me reframe this. If in general, there's a general collection, right? We're collecting for the need somebody passed away, a nondescript collection, and there's surplus, so that remains in the we'll call it the burial fund. What happens if, let's say, we're collecting for Yaakov? Yaakov passed away. Collecting for Yaakov is a right now. It turns out to get we needed $5,000. What do we do with the extra $2,000? The Gemara says it goes to the Arshim, goes to the children, goes to the children. So say, so now, interesting. How come I ask? What's the case over here? Now, what's interesting about this is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi is in the white lines of Rashi, 3 lines down the Yarshav. The Yarshim get the surplus money to benefit from it. Alma Hasmana Allah Milsi. What do you see from here? So that money was designated. For Yaakov's burial expenses. But now that there's surplus, what do you do with the surplus money? It goes to the kids. What do you see from there? That has money, does not endow something with identity. Where it says, no, Hamas, Shagava Mechayim. No, we collected this while Reuven is alive. That's a little awkward, right? But the Maisa, again, Reuven was imminent to die. They knew that the family didn't have the money to cover the expenses. They wanted to be proactive. So they collected all this. Like now, the difference between that, okay, now you're collecting money for burial expenses of someone who's still alive. So therefore,
yo, what up, Billy? How you living, Pam?
That's not what it says. This is not most the Yarshav leftover money that was collected for the general dead remains the burial fund. Most are any money is left over for the dead, in other words, collected for a specific person who died, go to the kids. The Tanya law, what's the example? First one I will say, case some stamp, most are Mason. What was the case? The case number 1 is, in general, we're collecting for general burial needs, not someone's specific general needs. That goes into the general burial fund. The Mason said, most times, Mason are collecting for Reuven or for Yaakov, right? That's specific funds for a specific case. Surplus funds go to the kids. We're collecting the money once Yaakov is already dead. Well, the time they must say, what's this fashion? Turns out that This is actually raising Machloek. So let's listen to this case. So Yaakov dies. So again, if we're raising general funds, I need to raise funds for Yaakov who died. But the way we frame the collection is, this is for the needs of the dead. So it's a general collection. Okay, so that's easy. Any surplus funds remain in the burial fund. But now let's say Yaakov died. Yaakov's Zavai is going to cost $5,000. We need to go ahead and raise $5,000. We end up raising $7,000. So what do you do with the extra $2,000? So the Tanakama says it goes to Yaakov's yard. Rabbi Meir Omer Lo Yiga B'Ayin Ad Sheyavah Yidiyah. He says, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Clear sentence. Not what we do with that money. So therefore, halach l'maisa we leave it until Eliyahu Hanavi comes. Rabbi Nassim says, Ya'asenu dimos al kivro. No, use the extra funds for Ruvain's matzeva. Use it for his matzeva or a structure. Use it for something associated with his grave. Or sprinkle, sprinkle wine or something aromatic on his funeral tree. In other words, Rabbi Nassim says the money has to be used for Yaakov himself. Whoever we're using, it has to be used for the deceased. So let's say, now watch this. Gemara says, both Abai and Rabba interpret this in accordance with their respective positions. Here we go. Abai ties the time to fully Amazman and Nosi. Abai says everyone agrees that designation endows the item with identity. So Tanakama Savar the Chazile office, the Lo Chazile Lo Tafis. So therefore Abai is like this. Tanakama is like this. Right, Hasmana Nosi. But Hasmana only goes like this. Only the money that is going to be necessary for the burial of Ruvain is endowed with burial money identity. The money is not. For my to the Arshin, that's the kind of come on. Right, right? Right, Mayor is not sure. Mayor is not sure. Does the Hasmana devolve upon all the money collected or only the money set for the burial? Therefore, therefore, again, Ramirez says don't touch the remainder until the Yanavi comes. Rabbi Nassim, Shitlik the back this Bilchach Yasen says and therefore, again, the burial identity involves all of the money, and all of it must be used for the needs of the burial. If you don't need a burial, use it for our sprinkling on the funeral beer, a matzeva, so on and so forth. Rabbi interprets according to his reasoning. Everyone, whenever it's Rabbi, everyone agrees that designation does not endow with identity. So Tanakama is like this. In general, collection of money for one's burial means is embarrassing. And a person can't take care of it for themselves. But nevertheless, so the Gemara says, nevertheless, is mochel for the Yarshin. But the Yarshin has anything, and therefore this mochel, there is not sure what that means. Therefore, he'll talk remainder of the money. Also, she telling the law. And he says, therefore, again, Yas, the demons are ultimately again. Again, the point of myself, the culture is still good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, fine. So, but the person ultimately identifies on the fact that he's going to suffer after his death. In other words, the idea is vocal on that. So kind of comes up about him. When he was alive, he was very vocal. Ultimately, the Nechel she's as of the after he saw so he says you'll be embarrassed after his death. I know us for the benefit of his children. Okay, so Moshe, bottom line is what the bring us.
This is what I need you to do.
Come on, higher of the Imam Zakin give them. So listen to this one. Who's a child? Right, parents, Reuben and Rachel lost their child. And what happens? They are so stressed that they're all of their items, literally again their garments, and they're throwing it. Sounds like what they're throwing it on top of.
This is like watching a huge turd circling.
It's like a display of nothing in life is meaningful anymore. Now that you've lost the problem over here is when they on the kever become no and create a significant issue going forward. So how you we tell other people to quickly go and, in other words, in order to do that, so we see how people click as the parents are throwing that, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. The fact that the others can go ahead and step in and pick up the garments indicates to us hasmana lav milsi, that designation is not significant, because if designation was significant, then halal of the Maisa, it would be too late. One days.
This is like watching a huge.
They're so consumed
this is what I need you to do.
That they're just throwing away
so if this plan doesn't work, take a deep breath, line up, listen like a faithful girl, like the guys that let their waterfall.
I don't understand.
It's not like a jacuzzi cat. Remove it free willy, exhaling back to back. I'm gonna ride this back to the flipper. Oh, you man.
There were like two different mitos. There was one mito in which the mace was carried, right? But then there was another mito with which the mace was buried. So when the parents originally throwing garments, they're throwing it on the mito on the bier on which the deceased is being carried. So that again will become rescue the items, because again no one's going ahead and making any informed choices over here. This is grief, and they give the items. If on the other hand, items are thrown on the bier, on the bed, on the structure, that we'll call it the bier, that the son is going to be buried, Once stuff thrown on there, you can't take it off. Why not? Because anything thrown on the bier in which the mace is going to be buried almost can be confused with tachrich, the burial shroud. And we're concerned that if people start taking stuff off that bed, then what people will think that shrouds can be repurposed as well. Okay, Tashma. Kishikar says, Kashis, Shasal and Yakoto. I want to say back question. If you have a couch that was made for filling back, Asra Anika Bomos. So ultimately, you can't use the money couch. You need to fill in, I'm sorry. Shasal and Yakoto, Asra and Yakoto. The Rashi says, you can, that was made for filling, cannot use it for money. You need to fill in, if you only pay for the pouch was not for filling, but rather than it was pouch, you have to put filling in it. Then what? Then you have to ultimately then you could and it sounds like has one of those stuff. It sounds like designation ultimately again is the issue. Which much is primo, a soul to the also the rather read as follows. You made the pouch for filling and you used it for filling, then you can't subsequently use it for money. Who's the string is that right? That's let's learn again what can it say? What can it say? You need designation and usage in order to go ahead and endow an item. So Tashma, I'm a city teacher, but not I go to the passage. Make me a cover, like a little box for a safer Torah, or not to shut the or anything like that. What's that? Actually, understand it. And Kodesh, so Kodesh, Mutra, by Shamshan Paul. Let's say if I have not yet used the items in their consecrated purpose, but ultimately I can use it for whatever I want. Like once I use it for a consecrated purpose, no longer use it for something mundane. What does that sound like? It sounds like Rabba, that Hasmana Lavos, that the reach is not or even if it's designated, so long as it is not being used, ultimately a consecrated. This versus in reality tonight. This policy is not fault. It's kind of really go keep on the job, or there's a choice. We decided to coach this thing and go. Sounds beautiful, right? But it does not appear. Like, for that matter, again, you type the non-coachable. Pseudos, ultimately, the Torah apostle. So, all the name of Torah is the picture, and will obviously be Torah. Even though the height that we use for it, so we're not tan the smoke. So, even though the tanning wasn't on the smoke. Someone else says, no, he's close to light, but rather have to have a height that can, for the purpose of the lava. Today, it's fine. Listen, here is, once again, this is still a focus. The merge tanning the smoke, ultimate focus of body and love. Okay. Rashi says over here, Akadab Shma is fast now. Sima focus, body and love, so that my focus, and my focus, and okay. I'm going to do it, Rabbi. This is Rabbi. Me, people, they make the argument that the growth of body now. After this brings up such a good together, we're going to have this format focus after that started. What's the big was upgrade beggar limits. One leaves the beggar limits. That's how this whole what does that mean? So is there such a thing also? Again, that's one is reading the beggar to make what? It makes it sit there and just lie there while you're reading the beggar. I think it's time to read the beggar. So what's the shot? Begging for the next. Mara says, no, what happens, you can't get those shots into our time. It's a very quirky. You're literally, again, people for time. What happens is someone would die. I lost my son. And we died. We kind of scrounge together, scraps, and make things. Okay, that's why we say God died. But I want to know what's like a bus in the fundamental, okay, so who does that look? Abaye or Rava. So I think first thing he said that was Abaye, as well as Nosa. Second thing he said that was Rava. So as well as Rava. So those are the Rava. Bus in the Rava. The Rava was Rava. Then has Mana, and ultimately, again, I've lost the race. Allah for the designation does not endow with intention. I will say the truth is generally how we constantly. Generally how we constantly. Let's give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a brand new phone. I bought a brand new phone, right? It has filling on it. Right? It has my name, so pretty much looks like a phone, smells like a phone. That interesting enough, technically speaking, you decide to repurpose that as a lunch bag. Right? So lunch bag, right? Technically, you could do it. You should then you could do that. Why? It's not a lot more. Always do it now. Once you put your phone in there, once you put your phone in there, then it's once you start to technically for lunch bag, and technically speaking, asking like rubber as well. That's why it's called that. Other cases in halacha may not be as clear, but you might want to go behind like rubber, as mana, that designation of something policy does not invalidate. There's a tremendous muscle in that as well. So it's also muscle has monologic. So I will say, what is designation? Designation is a thought. Do not feel. Do not feel reality. What is reality? Actions. Action. So when you put the tefillin in it for that, there's a nice reality, thoughts and intentions. I will say, it's tremendous muscle, like those beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless we act. Has mana, love, intentions, designations, do not create realities, only actions do. That is true. Allah and that's not what I said. Allah said, all right, you have a great day, everyone. All right, so begin with that. All of the hours, months, 40 million to the first touchscreen. Hey. I know from the responsive total stuff on pollution the judges this year. As a host, tell us understand. We put learning sponsors of Ari and Kara Richter, in memory of Rabbi Zero grandmother Sarah Bashin and Zephyr Rafa. Learning sponsors for today: Jacob Adult, the Uri Mishmas, Kapda, Mubarak, Tito, from Damo. Gave his life fighting for Amin Strong, Earth, today. Sponsors for today as well, so even Hikin, the Hebrew Nishmas, Satan's mother, Mayor Moshe, and our first garden. Look at America.com, all families in the Hama, all of our houses, What's the guys that are we have a lot to say about Hashem. And this is today, and this is ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So here's that that's 40. But we have to on the days 47 weeks. And we have to at what our sheep on that. I've given those names I come up. When does that remember again, the Gemara was talking about something the whole the we didn't quite finish up the stuff. I was talking about the whole the concept of that sometimes once something is set aside and so at the end of the day, when they're no longer afterwards, that's more trouble. But I do the same type of stuff. When after it was one point the time is over. And Martin first had gold. So again, I think it was technically begins, but these is still here. Kapara in the second half. When does Kapara? Remember, when we saw yesterday that there are three elements Kapara is death. Right? Part one is death itself, is burial, and then two is teaching out position. Adela's position. When does Kapara mean? Because Sarah describes that with her. So translated from the moment that the pain of the deed begins. Which again, the first means the beginning of decomposition. So it's like, what's the so remember again, the Mishnah pointed out that when Henry spoke to Nissan is no Shiva. There's no Averis. So again, because what's interesting is, in other words, a person wants to Shiva for the The problem is that you only sit Shiva when after Kapara begins. When does Kapara begin? At the beginning of decomposition. But when does Azelos begin? Because of the begin. The problem is, the time that Azelos begins, the time that Shiva would have begun, you can't skip the Shiva because you actually have not yet Shiva. Therefore, again, therefore the Mishnah is no Shiva. What do you see from here? All of the each position. It is also the secret dialogue again. That's once something has been moved, once something can't be done, then ultimately I can use the other security company. We all do that to do something. Let's say now here's the situation. Yes, that it sounded like that Kapara is actual composition. And that's what we see from the earth, that it's not complete decomposition. It's some decomposition. That's the case. Why do you need decomposition to move the body? Remember, when they said, Shalom to the nice stuff, the body, never others actually decomposed. But why do you need complete decomposition? After all, again, just partial decomposition. That's actually the gist of it. So once the body decomposes, you can't move it because of the parts. Either it has to be that, this is where the body is complete. You wait for complete decomposition. Then you can go on and move the ball back. Okay. So again, just another proof to the concept of all belief. Once something is set aside, which no se puso yo. Every serata tiene ambos las is one of the members. Earth is earth. So the usage of earth when you have a cloud, earth is earth. Okay. There was a standard over here. Here the last I don't know if it's that for the green or just dirt in general. But apparently it's when dirt has medicinal quality. And then what we look for first day. So the Gemara says, so you're going to take it from the Java of Rab. You're going to hear a Rab. So the Shua. So people think the Shua can think about this. And the Teva of Rab, go ahead and treat it. Seems like a misappropriation of something dedicated to the Java. So thank you for us. Here's something. Shua said, good idea. Why? It's more said it's earth. And earth is never proven. Now what's the right? By asking, I have to answer the no, one of the things we want to receive of the ground of all the levels of Zara. The sprinkle the above the Zara on the form of the beast. You must not be terribly of all of the power. So it's preparing. Love you to preparing. Travel is so coming to much because it's very interesting. Zara cannot be found under the carpet. Something the ground would have done, but you must say, I tried to mix them also as a hand out of Harim Halom. Meaning now, once you get to like the idea of yourself, you have to eradicate all justices of our most. The first speaks about the nations. right? Asher Yashua, as Elohim, al-Ha'aretz. So the gods are positioned on the mountain. So the Gemara Darshan's over here, Elohim, below Ha'aretz. After the gods on the mountain, these gods are the mountain. Let's say somebody decides to I hereby declare 7 years, right? This mountain is not all this. Identity is not all time character. Right? Avodah identity. Therefore, you can't make a mountain Avodah Zarah. The pasuk says Avodah Zarah to a cavern to a grave. So the same on Kardos, so to again the prohibition of a grave can't follow along this. Therefore, God says, Shmuel says, I think it's better from library in order to go and choose first days. Very good. How close to his father, I'll do the whole of the father, God was great his father, but it turned up using a different grave for his father. He does his grave for his father. Hurries them and each star go along. So again, using that, in other words, that grave that originally was for his father can't be used at all. So that sounds like that's but that sounds like that earth does become so. It's much as a little it is talking about where you may actually on top of the ground for his father. That real might have been in the ground, but he built structure on top of that becomes from the roof for now. Why is that when you become for non-useful what happens to you without you? Well, you far have been around even the prison mark race, outside of it's not like who I can manage to touch to the first after the Muslim. And also, the emergency scene over here that this is not specific in that we didn't go for his father. Once you do the great for someone, there's a lot of things happening in this case. We're going to unravel this a little bit, but the idea is ground does which you know what I'm talking about and a ground structure. That becomes okay. Cover published with Dano. Say a brand new cover. Brand new cover now. What's a brand new cover? So that's the cover that and actually said that we are low the base was much and was such stam was a almost one Macy correct. So was a stam of people's dog. Not for anyone in particular. So it's mutter behind off. Mutter behind off. You see how we put this right, but the nice again, it's mutter behind off. Okay, so you must it's a moment, and these are the things you just carry into that. Mutter behind off. Ultimately, against the mutter behind off. What is it self becomes part of his main benefit. Which versus mineral health. And I mean, you get it. Once again, what are you talking about over here? About that stuff. Okay, the customer needs to have let's call it in reality, the work is great. Just these things great. What are they? Never having stuff that you discover never in your property. Right? Or you discover that somebody right now. Again, what that means is somebody is carrying their gas in their habits. Right? So when I say that's called having stuff. One, category 2 is never hierarchy. As you said, you do about it. And you never have massive those poses of damage to the public. So those are how does the cover say damage to the public? That's over here. So for example, the cover is situated in a public toilet, broadcasting over its tumor with a nice with other items that can be mutually impure as a result of the location of those are what's not all for you. So let's say if you on your property, somebody carries this guy on my property, and what's not what's with no, so I'm not to use the cabin. I'm not to use the common car, again, the air can be buried. The band off. And that's because that wasn't somebody was all right to they did. I'm allowed to use it, and the never had a do off. Again, it's never that no that somebody buried their dead on my property. Not allowed to use it. You know what's coming. If you go ahead and you move it, the mock is coming. That's somebody see that a lot of the nice stuff does remain. That's the band off. I think if somebody is taking it, and now lost as much of it, you're allowed to move it. You know, move it in the color or heart. This area is dark. Okay, so once again, you see it being threaded to the east, and the color stuff, and that's what I said, this obviously is a Sabana, which might be watching that over here, but a structure of the grade. Okay, because I need so much of it, if you find the grade on that to move it, what about the power situation? What makes this again, you like somebody selling the dead property, you know why? It's somebody got on my property, and what's how it's very amazing as well, when you find it to be as far as why it's saying it's a movement. Maybe it makes me spot you from that. No, then it makes me spot to color. And this makes space is rising different because it has a color. Also, again, the color comes out of the what's occurred. A lot of the dirt of the cover itself is not necessarily up the band off. And that's why that's more constant that a lot of the stuff, they can take the dirt from the cover of land on one week. So that's my favorite here. When you have some, now why would the dirt of the cover of the band off? Comparison between a grave and genre. Just like holding genre, anything that is carcass or over the carcass, ultimately is a Ashaban. It's what you buy a grave with carcass and Ashaban. In terms of business structure, goes on top of a grave, that will be Ashaban. Okay, so this is very interesting. Only Begabalis, and this is actually has a lot of different ramifications. So Begabalis, so what happens? Somebody makes a garden ahead and Ruben goes ahead and weaves a baguette for the children. I feel bad for them. So if not, everything was not what this and made definitely shrouds. Interestingly enough, so that was so she says over here. Abadi says it's awesome. You know, the rubber on the most listen. As much as it's like this, Abai is you cannot eat that something else. Love, yes, you can. So Abai says it's synonymous. Abai says designated something for a particular use that I don't know, that becomes a barrier. Even if it can be used in that way, and therefore allow any other accessory of the dead becomes a Rabbi Amamutar, Rabbi says Mutter why has no. Rabbi says designation does not become talked about. I want to talk when you ask the Mason, it's like this is what you send in many different areas. As one of them knows does designation or not. This Abaye Rabbi. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time is Abaye.
No way, how close, girl. Shut up. I don't believe it. What happened, girl? Haley Welch.
Of Sham from Eglau. Miriam, that cover Sham. And then back that's watching all you said like that was Miriam. And by Eglau, habitate cat death. So Sham by death, Sham. It says in Rama Eglau for last month, Misra, Eglau is the moment you designated. Actually points out the moment you bring it into the dry. So once you bring it into the dry riverbed, from that moment designated as Eglau. And from that moment on, it is a dying law. I mean, that has none of this. Okay, so just like Egla Rupa, the moment
guys,
so like that, you can always, although the master restaurants and
worried about you, so stupid.
ما أبغى أقول بعد مرة مصر was his only for example, let's say I say this table will dissolve. Let's keep it simple, right? So the designation of tables that will dissolve, not making that will dissolve. That's an act of worship. Now down to it, I argue that love for dissolve. And if Ram says, also now we so keep like that accessories, cosmology. Incredible. What's I said? Really, literally two different zero shots. Love, my time will go down the egg level. Love, why don't you do it? So, brother, why don't you do that? The Gemara says, I'm going to call Mishanshin, it's better to look out about these other accessories from that. Remember again, both of them are accessories. Both of them are accessories. Both the Aglarufa, which is the Ikra Aboza itself, top of Mezbas, second line, Dabaye, Maima, Gam, Mabo, Mabaye. Why do you learn it out from Mabo? We should learn common things out from common things. What are two common things? Death and avodah zarah. Okay, avodah zarah. Why doesn't that buy you all this stuff? I'm going to lead the arcade and use the arcade. We learn out common from common things. What's common? Okay, avodah zarah still love avodah zarah, which is not supposed to happen. Sometimes this thing is start to be aspirational. They actually said, we did the arcade. It's the benefit of Jews. And the king of Aglar himself. He says, avodah zarah, I still like to do it. Again, the point that I that truly exists in one is in love with the belief of death, and avodah zarah is something that is unknown to us. Why things that we just set the table, bring to you what has Mona Nosa not designation of a balance with its intended intention. Yes, as Mona Nosa of a says, no, it's now that they say, so you have a scarf, two toy necklace. That is only again from a two months necklace. To law in the measure, I mean, so like I found those you check this out. Or is anyone else was very good. Two months necklace is fine, but let's see for example, sit on something, wait on something, or wait for the Java, or again, it could convey what's called a necklace to be a shawl, or a curtain. Again, put the head on it, sit on it, so that you have to keep on your tongue there. You're not going to say that. What happened? You took this designated as a safer Torah cover. Okay, as a safer Torah cover, obviously, no one's going to sit on it. No one's going to sit on it, no one's going to rest it. How about talking about it? Ultimately, again, it represents that even without because no one's going to sit on it because it is designated. It's not constructed from 2 months. So what do you see from here? What do you see? Now, the way we see it is designated for use as a safer.
24 hours ripping this motherfucker new asshole. And I love it. I love making it with this nice. Giving people shit.
What is this active use already? To which the Gemara says, because this stuff, I switched it to that conversation. Kuzo says, no, another plot to this stuff. This is when it comes to this again, this is number of this stuff. I the nature like fill it. You have a shawl. And you use it as designated it as a wrap my tefillin in this shawl. And I use the tefillin. Also, the mates are cheap. You're not allowed to use it as a money bag. I use the tefillin. Can't use it as a money bag. Azmine below Sarday below Azmine. but I went ahead and designated user, or use it but didn't designate it. Shari the you can use it and also this is the fascination of the stuff. That says in order to enter item of identity, you need two things. Hazmana, right? Designation and use. Use. If you don't have designation and use, like that's what it's going to turn out. By the way, there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Abaye, Rava, in the identity. The Krista says you need Hazmana Shimush. You need designation and use in order to endow. Pretty incredible. Okay, so I'm gonna have one of those as identity. I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna have one of those. So I'm gonna see. Ultimately, according to Abaye, he says that designation is called for someone even did not use it, so has identity. Sorry, but what happens if you use it? Azmune in low. Abaye says in order to endow his identity, you need designation. Designation without use is enough. The use without designation, Abaye does not endow identity. So the verse goes like Tashma. So let's still try to figure out who's correct. Let's put it back off. Interesting case. What's a nefesh? Now, what is a nefesh? A nefesh is like a memorial, a grave, a tomb. So time. Like when you kill someone who's alive. I don't know, whatever it is. So the nice, some people just are somebody is obviously going to imminent. You go ahead and essentially you call them still alive. What's how? Mutter banda. This is mutter banda. Because again, it's close for a living person. Because it's close for a living person, therefore it does not take on the entity anything and anything to get. Your Rashi says nefesh binyan she'al hakever shintay l'chishiyam osikav. So again, this is above ground that when somebody dies, they're going to be buried there. So again, now so the shame names. Interestingly enough, if you focus on somebody already dead, then it is Asrabano, right? Asrabano. They'll say, what does that sound? Yeah, it sounds like you're building it for a person who's already dead, but what you have not yet been buried, which sounds like what's happening over here. There's designation. Asrabano. Sounds like again has mana no which versus no, where somebody who's buried there. Okay. Yaki might curiosity. They'll say, if that's the case, then why do we even have to mention anything about adding on additional layers to the whole system? None of those. It's all like, even if you don't go ahead and add on it. I know, because you must see the host of none. So I said it's interesting. I said, no. Structure means us, even if you move the course out of it and rebury it. So it's like, in Hayam Maskiro, called Sasa Motor. If you know the exact. Okay, so I hope they care a lot of it. Yaakov died. His son Ruvain is great for his father. Question of stones. He moves the side of it. So and makes a cover for it. For cover the cover after. And then Ruvain ends up back. So I was going to say, what's his first grave, which was dog? Yeah, though you cover it for ultimately, again, the first grave forever. So again, why is he not bringing? What does it sound like? It sounds like this is the thing of Mononosa. As Mononosa, grave is designated for a case. This is no. You cover all of it. No. Nothing to do with Hasmana. It's a thing in keep it out. Keep it out. I'm your father. Because he does it for his father. If I have a he can't cover his father. Somebody moved to try to get a play for his father, and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. Horizontal, you cover the hell of you should never use the data roll. Forever, never responsible for other shadows. If you it's a din in 2005, remember you should have mana. Let's say the old look at again, it's mana. Tabi Raza Midi Kilamandamar. Interesting. Again, just like people with shrouds themselves. When you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, does anyone say that that's Hasmanagosa? Hasmanagosa at most is what? The shroud itself is continuous. You get this blushing about full safe cameras moving aside stones. Again, that's it. The David's brother referred doesn't make any sense. Rather, what to say is that this case is written by the keyboard eyes. Sorry, the secretary mentioned this case. It turns out that if a person digs a carrying the parent in a different grave, that first stage becomes also what is it? It's a dinner conveyor. I didn't honor it. That a great death was done for a parent. Incredible. A brand new grave with the banner was again was good at Kevin Father is just a good get dog, right? Stam dog. So Gemara says, if you bury a stillborn in there, baby in there, then also banner, what's it better than the fell? Because all these non be a stillborn baby, so he's not gonna head for the mace. So therefore again it's almost like even if you just bury in low, so that's what you see. Only once you bury the Mayfeld in the grave that the Mason comes out. So what do you see from here? Who wants to actually use designation enough to make it also? So as what in the naturally, even if you didn't put any also, without thinking the shouldn't have this comes to the bridge of John. Shooting those that in general will miscarriage does not go ahead and then get area with the status of the place. So it's going to do that. I'm going to ask, kids over here, I'm sorry. Tashma, most of it is that. So remember, all of this is not Rava has got a little size amount. Let's say, and we go ahead and we collect money to Yaakov's very expenses. And it turns out that there's surplus fund. What do you do with surplus? So there's a motion and they say, okay, whatever is surplus is what we'll call the burial fund. Burial funds are the future survivors. Most are amazed to yourself. Those are like, we're collecting for the needs of that slave. A non-discrete collection, and there's surplus in the we'll call it the. What happens if let's say we're specific? Collecting for Yaakov. Yaakov passed away. $5,000, $7,000. What did you get? $2,000. The Gemara says it's over here. What's interesting about this is as follows. You take a look at structures. This is in the white lines of Rashi, 3 lines down the other side. They have money to benefit from it. What do you see from here? So that money for Yaakov is burial expenses. So now that your son goes to the kids, what do you see from here? Designation does not endow something good. Collected this while living is alive. That's a little awkward, right? But the nice stuff, again, when they dying, they knew that the family didn't have the money to cover these expenses. So they collected all things like that. I was saying that the difference between that is, okay, now you're money for burial expenses of someone still alive, so therefore it's not called money associated with the death. And therefore, Allah should be more. Gemara says, that's not what it says. It's not. Most the leftover money that was good for the general dead remains in the burial fund. Most are collected for a specific purpose. Go to the kids. When the Gemara says, what's the example? Say, kids are double the so case number one, in general, we're collecting for general burial, specific general needs. That goes with Mace Zeh next to yourself. Collecting for Ruvain or Yaakov for the mace. Funds go to, so it's like, it sounds like we're collecting all the time. They must say, it turns out that this is actually raging my heart. Right? So again, if we're raising funds for burial expenses, I know that I need funds for Yaakov who dies. But the way we frame it is a general collection. Is that any surplus funds in the burial fund? Yaakov died. Yaakov died plus $5,000, raising $7,000. What do you do with the extra? And the Kama says, it goes to Yaakov's Yarshin. It's not clear, essentially it's not clear to do with that money. For how long the money is leaving is Yohana becomes. Rabbi Nassim says, the extra funds for Matseva. Matseva or struck. Use it for something associated. Or sprinkle in wine or something aromatic. Rabbi Nassim says, it has to be used for Yaakov himself. Ella, Abai and Kaztane, Rabbi Kaztane. Both Abai and Rabbi Kaztane, they fully amplify and they'll see. Abai says everyone agrees that designation and down the item of identity. So kind of Kama with the fuzzy leg toughest, the little fuzzy leg toughest, different, but Abai is like this. Kind of Kama like this. Right, has one of those Ruvain is endowed with burial money identity. The rest of the money now. And therefore, That's the kind of combo. Rameir must be touches, he don't touches. Rameir not sure. Rameir is not sure. Does the Hazman revolve on all the money collected or only necessary burial? Therefore, Hilchah lo yiba. Therefore, again, Rameir says the remainder until the Yana comes. Rabbi Nassan, Hilchah Yasen Adimas Akiva. Rabbi Nassan says, no, Adis Hazman and then again, the burial identity to all of the money, and therefore, the money of all of it must be for the needs of the burial. You don't need a burial. For aromatics, brings around kilo beer, and save us on loving times, loving for this 20 the fully omnibus. Everybody knows Rabba. Everyone is trying to Rabba. And a commissar Kibazu fully muffled. So I got money for one's burial means is embarrassing. But nevertheless, the US says Kabiyash. But nevertheless, Mace is mobile for the Yashi. He doesn't want to have to be sound with anything. Mobile, and therefore, I'm also nice to do an English book to Yashi. The mayor is not sure whether that Mace is mobile or not. Therefore, Rabbi Nassan Shitaleko, the mayor says ultimately mobile. Therefore, again, Yas says Imos Al-Kibro. Ultimately, or let's say, so, okay, fine. Halacha L'Mais again. The point of here is that Halacha L'Mais and the focus at Abaye and Rava ultimately still remains in existence. Good, fine. So, by the way, the Mechila over here is that whether or not Mochel on the fact that he's going to suffer after his death, the deal over here is he's Mochel on that day. So, that says over here, kind of comes about a Mechayiv Kusei. When he was alive, he's already Mochel. Ultimately, again, the Nechel she's Bazer La'achar Misaso is Mochel that he'll be embarrassed after his death. La'as Larshi. For the benefit of his okay, so both it bottom line the buy rubber both three I'm just always back in position. Touch them up. Haya the one was acting about gave them one was child. Eight parents Ruben and Rachel lost their child. And what happens? They are so distressed that they're taking all of their items, again their garments, and they're putting it onto the sounds that they're doing is they're throwing it on top of the grave of your son. Right? Rashi points out over here as like a display of being life is meaningful anymore now that we lost our child. Hitting on the kever, does that become a no and create a significant issue going forward? You tell other people to quit, in other words, in order to put Rashi, it's also not seen of little like a hot soda. So we see other people as the parents are not take it out. Take it out. The fact that others can go ahead and pick up the conversation to us as mana nation is not because the designation was significant that I love the amazing would be to what's the other way. Custom Mishum is different over there. That case is different. Why is that case different? In an informed decision. What's happening over here? There's so lack of dance. So this is not a thing that has mana no size. There's no substance. There's no dance. Therefore, I love the amazing. Others definition anything from the other when is that so when the items do not touch the meter. Now what's that? There was a over here which really about no over meat suit. But again, that was a hashtos, but it sounds like it didn't touch the funeral beer. Funeral beer is also by now. If there's not from the gas over here, it shouldn't make a difference. No. When we say it touches the head, I'm talking about the funeral. Let's say essentially you're the neutrals. There was one in which the mace, right, with which the mace buried. So when on the meat on the ear on which the being carried. So that other people can come, rescue the items, save the items, and no one's going ahead and make a phone choice. And the seldom are thrown on the bed, on the structure. Well, of beer. That the sun is going to be very quick. One stuff is going to thrown on there, you can't take it off. Why not? Because anything on the beer in which the mace is going to be buried, burial shrouds. That if people start taking off that bed, then what people will think that burial will be purposeful as well. Okay, Tashma, Tashma, kiss. I want to say back, that's his name. ultimately you can't use it for a mouth. When you have folks fill in, so I'm sorry. So Rice says, if you have a bag that you cannot use it for filling, if you use it for filling, the pouch was not made for traffic to put phone in it, then you have to go malls. Again, you can put money in it. But interesting enough, this one sounds like no song. It sounds like that's ultimately again, it's much as emo, also the honey at malls, keep like this stuff. So they know that really as follows. If you make the pouch and you use it for children, then you can't subsequently make that for this stuff. Because here against the sin of the elephant business, you need designation and doubt in items like this. The customer, Amr the woman, make me a cover, right, or ability of this for a safer Torah. Not to set Torah, it's from that. What's that? Well, Akshtan is behind Kodesh. So Kodesh, Mutter, by Shamshan Kol. Because if I've not yet used the items for the purpose, it'll use it for whatever I want. By Shtamish Ben Kodesh, Ashur is Shamshan Kol. But if once I use it for a consecrated purpose, I'm going to use it for something mundane. So we'll say, what does that sound like? That sounds like Rava, that Hasmana Lav knows. So long as it is not being used, ultimately it does not get it. Whereas in reality, this whole thing is focused on Hasmana Lav knows, see, not focused on it. Decided to see funny stuff, Oshit Hala, you decided to cultivate something sounds beautiful, right? But it's like not allowed to do it. Right? Or for that matter, again, you use the height of a non-kosher animal. Silos, ultimately, again, it's thrown up also. The Torah, but if you use the leather, right, you use leather from the kosher animal, obviously it's thrown up also. Even though dyes that we use for sewing were not tanned, tanning on the floor. And Shulino says, or that he says, no, it's not enough to hide, but rather you also have to have a hide that's up to it. Only if you know the rubber. You need to look at the rubber side. First, the point over here is, one to not focus. The word is suggesting that the focus, whether or not you use the Shema, ultimately not focus on buying and because it's Hasmana Lukos. Okay. Rashi says, Chagav Shema, people are saying Shema, one no Sigma, if possible, Simachokos, over here, a buy in rubber to jack my focus and make us Hanoi. Okay. I'm going to tell you, Rabbi, the minister, Rabbi, the following. Now, after this whole thing brings up such an issue, remember how this whole focus thing and Robert got started? Russia, the Gemara was take baguette lemais. If one leaves baguette or lemais, that's how this Gemara asks. Well, what does that mean? Baguette lemais. So the thing ultimately again that one is leaving baguette lemais. What? Sit there and just lie there while leaving the baguette. What's the shot? Reading a baguette. I said, no, what happens? And it goes shuffling the harpan. Shuffling the harpan. It happened. It was a harpan. And their ability against interpretation, what happened when they died? Someone would die. And Allah for myself, after they would die, they kind of scrounge together scraps and make that. Okay, Darshan. So most like Darshan. Focus on Kabasa. Fundamental focus over here. Who does that follow Abaye or Rava? So again, first thing follow Abaye, Mananosa. Second thing is follow. What's the help us out? Have to get Rava. Rava follows Rava. That has mana, love, ultimately again, designation does not endow it with identity. The truth is, generally, that's how we pass. Give you an example. For example, let's say a person found a tefillin bag, right? It says tefillin on it, right? It has name on it. So pretty much tefillin bag smells like a tefillin bag. Enough, technically speaking, if you decide to repurpose that bag, right? So one bag, right? Technically, you can do that. Why? Because that's my love milk. All this does this now. Once you put your tefillin in there, then it's used. Once you put tefillin, then you can't make it. Once bag, technically speaking, you pass. That's how the tefillin bag. Other cases in halacha may not be as clear. over here like brother. Designation of something particular does not invalidate it. There was tremendous Muslim has in that as well. What does it mean? What's the Muslim has monologue? What is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts do not create reality. Intentions do not create reality. What creates reality? Actions. So when you put your tone in it, there's a nice thing to create reality, thoughts and intentions that are both like such a tremendous Muslim. And both like so many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentalist. Allah has mana, nursery, intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. That is true. Allah and that's not what I said. Allah say, all right, everyone's in that, okay?
I've seen him in the store. I mean, he's terrible. He's the worst. But, like, that doesn't mean that he's not also, like, here's what I look at.
It's so hard. I want to be
It's like now when I watch Brian laugh like almost every time. But I don't laugh. I don't even Callan does the hog duck thing. I love it. Unironically gonna make me laugh. My son, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
When I see clips of Brian's bringing such a bad understand the basics of comedy and improv. He doesn't show it where picking people up, him and Crystalia have their chemistry. Because he allows Crystalia to make him effective in comedy. Everybody. It's unfair to
but I just feel like your grandmother's son back in
things that happen in our show. One is, okay, I'll start with Brian and then I'll do the thing. So Brian, when we're watching Brian and Shop, Brian will go into one of his, and granted, it's not funny, because it was
So Bob Hamady, fuck no, dude. He has no fucking clue. That movie, The Dark Knight Rises, when Gervais, leans in, like there's a story. Okay, so no, you should. I told you my financial luck. Has everything,
When we don't get it, because not just
and a lot of like all the kind of shit. Well, I mean, she's charming in it, but like she
you might say, might not be, or what
like savvy. And
you know what, I mean, I know I don't spend the money to buy it, don't buy it, it's all right. You're allowed to say, don't bury it. So you might depend. You never think you're going to work long,
what's this guy doing out there?
Almost very close. Because it is an embarrassment for the people
His brother doesn't get
the deceased person because again, that person is dead. You don't think he's embarrassed. So the right side of everything. So the nice again, it's not these
flowers that someone sent to his place. Like, oh, okay, you know, it's having a long affair with just more amateur she fucked her long she sent the bouquet of flowers to Joanna and a note started off with, this is not so it's true, it doesn't work. However, they gave them just enough reason says this is not marketing. And we invented an entire story whereby you knocked over his fat, like it was like
from the last time in the Gemara.
your house, the whole thing is covered by, meat. And he said to another segment, to know what's up. He came by the house, but wasn't there.
So, you don't take a pot, you have to do a towel, Hachimona.
I'm going to find out my pop.
What was that?
The security came up
And
fluorescent glory,
sitting there,
I just wonder how he gassed it right back.
what the
It was
something
like, oh,
else
he's
is.
he kept the power to the security because otherwise the
burial, and you say, and that is burial, and Jewish burial, is no choice.
witness
If
to
you inherit this dog, it's the
find
inherit
his
this
wife
dog, you see
and
the second
family
time soldier
the
burial.
craziest way possible.
In general, you don't have flowers by
Whereas that's why he lost the unique lawsuit because it's like, imagine written judgment.
Number one,
And you have to lie and tell you the truth about what's going on.
conventional thinking
You're
is,
fucking,
being as lawyers like
wherever you
another one if you
don't
want to.
like you see by other religions, all earth
Dude,
is
this shit
covered.
is amazing.
Never
Right?
seen
First time having a coffee cake was surprising. I know. Cinnamon coffee cake.
Everyone
Wow.
leaves. And then what happens?
Listen, I would
When
fuck
the
my way
joke
to
comes
the
out, the
room.
deacon has wife with the gold, she really cosmeticized together. I don't know if that's a word I'm going to use, right? Cosmeticized pretty.
No, okay, that's just the
You
rules.
just can't understand that one of the most important parts of
Somebody
life
runs a fucking
is
smear
whatever
campaign
is
against the Trevor
true,
of my life and make me
whatever
a
you
lot
can
quickly about the reason he
do,
fired me.
just
To make it look like he wasn't a thing for temper tantrum because in 10 hours, I can do whatever the fuck more you. This is what the fuck I do. I hit it.
Handle the Trump walk situation.
His always I was his answer. It's a true shirt about you. The funny part's always long time that we like a red Chuck hand. To any other human about
That's
that.
facts. That's facts.
You can like Joe Rogan said, saying, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
It's like, how are you gonna lose drug bug situation of stutter on fucking, like, I want you to send a peach emoji and fucking a picture of his ass. I saw that, and now you're like, you're like, oh, I've never heard that. Makes sense. Podcast for stuff over his words.
How do you handle this drug walk situation? Obviously, Texas might be the end of the kill. But moving on.
That's ridiculous. Is that Mark broke into my house? How could I make this the absolute worst atmosphere in the universe? Where did all your cheaters been to expect?
Yeah, you're right.
The situation.
So Christian now was just chatting, and he's only getting 99 because I make very much money. But he said, he said, Mark, what is shot for inequality? He sees something good in the beginning, hoping he
He's going to be very generous. For example, first time I ever traveled with him was in Texas, 2021. I got it for my wife. She was like, why the fuck are you going with John? It was actually her birthday, so I was like, but I'm like, I didn't mean like, come on, it's gonna be fun. Travel like that much, like during COVID. It's like going with us. So no money.
Can you do that?
Oh, so I made a reply. I was like, oh, we're a family of 5 people. I told Brendan
It's
that.
burial is about
This would be like me,
humiliation.
you're
Even
making
though
me $500 so I can like so
on this family.
I can name many things that he has helped me get so paying for food, all these things because that's a short trip for me.
We forget that the choices you make have a ripple effect on a family. Whatever you want
When I was
for
having
you,
issues like being alone as a conflict because
but the more
she
impact on
had
other
this
people,
job, she was suffering from burnout.
absolutely unequivocal
But then my fucking genetics increased me being especially all the time of trying home
because we
working
carry
at the office, so
never say
we're both like exploiting me and knocking me off. And that because like I've got a door from traveling and she's like doing the same face, but I understand her traveling. And then, you know,
No, Sadiki
He's a good guy.
Adam البعث الشياسة كلها
that's the
مسكين in all of Hana
pieces of that
وما
later on the
سوي
road.
بهذا
He was making me feel like to find the better blood, dude.
الناس
Like, if you're not respecting your treatment last year, you're not like nothing the hell is ever happening. All these things like I like you're paying me and I do research on this Christian man. I'll do the same thing I'll do Mr. Proof you.
Yeah.
Or like,
and unfortunately
you
you
know, like
have
First time I seen a good trip on
but his son Abia is like that.
Yeah, like,
But if you tell me that
Swiss
ultimately
shots,
that
to my son's baseball team. Like, I was a shot on me like a baseball net. And we just, you know, like a bar. Yeah, and a lot. Swing in the pitch, and he never, like, was to a fat guy anymore, like a fat. So, we got rid of him back in. And it's like, he's always been that kid. I didn't like him until I got my own truck.
What the reason
Oh,
is
yeah.
for is that the entire essence of burial is because of degradation.
because
That's
now
what
I
I'm
know I got
saying.
this
It's really fun.
concept
It's
shifting
really again
like
that
now
burial
people
itself
that this is my kids
part
are
of the
really
burial. What's the
after
business?
cheating on their mother
It's
for
really hard
a decade.
to
Like it's
to
hilarious
retain
and then
power
hearing
of
the
death.
opposite of the story where it's like
Your death
yourself is like this
decomposition of the
that's how I'm trying to pull out
that affected
you know that you're
but
the
burial
other
is
side
not
of the coin
easy
though
full purpose. I'm off on my son.
Shabbos is a lazy fucking like 3 fucking up like
This comes up.
you can't go that far baby you have some action
Or
basic things that
even
can't
not as strong as that. Let's say down above
Yeah.
I can say that as a man, I watch football on video. I was sometimes high school colleges, drills and scrimmage. When you fuck out, it's like as a freshman, like how did you jump out of the I'm not saying like I had great problems. I don't like why did you yourself play football on camera? Like you feasible. I'm in it. Shouldn't be able to go that. Watching shot well, it looks like a D3 player. You know what I mean? It's not good.
Yeah, it's just not good highlights. Jay said, Jay, shot feel about hearing.
Is it an honor to the living or is it a eulogy to the family? Which means that people are speaking about their loved one, right? That covers the deceased. Covers the deceased, right? There is some example things that are being said about it. You know, there's, okay, it might not be better. Your honor, Tishuallahu Dawah, so you may not exactly, and he says, I do not want any, I don't want any eulogies as my Rabbiah. So, it's like when I was a professional whalers, not W-H-A-L-E-R, W-A-I-L-E-R. Otherwise, that remains that people die. Wonder like money to provide. Right, but it's no different than drinking alone. You only need it to help you sex. So these guys, these people, they come to fly. So they really try to so what would happen?
It's okay, the same.
What? For the
towards Eric, not like his attitude, like he like cares something.
So then ultimately, again, even if it's
Eric's
I don't want any
but then he's been on TV.
On the other hand,
I just think Eric Graham knows where and a thought person you know is like he was I don't think when I was like really like I got depressed where I had to work every day. I'm like waking up early you know
such a beautiful view. I mean, it's just like you guys here as a pride.
He said it's okay or something.
Really? Can there be a guy that talks like that? a good idea for a sitcom.
There was public subject Sarah as Avril Lavigne's wife,
Hey, Rob,
and then the mother for the Avril Lavigne was
watching actually hear this.
about his own
It's a
portfolio.
shock thing. This is my
That is
doesn't do anything.
Hey,
Rob, we're actually having an intro.
and that's it. Here's the starting of the year, and this is very important. Avril Lavigne, Avril was selling by more rights. Avril took it and selling it by more than the time that we watch. I'm going to become that's the signature for the sake of and I understand I've covered the sun of the other area. And if you see that movie, it's like a that people should hear about his life, that people talk about how to pass the way remember again, the time can be denied, and that's before figuration. So leaving someone unburied for any amount of time, especially again during the summer, could result in significant humiliation for himself. A lot of people can change. And you might be getting that sometimes we're getting this interface between what's considered to be cover for the naked and cover for the living. Well, one ultimately see that sometimes we think very much in this touch off. And you leave it with red jobs, which are there about IRS, rather than the colors, rather than all of that, and over our shameless is like unburied. In order to give people more time to comfortable with Vaya, right? Let people know that someone's going to die, let people come to Vaya, to bring again the trials, to go ahead and bring the casket, shroud, and over our what is not a violation of Havana Honey for anybody? To cover our set, and anything that's done for the cover of the living ultimately is not a desire of the maze. In other words, there's a intersectionality between these two concepts about what's covered for maze and covered for kai, right? And ultimately, again, these things very much converge because people are allowed to be more property in that gives people honor to the dog. See, if it turns out that we're delaying the burial a little bit, to give people the opportunity to mourn, that's called honor for the living, but we need to honor for the dead as well. Everybody wants to touch them. And you know something else it says? Yeah, you can send me up on this. This is fascinating. For example, when you make the shalom, you start, for example, let's say you have someone who is not eulogized appropriately. Someone mikbar, or someone actually wasn't done at all. Osha, well, that's a thing you got to by what Osha not there. Osha, how you be showing yourself on the funeral beer? Zero sinners enough evidence. This is a good sign for me. This is how you a good sign for me. Because if you actually point out that what it means is retribution is being exacted for the punishment on its time here in this world, so that the Shema will not have to suffer in general, there are also has this idea that very high level sleep is certainly something that we have to aspire to. But difficult things happen to us in life. There is a certain amount of sin that has to come with it. Something obviously that's a very level, very high level too. I thought it was weird. He wrote it very not funny. Even if I can't, sometimes I say some things that I know to be true. Even a person when you learn that, what is even there? You feel the shot. What's even there? What's more popular than what's involved in here? Somebody died and they were properly eulogized. I don't know. When you come up with this case, I'm like, you know what I think? Someone dies on Colorado. Honestly, right? Or it's a great site, you know, to create in America. Sure, you mean like a huge influencer in the case of like again, in many places, it's not a great site, and it's important. Right? Doesn't get the heft that they deserve. Like Mark says, you know what? It's actually a beautiful thing. Because you see there's a pain or missing out on the eulogies. Yeah, lack of eulogies benefits. What is the year? What is the year? How many persons who do eulogies serve? Who for? For the dead. For the dead. Eulogies at the end of the eulogy are really for benefit for the dead. And you can yourself be ultimately a benefit to the dead. Therefore, again, if God doesn't And they talk about sometimes like the most inane things in unity. So imagine for a moment, a person says about your loved one. Imagine somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to your mother, to your father, to your brother, to your wife. Imagine somebody says 5 minutes. You say, thank you for the crap sheet. Exactly. My picture how you pass by. My picture how you pass by. Like, oh, did you know how to use old things? Oh my God, you don't know some old things. Imagine someone said, you have 5 more minutes to your parents. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to lose the reason. Somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your loved one. 5 minutes to your loved one. That's what you need. That's what you need. It's not paint the pictures. People think like it's out of historical pictures. Those are all very nice things. That's great. You can post that on the Levington website. That's all that you can leave it on your own. That's not what you need. A unity is an opportunity, a last opportunity. This is right there to speak to the mix. To speak to the mix. Because every single relationship where things down, they never got a chance to say, or maybe people say it in the right way, or maybe people say it enough. That's the power of unity. You can show us the ultimate again, it's for the dead. Yes, not also happens to benefits for the living. That's all. Essence of unity, ultimately, so how you call it, remember again, next time I show up, that you will not have very dead in the same, like we're starting with, I think we were not very in the same sort of very high time. So, the whole half round of the seems so severe. So why you can holding up to the problem, but you do not very much situation. Wasn't it's own family son, and it's the owner's website. You say to yourself, come on, once he died, and the second degree equalizer, and you say, no, it's not. It's not the Christian type of certain right. And if you get some work, you have to do like that, right? And a rush off, it is work hard. Okay, so you research yourself. It's not because it's not very much, it's not very much for that. It's because when you read your life in it, you can apply it, right? And you read that, it's absolutely and what none of that come up and united conversion of the having the very guy was showing next to that you can now by you ain't holding you is wild. Okay, so listen to this story. This is from the Rocky days. Listen to this. Talking about how soldiers at war. They're at war. If he wants to, but I think we're very one of the conferences of war. He didn't realize how to do it, and they saw the approaching enemy army today. So what did they do? You guys have to cover up the fight. So they didn't have to talk about each other. They read about it. So they're rooting for barricades. Right? These barricades. And how can you do the barricades? They do it into what the barricades are. And they'll be enemy shots. There's a Gary Grace. What happened?
Has anyone ever tried to hook and you ask you for a friend where they have sex with my wife? I've only heard
first they're very underground, and then after everybody decompose, they would collect the bones, and they would place it like in a telephone, like in a cage. Then you can see this kind of way of showing outside it. thing is that you can see it like shows, and the bones are first function. So the guys burial
That's pretty good.
his body comes in contact with himself. Vayada ish pos harishon, vayakam Allah mi'amitzav. The dead man comes in contact with the bones of the Rishon. He came back to life. He came back to life. So you have to look at why did he come back? Why is it not life? Apparently, it's not Peter. And he did not deserve to be buried in the same grave as the Rishon. If you don't bury Rishon next to Tarikim, the miracle occurred, he came back to life, walked out. Goes, I'm going to talk to the Bimalik, you know, bring up who's trying to do it for Buck. Elijah, maybe you can not talk about it. So the point of the old guy, so he should ask him for a bracha. So he should say to the old, I would like to be double. So yeah, I like to double it. Remember, one person back like great as you. That's people for us. Brought back one person like maybe this wasn't each night. Maybe this wasn't double portion. Maybe this was the second person back. So that's it. That's the first one. I did decide, it's true. The guy came back, that wasn't what happened, but he came back to life. He walked out of the okay, and he died. He didn't go back home. He got came back to life, and now I'm out of the belly, okay, and then he afterwards, to eat out the belly, he eats very much just like Reggie said. So by the way, how did Alicia get his Mishnayim? How did Alicia get his double portion? When did he bring his second person back to life? Sharita Tzara Naaman, Shishkir no, he did Naaman, who was the general of Iran, that Shishkir Tzaras. So Alicia cured him from Tzaras, and we know that some of Tzaras is considered to be like your death. So the curing of Naaman from the Tzaras is like a transformation. The sin are not inspiration. The sin is a little bit, but you see what we see in there, what's the difference? The difference is that we don't carry a Russia next to what's happening. Well, the sin can call it Russia, sometimes it's the same, but you don't carry a Russia next to what's so too, we do not carry a serious Russia next to a smaller Russia. I guess it's like a, we'll call it like that. You have people who are expert in shine, and then there are people who dabble. Dabble, Russian dabblers. So make sure, there's like a Russia, and there's like a Russia man. So there are different levels of the show. You don't go ahead and bury a real Russia, that's a real Russia man.
Thank you.
But let's do an out of us. So in our case, maybe we should have a different cemetery for every different Nisas days. Like this for Nisas days. In 4 different days, we have 4 different cemeteries. There's a residential case, there's a traditionally, okay, I'm going to be open up. So I'll say, so by the way, that is not showing next to cemeteries. Now, again, obviously, that's the other one big cemetery in terms of food, exactly in the Saturday. On the sides of the back, for example, you do have certain cemeteries that do have restrictions on this. Shomer Shabbos. I was texting that, she said, I need a Shomer Shabbos. So the only cemeteries that actually do mention certain religious scriptures and certain religious obligations about the people who are really buried there. I'm going to do all this. Also, they look at this side. They look at this side.
You can see a real big horde.
Someone eats their horde. And it's not just forbidden fact. Someone is coming back. And then you like what you do. And spread it out to the public. You went to Harvard. And then what happened? And then you came back. So then, so you know, things that you did. And you do it accidentally. After you got to do like what you did. And you separate out the public. And after that, after you sing out the courts. Now the story's not over. The public, I'm watching the game about show. Listen, this just shows you what
100% of the negative comments are bots. We know this. Every time somebody criticizes us in any way, it's another one of those.
goes ahead and now
Yes,
some
we
people
watch
do
a lot of
this.
this. We do.
owned by an agriculture. And what's I love it can't fill you up. But even though reading that became about Shiva, you could sit there and look at it. You can't
I can tell you, I tell when someone's a bot because if they say the next thing, it's a bot that works for
aside for non-use. You cannot.
Hey, Mark, what happens is Judd. Obviously, but and then you can say, the president of again, it's a different show representation. So again, essentially, speaking of owned by a show cast, even though you comes sing again, I wrote for myself, that cover. Why it was set aside for non-news, it's set aside for non-news. Incredible. It's too tough. Nobody said, why didn't you the exact same case.
I never asked somebody that because I just assume they're gonna miss it. It's like, why would you have that? It's like, if the house makes sense for them to
Actually, you use up an actual you can have it on his own. I'm missing all my friends. He didn't choose that. That's a natural. Maybe he's like someone. And therefore, again, when he wakes back up, ultimately, again, to up the carbon. He actually would have also really just like the piece of insanity. He shouldn't be in the other opposite. Because that's the ability to go ahead and return. That's what I'm going to see. I think the other that so even though but at least we have the ability to ultimately again to become about Shabbat. Maybe halakha we kind of represent. Never will say again. In both these cases, you can't walk back the topic. Why? Because essentially, if the country was owned by someone who was unfit to offer it, it is forever set aside for non-use. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside a different animal. Because of this horrible nuclear, once something is set aside for non-use, ultimately again it remains set aside. Most of the trend in the hospital, which is
it's like self-soothing.
There are certain drugs that close that once they close, you cannot
he does that all the time. I saw someone once.
You'd like to be able to think that if you don't take advantage of certain opportunities when they're in front of them, it's okay. I'll get to it later. I'll get to it later. And there are situations like that. If you don't take advantage now, it's like that. The opportunity will be there later. But I'm not losing life. If you don't take advantage now, once the door closes, you cannot fight it back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. Hold it, once again, you can't do it anymore, then ultimately again, you are done. Now, the beautiful there's always more sweet space, there's always additional things afterwards. But the nice time, once it's done, remember, there's like, that's why I have to be so careful, I have to be mindful of our life opportunities, be mindful of the doors that open yourself for us to take advantage. And you think you're going to get to it, but it's a little bit less tricky, a little bit quieter, never happens. Never does it. And then you'll say, another thing, how you got touching? Well, there's no feeling back on it. How you got touching, stay out. So it's this by doing that, which is a sin that can run because we inherit worship idolatry. And now again, let's take any ground that is self. They will cut you. They sacrifice items. However, it's cut you to death. Anything that's in your hand is there, sure to be killed. Cut you by the kabai. Anything has financial sanctity, ultimately again should be redeemed. Now, remember, I might have to see why you have to kill them. Why you have to stop one of these. How do you kapara? South to the double. Once the people of the early darkness are killed, we'll go again for kapara. Use the kabaros. That really like to use. This is one thing that set aside for means set aside for non-use. You stop this nothing, but never can have that's because the whole thing is come here by you stop this basically what you show. 1 second, if I just 1 second, you think that by yourself is focused on also when you can see that it says you think that if someone just dies as a that's definitely done. But you need to be self-control. Like I said, the first one's in Russia. And then you just got natural. You know what I'm saying? That's not survival training. לפעמים שמע לא קראתי סמגתי ציבור, כמה לקות was it maybe, let's say Cohen has a father and parents went off together. You might have Cohen experienced timing himself, because Tani Omar, the only nice sound when the parents are on the right together, is it some reason Cohen timing for those parents? That always is in there, say, you see when I lost back that they died, isn't that Mechaber? No. What kind of death is Mechaber? When someone is executed, that type of death is Mechaber. But just stop dying the natural forces, or natural forces, that's not necessarily Mechaber. Only when you come down, it's not up to just your show. It makes you just your show. How do you compare someone who's executed because of his rituals to someone who died the natural causes while being a Rasha? Makes himself Risha, even if the other things come out, it's still how do we kapara? Even brought to us, how do we kapara? I will say this is an incredible distinction. If a person is a Rasha and they die of natural causes as a Rasha, that death does not. If a person is a Rasha and they're executed because of their rituals, that death, and that death by itself doesn't go either. There has to be more.
What is your favorite bit from
this is about the subsurface and the question.
Right, so that's just like music as a value, and that's trying to like get more into the podcast. Music has that funny keyboards. It's stupid. Probably bad at single video games.
That ultimately, again, because it's abnormal, therefore that's Mechaber. But still, essentially, just kill that Hashem. On the other hand, the Gemara says, how do you those killed by David, if they did commit those, or couldn't cause that legal trespass, well, how do you kapara? Ultimately, again, that death is not a kapara. So that's the same verse, just like three types of death.
It's also like a 30-year-old time. It's like a Hashem, and death by days.
So the Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes and death by days does not automatically affect kapara. It's going to have to affect kapara. Death by enemies, right? That's automatically affects kapara. Go ahead and bury him in the kever of his fathers. But if you see that execution led by a baby ultimately again affects us, then why wouldn't you in the burial place of his fathers? Decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do that because again, not until decomposition, which the Gemara says, that the only decay is after our first miraculous actions, the causes also of the command. What do you say? Again, what did the Gemara say? The Mishnah says, now let's first after the body decomposes, we could have someone who can gather the bones. And then afterwards, you bury the individual. About this like tragic way. Have some of the interesting stuff like romantic tragedies like the girl makes a cake for the guy, but leaves a person is just like and now they die in one of three ways. Either natural causes. It's clear that if a Russia dies of natural causes, what of his death on his wishes, impact of his death on his Russia status? Zero. Still upside. Still upside. If he dies because he's by a quality and not controlled, by Gentiles because he's a Jew, with a Jew, so what's that up? His death is in the kappa. Like that's starting up to the Hashem, that up to the Hashem, his death is absolutely in the kappa. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by David. So what happens when David executes a Russia? So let's say here it is. That it's interesting. Here it is that it is kapara, but kapara really requires two things. Number execution, number two burial, and number three compensation. You know that execution like David is not in the kappa about something. There's one English say. When they were 10 amas away, 10 amas away, so the base has skira. What did the David say? What did it say? Right? The Savannah, he started to do it. Right? He's sitting here that death by himself is not in the kappa even from his side. Why? Because again, the order is to confess his sin. So the fact that you have to prove Jesus, that you have to confess his sin, it was by himself, was not the Kata. Even he says Jesus is not the Kata. But again, even death by virgin, it's going to apply number one, sure. Gotta be done. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decapitation. So we'll stop over here. So yeah, I want to put that. I'm gonna. It's really not like this. You're gonna get the. Yesterday, it's all on it. So you see them reasons for the main everyone.
I like this. Two S words for Logica, so that's pretty great.
Got called out more for saying he played in the NFL. I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's insane.
All right, guys. Good morning.
Just become more brothers.
I guess when I had to do uplift and
It's like I don't know, show
great football continue and begin a new week.
It's like having a courtside seats at a Lakers game with LeBron. Yeah, like throwing up in the press
46 times. I was there when there's more the truth of the he compulsively repeats saying because those things just joke Rogan, for example, said so many times, I love it when compulsive actors repeat themselves.
Howard say, hey,
reality runs your culture. When you're adding the deadlifting and benching
all of
now, for the record, I did it 33 times as a 19-year-old in college, so it's like, this isn't that impressive, right? And doing that 3 times, it's an NFL level number. However, you also, if you're a linebacker, bench press 225, 3 times, you also have to run a 4.6, you also have to have a fucking, 3-inch vertical beam, you also have all these other things that be super important. So bench press is really not relevant as well. You got you want to use the 4.6, right? So yeah, that's right. Put this out there. First of all, there's a time he's referring to that he turned into 40 reps because he kept repeating this. It's an reps, let's say 42 or whatever. Let's say 30 reps, which is impressive for squatting 30 reps.
about the white line,
Photographic evidence was they don't weigh 45
Thing, yeah, I would have
as low as
for the dead,
so
or because the burial
it's possible if you take 3 pounds off each plate, all of a sudden
you might not
what is
matter.
pounds?
Low, but you know, what happens if a person says, like, we didn't about to die, and we says, you know what, don't carry
not lucky out.
Don't bury
It's
me.
been
Don't
like
spend the
telling
money
my
that I
situation.
spent.
And then
Just don't bury me. It's
lying
all right.
about it and treating it
If you want to
informed.
say, don't
Yeah,
bury me.
it's her.
But you
You were
might
there.
as
Why
well.
would he tell you something?
You're not
Yeah,
just
just
going to
classic
go for me.
pathological lying.
Yes,
He's
you
got
got
like,
segregation.
hey, I was there and didn't do 40 to 30. And
Yes, they'll say,
because he kept it like in real kids' mind because he wasn't there, so she lied about it.
that she says over here, that she says over here,
Because again, I've seen shop and benchmark. This
very
whole plan
close.
said you don't need to lie
It's
about it. What do you need to exaggerate?
The other thing was impressive enough.
But then were you aware he's posting for a while? Like, yes, people who said this. Like, oh, look, he posted himself doing the bench press.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that.
First, you guys post like
In other words,
a picture
so
of the
nice
bench press, and it's like, well, 25 minutes to 225 this minute. It's like,
so the nice
cool,
again, at least in the
show
dad,
you
is
some
like,
stories.
it's not
You know,
done
say,
it
oh
when
yeah,
we
just
say that
100 pounds. Here's a picture of something. Pounds on the
family.
What
Having
is
your
it?
relatives
So,
are buried. So
then
if
he posted a video. It's like, put in
even
26
dad,
reps.
don't bury me.
You know,
Don't listen to him.
in his
Don't
mind, he was
listen
like,
to him.
see,
On the other hand, the
no,
underneath all off,
wait,
all honorable, we have all.
You were like
But
a
at the end of the day,
senator.
burial is about that's burial.
it's the joy, obviously. No,
So then I say,
I don't see any online. So you barely put gasoline. That's the thing.
6'5", no count. Okay, so when you're done counting, it's really funny because ourselves, especially events, but I showed you the video. And maybe
very real itself.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big dude.
But he had like, so if you know the wrist strap, it's a sort of important. So your wrist doesn't like cut that. If you did a whole thing in elastic advantage where it's like,
No flowers.
shot was right before it wrist strap, which doesn't count. It's like, what? It doesn't help you lift more weight. It helps you
In general,
Either is there, he doesn't know.
for everything is what's the thing I can use to dispose of better. Because like, that's gonna say it doesn't even count.
pretty
What a wrist strap do exactly? You lift more weights.
don't make that look
He
like
like hates anybody
That's
that does
just
anything.
by
You know, when they question like,
It's true, no, true.
can you either can shop do a change and then someone will have a person can shop change a tire. The real question is can shop change a light bulb.
Shops and things were like, funny thing is, so I was just starting to watch. He's a man who's scared of, he's scared of
Yeah, I mean, so he really doesn't read comments.
He's scared.
Yeah.
Like, I read them because I go, give me something to argue. This is fun for me. I read them compulsively looking for conflict.
I just learned a long time ago that you can never, even if the live chicken has never been a single one of these things coming out. Baseball dead letter. What did you guys think about what happened to Papa's dog, Donnie? I guess his. Oh, that dog off the
Number two is at the
play
end
his
of the day,
You notice Rick as I'm looking over all this stuff.
it looks like
big guy.
I had this video of my phone
and
when I lost my cat late 2021, early 2022. My cat went missing for 8 days. And like, really torn up about it.
Death is a stage of
Like, I thought the cat was dead. Like, you have to accept if the cat goes missing, you're like, you have to accept.
I remember that. Yeah,
I said to him privately, I can't watch your video, like, of us being destroying the cat. And you're sleepless, like, you have this stuff in video, like, your cat, you have a stable room, like, take shifts, like, it fucks with you mentally so much. I'm super into my animals, so
that's a China. That's a China.
so
What everyone
the coldest day, fucking, January, like, ever. Lost like Luana's like talking to her mom, like in the background, and but I was emotional, he plays it, oh shit, he was like Luana in the background,
So why do
I
you
know that too because we lost a cat. Broken and short.
take the money.
Oh shit.
All right. They take the money program and make a Lachaim meal for that and all that. How do you do that?
I like cat. I mean, I like cats. I have a dog. I like that
If
dog.
Dario without
You have it. It's
again,
That's why.
even though we didn't want it, doesn't have the right to
What's
do
that?
And but I
Right.
also love all animals.
You can do whatever you
It
want.
doesn't have to be the dog
You
cat
can do whatever you want.
dichotomy here. I also
What
love
you want
dogs
to do
too.
with pets,
It's just dogs are higher maintenance, you know.
so it's the
Yeah, you
same
can't
thing,
really
like,
like leave
forget.
the dog. You have to make all these plans.
Dogs
You
are
can't
like
just have some company.
But the choice in the
selectively
case, having
bred
lived with
dogs to be
on
more
a family,
attached
on
to
a friend,
humans and
or
more
a community, so you can
so
choose whatever you want,
like 20
as
minutes
long
ago,
as it
Which
only
is why I
impacts
think
you.
Brenda's figured out.
The
It's
more
like,
you
you
do
get
it,
a
the
dog,
same
you give
your
it back, or
choices
take it
have
to
an
get
impact
murdered
on
or
other
whatever.
people.
hey, remember when we tried to remember when he fucked up the hypoallergenic, like Russian cow or whatever they're like, it was a specific kind of cat they
Let's
like
go.
because the person he tasked to help him find was areas where he identified the hypoallergenic get stamped first. But yeah, it's difficult landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. You know, there's more dog breeders out there.
Absolutely amazing. No,
Cats that are like
not true.
allergies.
Even if I
It's
can
like common
right?
breeds. And you
Other
can hairless cat
besides
looks for a guy.
Yaskatov,
And I connected
was
them with these
one
people
of
who were the
the
chick.
most profound speaking
And
of
on his podcast after like a
no,
security deal,
Sahara.
like you're gonna go pick him up this
in
week.
Adam
And he
in
talks
Sergeant
shit
Ba'ad
about
and
these stupid
There's
fucking
no
cats and
such
the owners
thing
of
as a
Sergeant.
Sergeant.
And so we read it forwards him.
Those even the greatest of Sergeants.
Like someone clipped it and was like,
Even the greatest of Sergeants when he dies.
it's like there's one breeder of certain kinds of cats in LA. So they send it to him. And they saw this like grizzly reach out his hostile messenger. It's like,
The old guys, so you guys when they buried him,
like outed himself for being like you saved us the trouble of like giving one of our cats to a horrible, what would be a horrible pet thing. But he couldn't even. I was like,
yes,
you can't like you could massively talk shit about somebody that did the right thing. You don't realize like you just work hours to find these cats, and then you're just like, couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough for one fucking podcast episode to talk shit about a stranger. Why are all the other and fucking blow a hole in the fucking air.
I mean, Sean, this is, I like how you bring up that it keeps getting scammed. I think we should try to scam
Is the
Sadiqim deserve Kapara. The Shoim don't deserve Kapara. Kashma,
I mentioned
Stereo itself, and also things from this comes up. What happens is or even not as strong as that. Let's say they use above ground so that's the
It's crazy because when you said or millions, it's like you don't see all like rate. Really?
right?
Someone who didn't play on their console. Yeah, exactly. Delusion. Somebody says, Mark, you know how hard it is to play NFL. But somehow,
All right,
along
along the same line.
Along the same line.
Spejda, jaka design have why do you
NFL currently. Guys, can we let PGL Tom kind of push that?
But you're gonna have the following question. Not that some problem sounds weird. Right? Because you're allowed to get right. Anyway, that's why I have the problem. So you're gonna say, why do we do Yakra hobby? Is it honor to the living or is it also activity that what eulogy does essentially is a eulogy gives cover to the family. Gives cover to the family that people are speaking about their loved one. Very good. Or, Yakra destruction. No, it's not about cover to the family. It's about cover to the deceased. Cover to the deceased is somebody dead by the Naya, somebody is all the incredible things that are being said about it. Lord says, you might not see it. Like, who cares? What does it really matter? The Amar, Lotus, we do Allah who got. Inami la Fugiyar. So listen to this. That's a really one exact. That's really that. Not want any religion. People say, I don't want any my liar. So these four of the used to have perfection.
That's a good point, Mark. I mean,
Whalers
are great. You ever see those wild turkeys? It's so funny. That kind of
WAI. Right? In other words, that relates to people like right, but so what happened?
Somehow had like I don't want to line, but there was some like South Africa like in a place where he befriended and he also does hyenas. He knows other behaviors. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship with the tigers are much more solo. Like in nature, they have more territory solo. Lions are highly social. Social animals, right? So, I've always thought it would be so cool if I could have
with public service. Just like the regular life, and they're selling to me like as much as the management. I don't know the
this question I want to ask you next right here. I think you got lost in the sauce here.
So first of all, that was
We're
for
already
the
on another
community.
take of the
And
group.
then only after
Not enough. I think you deleted it.
more car, all then is
It was a
more
great question. Oh, here we go.
overwhelming.
This is it right here.
Anyways, we want
Read it into Reddit entire book. No pictures.
we look at that drum and Sarah, it was
Such a quick face that he only reads picture books. He has a
yeah, I'm also I don't know if it was not with Sarah when she passed away. Like, if Adam was, Sarah means guys, right? And all the guys, I don't know, right? Sarah means guys, I haven't even decided about people. I haven't even Sarah died. Now, remember, now that means that he Sarah in order to come here. See, if you say that's a great was a great but I understand, then it makes sense. I'll cover said don't do anything about it. Checking that for the cover that people hear about his life, that people talk about his life, are covered for him, you can let it tell you but you shouldn't make that much sense. You should not be even if you want to say that movies are not for the dead, the movies are for the living. They just covered one sort of given to sorrow and meaning, but they just covered two of them. The biggest not for the sorrow and have, but just know that every love you is beautifully love people or technicalities of most of the dead. At the end of the day, you know, there's so much that I'm like, what represents yourself?
About that world is that he's not Superman, but you're gonna find out he's Batman. You know what I mean?
So much. So
Sometimes it's physical, like because we're just watching the physical.
a lot of times as long as my name's on that. It's like a prerequisite. As long as I'm good, I'm happy to give as much
Well, I'm glad that I didn't hear what the case is. His name is Geraldo Adler. I'm just like, well, I'm a guy with this fucking growth device, so
I'm just sorry, what makes Sarah happy? What was covered to Sarah? Covered to Sarah was to know that Abba was taken care of. Even in death. Even in death. Right? Sarah was happy in death knowing that Abba was taken care of. Selflessness. When it comes to marriage, like literally again, Abba, your needs are above my. By the way, you should just know, because the reverse as well. What's that shit in the way? Remember, Abram wanted that person was nice. Sarah was Sarah. I never once thought the idea of taking a second wife. Like, where did it come from? Who brought up the idea of who brought it up? Sarah brought it up. Sarah brought it up. Abram never brought it up. It never came up. Why? It looks like it's Abram and now you Sarah over anything. If it's just Sarah's children and Sarah's, if it's a choice between Sarah's happiness and my future, and going with Sarah's happiness. It's a good experience. It's not about me. It's not about me. Allows me to go the life of my partner. You think that gift would not be one of those that I am, then by definition, you raise
Written after that video of him working for his
percent
coffee special or did
self.
she actually
It's not that okay, as long as my needs are met, I'm happy to give. Selflessness and everything. That's what Avram and Sarah, and that's what the model for us. Incredible. Kashma. Okay. All right, it's too good. So, my fault. Not my fault. You push it. It's like let's eat a neighbor over here. It's too good. All right, let's go. Kashma. Let's pick up. We start to look at the cover also. Again, ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not I'm not saying you rub on. So Torah said they eulogize him, they buried him. We have a mission because the Kayehu, and if you want to say the about honor to the living, honor to the living, remember with the brothers of the family, rather than the fact that we're deserving of Shabbos. Of course, the Eichel and Tzadikim, we have to do it. Tzadikim was covered to come to other people through them. Kashma, but he's to do it below you. Well, Eichel Tzadikim, you have to do a showing. I bet Pasuk says they shall not do that, they shall not be buried. The Gemara says that all Muslims don't want covered coming to Israel. Kashma, Shalom, Amos, and the Mitzvahs have a stuff on the walk of Israel. Let's tell you about that. Can you support the heart by your Adon, Yisru, Lach, like Sityo. So by Sityo, the Rabbi tells you that ultimately again you're going to die in peace with the fires of the things you came before you. You can have a good death, they're going to eulogize. The Amish, you can live with the fires. Mine not for you. Again, the eulogy is about honors, the living honors of the dead. It's not about the dead, it's about the living. Which was Hankamalo, what they stated. Yaksu Bet Yisrael, Yesu Yasu Ba'abasecha. So ultimately, God is will be honored to you the same show being honored to your forehead. I think you know, I don't expect you to watch all of our shows, but we have this idea that shop hates us, right? So if you could do me a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right? And so it's been asked a bunch of times in the chat, close your eyes and think about the 47. What would it be like if you find who they are and how you would potentially hurt us? Again, some of it is rolled. So his Joe's father was a man by the name of Achaz. Ultimately, again, he went ahead and backed Achaz's bone on a bed of rope. Now, what is that? What is that? Remember, Achaz is his Joe was a one of the
Your hair is what you're saying.
he was absolutely fundamentally really yeah, that was the so that this does. This is an fundamental critique the position of people. It says
it's a fucking rest delay on Brian Callen. You'd be like, oh, that's hilarious. You guys like podcast about me every week? That's funny. Sean would hate it.
No, this is not what you do. This is not how you do it. You always like, it's nice time. Like, you look at having a car lab. And if you say you use without publishing a living microphone, it is ultimately against the power for a father to offer some power that law. Mashu we read these words. Or the power for a father to deny public value. In order to go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead. We're still under it will be there ultimately again to go ahead and get or is it honor for the living? We're talking about that we can I'm gonna go ahead. And if you diagnose, the fourth is how can you do not go ahead and say, don't eulogize me in the subject. Remember again, they were thinking that you have a message to die. United States Police, and we were carrying it in base shard. We were going to go ahead and take tactics. There's a number of stops along the way. So he said to them, when they stop eulogize me.
per se,
Don't
like
eulogize
I
me in
enjoy
small towns.
confrontation
Only
with people.
eulogize me
You
in
know,
large
the
cities
idea of
where
like
there will be a
beating
large
the shit out of
gathering.
somebody who deserves it.
That
For example,
was insulting.
if like you know,
That was
say like
something
if
you
you
learned,
were
right?
if I saw
Really,
some
I'm
dude
just
like
like Friday,
bullying my
my
friend,
national
like oh I get to
again.
beat the shit out of this guy.
Nice, let's go. Let's give it a little
There,
smoke right now. No
But
However,
that's
last year they
predicated
used
on
to
the idea of a moral weakness,
right?
where
You're right. Dude, you're fucking smart. Yeah.
But they delayed burying the dead for the purposes of honoring the dead.
of course, if somebody attacked it for kids,
Ain't
of
no
course
over.
it's not that.
Oh, yeah.
One thing not over.
That he
The
would
only thing not like the burial is when you get
what the moral
more
transgression is.
puppet.
Now, there are fighting words for guys where it's like,
That is
you
going to be
notice me, whatever,
fun.
there's certain things a guy can say to me, I'm like, you're inviting
Doesn't
me
mean for the
Right,
private.
like if this
No,
shit.
the
Yeah.
photo shall
anyway,
pass.
like, this is a male boundary.
Like if you ate so much Triscuits and they were like, hey, why did they instead of the mom calls you, you probably got yelled at off. If you say to my mom, that's
Physical violence.
And
And that's a funny thing when it happens too, is
you shall
you're
not
attacking
eat
the guy
body
because you eat his food.
Why can't you degradation? So you should only degradation of the hanging the body on the street. So the Gemara says,
It's his mind. He's
when
there.
are you not allowed to lay burial? But the lay will result in degradation of the dead.
He's a chef. Real quick, y'all talking about people being scared. That's your
No, never again. You're allowed to go and lay.
Why would about my perception of
burial in a way that doesn't
the
prevent
most
the silence or
and aggressive he was in group chats, he likes to bully people where he has formal authority in front of other people. And knowing that if you clap back at him, it's going to be in front of other people, therefore he's justified in firing. I would be far more like I would say in text message that he's probably but
Well,
just
what
being
we're
like
getting is
I'm sorry, Brendan, I'll be back.
this
I'm like,
public
yeah, it was you. I'm telling you what you're incorrect.
Or what
Go here. He like Instagram was great. He's like, stop
it really
arguing.
was a photo. The Shamea Allah Ayaro. The Habib in the corners. The Habib in the Arab
If
you know, over Allah.
tell you that you're right, you actually like business.
In order to move people more tranquil about it, right? That's
How
what
this
someone
attacks
died.
us talking about
To bring again the fires, to go ahead and bring the cancer, crowd.
okay, like
You know,
football coaches in my
over
life, like when I
one
played college football, had this head coach who was like a former
Para
NFL offensive lineman.
Ino element
Who was like
super
super smart and like just aggressive, nasty, kept
How can come out para
he
also
would
the
get in your
photos
fucking face
of
and
Kai
just be like, if you
in
fuck up,
Kobe
like,
Zion. Okay,
would like
remember
grab your face mask, like, what the fuck are you doing?
anything
So
that
I'm
he does
used to, I'm okay with guys being like, you fucked up, I'm not you correctly, but you also, if you do a great job, you bring the same energy to compliment you. So I'm not scared of a boss
about
being like,
what's public
you
domain
fucked up,
and
and assert it,
right?
right?
But
It's like, cool,
ultimately,
be
again,
direct,
these
and tell me
things
what I
very
need to do.
much heard.
But Sean is like,
People
he'll
are
get dig
allowed
you in
to
the
more
voice message in the chat,
property.
but then see
And
you in
what?
person.
That's
Hey man,
what
so
they
like,
honor
God,
today.
we
Even if
be a
it
little bit
turns
like,
out that with the layers of very a little bit, not a lot, a little bit.
yeah, spend more.
People the opportunity to teach more. That's called honor for the living. And really, very
You want me to tell you what we
does place in sitting up on
don't believe you'll actually hurt us. But we used to have two big red chairs.
and it's
All
right
the
now
soldiers
that
that we could dance around them on and try to
something
show
negative
us. Yeah, we were thinking the chairs could maybe give us
For
some time.
example,
We'd like,
Nate
try and
should
get
have
us
this
some
son, and so let's have somebody
Bobby,
who
they
has
told
to
us
do the
that we don't
job
have to worry about that.
appropriately.
Yeah.
The Monique Bar,
Tiger Belly's money is
wasn't
pretty
buried
good,
at all.
but most of that
Oh
we
shit,
just put
I
right back
have
in the
no
mud.
less
As you can see from
by
the
wild
photos.
animals. Oh shit, how you do something
He pays us pretty well. He's a good boss. Bobby's assertive.
Zell
He'll tell us
Simmons,
like, hey, there weren't enough clips about like this orbiting for cheese. Yeah. We still have this girl who is I'm giving you guys like years to find that out. Yeah. So it's I always talk about me every night.
Let's remember that phone call.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
He's like, we fucking got him. We got him. On the circuit. I'm like, no way. How do you know this? He's like, nothing fucking hacker.
Yes.
Double bag for cash. It's over. Here's what I recommend you do. Don't tell us.
Yeah.
Try to maybe get this more information. That's stupid. Stupid suggestion by you. This email address that these anonymous people might be Bobby Lee's email, maybe not. Because you don't have to verify email. Maybe like, something 12-year-olds have been through. I verified this is true.
You gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter, that email tigerbelly.com. That guy, dude, that's a piss. All you do is lie to me.
Actually did that.
Yeah.
And didn't shut up from his career.
Yes.
Brian was 30.
Now, what do you think?
How old do you surprised me? All I've ever said about fighting Brendan was it wouldn't be scary.
Someone
Like, I
dies
played
and
fucking college football against guys who were bigger
I don't
than
know.
Brendan.
You
I wrestled in heavyweight in high school.
You know what does happen?
You think I'm scared
Someone
about
dies
college
in front of
fights?
us.
I've been in more street fights that were like,
Right?
it's not
Or
do
it's a
you
great
think
sight
physical
from
engaging in physical violence?
America.
Guys were my size
Very
6 years. You must not know.
So,
That's how I feel about August. I was thinking,
a great sight.
That guy's cigarette
Taurus. Like, so,
Oh,
husband
yeah.
doesn't get the rest of the things to do. The mother says, you know what?
You thought it would go for you? Like,
Because since there's a pain
ideas.
missing out
it ain't
on
he's trying to fuck.
that lack of
Let's just say
immunity
he's slipping more than
benefits.
He said, give
What
me
do you
the
think?
face of
What
the
do you
face.
think?
No, he was actually kind
Before,
of shoot, but he was like, you know, hey, if you're ever in London, like, come through, boys. Guys were polite, but like, he was
doesn't receive it, part of the power. Someone said, the bottom line is, man says, no, the shock you should not be done.
when did
We're getting all for the dead.
wife
That
was,
the reality is,
I do my,
it's not really needs to
I crash that every
call
day.
on cell phone away to Sequoia National Forest.
on one hand, you have to listen to incredibly important.
Has Brian taken a loans or something from was I was told no. Keep money for Alan. When Brendan was drinking, how much alcohol was down? A lot. Because I remember keeping track of this, and I remember I'm looking through some of the photos that I have on my phone. I take a charge at about 9 a.m.
You have
Large,
5 more minutes.
like at 9 in the morning, and then you just keep drinking. You see this release, you know? What's fun? It's like you're drinking whiskey. And then he would do, try to calculate how much he's drinking based on like, take a large glass of paper.
Like, oh, did you know how to use Old Bay?
Like a Diet Coke in.
God, we both know show all
Whiskey
of
and ice.
Oh, so wait,
About like 6 shots.
imagine if someone said, right, if someone said,
One of
someone
those,
said,
maybe
you
let's
have
say somebody
5
was drinking at
more
least 12
minutes.
shots of whiskey at night
You
over
work
the course of 2
Paris.
shows.
Your spouse.
Damn, and then
Imagine that was said. That was
Yeah,
way tested. I was at
Sound
least
that
drinking
sounds
30 drinks of whiskey.
that's a
And it was like, my God. And then go to
So
Brendan's
I'm just saying, just think about this. Somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to speak
I
to
don't know
your
if it
loved
is or
one.
not.
5 minutes, you and your loved one. That's what it
It
is.
was part of his act. He's like,
That's what it is.
a giant glass of
not-
whiskey.
it's
It's
not-
not finished with it. Show.
Not
And for
to
somebody
paint
who
the
struggles to
picture, people picture that as historical pictures. Those are all very nice things. That's right. You can post that on the Levingston website. Right? All of that is that you can read that on your own. That's not what a eulogy is. A eulogy is an opportunity, a last opportunity. The Macy's right there. To speak to the Macy's. Every single relationship that you wish you said that you never got a chance to say, or maybe you didn't say it in this way, or maybe you didn't say it enough. And that's how you could show its ultimate measure is today. Really get now ultimately that is benefit to the relationship.
Like control of
instance of eulogy for the dead. All right, let's go back to Corbin. The most memorable again. Next time the mission was that they did not go ahead and get the same cemetery. They did not bury in the same cemetery as someone who got the murder. So half Rama. Why?
He does this like future faking where it's like,
So why?
oh, he uses like probably the person this is like the stage
we don't bury his son and it's
because I'm so
once he died,
this chick that I look at about your culture, like who we are. This I've seen it pursue so many friends
in Russia,
his ocean is identical. You know, that is he's the social
way, you're gonna die. You're gonna be buried.
Story.
So you want some of that about the United States, having them buried. This is wild. This is from nothing. First talking about how you saw at war. But I think they're very casualties of war. The lowest and they saw the approaching enemy army. So what did they do? So they did not control the worried about it. So they threw it into the burial stage. Right? Threw it burial stage. It happens to be the burial stage they threw it to was the burial stage of the Navi and Ishta. Get ready for this. We'll say, get ready for this. What happened? The young guy Ishta Akos Ishta. So again, remember, so we'll say, remember the way they were buried. They were buried in caves, right? Well, first they bury in the ground, and then afterward they would give everybody some bones. They would collect the bones, and they would place it like in a try to come like in a cave. Where you can believe like showing outside.
People that discard
You're just like,
which I thought like guess what? If you knew that, one of them's gonna
That's Crystal Inn. That's Crystal Inn.
Right next to the Hampton.
Right, it's like you're upping the odds of women, like objects. What if them might protest?
They have like shelves. And the bones are placed on shelves. Fascinating. So the guys go into the burial
Trumpet, great question. We already
his
answered that.
body comes in contact with Vayaga Ishba Akos Elisha, Vayichiv, Vayakam al Raghav.
He's an artiste.
How
The
many
man, right, so the dead man comes in contact with the bones of Elisha, he came back to life.
how is Brendan the
Came back to
40s
life.
lifestyle? Does it make
So
sense?
you must say, now why did he come back? You know, why is he coming back to life? So apparently this man was a lush. So he did not deserve to be buried in the same grave as Elisha. If you don't bury your son next to Elisha, the miracle was heard, he came back to life, walked out. Walked out, I'm going to help you, literally, you may not, you know,
Your bank account is for no reasons. I can't comment on that because I know that a lot of doing stand up. You get a lot of money doing podcasts. So if you have any sort of financial intelligence, you talk some of that way.
And I think he doesn't.
I like these stuff. Those pages.
That's the main thing is like a guy like me, a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a phone and I don't care. The comfort would be having a bunch of money.
It's true. The guy came back to life. We'll see what happened. But he came back to life. He walked out of the burial cave and he died. He didn't go back home. He didn't go back home. He came back to life enough to walk out of the burial cave.
They were laughing about with that expensive thing. He's whining all the time about Austin. One of the first things he said was the hair one.
How did it
Oh, yes, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about that? That's crazy because
I hate because I can like as a bodybuilder, like you cook your own face, steak and rice, like right now. I don't need so this like $10 steak that I can get Costco, the red base.
And then there are people who dabble. Right? Russian dabblers. Right? So there's like a Russia, right? So again, so they are go ahead and there you go. The listeners are above chorus. So it goes like don't say so. That is not Gary. Again, obviously that's me.
Dude, you see our guitar
That what's it,
Air One? It's like EREWHON. It's like a whole more expensive.
There are some servers that
It's like a grocery store where everything is like 3 times the price of a normal grocery store.
upon the people who are
Here's a
doing
small
that.
thing of Sierra strawberries.
I'm
It's $18.
Okay, look at this.
grocery shop there. I got this
Someone
here
eats
too.
favorite. Someone eats favorite. And again, obviously nobody what you do. And separated out the carbon. Then you off the carbon. And then what happens? They give me a diagram. And then so again, you guys what is it? You separate out the carbon.
I was flying it out, so like the first time
now the story's not over.
it was when he came for King of the Snow episode early on in my tenure, when I started helping out with
If you maximize your time,
I met him, zipped up,
and
he
it goes
just
good, and now it comes
you
out
could
to
tell
us.
he didn't
What's that?
the whole energy
Hold
level
up the
through
new
it.
guy.
He really wanted to, he made some vague reference to like, the man who was dealing with stuff, like, this, your heart's not in it, whatever he said, but obviously referring to the King of Snow because he was traveling across the country.
You may have the thing about Shiva. You can't use that carbon, right? But as a whole, you can use that. Once something has been set aside for non-use, it cannot be incredible.
If I was making a money, you could not
Oh, I'm a real
enough
one.
to like
Okay,
take another flight across the country.
Moving.
Podcasts are so powerful.
Separate out of carbon, and then you became insane. You became insane, right? To show that because of it, that was then became insane again. So what's that? A whole beneath that is that. Which is the person is a show that. You can't offer up a carbon. So again, essentially, since the company is owned by a show that, it can't be offered. Even if it becomes insane again, most of myself, still just have to offer that carbon. Why? Once the carbon has been set aside for non use, it's set aside for non use.
You apply this to anybody who looks like a good person.
So why
you're not
do
going to last very long with your job.
yes, when it comes to stuff, again, as a person, I would say, you should up and out, so you ease up and out, so if you're dying.
I just want to say something.
I, in the name of God, and it keeps the guy ultimately, again, you can see that that's happened. And therefore, again, when you break back up, ultimately, you're going to give up the carbon. So, you can be a lot, sir. Go ahead and, like, for example, somebody's have a husband, you're a lot, sir. Even though, when I do the Yankee, go to again, too. Become about the boss. You're the halal from the so, I don't know, so you can.
She's a great person. I love that. What's the story? Blank check. Okay. I don't do Bahamas.
And it's forever set aside for 9 years.
What's that show called?
He's going to have to set aside for
Podcast that's on, it was like with Richard
total
Clown.
beneath that.
There's a clip I know
Once
that
something is
has
set aside for 9 years, ultimately, again, to the moon says,
I do believe she has psychopathic tendencies.
there's certain boys that code,
How we
that once they close
your poetry, and it's extremely dark, and if it's any sort of accurate representative of thought process, tends to be highly exploitative, manipulative, like
and there are
the
situations like
fantasies
that,
of,
where if you don't take advantage
wealth,
now,
power,
the
celebrity,
opportunity will be there later. But there are many
sadistic
things
behavior
in
towards
life
men.
where if you don't take advantage
Like,
now, what
if you found someone's journal and you saw this shit, you'd be like,
you
this
cannot
person
pry
writes
it back
himself.
open. You're not getting back
Yeah, I
that
do.
So that's my
opportunity.
evidence for
Total
you.
beneath
And
and
also, in
once
person,
again,
she
you
seems
can't
to
do
be
it anymore. Then ultimately, again, you
performatively,
are done. Now,
emotionally
it's beautiful
intelligent,
news.
right?
There's
So
always
it's
more
not like
opportunities, right? Additional things happen. Right?
considered
But the
being
nice
mindful
again,
of
sometimes
things that we
once
talk.
it's
So,
done,
Right.
it's
Great
done.
is directing you with a calm, deliberate strategic purpose, smart enough to misdirect the way to the fact that she's calculated, vindictive.
Fighter.
If you look at enough of Tiger Belly,
Pero
you'll
yo,
see
it's happening
evidence
now.
for
How you about country?
being
Like you already died.
masks
How
that
you
she has enough self-awareness about them all the time,
So it's
and she often comes across as genuine and
because you haven't worked with that
like
idolatry.
she
Now
is
again,
very close
let's
to
take
Bobby,
any
but
that
assume
I love this country to death.
she
I mean,
is very
anything that's
confident in
enough
her
of a
pursuit
there,
of
sure,
Bobby.
country better come
She's
out.
highly incentivized to
Anything
make
that's financial
relationships
sensitive,
as intimate as possible in your
against
relationship, and even
I might have why do you have to feel
calculated
how you
motives to
the
pursue
south of
Bobby.
the devil, the people who earn that
Well,
are killed,
and
ultimately
famous,
again, that's what I
resident
real
Cats
all
have
beneath
the
you.
manager
There's one something instead of
you
fighting on you,
like set
that's
him up and kind of
fighting
like
on you. I'm gonna buy it.
exploited
These
with
service, that's the sense of hope.
mutual
Pretty much, I'm gonna buy it. These service
Writing
makes me so
poetry
crucial.
to me
I'm
is
gonna
interested in something in this world of broken and comedians,
that's
like
by itself.
diaries and poetry. Like, I love to read, like, I don't know. I mean, obviously, shout out to Diary, but he doesn't write. But like Rogan, what's in Rogan's diary? Jim died. Does he write poetry? That's a haiku
And then
about
it
a
just
winter
dies.
horse.
It dies, natural
I don't know how
causes.
to do
You might
haikus.
say that's tough,
But it would be like
that
something
doesn't
about,
provide
I'm
it
as
for you.
horny as Brendan's for it, all right?
Then you're smile. You're caught up in the case, you travel, some of that is good. You come up, you might have thought for that maybe. Let's say Cohen. Cohen has a father and parents, and his parents went off together. Parents became up because you might have thought that a Cohen should be harming himself. I'm all. But only parents are on the right together because the son who's just Cohen with harming for those. Now, what do you see from this, right? You see something that I love, that's the pattern. No. When someone is executed, that type of death is the pattern. But the stand by not forcing that's happened. I mean, Robert, you come down, you never have yourself. Amazing of yourself. How do you compare someone who's executed because of his wishes to some died in natural causes while being a Russia? Mason self wisho, even if the Arctic Kamayas, no having a kapara. Nerag self wisho, even if the Arctic Kamayas, having a kapara. If a person is a Russia, and they die of natural causes as a Russia, that does not account. If it's a Russia and they're executed because of their resource, that death accounts. Now we're going to see the not death by itself doesn't account either. That's more freedom. The state, Nizma yourself, and okay, both are going to have to accept. You can't tell me some people he was a cause for definitely a big file. You are only sanctuary. Just as you was our Dakamakawa of our tonight. They've given little the carcasses of your servants as peaceful birds. The Sarkasidaha, the Kaisa are the flesh of your Hasidim, to the animals of the earth. Maya Badak Hamasa, Abadak Hasidah. These are people who were shy. And once they were executed, how did they Avadafa? Once they were executed by a being, they were called Avadafa. What do you think of here? Someone executed by yeah, by it. They come down to some days. They come down to some little enough for a little bit. Actually compare. People were executed by the monarchy. The people who were executed by Nathan. A really mouthful. Those executed by the mouthful. It's the most distinct how do you make kapara? So it's somebody executed by David that they have no deficit and have no reality. I look at David set by the government. So those that by our enemies that ultimately again because that's abnormal, therefore that's essentially they feel like this Hashem. As the Gemara says, I look at David, but those killed by David, so they didn't commit to it. Well, still because the legal trespass, set them not cause death by enemies, but the death of Hashem, and death. The Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes and death does not automatically affect kapara. It's not going to that by enemies, right? That automatically affects kapara. These are someone is executed by these things. Don't go ahead and bury him in the cover of his fathers. These are like, oh, but if you say that execution death by a baby ultimately again affects kapara, then why wouldn't you bury him in the burial place of his forefathers? No, really requires death, right? Death and burial. And burial. Most of our somebody was executed by him. We would not go ahead. There was no, I think, there was only Aninos elevation. Because Aninos ultimately, when Lisa died, part of the other. But if you person is executed, let them mourn. No. Immediately, kapara takes effect in 2 weeks. Number 1, execution. Number 2, burial. Number 3, decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do that because again, now it's going to be position, which the Gemara says, is boss the Malak and the the COVID also been common. What do we see? After the body decomposes, we can then do that. So once you gather the bones, and then afterwards you bury the bones again in Kavra. So what will be interesting? Three different types of death. Death from natural. Well, more than I mean, a person is a Russia, and now they die in one of 3 ways. Either natural cause. What is clear, Russia dies of natural cause. What's the impact of death on his rituals? The impact of death on his Russia status? 0. Still Russia. If he dies because he's killed by what we call Halugin Malchus, he's killed by Gentile nations because he's a Jew, then what's the halacha? His death is in the kappa. Like that's dying out to the Hashem. I don't think his death is absolutely. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by David. So what happens when David executes the Russia? So once they hear it appears, that it's interesting. Here it appears that there is kapara. The kapara really requires 3 things. Number 1, execution. Number 2, burial. And number 3, decomposition. Now those are number 2. You already know that execution by David is not going to happen by. So how do you know this? What do we say? When they were 10 amas away, from the base of Spira, what did the baby say? What did the baby say? Right? It's Tzibada. He started to do vegan. Right? You see from her that death by itself is not the type of even from Nissan's station. Why? Because again, they were ordering him to do vegan. They were ordering him to confess his sins. So the fact that he had to do vegan, the fact that he had to confess his sins, indicates to us that death by itself was not Mechaber. Even Nissan's station is not Mechaber. But again, even death by a baby is still going to require number 1, Shuvah. You gotta do vegan before you die. Number 2, execution. Number 3, burial. Number 4, decomposition. So let's say stop over here. But yeah, but it's. I want to put down. I'm gonna. It's really very difficult. You didn't get me. That's folks. We were supposed to get to the end of the days yesterday. It's all on it. So if you see him, please instruct him. The website.
You can get away with it more. For example, I don't know if you're following lively, you hear a lot about holding shit up on set, The Rock and Vin Diesel, they're talking about how Vin Diesel will hold up production. If you're an A-list actor,
all right, Joe, good morning. Good morning.
Force Vin use a lot of those trailer for this one.
A good talk. Hopefully everyone had a beautiful uplifting and
there's no like mechanism in place to punish you for not showing
grace plus Baruch Hashem to continue and begin a new week of Mesechus and together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors.
Tony Hinchcliffe, did you guys
Thanks.
see Tony Hinchcliffe?
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah.
Go for it.
He's terrible. Really? Oh,
No, I don't watch him.
he's absolutely horrendous at stand-up. Yeah. You know, he's another guy that was actually nice to me, kind of not unlike Jeff Dye when I met him.
Our Torah sponsors for the year Hey Hey, our annual Torah sponsor Toshim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos for this year as is plus for Besaros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Week of learning sponsors Rabbi Ari and Tara Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's and your grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zifron the Bracha, who was in Paris this past week. We also have the merit of our Talmud and Shama Havavir family in the Chama, and of course we dedicate to learning in the schools of our precious the Torah to continue to bring them home the Shalom and the Karov and the merit of our holy soldiers there. The Torah allows successful the whole night of the day. Listen to that, we have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Very incredible ahead of us today. Sorry. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's begin. So 57. We left off about 6 into the white line. Is that correct? You buy the rule? Good. So you buy asking my boss, so you need to should this year. So then follow base 46B about lines into the white line. Mara asked the Kashal, when we bury the dead, we bury the dead only again because not bury them is considered to be a desire, degradation, or humiliation for the dead, or is it because that burial affects kapara? So the Gemara says, no, burial affects the soul. So you might not, what does matter? The Amar, what happens if a person says, right, Ruben about it, and Ruben says, you know what, bury me. Don't bury me. And you know what, don't spend the money to buy expensive. Just don't bury me. It's all right. So is a person allowed to say, don't bury me? So the Gemara says, it depends. The Amar Kushim is the owner who will call See, if it's about degradation and humiliation, so remember again, it's not degradation and humiliation doesn't only impact the dead, it also impacts the family. It's going to be humiliating for a family to have someone unburied. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Lat Kol Kimine, Rashi says, almost right across, the desire to the Krova. It is an embarrassment for the Dawah. This is humiliation, but not just a humiliation for the dead, for the deceased person, because again, the dead person is dead. One of the parts about being dead is you don't get easily embarrassed, right? Right? So in other words, so the nice side, like this, you have to see the bright side of everything, right? So the nice side, again, at least when you're dead, there's no humiliation. So it's not these values, when we say degradation, who's being humiliated? It's the family, because the family is having their relatives unburied. So if it's a humiliation, even if Ruben says, don't bury me, you don't listen to him, On the other hand, the Amr Kapara, but if at the end of the day, perhaps, burial is about atonement. That's burying the dead. Burying the dead is part of the atonement for the dead. So then, halacha l'maisa again. I will say, if you take over Rashi, if you're old, created the head para b'hatmanu shemalidu mashbilim also the kaktios. I will say, could very well be, and we'll see this. We've seen this already mentioned. We'll see more today. That burial, death affects the atonement, and it could very well be that part of the atonement of death is burial, is being put down. That's part of the atonement of the individual. So let's see now, let's show something beautiful in Rashi. Look here, Rashi describes burial. He says, again, remember, see that Rashi? Oh, the Rashi is right across from the last short line in the Gemara. To bury someone, burial itself is a kapara. Look how Rashi describes burial. Rashi describes burial. Literally means it means installation. So, in other words, you go ahead, you take a towel, that's called hashmana. That's called burial of hashmana. What is this? tried to highlight over here. Burial is not a permanent state. Burial means putting a body in the ground, you're insulating there until something else. What's the something else? Yes, I mean, that's the entire you sold the burial. When you say, and that's I will say, that's why amazing enough, Jewish burial, there's no flowers, right? In Eretz Yisrael, you see it. In Eretz Yisrael, you see it, especially if I told you that. But in general, you have flowers by a funeral. What can I bring down? Because often, conventional thinking is do whatever you can, don't make death look like death. That's why you see by other religions, what will often happen is all the earth is covered, right? You'll never see a mound of dirt, and there's weeds, there's flowers, it's beautiful. Then what happens? There's the service. Everyone leaves, and then what happens? Then the dirt comes out, the digging happens, like cosmeticize. I don't know if that's the word, right? Cosmeticize, like just make it look pretty, make it look nice. You just can't understand that one of the most important parts of mourning, one of the most important parts of life is whatever you're going through, lean into it. Whatever you're going through, just put yourself in it. So there's death, lean into it. What's death? Death is finality. Death is the end. Death is my loved one is going into the ground and they're going to be buried. And there's no point in pretending that it's any prettier than it is, because it's not. It's difficult. It's heartbreaking. It could be devastating at times. But the sooner you move into it, the sooner one is able to practice. That's number one. Number two is that at the end of the day, we believe, see, if you make it off, then it looks like this is the end. But it's not the end. Death is not the end. And that's just the end. Yes, it's an amazing resurrection of the dead. We believe that this is just another stage. It's just like birth is a stage of life, death is a stage of life, but it's not the end. So I have to make a whole big thing and say, so profound. We're putting the body into the ground, so to speak, to insulate it. It's a holding place. Holding it, and Mashiach comes and the dead come back to life of your name. That's the Shiloh. So everyone agrees it's a din of burial. Din of burial, by the halachas of mourning. There are so many different halachas. Many of the halachas are really minhag. That's why you'll find in different communities you do different things. But the thing that everybody agrees with is burial in the ground. That's the halacha. First, one of the early advice is that in some of the cemeteries here, they utilize vaults. Now, sometimes it's because of the water table or different things like that. Never start more in my life. So again, a lot of interesting shyness with also, but again, fascinating. But even then, it's in the ground. It's in the ground. Okay, so then the verse is as follows. So that's the Shiloh. So why do we bury? Do we bury because of desire? If you don't bury, it's going to be a degradation for the family. Or do we bury because burial is kapara? It's a atonement for the dead. So that's not Reuven's on his deathbed. He gathers his family. He says, Havra, do me a favor. I'd rather you go on a Pesach program. Don't spend the money on burial. Right? Don't spend the money on burial. Take the money. All right, good. Nice, good. Take the money, use it for a Pesach program, and make a l'chaim for me, a little sugar for me on Pesach sites, and that's an only burial. So can you do that? So it depends. If burial is about kapara, you can say, I don't want the kapara. If burial is about humiliation and degradation, then the mice, again, even though Reuven doesn't want it, Reuven doesn't have a right to bring degradation, humiliation upon his family. Also another tremendous mistake. In life, you can do whatever you want, but you can't do it when what you want to do has implications upon other people. So sometimes, you forget that the choices we make don't only impact us, but have a ripple effect on our family, on our friends, and our community. So you could choose whatever you want for you, as long as it only impacts you. But the moment you use your choices on other people, you must absolutely unequivocally keep. Says Gemara, let's go. Gemara says, "Mashma, but you first said let's listen to this." Well, that was saying now the fact that we even bury tzaddikim, we are making shem kapara tzaddikim and kapara tzaddikim. Now, obviously, what does that show you? That shows you that burial is because of what humiliation and degradation. Because tzaddikim need kapara. Tzaddikim don't need any kapara. To which the Gemara says something absolutely amazing. No, tzaddikim, the Gemara says, it's not true. Even tzaddikim need atonement. Why? It says, Adam in tzaddik ba'arz sheyash hello. Yeah, it was one of the most Adam in tzaddik ba'arz sheyash. There's no such thing as a tzaddik who doesn't mess up. Even the greatest of tzaddikim makes mistakes. Even the greatest of tzaddikim, when he dies, is in requirement of kapara. Incredible. Tashma, so let's see some answer it. Tashma, also, Shavuot say the pasuk says the eulogia also eulogize him and they buried him. This is Abiyah. Rabbi Ben Nebat, unfortunately, again was one of the kings of Malchus Israel, the first Malchus Israel, of the split kingdom, and unfortunately introduced Lara. He had a son by the name of Abiyah. Well, he has a number of sons, and they buried him. The Amish to have like Kapara, that ultimately was that burial is further. So why is only Avia buried? And all the other sons buried as well. Who have like Kapara? No, sometimes the halacha is like this. Tzaddikim deserve Kapara. Rishon don't deserve Kapara. Tashma, no use to do. No use to do. Those have like Kapara. You buy the okay. So therefore. The Gemara doesn't tell us exactly what the essence of burial of degradation. It's really again that burial itself affects part of the kapara. We're going to see essentially that there are three parts to kapara, only the power of death. There's death, there's burial, and then there is the decomposition of the remains. Those are the three parts that affect the atonement. The burial itself really serves this twofold purpose of halacha again, that atonement, and also saves the family from degradation. Also, this is actually very important because this comes up. Unfortunately, often, what happens if a family member leaves instructions to be cremated? They cremated, right? Or even not as strong as that. Let's say they leave instructions for above ground burial. Now, in general, there's a mitzvah to the Mekayim Divrei Hametz. There's a mitzvah to uphold the last will and testament of someone who dies, but not when that runs contrary to halacha. So therefore, again, even if someone requests to be cremated or above ground burial, if the family member has the ability to do what is right, it is an absolute service to the deceased. A proper burial for the reasons we just saw before. Number one, the degradation of the family, and number two, the kapara, that burial effect for the neshama. All right, mostly along the same lines. Along the same. Yibaylahu Hespeias Yakar Zekai Have or Yakar Dishki. Mostly eulogies. Why do we deliver eulogies? Let me ask you I open every single guy, which is this is my again, I still think you can. So you want to ask the following question. Not just on the Twitter, not that you follow me all the time. We just happen to be allowed. Anyway, so you want to ask as follows. The Gemara says, "You buy low, a eulogy. Why do we deliver eulogy? In honor to the living, or as well say, do we see that what a eulogy does is essentially a eulogy gives cover to the family. Gives cover to the family. That people are speaking about their loved one. Right, good. Or, oh, nothing. Or no, it's not about cover to the family. It's about cover to the deceased. Cover to the deceased, right there in the Shema is there by the Vaya, and therefore the Shema is all these things that are being said about it. The Lord says, okay, well, it might not who cares? What does it really matter? The Amar, Lo Tisbidu Allahu Gadra. You know, so listen to this. That thing on his deathbed, it really says, I do any eulogies. Sometimes people say, I don't want any eulogies at my Levaya. So is like, they used to have professional wailers, not W-H-A-L-E-R, right? Or it's like W-A-I-L-E-R, right? That reminds me of people like professional choirs, these guys, like you get these guys. What an interesting surprise, right? But the truth is, it's no different than bringing a band to the wedding, etc., who helps to set the mood. So these guys, people come, they would cry, they would eulogize, they would this. So what would happen? So you can't force for the wailers, the criers, eulogize. So say, now listen to this. So it depends. What does it depend on? AGs are about covered for the family. Ruben says, I don't want any eulogies. Don't listen to them. Eulogies if you love. But if on the other hand, eulogies are about covered for the deceased. Whereas if the individual says, I don't want any eulogies, you should listen to them. That's the Shiloh. So the Gemara says, let's say, Tashma, Vayava Avram, this also really close as well. Tash Sarah. This is a beautiful Gemara. Avram Avinu came to Sarah to eulogize and to cry for her. That's interesting. So Richard points out that if you think about it, it doesn't seem to be the right order of things. It should be Vayavo Am Liftos Service Oda. Yes, cry for and then he eulogized. Right? Crying is the main part. Then it's like the cry part. So that he says that Avram understood that there were two parts to Sarah. There was Sarah and Avram Avinu's wife, and there was Sarah meaning like as the mud to the monotheistic community. So Avram Avinu, the loss of the community about his own person. So first he eulogized. That was for the community. And then only after he gave the community the opportunity to one part, only did he more of his own personal. Overwhelming. Anyway, but the Ian, the Friday we should look at that drum, Mashu Sarah, it was here's what's driving the Gemara, and this is very important. The Gemara understands over here that Allah Avram Avinu was not with Sarah when she passed away, right? Remember again, Avram was by Yachidah. Sarah meaning dies in Be'er Sheva. Right? Right? Sorry, maybe guys, Avram Avinu was by Yachidah. So Avram Avinu has to come Sarah when she dies. Now remember, so now that means that they delayed the burial of Sarah in order for Avram to come and eulogize. So if you say, watch this, if you say that a eulogy is for the sake of the deceased, then I understand, then it makes sense. It's how it's covered for settle to write her burial. If you say that a eulogy is covered for her, because of covered for Avram Avinu, that people should his wife, that people should talk about his wife, and it's covered for him to the burial of Sarah. It doesn't seem to make that much sense. You should not the guy who should not because of the covenant to Avram Avinu, we're going to delay the burial of Sarah. Doesn't make any sense. No. Delaying the burial to give covenant to Avram was Sarah. Why? Sarah can make he hated Yaakov. So, it was covered to Sarah for Avram's path. In other words, even if you want to say that eulogies are not for the dead, the eulogies are for the living, the greatest one could have given to Sarah in Nunu was the greatest nafas that would be to know that Avram Avinu was being treated a beautiful insight into knowledge. But at the end of that, like, what makes, you know, you have to say something very critical. When you love it to someone such that they are more important than your own that of beautiful blissful relationship. A lot of times in marriage, I'm happy to do for the other, like I'm happy to do for my spouse, as long as my needs are met. Right? It's like the prerequisite. As long as I'm good, I'm happy to give as much. It's not really what it's about. Really, marriage represents a level of selflessness that really goes above and beyond normative expectations. The ability to put another human being in my own totality, and to know that as long as the other person is happy, I'm good. I'm good. So sorry, what makes Sarah happy most? Covered Sarah was to know that Abram was taken care of, even in death. Even in death, right? Sarah would be happy in death, knowing that there is such a selflessness when it comes to marriage that literally, again, Abram, your needs are above mine. By the way, you should just know, because the reverse as well. Both like amazing. I've been sort of like my heroes in marriage. It's like heroes in marriage. Remember, I wanted to have children more than anything. Sarah couldn't have children. I never once thought the idea of taking a second wife. And who did it come from? Who brought up that? Who brought it up? Sarah brought it up. Sarah brought it up. Avram never brought it up. It never came up. It was never a suggestion. It was never mentioned. Because Avram valued Sarah over anything. If there's a choice between Sarah's needs and children, I'm going with Sarah's. If it's a choice between Sarah's happiness and my future, I'm going with Sarah's happiness. Listen, it's another human being. It's not about me. It's not about me. If Baruch Hu is meaning me, a shidduch Baruch Hu allows me to build a life with a partner. If he gives me that gift, if not everyone is so have, then by definition, the way to nurture that gift is to be 1,000,000% self. It's not that, okay, as long as my needs are met, I'm happy to give. I know and that is how Sarah, and that's what the model for us. Incredible. Tashma. Okay. All right. So that's not my fault. All right, let's go. Tashma. So Torah says they eulogized him, they buried him, and if you want to say that eulogy is about the honor to the living, where the member or the brothers or the family of Yeram ben Nebat, the serving of David. So, of course, Nechler and Tzaddik, they not do it in Shia. Tzaddikim want covered people through them. Tashma, Vayispadul Peru, Lo Nechler Tzaddikim, Yaakov Yerushalayim. The pasuk says they shall not be they shall not be buried. So the Gemara says that ultimately Tzaddikim don't want covered to Yerushalayim. Tashma, Shalom Hamus, over Mitzvahs Avalon. Can Yisufullah by a Adon Yisufullah expect Sityo. And Sityo, the Navi tells him that ultimately again you're the buyers of the king before you will be. So in other words, he's gonna have death, they're gonna eulogize. Ziyaret Mishum Yifritaye, mine after. Now again, the eulogy is about honor to the living, honor to the dead. So what the Sityo, it's not the Sityo that's going to eulogize. Who cares? It's not about the dead and the living. is what they need to say to him. Yaakov et Yisrael, Yehi Demiasri Ba'avasecha. So ultimately, Klal Yisrael will gain honor from you the same way that Klal Yisrael gained honor. It's almost like a really beautiful idea as well. That Satar Happy when others honor you. Yeah. Right? So he can get people don't need their own honor. So I think we'll say top of Memzai 47. Tashma. Nivsa be'elav nimas. So this is David Amalek. Nivsa be'elav nimas. Rolled in his own arms. Zech Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. This first Hiskiel, the king of Yehuda. Shekiber Atzmos Aviv Amita Shalchaval. He dragged his bones forever. So Hiskiel's father was a man by the name of Achaz. So ultimately, he went ahead and he dragged bones on a bed of ropes. Now, what does that mean? So remember, Achaz was a tremendous Russian, introducing that to it. Hiskiel was a child. One of the things that Hiskiel felt that he had to do when he first pursued repudiate the idolatr's father. When he did that, he dragged his father's remains. This is done. This is a fundamental and complete concept of sometimes needing to evil in the face and just say, no, what we do, this is not how we do it. So much my time, okay, it's allowed to watch. Why? I'm sorry. And if we say that unity is about public of the living, my time, for Shvi Kapara for his father, for Kapara Davua, Mashu is weaker, he's public of God. So, again, this was important even for college, for high school, for gold cover. Still was still tethered to some fundamental question. What is the role of a eulogy? Is eulogy there ultimately go ahead? Is it honor for the dead or is it honor for the living? The question of us is an incredible question of our ahead. So we'll say this is the fourth reply before he gave a series of instructions to his children. And he said to his kids, he said to family, Al tiskiduni ba'ayos. Do not go ahead and you guys don't eulogize me in the small village. Remember again, they were taking Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. He died in Sipori, in Beit Sharet. They're going to go ahead and take his casket. It was a journey. And essentially, they'd be making a number of stops along the way for eulogies. So he said, stop eulogizing, don't eulogize in small towns, only eulogizing where there will be a large gathering. That was instruction. That was instruction. Again, if the eulogy is for the living, so what does Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi care if he eulogizes? What does it matter? Asavar, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi felt that ultimate eulogies, right, wouldn't be a couple for again, because there's a couple. So people see that where was honoring the Torah scholars and such, that'd be a cover for clouds. So incredible Tashma, Gemara goes like there, the dead. Right? But the late burying the dead for the purposes of honoring the dead. For the over Allah. So we're saying you're not over. In other words, the only time you're not allowed to delay burial is when you're delaying it for some other associated reason. But the reason we're delaying burial is to give the mace even more public, bringing shrouds, bringing a casket, that is going to be fine. So you might as well, my love, the photo show mace doesn't mean for the covet of the mace, the Kvodo shall chai. Don't use for the covet of the living. Mercy what? Kvodo shall chai mavis label the mace. So I don't think the covet for the living is going to delay its burial of the dead. How does that make any sense? And Rachmana lo salim nivlas alei dumi l'talui the escape desire. No. The Torah says you shall not leave his body hanging on the tree. Why? Because it's a degradation. So we say any degradation is comparable to hanging the body on a tree. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Give me the Torah base. When are you not allowed to delay burial? When delaying will result in a degradation for the dead. Even the less they desire. So over here, because there is no desire, well, therefore again, so we'll say, so it's interesting. You're allowed to go ahead and delay this actually comes up a little bit, where delaying burial in a way that doesn't present the Zion towards the dead. Again, it's also, all of these things are also very different in our current circumstances. With refrigeration. So remember, times that we do leaving so for any amount of time summer, significantly better. A lot of these things have changed. Suggesting that sometimes we're getting this interesting interface between considered to be public mace and public of a living. What we're going to ultimately see is that sometimes these things very much intersect. Watch out. Hey, little bit photo. The Shamea, I love IRS. The Happy the Kominos. The Happy the Art of the Catholic. Over I love. So let's say for you, the person unvetted. In order to people more time to come to the Levaya, right? Let people know that so and so died, then people come to the Levaya to bring again the fires, to go ahead and bring the casket, shrouds. Over one is not in violation of halal and burial. Shekala Ose Ela once whoever does these things, only for the Kavod Chala Ose Lichvodo Shchai Ein Bo. So what's the Gemara really means to say for this? Anything that's done for the covenant of the living ultimately is not a desire. In other words, there's an intersectionality between these two concepts about the mace and covenant of God, right? That ultimately, again, these things very much converge because people are allowed to mourn more properly than what that gives greater honor to the dead. See, even if it turns out that the very local, not a lot, a little bit, opportunity to mourn, that's all honor for the living, and really honor for the dead. Look at the Mercy Kashma. And the Mercy says, very interesting, Simin Yafal the Mason. It's fascinating. It is an omen for the dead. Where something negative happens after the person's, for example, let's say you have someone who is not eulogized appropriately, below Kibar, or someone who wasn't buried at all. Osha Hayab Loras, someone who's dragged away by a wild animal, also not buried. Osha Hayab Shamin South in Almikaso, or was raining on the funeral bier. Zel Simin Nafelamis. This is a good sign for this. How would you think a good sign for this? Essentially, Rashi points out over here that what it means is retribution means exactly for the punishment of the deceased on his body here in this world, so that the neshama will not have to suffer. In general, we have this idea, that it's a very high level to reach, but it's certainly something that we have to aspire to. When difficult things happen to us in life, there is a certain element of simcha that has to come with it. Why? Because every little bit of tzad, every little bit of discomfort, or difficulty that I have in this world means that it's less that I have to suffer in this. Right? All of us have spiritual baggage, and all of us have things for which we need atonement for. And when that atonement is exactly from us in this world, it means there's less punishment and less atonement in the world to come. So Gemara just suggests over here something that obviously is a very high level, And even if I can't, sometimes I'll say life is about things that I know to be true, even if I'm not really holding there just yet. Incredible. So the Gemara says, now, so what do you see here? So the Gemara says, Shlamina, you good the shaf. So what do you see from here? What did the Gemara say? What's the part over here? Someone died and they weren't properly eulogized. I don't know. You can come up with this case in a number of ways. Say, you know what does happen? Someone dies on fire. Right? Or it's a grave site for today in America. We're very used to funeral homes, regardless, right? So, but again, in many places, it's not necessarily funeral home regardless. It's a grave site, and it's pouring, right? So a person doesn't get the hesped that they deserve. So the Gemara says, you know what? It's actually a beautiful thing. Because since there's a pain in missing out on the eulogies, that lack of eulogy benefits the deceased. What do you see from here? That whose purpose, who do eulogies serve? Who's it for? For the dead. Eulogies at the end of the day, the living of eulogies are really for a benefit for the dead. A yikra the shakti ultimately again benefits the dead. Therefore, again, if it's dead dead person doesn't receive it, part of this kind of says Shlamina, because Shakti Rishnamina. So we see from here that you ultimately again are for the dead. Now the reality is it's not really mutually exclusive. Both right. These have this duality. On one hand, again, they're absolutely incredibly important because same time don't and let's talk about sometimes like the most inane things. So imagine for a moment a person said to you about your love. Somebody said to you, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your mother or to your brother. Imagine somebody said 5 minutes. You wouldn't say, thank you for the practice. It's actually happened. Right? Oh, did you know how to use old day? Oh, sorry. Imagine if someone 5 more years to speak to your parents, your spouse. Imagine what I was saying. That was a little bit. That's a size. So I said, I'm just saying, think about this. Somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to speak to your mother. 5 minutes, you and your loved one. That's the issue. It's not to paint the picture. People think like historical pictures. Those are really nice things. That's great. Right? You could post that on the website. Right? All of that is there. That's not what it is. A eulogy is an opportunity, a last opportunity. The mace is right there to speak to the mace. To speak to the mace. Every single relationship, there are things that should be said that we never got to say. Or maybe did it in the right way, or maybe didn't say enough. And that's the shock is ultimately again for the dead, for the dead that happens to be that is as well. But the ikr eulogy ultimately is for the dead. All right, let's go back there. Let's remember again. That was, but they will not go ahead and bury the dead in the same cemetery. Right? When somebody was executed by Disney, they were not buried in the same cemetery as someone who was stunned. So the Gemara says, "Oh, Kaf Rama, why?" The sentence so severe. So why? The fishing Kovan Russia because we do not bury the Shana. This is a say someone once you die, like death life a certain way, and it should really hard to live his life that way. And in Russia, it is hard. Okay, so you put yourself. Sadik is not right. Russia is not very next to Sadik. Because again, you live your life a certain way, and you're going to be buried a certain way. And that's just the way that it is. Sadik, how do we know that we don't show him? Next to Sadik Shemar, by he ain't told him this is wild. Listen to this story. This is from nothing. From Malachim days. Listen to this. So the Torah is talking about Klal Yisrael was at war. They were at war. And what happens? So they were burying one of the casualties of war, and they saw the approaching enemy army to them. So what did they do? So they didn't have time to throw the body, to bury the body. So they threw it into the burial cave. Right, threw it into the burial cave. It happens to be the burial cave they threw it into was the burial cave of the Navi Elisha. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. What happened? So again, remember, the way they used to bury is they would bury in caves. Right? Well, first they bury in the ground, and then after what they would do is after the body was decomposed, they would collect the bones and they would place it like in a catacomb, like in a cave. You can see this when I'm going to the grave of Shimon and Tzaddik. You don't it's peaceful. So you see, it's like other side. Hey, right next to it, they have to be careful. Called the Kevin Center, which is like a massive burial catacomb. So what's interesting is over there you can see they have like shelves. And show you, it's fascinating. So the guy is the burial cave of Elisha. Listen to this. His body comes in contact. Yaga Ish Ba'akmos Elisha, Vayichi Yakam Al Radha. The man, right? The man comes in contact with Elisha. Came back to life. So the Gemara says, why is he back to life? So apparently he was in Russia. And he can now be buried in the same as Elisha. Because you don't bury Elisha next to Tzadikim. So miracle occurred, he came back to life, walked out. So you may know, so let's say maybe he came back to life for this. So before Eliyahu died, so Elisha asked him for a bracha. So Elisha said to Eliyahu, I would like to be as great as you. Can you imagine that? And he said to Eliyahu, I like to be double as great. Now, what that means is, remember, Eliyahu, person back to life. Elisha said, I believe as great as you. So Elisha therefore should bring back people to life. Now, Elisha died, he only brought back one. Maybe this was his claim. Maybe this was his double. Maybe this was the second time he came back to life. That's it. That's the first one. You know, I would be saying, I'll rag up all the things. Well, here's the problem. It's true. The guy came back to life, whatever. He came back to life. He walked out of the burial cave. In other words, he didn't go back home. Anyway, he didn't go back. He came back to life enough to walk out of the burial cave. And then afterwards, Ella, the Yup, Yishnaim, Nathan, Mishkan. So the same word is like, how did Elisha get a couple of persons? The second person back. I'm going to go for us. Sherik Saras Naaman, who was the son of Aram, was sleeping Saras. Elisha cured him from Saras. And you know, someone Saras is be like the guy. So the curing of Naaman from the Saras is like the transformation. The Sid, not his mace. If you change, so whatever was like, but you see, what do you see from here? What's the figure from here? The figure from here is that we don't bury a Russian next to a tzaddik. Well, Kashim Shem Kol in Russia, sometimes in the same way that we don't bury a Russian next to a tzaddik. Kach and Kol in Russia, Hammer, Eitza, Russia, Cow. So too, we do not bury a serious Russia next to a smaller Russia. Right? I guess it's like us, we'll call like there are people who are expert sons, and then there are people who dabble, right? Russian dabblers. Right? So there's like a Russia, there's like a Russia law. Just like a shape of Russia law. Right? So again, there are different levels of study. You don't go ahead and bury a real Russia next to a real Russia law. You went, so let's get our book for us. So maybe you should have a different cemetery for every different Nissan case, right? This is one Nissan case. There's 4 different case houses. Have 4 different cemeteries. There's no snake bars, Gemara. Every tradition only need 2. Okay. I'm going to be off on. So by the way, that is a halacha about not burying, not saying a shrine next to tzaddikim. Again, obviously that can get a little bit sensitive in terms of but that's why, for example, you do have certain cemeteries that do have restrictions like this. Shomer Shabbos. There are certain cemeteries that absolutely do maintain certain religious strictures, certain religious obligations upon the people who are going to be buried there. Okay. You want to say, I'm going to be open. If someone eats caliph, now caliph is forbidden fat. Someone eats caliph, and again, which is obviously, and then you like what they separated out the carbon, they ready to off the carbon, and then when that guy go, and then he became an apicurus, and he began the day by eating food accidentally. After he realized what he did wrong, he separated the carbon. After that, after he became an now the story is not over. I will say this just shows you what a person can pack into one. If you maximize your time, you accomplish a lot. So he goes ahead and now he becomes about tshuva. So what's that? What's fascinating? Holil v'nitcha yitcha. I will say the halach is an apikoris is not allowed to offer up a carbon. You can't accept the carbon of an apikoris. So watch this. Once this carbon was owned by an apikoris, then what's the halacha? It can't be re-offered up. So even though Ruben now became a tshuva, he needs to separate a new carbon. You can't use that carbon. Why? has a whole yitzhak. Something has been set aside for non-use. It cannot be incredible. Of course, it might not be Caleb accidentally separate out a carbon, and then he became insane. Right? The shota, but then he became insane. So what's that? The whole vanilla yitzka. Let's say since it was a shota, can't offer up a carbon. So again, essentially, since the carbon was owned by a shota, it can't be offered. Even though he becomes sane again, halacha l'maisa can't offer up that coin. Once the carbon has set aside for non-use, it's set aside for non-use. Incredible. Why don't we both these cases? They seem to be right. They seem to be the exact same case. So why do I need both cases? If you would have just come to the first case, ultimately again, of Apikarsus, I would have said, you shouldn't be He became an Apikar on his own. But in the case of the guy who became insane, ultimately again he didn't choose that. That just happened on his own. Maybe he's like someone who's sleeping. And therefore again when he wakes back up, ultimately again he can offer up the card. The actually in the half if we're in the case of insanity, we shouldn't be the other luxer, because that the ability to go ahead and return, right? Because that the ability to when he's going to become sin again. Have a husband to the other luxer, but in the case of ultimately again to become about Shabbat. Maybe halacha l'maisa, you can't offer up the again. In both of these cases, you can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because essentially, if the carbon was owned by someone who is unfit to offer it, it is forever set aside for non-use. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside a different animal. The concept is whole of mitzvah, yitzvah. Once something is set aside for non-use, ultimately again it remains set aside for non-use. Which is in life, there are certain doors that close, that once they close, you cannot reopen. See, we like to be able to think, we don't take advantage of certain opportunities when they're in front of them. It's okay, I'll get to it later. And there are situations in life like that, where if you don't take advantage now, it makes Hashem, the opportunity will be there later. But there are many things in life where if you don't take advantage now, once the door closes, it closes. You cannot pry it back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. Once again, you can't do it anymore. Then ultimately, again, you are now. There's always more opportunities, right? There's always things afterwards. But the mindset, again, sometimes once it's done, it's done. So one of those advice, that's why I have to be so mindful of our life opportunities. Mindful of the doors that open in front of you, advantage. If you think we're going to get to it, when it's less busy, a little bit quieter, never happens. You might like it. How you about Kachin? So it's not here any dachas. How you about Kachin is there. So it's by here any dachas. It is condemned because the inhabitants again, let's say in the Iraqis itself, there were sacrificial items. Halach is touching his death, and should be killed. Anything financial sanctity, ultimate again should be redeemed. Why do you have to kill them? The animals keep us. Once the people of the early darkness are killed, ultimately again that's their time. Because once something is set aside for non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. That's the concept of you. Anyway, I'm going to buy it. These services make me so one second. Do you think that death is told? What's the thing that death is told? When Abaye says, do you think someone just dies as a Rasha, that the death is for them? Someone says, makes me so kapara. I will say, if the person is a Rasha, and then he just dies, someone says, kapara, that doesn't provide atonement. You might have thought it was that maybe, let's say a Cohen. Cohen has a father or parents, and his parents went off with parents became a person. You might have thought that a Cohen should be made himself. Or he's going to be left. Only when the parents are on the right together, you're calling the tummy to those parents. Now, what do you see from there, both sides? You see from there, I lost ba'ad that they died. Isn't death mechaper? No. Death, what kind of death is mechaper? When someone is executed, that type of death is mechaper. But just stand dying of natural causes, that's not necessarily mechaper. Only Rabbi Mikam and Dam Snera Mijok Rishon. Makes Mijok Rishon. How can you compare someone who's executed to someone who died of natural causes while being a Rasha? Makes Mijok Rishon, given the Arche Kamayis, Lo Havi Kapara. Nerak Mijok Rishon, given the Arche Kamayis, Havi Kapara. If a person is a Rasha and they die of natural causes as a Rasha, that death does not atone. If a person is a Rasha and they're executed because of their rishos, that death atones. Now we're going to see even that death by itself doesn't either. There has to be more. Take the safe. And okay. This is about destruction of the the Gentile nations have come into your base. Timor say you are holy, your holy sanctuary. They've given literally again the carcasses of your servants and food to the birds. The flesh of your given to the animals of the earth. Chasidech refers to real Hasidim. Real Hasidim are truly pious individuals. So the Gemara says, Avadecha, Hani Dilakai, Dina Dinei Kara. Avadecha refers to these are people who were Rishayim. The pavement of the Ikdol, and once they were executed, Kara de Avadecha. Once they were executed by a Bezdin, called Avadecha. What do you see from here? That someone executed by Bezdin becomes Yitzhak. Abaye, Nikam and Damas, Halugim Afos. You actually compare people to people who are executed within Harugi Malchus, those executed by the mother, since Havi Hara. So I'll say somebody executed by Bezdin, since that's an abnormal death, in reality, death is Mechaper. Harugi Bezdin, Harugi Malchus, that's death by death. So those of you, again, because that's not normal, therefore that's Mechaper. Essentially, they're killed by Beis Hashem. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Harugi Bezdin, but those killed by Bezdin, they didn't commit sin. Because that legal trespass, no having a kapara. Ultimately, again, that death is not a kapara. So it's not the Gemara suggesting that three types of death: death of natural causes, death by enemies, which is like the death of Hashem, and death by Bezdin. The Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes and death by Bezdin does not automatically affect kapara. Does not automatically affect kapara. Death by enemies, right? Essentially, that automatically affects kapara. I'll tell you what this is. We'll say 2 more minutes. This time, when someone is executed, we don't go ahead and bury him in the cover of his fathers. These are like, but if you get execution, death by Bezdin, ultimately again then why wouldn't you in the burial place of his fathers? First, the Gemara says, no, Misa Ukura Bavina. No, really the atonement requires death, right? Death and burial. Most of the somebody we went ahead, there was no Avelis. But there's only Aninus. Because Aninus ultimately again is in the heart. These are like but if you hold that once a person is executed, Allah again it's a kafar. So let them mourn. No. So really, kapara takes effect in 3 things. Number 1, execution. Number 2, number 3, decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do a big because again, not a good decomposition. Which the Gemara says, Miss Afel Habas and Malachi Thomas, the children also of the command. What do we see here? So let's say that again. What did the Gemara say? The Mishnah said, Allah wants after we bury them, after the body decomposes, we can then do people that summer, gather the bones, and then afterwards we bury the individual ultimately again in Kavah. So both sides. But from that over here, something really interesting. So from that over here, Allah myself 3 different types of death. Death from natural causes. What I mean is, a person is a Rasha. And now they die in one of three natural causes. It's clear that if a Rasha died of causes, what's the impact of his death on his rishos? The impact of his death on his status? Zero. Still Rasha. Still Rasha. If he's killed by what we call Haluge Malchus, he's killed by because he's a Jew, then what's the halacha? His death is in the kafir. Like that, find out Kiddush Hashem. Find out Kiddush Hashem. His death is actual in the kafir. Then there's the third type of death. That's treated by Beis Din. So what happens when Beis Din executes the Rasha? We'll say here it appears that it's interesting. Here it appears that there is kapara. But kapara really requires three. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. Number three, compensation. We already know that execution like Beis Din is not mechaber by this. What does this say? When they were 10 amos away from the Beis Hashkila, what did the Beis Din say? What did they start to do? Vidu, right? So you see that the death by itself is not mechaber even for why? Because again, they would order him to do vidu. They would order him to confess his sins. So the fact that he had to do vidu, indicates to us that death by itself was not mechaber. Even Nisa's Beis Din is not mechaber. But again, even death by a Beis Din is still going to require number one, shuvah. You got to do vidu before you die. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decomposition. And we'll say, stop over here. I want to point out, it's he didn't get it. And first of all, it was supposed to be development base yesterday. It's all on it. So
I got an idea. Here's I gotta leave. Okay, sure. I just one question. How much does Callan get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which you can take with a grain of salt, but also is that because the Brendan percentage based on like T-Fac being running Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads, we had Callan shows up, does his job, he gets 25K. That's why I feel like
good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this major thing.
I go, how do you have a podcast for $40,000 where you split this? It's like $1.
Somebody has posted Chiba Real Dog on the fighter that gives some credit to frequent learn all feature posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Chief means they're making waves. I don't know. Yeah. Cool. Hate rally. All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City 2 and run a chopper, okay? That's right. All right, love you.
Today's that is Hey 45. We have to be up on them dollar days. Little the three lines down to the top. So remember again, he's left up in the middle of the story of Yoshua and the Malach. Right? The Malach appears to Yoshua, tells Yoshua, I'm here because of two reasons. Number one, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Talmud yesterday, the daily offering. And number two, now today, you should have been learning Torah, and instead you're going ahead and you talk from Talmud Torah. Okay, during the day you were fighting a war. You couldn't learn, but now you should be learning. You should be learning. And again, and Yeshua says, so which one did you play?
Thoughts on college and updates.
Right, so which one? Like, what is your strategy for which you are coming?
That's a very low consequence. Like,
you might say, I'm a lay, I did not so what happens? I know you're Yoshua slept. What does that mean? Everybody lets you get to
for their friends these days.
work out together. This is always been a cool value. So
later they're offering Kabbalah. It's not basic level. So much sense. Remember, offering up Kabbalah is something that someone does for me. It's true, I was really it's an open right place that I'm not asking for. It's something that I actively engage in. So not talk about. I'm going to buy it up. It's also really just a profound tomorrow. If you have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than the offering of others. So you know those right there. How do I buy it up to you? What do they do?
Yeah, let me see here.
You know, it's just following concept. Who can you admire? Don't be quick to fight. Hang not at the Akalisa, but Hakun also. What would you do in the end? You will need
I mean, look how many, look
oh,
how
that's
strong
what
38
you know, have it on
likes, dude. What the
it's so after our but those who do all the other. It's not all of her properly touched and all that means stuff. But the truck was such a cloudy stuff. So it's just touched go and say,
Walksboss has a lot of stuff to say. Walksboss, let's put all your comment into one comment next time. Yeah. Did shop party loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of tires?
and your mother is a type. And this is the reference to the Adam Sarah, me and Sunday
how could you
she says, go tell them that they like your father is criticizing your mother is an Amorite.
you could see him doing it?
I'm going to work for self-awareness and self-confidence. So look at your good spirit. I've actually put that in my life. You're texting Oracle Muslim. If Abram and Sarah were curious, like if you go ahead and say such a thing about them, you go ahead and embarrass them, and you probably get yeah. Oh, it's like that was fun. So Gabriel literally said to Prophet Christ, you don't know Shalom. The other thing, fight the blood and make the fight.
If you're looking for a, like, I get like,
the bodybuilder
it's like, I've gone on Chris Tenny's stuff, like, when an audition comes up, they typically, for the role that I got,
it's everything, you know? So much change
running outside.
Gabriel has green.
I wasn't, but you know, I love donuts. You know?
And secret. His skin supposed to there's all the interesting conversations between his friends, where his friends are trying to figure out the root of the stuff. Like, why is he suffering so much? And the same to you know, had he gotten would you not have been seen on this calamity? I mean, the Lord will be only not to be each other. Whether it sounds, you know, before the suffering, starting for activity. So mother, hell,
because someone's like, this guy's a lunatic in the talk, and I'm like, if you give me this frog voice, you know, that I was doing earlier as that joke, and then I didn't actually have hiccups because I go, this guy here, and clearly he has an inside to acknowledge certain things, so I'll read his books here, like, I'm gonna, and I realize why you just polarized. So I write the arguments about the connection to autism, and why are you so dive deeper into you know, but somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing and that place to discuss for having the fighter and the
you might also introducing us to a different dynamic, which is proactive player. We're very used to the concept reactive player. Something's wrong, I need something, there's crisis, which is incredibly profound. Now you know, there's a concept flat. A proactive player, the ability is things are calm, while things are recognize that and do change so quickly. That is going to be proactive stabilizes works that things shouldn't go off the rails. It's like I told it to you, you're not sorry, you're not really translated. After the two you're not sorry, before my senior, in the heaven. And the ability to act again. Like social status, only that is other things. She must come out as she has no hope. Only that is nothing. She really has come out as go home. And you know sorry in the matter. So this is very beautiful for the travel. I see I come out as go home. She's tells the story of life. She also asks for compassion for me. She knows me on my side. Strong compassion is above. The honey much shut and busted off. Or like, where does it tap? Getting the motherfucker is always kind of interesting. Because there's no notion that my luck will help me. My luck will get 700 pounds soliciting or something, you know, it's like he's stronger than me, because that's what it is. And if you guys look at results, it's wrong. A lot of around the world, too much power like that. The person tries to question first, he goes, well, I'm sure, you know, I tried to go like that. You get me 2 men, you got I'm trying to sell this, you get me, bro, this is like, talking about the between them, right? I don't know that he was so taken aback, but I can't tell me that his face was like, what the fuck can he go make it? Saying, yeah, we're trying to be like, oh yeah, that kid was like, is that true? Like, I don't know, you're sure? Six plates. You know, this guy's insane for him. And obviously, just right at the start of the show. Yeah, like, oh. There's a question I wanted to ask you about the chat. Otherwise, like, oh, maybe I should try to work to make it. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend. Well, that's like saying, like, my creep today. Because I did in the shop. Literally, I'm kind of trying to tell you, like, that's part of this whole game. That's the issue. It's like, how many people hear you talk about being gay, who you have no evidence you're gay, and it's either are you lying about them being gay, which is so fucking gay, or it's trans. How socially aggressive is that? Like passive aggressive, regular, bro. Yeah, it's like if a guy gets actually gay, you think it's cool, but it's like now people, you know, like what, you know? Like if you're walking on the side of the dick, like you can like, you know, if you park by walking in the middle, not a cappuccino, and it's fine. But I mean, the other times that I would watch like you were gay or whatever, I live as being something that rather where it's stronger than me, like a gay or whatever, right? I can say it in a way where it goes. It's like if you disagree with me, it's like if you want to with me, so you don't want to hella toxic, and face me or I'm not gonna release without very simple. It's very simple. Because at the end of the day, the fact that you're walking off and getting out of fighting is the source of like that. And so we're kind of arguing where you should just have. What happens over time is, over time, I'm able to somehow justify.
I can make this podcast. And I kind of rework it to how it's like. I'm setting everything up, and it's like hot outside AC. It's like it's not like you're sweating buckets, and she's like, and freaking like, hey, could you like, fucking, did you wake up like not be in the bed? Like, that's how I
I need to be your Lana.
I've now the fact that I drove something significant.
Is that true?
If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up really fixing it.
How camera, I'm like, you know, I'm going to fuck for herself. And she's like, well, fucks off. But I'm like, no. I was like, she's mad about it. She's like, it's making me look good. Like, I don't care whether you look good. Like,
I don't make any sense. If I confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's not like I changed my life. It's not like I retold the way that I live. But I'm like,
yours are like
having another person.
It's hella toxic.
Take a step back. I did something wrong. And that was the
she walked up and said, so tell me about the last episode of episode 2. And I'm like, no, that's the thing is, you're doing pretty good. And we spent too long talking about it. Messages from the first man 10 years ago. Like, the serial they're expected to tell our story, but also as a wife, I think she's like, this is fucking sucks. And she's like, well, I'm right now. And it was fine. I got sick for 45 minutes. It's okay. Yeah, it's like, trust me, people are like, you spent a minute like, this lady, it's like,
if you think too much, you don't get great shit like we're going to be. But that's not on YouTube.
it's not to like, you have to practice that, you know, and like just the art of releasing your inner and how you do it. And so if you're trying to you're gonna speak less and seem so cute. In a couple weeks, you're gonna be like, I have nothing to talk about. You only want us to like read the top, like so.
I committed this other
Work on that and
my
like
should not include for any of my others. It may be trouble, but if I don't
I fucked that before I had this. I wasn't connected. I didn't know that I was at the camera. So every shot of
to be the one with
fuck
all
like
of my
I didn't know
others.
But these are great.
This other my best should have come from that.
and I was just like,
If I
it was
didn't
like, oh,
do
the
this
camera's
other
picking up.
my best
Yeah.
should
No,
have
it's
come
not. We had that.
forever.
I'm like, oh shit.
Didn't have any
For the movie. And again, I'm
It's super effective.
you know what? I hereby
It's just a phone. We're just gonna
did that. Anything they did that. So I
I was just
just
I'm like,
hold
let's
the board down.
Even with the phone, it has a nice little bit. But you guys have good audio. You guys should take off.
Because again, with that monkey, I was the guy very time. He was like, if I committed this, I don't have my debt to the phone for nothing. If you look at the way that my debt is for everything. Number two, I don't know. Like, please don't get your job. Get process reconciliation, nothing else is good.
Also, like,
It should
because
never
they'll
be
advertise
it's not a mystical and not a
this is just it.
so if you show us from the that's the reaction of it. Obviously, this will start because the guy was doing well and he said that he said, well, so now they didn't know what to do. It's your social time is like, if you go back to the exam, you can't do that because everything is hard. The holiday credit card, what happened, executed. And they didn't give their best.
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a rain sponsorship and we have rain out. We did this because one day rain will find us. That like, you guys are great. We're doing part of it. It's even marketing just like off our. I've actually been waiting for the market to do me a favor.
Just because
What we do right now is focus hard.
obviously, it's a pretty shocking
use the keyboard
even
to spell my name.
that's for us to do. And what the witness is walking after hearing this, like the witness is walking. So as this thing where it says, "This is my opportunity," you should have like yes. The principle of it, that's the principle of it. You
I was
can't
saying
go
too far.
ahead and
That was
track
great. I was
which is where it says, "Maybe there's no further that you go too far." The after because God is kind of excited and what's going to happen. The witnesses wanted to track and wanted to explain why they were tracked. Even now, maybe they have a rationale why they were more. Testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and modify that. That's the end.
You got right, y'all. Regardless, just tossed it.
Easy to go back and do all start making all myself no explanation. Nevertheless, you don't go ahead and let them go back. That was the happen because you went to the by yourself. I'm gonna go separately on this. This is a overwhelming story that's right in Rashi. The reason why I'm telling on this page is because that is one Rashi that goes to the top. I'm going to record it because on the next session as well. Any shot in the dot today, maybe it's coming around with the story. The Lord says, that figure, the power of figures, the power of figures, the power of confessions, to go and affect
I mean,
all by itself. Continue the execution process. How you look at so now remember, they're leaving now,
Grading, it's like,
so now, so when they were 10 hours away, that's when the whole video, that's when the whole professional occurred. Now they got it on
so
the
good.
what happened. Now, speaking of such because of, so tell them to take off the clothing. So you might say, now, these are doing that because remember, this is unquote, stone. That's your
also
clothes.
it's like,
It's not a bad
kids don't know how to make
this is just the opposite. This is in order to expedite the execution. So when they hold on this way, they tell them to undress. You must let each Mikasa also need a photo. By each end of the photo, so the Uber said, man, we just had something, a little piece of clothing covering the front of the muffle.
The longer I can't spend fucking 8 minutes in the first smelling me, it's like 24 fucking podcasts. The flyer you sent me said PGO 24 hours, we're not going to talk.
Of stoning
My car is very okay.
a woman who is attributed
This car has a hybrid battery. So
half of them make 45. Here we go. Turn up,
They have media lift truck.
And a woman has two other brothers of front and the back. Come the conversation, it's called a little I don't know. My so my friend did I bought what's the logical is so executed. The rug will also, as example, My also, even my also, if you want to say that you're doing a scheme only applies to women, it doesn't apply to a woman, but say that you shabu, always that you shabu explicitly says, if you look at the man or the woman for stoning, she was the other night also, what does also mean? So the locus we say, that is a special thing of scheme by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. What is the special thing of scheme applied to a man, not by a woman? If I manage to go on stage, I will be stoned with clothing. I do not say.
Explains like, you know,
he's like, oh, my flex is like, yeah.
That's like almost again. You go ahead and stone a man. Not a stone a woman with a so the locus also, everyone is going without their clothes. Like that's the halal. That's how it doesn't matter now. Doesn't matter whether maybe not.
I like it. Introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief for purpose. Like I gotta
yes. Well, there is. It's like what is like Sarah's because she's a vampire escape.
What's happening over here? That I want to. You got both
I would say. I don't know if you guys know this already.
how you actually the cost.
When you come into
So
a
maybe this over here.
this episode,
I'm concerned ultimately again.
My
The
perception
public concerned that if you go at a certain by woman and still her unquote, other people say again,
try to not go to my
unquote, and awaken certain inappropriate desires who are concerned that the people who is concerned for that. Who are concerned for that. Therefore, say a woman is always stoned, is always stoned clothes. Like, when you see nothing.
I watched before, but I'm gonna watch if it's actually, it's probably nice. I mean, you can have fun. I didn't see it. She's better. I would say this. Funny comedy, funnier. When it comes to funny, like, gosh, get Andrew Schultz. Let's do it.
whatever specials.
As three other protests and they undo in the sort of process
she can write what she's repeating whatever, but
some state
I just wrote one episode being like,
says no, I says
she calls us to you guys
we don't do this. We don't
Right now,
the highest salary.
Yeah, it's changing. It's like
Her hair was attractive.
Logan Paul's on the episode where he kissed his ass. Like this.
Sounds like
funny to be like treat Mike Pajak way better than Whitney Cummings. Yeah, it's a god. I can't insult that guy.
It's a simple desire. Like, not to be precise, but what we just said on there,
Everybody get these jokes. Horrifically bad at I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode in general. I feel like it feels person. She's constantly a bad person. It just seems like even when she's not being more horrendous, she's being attacked.
describing like
You're a mission up my so there's no clue about that. So the people us saying it's got to be back when I said incredible. Maybe you should be concerned about so again, fine. So there's nothing going to happen. This is executed. One person doesn't awaken a desire around with someone else. Seeing a person awaken a desire around that person it doesn't, it's not essentially, you're not saying reality is not transferable. Like, in other words, what you see doesn't really transfer over to anything else, which is such a incredible idea. Therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with the soda. The concern again is immorality, the weakest particular woman that we're seeing her in. But if she's really executed, there's no further concern about it. Sahara Sholi,
think he's somebody that just doesn't, she's not authentic, she's trying to like your thoughts, so she asks herself, what do people think? And then she does that. And so that's what you get. What's cool? She's a constant. Is this cool? Yeah. What's cool right now? Okay, that's what wow. Man, Ryan's not good. Sometimes people wake up and it's exactly. She checks TikTok like all the time. Social media app a lot of those go unseen, and I get sent. I just my sponsors every TikTok. Card on his too. I can't send you stuff. I actually send him has my
is of the greatest forms of Muslim. Remember, just bring up the other big type. So you should go ahead. And I love the night side.
I forget the shooting thing. What is it? Is it the line? Yeah. That's what last thing I wanted to see. I guess the joke is talking about our street. He's like, I'm going to go in.
You have to execute someone, or you have to be how does this manifest itself? Even when you execute someone,
someone's in the words. I heard that you work on the cartoon.
Not good. Right? So it's serving of execution. And again, probably not a good guy. Probably is like a bad lady officer. What's the heart? Come on. I have it on one like I was not manifest differently. How do you manifest? What's manifest? Minimize the pain and suffering or minimize the degradation. It's just a person doesn't have in his execution. Again, in this case, it'll be we're not going to execute them. That's what I mean. Of course, man, we're going to execute them like we're going to cover. We're going to preserve the people. Even though such a person has indeed some behaviors, it's going to go ahead and shot it. It's like the person who's like he was doing a lot of like And again, it's such
let's have access to all the footage angles of Doug's house. Again, let's have footage.
at the end of the day, there is an obligation that we have to love it. Like even Captain Lawson is being let out executed al-Aqasama, the Kama, almost like the love of Jew, no matter how different he or she is. Incredible, so you know, it's a later grab now, you can argue, maybe ultimately, the rest is love. Everyone agrees with Reb Nachman. Everyone agrees. Now, I'll come off of it. So let's see, what are we arguing about? What are we arguing about? My summer finish, I do feel like minutes of the play. The man is very effective this way. That's the actually very profound. You must understand, everyone is different. You have to learn how to come over, make sure that when you have to execute someone, do something with the judges that are Shiloh. What do you think about that? People about physical pain, but in order to give a person a preserve their dignity and for any less. Which one choose? Because people choose for less physical pain, compromising of their dignity. That's my focus on. Because remember again, what's the trade-off? Trade-off is like this. If you keep living, right? So I can fuck what? He lost more painful. So you look at I can shut the clothing, right? So the cookie is gone, but the less physical pain. So you might suggest this is so cool. Which one, like which one do people prefer? You give it actually that sugar here. I'm going to get into other things. Well, my husband got enough today. You know, we say, we'll talk more close to the reach out. They teach what there is not so the person, like, you have everyone in that come over. The focus on human nature. What's in such a fascinating message. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to never compromise dignity of another person. Because sometimes I gotta keep my dignity rather than lose dignity and be a little bit comfortable. It was such an incredibly subtle. There's so many, not just of how to execute people, how to treat people when they're alive. See, you have to love it. They disagree with you. You have to find it in depth and to love every, even if you disagree. Number one. Number two, is why we have to be so careful about how we treat the dignity. Because you see from here, dignity is so important that a person, some people will not be such a physically, but keep their dignity. But the suffer less and lose their dignity. Come on. Okay, now let's say now, it's going back to the reason again, and we're going through a journey. So it's like overwhelming. We're going through the journey. We're walking side by side.
Like, why does everyone keep
push a person up a high roof, and we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. What else? They didn't go on the stuff. Give us a see this one guy. Stand kind of like perpendicular to the edge of the building, and he would be touched by one of the witnesses. Then he's going to find another fire. A lot of sense. He just has to carry out the execution. Understand that without saying it. He's not by the side. He's going to go and attack on the I think that even the photo of Napa Haribo, when he hits the ground, he falls right on his chest, the front side, the image, and ultimately, again, it's the result of impact. In other words, kind of thought that in order to ski off, you have to throw a stone, pebble, or something there. Then you might say, no. If he dies from impact, that's ski off, so bit in love. What if he didn't die in impact? Now, again, the first one is off. The second is Hashim Minosa Abibo. The second goes there and takes the stone, and then he puts on his heart, which means throws it on the guy. It makes party outside. So again, if you got from the first stone, then okay, you not, you must have a party. Then again, more people are going to die, and you begin to stone it. And then I got that you feel everything. This is fascinating. But you son of the commercial, how it's going to remember again. Now, it's true that based on students these stories stands at a certain height, which means they explain what's from even up. And it's like an athletic master. Why do you such a culture? You know, after my boss, you could I started a ball up here, has the ability to skill at a depth I have to deal with how much I sell for. Because it's a little bit more sense. Even a height of 10 fucking you know, even a height of 10 fucking in fact. I don't know how I'm gonna tell you how to tell you I come over.
So with like beige frequencies in the worship, kind of like
keep you dying 10 fucking you can.
Oh, when you put on the side,
and you can get symbol
that are you should be.
And then of course
like Jim Carrey album.
you want it to be
Make sure he's like, you know, the guy when he's red, you know, he's sweet, something like that.
That's what we want.
And share your like
When it says, when I say after come over,
not who you like the most, but why.
pulling it away, that minimizes the hate. You need to say, if that's the case, so put them on a 10 story building. Right, put them on a 10 story building. So it's, you know, it says, you should level, not because remember, the English is too high, it won't happen. The value will become, it has the, mangled, right, mangled. And again, that would be a lack
Oh, I
of
think he's
cover
gonna do a time where Al will lay it on his arm.
so you find this middle area. Let me not even go. What's our body nine to the field? So in general, how do you know that is huge, right? And that's the Gucci party is off the road. Come along, you're right. As I said, what's up? I mean, actually, I know this stuff. Come along, I see the field. How do you know that's pushing and stoning? Come along, I said, oh, you're wrong, you're right. I mean, I know this. So how do you know that I'm off on a race? I'm off the went ahead and you die as a result of impact. That's what you say. I'm a Roma, you're right, you're right. You're not up for this. How do you know that this is true not just for the desert, but also for the desert? I'm a Roma, suck on you suck. It's like, and it's not meant to die, but you die from impact. That's what it's coming.
Never heard of it.
Takes the stock. You know, that's all that.
Yes, Zach, dude, this guy's a dog. Wow, this is kind of
and then again, it's moving doesn't back on impact. So secondly, it's comes along, secondly, it's comes along, and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So secondly, the stone all by himself. He looks at the back time, it's all of them. Evan has to try to much more than Evan. Hopefully, again, there was a stone there. The stone is so heavy that you only carry 2 people. So it's not the one thing, it's a two-person thing. 2 or 3 miles out, the middle, we may get less of this. Bob, less of it. Or cheese, we go. Muscle switch on, 2 miles, 6 miles, I'm sorry. The cheese, we kick the block. Each of that, muscle switch, maybe they are. So the reality of us is this. There's a heavy stone. It has to be lifted by
I know, we could just get a few more episodes. I think I might
the nucleus not the heart is lower than you lift up the stone together. You shut it with you. To the ceiling like this for both of these to lift it up together, but when you do only one of those, we do the throw. But essentially, actually, that was very interesting. If 2 people try to throw something that is happening, doesn't go in the following direction. His force is actually on it. Right? When my son, if you do that step, you're going to be and you're pulling the cover from the hospital cap. When 2 people try to throw something, the intended item doesn't go in the right direction. It's too serious.
One episode has to be called Arc. It has like ACDC music playing, like a silly.
This is a joke of yours, but like,
it's not a joke. It's not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry,
so again, we throw them together, lift up the stone, and they throw it down. And they lift it up together, but only easy number 2 throws it himself in order to go and ensure that it goes in the right direction.
The Last Dance is about the 6th championship. Being that
watch that. I
But what do I mean by that? So it's like
So, like,
Supreme
for
Leader's
instance,
design,
championship is
there
like,
are things we have to live, right? And like
that's
the
the
things we have
lens.
to
But then
accomplish.
the scope of
And a
it
lot
all,
of
it all
times in
kind
life,
of
in
goes
order
back
to
to this
accomplish things,
part of it.
you
The
need
whole
other
history
people
with
to
you.
assist
Yeah,
you,
be an
right?
episode
And
back to
you
like,
got
I don't
people
know,
that
I
look.
documentary about the
You
special
should
cells. I
only
got
rely
Jordan
on
Poole.
to a certain
Oh
degree.
my god. But it
At
would
a
be like
certain
Brendan Chuck
point, you
because
gotta
Michael
take
Jordan was involved.
ownership of
And then
getting
this is
the
like,
stone
dude,
it
you
needs.
would make shot for shot.
You often in life
Shot
you
for
rely
shot
on other
remake.
people
Just like there's a
from
way
beginning to
like
end.
shot for
Right?
like
Now, no one can live life with so you need other people to have the stone it person and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, that stone needs
Committed fraud for
for
$100,000.
purpose, the things you need
or
for
two
you
words actually
and
for you
you
guys. We
alone.
are rich.
Other people
Shot, I know that.
the execution
Come on.
of your
Stay
life
with me.
goals, the execution
We
of
do
the
the shot for
things
shot
you have to
remake. The
accomplish
part
on
where
it.
it's like,
Take
for some
it
reason, I took that first shot on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street again.
Like the fun of execution. You know, didn't know we do myself. So that's how I
Trying to think
so
of
that's
jobs.
interestingly enough. You know, that again. So remember, you know, it's that second, that first involved. You know, the right happen. Never happened. Never happened that you had a person who didn't die either from that back and then initial stone after that. So you know, it's like the rest is amazing. That kind of that. You can't. I mean, as the artist, it doesn't mean that they get it. It doesn't mean that actually again, if you look at this stone, but that way, when you
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Cook?
The process was that I lost the nice stuff, and first push him off. If he does any good, if he doesn't die on that, then first series comes along with some kind of good stuff. None of that worked. Then everyone else went stone. Now, that they need to start thinking about the stones. Nevertheless, that's probably the best. Allah knows. As about to tell you, Evan, so again, there was a stone that was there for the second polarizing if it was necessary. After executing, any piece in the process of execution was very long way to go to party. So the United States over here, the sword that's used to kill him, the tree that he was hanged on, the stone that was used for stoning, right? The that was used for stoning, everything was carried with it. So if that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? Well, he thought he was happy, he might see after he was happy. So what he did was that's what I thought. Like the executed the stone execution was very well written. But I love the nice that I said no execution. We would prepare a second stone. So you must be Barton. I think we would carry with it. And that's probably going back time now. We wouldn't try to be that. It was like, by the way, the life of that was why it makes a lot of sense. You don't really want a stone. You don't need it's like accidentally, so fucking like the cover that internet, you know. I guess left the team that they hang the shit from. You don't want that. It's a lack of cover. So they weren't, they buried the stone in water. And then they prepared that one month, they buried it, and that time it was it's body, but it didn't. You don't bury the items in there. That's what it's like. You don't want to bury this with someone's like such a everyday piece but it makes it along with the very item you're executing with. Because you come up with two suspects. That doesn't mean you put it in the cabinet. You're not actually putting someone for execution. You're burying it in a general area to get it first. How much you are. You think that you go past the focus faster. Once again, you get this condemned to death. And before the execution is carried out, so one of the witnesses lost the head. So if he lost the head, then Allah so you don't get off on a technical
It's so funny that so many
right? So I thought you was talking my time up. Just like you get on the show.
I don't know if it's for
The hands of the witness have to be on the defendant or the guilty party first. Or if the witness doesn't have a head, so the witness goes free. Technically, after 18 weeks, you may tell you what, that people without hands and witnesses, or if somebody confused doesn't have hands. So you can't go ahead and testify in a capital case. Shining us and I'm gonna try no, what it means is like this. At the beginning of the proceeding. So again, they wash their hands before it's carried out. Then the guilty party gets off on a technicality. The morning is fun. From up to the which now you're going to be able to show they will do it. They will do party things. Here's the problem. You know, what about the following situation? When he's a shot, he gets held out of he's not here to testify that in so-and-so occasion, he was found guilty of corruption. And so-and-so and so-and-so witnesses. Were the witnesses. And that's interesting how they told just said, which is the ones who go ahead and carry out the execution. Yeah, that's the head package. In this case, we need to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony like the nation, which was a behind the hate labor. Which was actually coming over here as those second witnesses that show up are actually the original witnesses who testified that Newman was guilty. And you were in the car, and you went to work with you, and you were in the car to do. So let's say, here's the thing to the entire discussion. The second thing is, this is quite a literal interpretation of this, right? You want to say, not using PFO by showing you that block. The weakness is, their hands have to be on him first, right? The witness is pushing off the side of the building by ski locks. You might literally say, if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Then what? You then goes free. Someone says, that is a clear interpretation of the law. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to fire such a literal interpretation. So the Gemara says, so that's the place.
Like I think he called
something. You can use and I do that for this one to be true. So I kind of most I'm not saying it's most it's a bunch of text. Somebody just said, how much I didn't know they kept executing in the execution. That's the total highlights. Like, you know, you should get a lot of these things that you know, I don't need stuff. I don't need stuff. How do I know? Let's just say it's called ski-run. Some kind of ski-run. Right? How do I know that if for some reason I can't administer ski-run? That I can't do it any way that I can. How often, even if you can't administer, you can describe Nisa that you execute in a different way. I'm not going to come up. The process most is executed. When you see the word affirmation, even if it's supposed to be something, there's some radical interpretation. So you don't say that moving into the skill, if you can't give skill, you can only give hera, because you give it hera. So you see the word, you don't have to be necessarily interpreted explicitly literally. Shining out from the other side, so that's not a good ride. That's different, right? Because you have also the Russian of most must. You have a plus, right? And the Russian ultimately is most must, which are general statement. But not today. So why don't you go ahead and let this be the paradigm. Let this be the paradigm. Even if one says something explicitly, the exclusivity doesn't necessarily have to be understood in narrow ways. That's the same thing, you know. We should not be upset and go like that. Let's say, I'm not thinking about what's happening in the these are both keys. The comment comes down and down to the conflict, but then it gives you latitude, implementation of that emotional, this causes what makes it like that. Things are like very important. I won't call it exegesis, but I'm into this process. When the Torah says something was, that means to put into paradigm, to the rule. When the Torah says the sin is twice, what is that coming to tell you? These two situations are an exception to the rule. So watch this. So here we go. Whenever the Torah says the same place for twice, that it's the perception enough to create a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, what's someone can't function, he's found guilty. What if we can't do skira? What if we can't do skira? Kill her. Kill her, we can kill him. The Gemara says, Gola, that was his law. That might be saying, Gola, that was his accident. What is the punishment for accidental murder? What's the punishment? But even a avenger of blood, but who is that? That's a relative of the person who is killed. How do you know? Ramadan. Most people in the Gulf is not new. It's wild. How do you know? And let's say that she doesn't have any relatives. So there is no Ramadan. Please give us points of Ramadan. It's so interesting to see, like, who is like that, right? Like, please go ahead and points of Ramadan. It's ultimately
try to arrest a lion.
So you see, even when the Torah says that it's God on them, it goes in, he's a relative, there's no relative, there's no person. What do you see in these frequencies? Even though the plastic explicitly says something, guess what? You interpret it being not necessarily. So someone else is thinking, you know, okay, it's something else. A person who is liable to death. But if there's no God like that, then what? Things are instances where we don't interpret the concept literally. So that's like, therefore, things should be like that, right? Two instances we're teaching us the literal interpretation, but because twice, yes, it means what? These are the exceptions, and not everywhere else. What is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. They understand that what? Who pushes the guilty party on the who does it? The witnesses. If between the verdict and the pushing, one of the witnesses becomes an and sees his hands, then what's the heart? Moving goes on a technicality. Incredible. It's like the Iranian matches read that this one of actually Milo that we know. People like me to be excellent job. Let's say, okay, you would have been more careful there. Let's say you did fantastic. Like you did it together all that shit. We accomplished it, we finished up, we literally on the same page. Almost on the same page. Let's say what a week I've learned to have such a tremendous support. How did I got one last piece? What do you say goes to all? What do you think? Let's think about it. Like just trickle down the word you know. What do you all these words are execution? Let's say always find when you learn about death, what death does is learning about death leads to mental life and lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So what it has to bring within us is that if we're here, if we're reading, Hashem, we are not Hashem, and no things you got to accomplish. You got to do every breath you have. So we should just be able to maximize it. So yeah, a good Shabbos.
All the stuff that I said about it being a very all the Brendan Schaub based reaction content. Yeah. I think that you guys have probably the most positive, like, good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. As long as I wanted to.
Sorry for So we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Relax.
It's gonna be hard for us.
Today's episode is about 46. We are picking up 10 hammer days 45 mission, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up from the bottom. Calling spelling is, we'll say after a person. After a person is stoned, so the body is hung. And hung. The body is hung. Like calling spelling is those are these words of evaluation. Whoever is skilled is hung up. The hung will say
We had to take it with you now. Take the whole thing.
that are the only people whose bodies are hung after stone are the individuals who would go ahead and kill because the first step or one who was able to desire. We'll be saying where
That was
also
Netflix.
part of
Marky
prophecy. So
destroyed
when a
as
man
usual.
in the body of a man
The
is
greatest
again
soul
his
ever
face,
dead.
he's people. But he should prophet.
Oh,
A woman, her body faces
yeah, maybe a worm brother could be a thing.
towards the
I'm glad that the horn in the middle of his head is back. I had that surgically. But Dr. Cut off. He said this is a real thing. You gotta cut my head.
only a
Cut it off.
woman who's never hung.
And I didn't think it was gonna grow back. But I guess it's grow back. What's up, Mark Ramirez?
Yesterday,
Did you land that off since I've seen you TriStar? Whoa.
that's only
Look,
a
I haven't
man
seen TriStar. Hey, Jarvis.
hung a woman
What do you
is
say?
not
There's separate my good gas and everything.
Well,
Well, should be going against more people on. It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody. I think later on the Shatter podcast is going to be on with us.
Again, this was the big Rashi.
Potentially, got to reach
Shimon
out
ben
to
Shetta
a
executed
few other
80
people. One big guest, obviously.
who were engaged in Kishu,
Well, they're all big
engaged in
guests.
sorcery. And
We're hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO. He's very busy on
good.
presidential.
We hung them. They get
Maybe
all 80 in one day. All 80 in one day. So the Gemara says,
Small coming, we already had one shot. You missed it.
the aim
That's all good.
and in general,
So
again,
you can watch
we
it
do not
after.
go ahead and execute. We
Did
do
we
not judge
did we
two
reach out to
capital
Jan
cases
about
saying,
that?
don't
I actually
rise
grasped at
Shimon
somebody
ben
pretty
Shetta.
big,
Shimon ben
and
Shetta,
I was
that case
probably.
was, okay, so we'll discuss
But
that.
I was
The Umas,
Oh yeah,
Lisa.
Kendura says Easy coming. I like seeing the podcast. I think Brett could tweet his episode. They tell him to message me. I think that would be fun. TriStar, you should know better.
The person
Nick,
is
we're not down with Nick. He's not welcome here.
say, what is that? This
Nick,
refers
not so
ultimate
much.
is
No, I didn't reach out to Joe Roach. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of extra boss for stuff. Never heard of it.
Anyone who is stoning
Mark Ramirez,
is
you're
subject.
close before
Give
you.
it a
Your life is almost over.
Ultimately, as it says, therefore, you see this connection.
Oh, you know what? The trip with the idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do like
ultimately again,
where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, trucks, maybe food truck type of
Sorry,
everything.
that's what it is. Come to say,
Timothy Wendell, thank you. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people
that
like
is
Sanders. I
any
haven't
time
heard
a
a single
person
person
is
say
killed
it's
by
bad yet, but
skila,
everybody
so the
has their
body is
opinion.
hung afterwards.
Okay.
The Chachamim say no, that anyone who is killed because ultimately again they were kofar be'ikr. There was a kofar be'ikr means they denied the existence of God. There are only two cases where a person is being kofar be'ikr. What are the two cases? Number one, a person cursed the Baruch, and number two, both of them denial. And therefore,
Give it up for Gerard, like, organizing all this shit. I mean, how do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably
through which we
going back to the couch soon.
Most
of the guests are going to be the Zoom.
But Huma did tell you
Shopping.
so you will go ahead and you will kill him, and you will hang him. This is a judgment.
Oh,
Kill
boy,
us because you're going to say, praise to kill us. Right, literally,
Oh, yeah, guys.
right.
Give it up for
That's the first issue.
we
You
gotta
know,
go back up.
if these two cases were right next to each other,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
the thought
not
between
much.
low. the only piece I Megadi the America Kimi Hadad, and now that the two phases that comes to a level this as well level Zara. Dummy late the call because once I have Zara resembles the case of Megadi. Really, the Ezra, Darish Reed, and actually the other hand, Darshins Reed, or 3 So, must literally say, you will kill him and you will hang him. This is a rule. You kill us, because of the entire meal. This is an exclusionary. Ihavu Makavila, if the two faces next to each other, no, Hagu, Nardinan, Ella Abolas, I would have only included Zara, because that was ultimately resembles me everywhere. Hash, America, Shimihadavi, but at their distance, I think that we are shy in this color. Comes to include other who are killed ultimately again by Skila, that they are also famous as well. So since we passed ultimately again like this that the only people who are harmed are people who are executed because as Megadi and Zara. Only those who are executed because they could fight, because they worship idolatry, those bodies are hung after execution. One year, which is the point of the worship is the person is not killed through hanging. And we're going to see that. It's actually very interesting. They're killed through stoning. After they're killed through stoning, we hang the body. That only applies to specific cases of Megadi and Abu Zara. Other cases of Skila, it will not apply. So it says the divine father. But we should tell them. Nighttime is Rabbanah. So what's the Gemara says the following? What's the reason of Rabbanah? Remember again, Rabbanah saying that only a man is hung, a woman is not. So the Gemara says Rabbanah. Lisa also was the Mengen Oshoblo also coming down him and not Rabbi Eliezer Oshoblo Suso. So that yesterday, because no, so it's not supposed to be gender specific. It's only individual to exclude what? To exclude Rabbanah, Enoch now goes to Rabbanah and agree with that. That's also the clothing of the individual. Ella Akram, if he had the Ish below Isha. Rabbanah, that's another part. But a man will have the same range, he will be hung afterwards below Isha. So again, that's another. Hi, if he had the Ish, my say, what do you have to do with this person? I'm going to talk to you because I love what I do. Ahu, you know, you can solar to the it comes to exclude and solar to the left from the obligation to from anger. So the Gemara says, Hakanya, ben solar to more and his stuff that's very value of the or second. The guy says, he will say, this is what the Lord is who says what? Everyone who is stoned is subsequently hanged. So therefore, again, you will hold that the solar Gomorrah ultimately will be hung as well. So the Gemara is walking with a contradiction. Because when the other person Yihi at the Ish means a man is subject to hanging, but what? A boy, right? A Ben, which would be a Ben Solar Gomorrah, is not. Yet the Christ says, Ben Solar Gomorrah is background I'm not Ben Solar Gomorrah. So ultimately, they're not going to be right. A Ben Solar Gomorrah is night time the Amar God, he has the Ish Ish below Ben. So ultimately, again, Ish means they Misha al Fatera, Yashka Ben Solar Gomorrah, Sha'al Sopo. So this is it. Bringing up when it comes to this question, the word behind it is called real akam. Two exclusionary phrases. When a person is ish phase, so we dash ish below Ben. That's the first word man and not upper. Number two, hate is executed for a sin. We dash from that. Someone was executed for a sin. Now this comes to the people saying, remember again, the Surah Morris is big novelty. It's a big novelty. But the Surah Morris is actually executed for what he's done. Whether he's executed right, or what we know he will
MNXT says as soon as he transitions to the gas is falling.
money and he's bought the league and won.
I said
That
DoorDash
is
Red
not,
Bull.
that is not punishable by death. We kill him, Mickey Mouse says, because we know that he's going to open up his club and is originally
If you want to.
steal and rob and kill other individuals. So Mickey Mouse says, what do you see? How did you get Camilo? This is two exclusionary phrases in a row. I get a meal a Camilo Elolados. And I'm also one of the principles that when you have a meal a Camilo, two exclusionary phrases. One after the other, that comes to trial something else. This is what it is meant to do. It comes to you again, comes to you. That's all we know that. The fact is, what's it say? We have two exclusionary phrases. Both seem to exclude bestseller people from the obligation of owning, yet because they are too repetitive, these phrases need to have your Morales comes to incredible. I'm going to read it. I look at that. The legend says, some say we only hang men, we don't hang women.
The stream, it was kind of,
Right?
we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not gonna lie to you,
what about the case of Shimon Ben Shetta? Shimon Ben Shetta, he hangs those 80 sorcerers, like those 80 units in one day. So I'm gonna put the most of it, I will be
we're like, we need Diet
when
Coke,
do we
so
say
Kuro got
that
Diet
David
Coke.
is
I
not
was like, what kind of foolish we did was streaming for so long.
that's only to be executed with the importance of execution. About the Lisa Amos gun, like the nice again, if they have two cases with the same death penalty, then ultimately those cases in one day. Well, my Lisa Amos,
I got the
all
tweet
people were executed in the same
on,
day. We can emulate the English,
what is
and
that
yet
site
again,
where you,
we see that
I've never
cases
used
and that was something that would not done,
That's how
even though again,
crazy.
all to be
I got
executed
it on
the
that
same.
where you
Ella,
bid on stuff.
he hit my
I wasn't sure about jersey sizes. So the ChatGPT, what is large jersey size?
Satan
If you
only
don't know,
will try to
48
capital
eBay,
cases in one
that's
day,
it.
and that's
See, you asked the question,
one
you knew
day.
the answer
If it's
already.
one
That's the
Lisa,
kind of video
that's
you
like
want.
two Lisas. What is
Thank
that?
you for helping.
If you
I got on an
What
eBay. I bid a little bit under.
you
And I
go,
wanted damn, I should have bid
so
way
if you
less.
look at Rashi,
Fucking, but it wasn't that expensive.
5
And it came, and then like
Lisa,
yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Jordo. And he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten that I texted him.
will adjudicate
Oh,
two
shit,
capital
Jordo's
cases
as
long as
All right, you're on speed.
with similar averos or with the
You
same
know I want you
death
here free.
penalty.
Don't ask me stupid
What's an
questions.
example of
Okay,
two
thank you.
similar
I
averos with
appreciate
one
it.
death penalty? If you
I'm
don't,
sorry.
Shabbos Ta'avot Zara. So that let's say both Shabbos Ta'avot Zara carry with them,
But you guys are sugar-free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean,
same penalty as
is it?
stealing.
I'm
Same
glad that
penalty
he
as
asked.
stealing. So the Gemara
Sometimes
says
people
over
are.
here,
I got it.
Beis Din will go
I got
ahead
it.
and
But
adjudicate
anyways,
two cases with the same death
I
penalty.
ordered
But
the.
if two
I
get
was
the
talking
track
to Jordan.
about the
He's like,
Lisa
I think I know
Amos,
what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, give the yes on
Beis
Thursday.
Din
Apparently,
will
I
not
texted to her.
adjudicate
And I
two
forgot.
cases,
It's just,
even if they
yeah,
have
I mean, the
the
Grace
same
is really.
Lisa,
Recently, I just don't remember.
averos.
I
About
might have
the
even just
Lisa
said that twice.
Amos, the
Not really
Avera
sure.
Akas done. They will say if they have two cases for
Yeah,
the
dude, I
same
mean, all
infraction
sugar
and the
free
same
soda is pretty
death
good.
penalty,
So,
then enough
I think it's all
Beis Din
great.
will adjudicate that case.
you
So
know,
we'll say,
would have been cool
the
if
Gemara
you guys
is
could
holding
have
right now
got.
is the following. When do we say that Beis
I
Din
don't have
doesn't
any.
judge two
Listen,
cases?
I don't have any
Obviously,
connection to
if
Matan.
two
I think it's
similar
funny.
cases, Beis Din
Sure,
won't
it'd be
judge
great
two
to have,
capital cases
but
in one
I don't know
But
anyone
even
that
if
knows
both
Matan.
of the cases
So if you all
have
know
the same
Matan,
death penalty,
you can tell him
but
to come
they're
on our show.
different infractions, we
If
won't
he has
judge
the
those
time.
two in one day.
I'd love that one.
The only time there's a possibility for Beis Din
Originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this
as
guy.
well,
He's just
or it's not a true of this case. Those two people made the same Avera, same
But he
Avera,
doesn't put
and
sugar
therefore
all over his
ultimately
Red
get
Bull.
same,
That's exactly
same
right.
death
Couldn't have said it
penalty.
better myself.
Máxima Rafa,
Thank you,
Rafa,
FB. Appreciate it.
em London estava aí para aquilo não é pelo FS.
Is the look count good? I haven't looked at
But
it.
if Beis Din
To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo doesn't
can't
check.
go ahead and
I'll
give
just
out
trust
two
your word for it.
facts in one
But
day,
yeah, definitely like the
even
video.
with an adulterer and an
You
adulteress.
know, we get
Most of that would be saying
Patreon
the
content.
following. Let's
We
think
watch
about
Kill
what
Tony.
today's
We
event.
watch Jensen's
Why?
stand-up
Because they
special.
both committed an
Jensen's
adultery
funny.
together.
She like
Same
Jeffy.
Avera,
We enjoyed
same
it.
Avera, and
Pretty
presumably
good.
what? Same
Pretty good
reason.
stuff.
Now that
Watch
people
on the
said,
Patreon. We
same
watch special.
Avera, same death penalty. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Asians should be able to do it.
Sweeteners
Yeah,
give you cancer. I'd rather have
on the same day,
you could just
which
make
is
either one.
covered
You
during
don't have
the
a
stuff,
teeth kid
the
and make
best
sure
thing
you
of
get
all.
it is
Oh, what's the
you don't want
there's an interesting case.
I've got all sorts of teeth problems.
Interesting case.
I just have
Boss Cohen commits
but I don't have
adultery.
cavities.
Because like this, she is still good straight
root
up,
canals.
even though again the man is still either with skill or kind of depending on her
And
particular
it's true. Try
status.
certain books.
But it's very interesting enough where a woman gets more from the man. Even though they're both playing up the same idea, but same idea maybe with the other, because the judgments will be different, will not move on from those guys. One day, all the best points from a race going down. What I will say the case, again, we're not going to do this every year, but if you have witnesses testify about a bass poet that has committed adultery, then what? And make the first set of witnesses even children. And then ultimately you have the third set of witnesses, with the second set of witnesses over, and reinstate the first set of witnesses with the regular. Ultimately, again, the agent's dominant acts, the agent's dominant will get different police off than the judicial witness. The point of the first trying to make over here is that when the Bryson says we don't execute two people in one day, even an adulterer and an adulteress, that contradicted what he said before. That Daisy will hand down two death penalties when both cases are the same Avera and the same punishment. So what do? You won't kill the adulterer and the adulteress in the same day. You understand that we're referring to a very specific case of adultery with the circumstances such that the adulterer and the adulteress are different. Hey, everybody, שמעתי שבית מאכן באופן כמו מנצח, this is very good. I have heard, I will say, number of you have asked this question to the time. When you have but they can't technically someone. But it's clear that guys is bad guys. You know, you have basic somebody has done something illegal, but for whatever reason, you know the guy is bad. Just a bad guy. I don't even like making a personal joke. They even know the guy's bad. But for whatever reason, you can't person within a legal framework because whatever the issue is. You might not talking about what is called the arm of the law. Basically, it's a long arm. You might reveal the act of the law. Shemati 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 Basin has the right to as well as level out other measures. Shalom and Akbar. What's the story? The Torah does not connect. So, La'ava, the basis doesn't do it in order to violate rather, again, only in order to go ahead and make a protective fence around it. So David will say, I don't think it's a basic right to punish when necessary, when you see ultimately again that the collective needs are served through the miscellaneous punishment. So you might actually give an example. Umar said that Echad Sharach Abbasis to Shabbos Benayim is there was once a guy who was riding a horse on Shabbos during the days of the Greeks. The Avil of David, who still moved. They brought him to David and they stoned him. The Romans started attacking that because riding an animal on Shabbos like he teaches with Sevilla, Elis got stuck, but the hour did that. We'll see, what is that? So we know, are you allowed to ride an animal on Shabbos? I'm not going to go. Why can't you ride an animal on Shabbos? Right? So it's David Dragona. There's that honor, ultimately, again, a person may come to make us, right? In order to go ahead and get the animal, so again, doesn't do that much. Should be that much. King Malchus, yeah, Malchus, one of the years. Remember, the Gemara gives us one. This was the Yevon. The Yevon, the Greek color was small, because Alcohol, Antiochus, Alcohol, a number of things amongst them. Shabbos. There was an active effort to undermine the sanctity of Shabbos. This Jew was publicly marking Shabbos, publicly marking Shabbos. So therefore, the Jews took it on the execute. Why? Because they felt it was important in order to go ahead and safeguard the sanctity and severity of Shabbos in the entire country. So this is the long arm of the law. Another example. Ma'aseh ba'azon echad she'tiach has pistol tachas ha'tevim. There was another man. Now, look at this man, a married couple, and he had relations with his wife. How do you think? In other words, he's over here, he had relations with his mother. Now, not that God. You know, it was a little bit more, but it was simply, it was considered to be a breach of truth. It was a breach of normative and goddess standards. their healer days, and their birth days, and go through. And you got Malchus. Now, we'll say, now, what's the prohibition involved with a man having relations with his wife underneath the fig tree? And the answer is none. I mean, it's none. There's not a like, again, so what's happening here? So Mr. Gemara understand this wasn't there's no side. So the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says tells that this was incredible breaches. Now, what the other societal circumstances that are happening at this time, right? But the Maisa, whatever it was, you can understand that this is a brazen breach of modesty, even though it's not concerned, but crazy, like, nobody was really gonna, like, go back to the team was every week. It's like, all right, fine. So what the process for hanging? There's a lot of people that don't. I told them to sit down. There's people who are hanging. There's a lot of people that are watching us right now that think it's from a God they can have all desire. So only cases of where you curse God and where you worship idolatry. Those are the only cases that
all of this should be only
a man is hanging, a woman is not. So the Gemara says, so how do we go ahead and administer him?
We talked a lot about rodeos after that bull riding. Yeah. And we came to after we talked for a long time about bull riding. We're like, you know what?
Shotgun has like what about it?
We have a no buy.
You put the pole into the ground. About each nose, and again, it looks like you have a pole that's the ground. You put another pole across the top of that pole. But it's and let's remember again, as we discussed,
even if it's not just like
not one of the forms of a body is only hung after the person is only executed. I think I will tell you, my conception.
The bots are communicating
How do you hang the body?
That's
not how they hung these such people. Market state another blood that's tied their hands together. You told them and you hang the individual by their hands. I went
to see Swell season last night at the Great Theater. Shout out to Irish people. I don't know if you're fans of
like my kids are turning pale at the table. Like, but I was so struck by this. I was so struck by this. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't remember this stuff from before. But it's so dramatic. It's just you don't think about that. This is how the person is hanged. But okay. Anyway. Point is, it's not really that's the take on that. Look at how Shabbos from weekday never. Because Yosef Yossi says, Hakora Muta Ala Korso, the Tola Osek Yar Shai Habas was supposed to listen to this. And we'll discuss the nature of the Mahot for you. Rabbi Yossi says, we do not take the pole and put it into the ground. Instead, what we do is, we take the pole and we lean it against a wall. Now, what you would do is, again, and then you would go ahead and you would hang the person from that point where ultimately the wall, the beam hits the wall. Now, the image that he gives is the same way that the butchers hang meat. So the same way apparently the butchers used to hang meat by taking a beam, leaning it against the wall, and you would hang the meat from there. We hang the individual for just a few moments. We hang it. We're Yotzei, because again, there's a biblical obligation to hang those. We'll ultimately are stoned, at least in most specific situations. We hang him, and Matsuno also now, then we kick down the body immediately. Big in blood, if you leave the body hanging overnight, over Allah for those you violate the prohibition. Shemar, Lo Salim Vaso Ala Eats, Kikabor Tikora. You kill a last and return cover. Then ultimately, again, you leave him hanging overnight, so you violate the prohibition, because the Pasuk says, do not leave the body hanging overnight. Bury him immediately, because literally the last and control, the degradation of God is hanging. Shalomar, why is this one hanging? Why would this one? Ultimately, again, the consequence God. Remember again, this is reflecting the idea that hanging is only administered to those who are killed because of either cursing God, or I hold the Zara. So therefore, again, if somebody's hanging, at the end of the day, it's a reminder that there's a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it means. Kilalas Elokim Halu. There's a reminder that there is a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a degradation to the individual, a degradation to God. Nimtza Shem Shai Miskalo. I'm already there. Bishash Adam Star, Shuna Marash Lomas, was his amazing. So Mir says a time when a person is in distress. And again, we'll discuss what all of this means. Sha'adam Star, Rashi says, Shepolonu Ba'al Allah Ba'al, that he suffers. Person suffers. What does the Shema say? Malash Lomaris, Kalani Miroshim, Kalani Mizrohai. That ultimately, again, literally, my head has become light, my limbs have become light. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says it's 4 lines up in the bottom. Kalani Miroshim, Kaloma, Kimosha, Adam Siyage, Ba'ayeh, Omer, Roshi, Kavi Balai, Izroi, Kavi Balai, Hainu Kilas, Kal, less, Ani, Ini, Kal. Ultimately, again, we're going to discuss this Lashon over here. Kalani seems to be a contraction of Kal, less. When a person is tired, a person is exhausted, his head feels heavy.
Just turned on the stream 19 hours
So
ago.
when a person
Rain
is
for y'all.
suffering
Oh,
and
dude.
life
I haven't
feels
seen enough
heavy,
during the coffee yet.
his body feels heavy, circumstances feel heavy, the English Holy says, I feel your heaviness.
We don't have to do it now.
Kalani Miroshi, Kalani Mizroai. When you feel heaviness, I feel heaviness as well. It's an incredible idea. So we might go back to him. Came. Him came. Amakom Star Abdomen Shal Shem Shmashbas. How the Omer Abdomen Shal Tzadik. So if the Gonsham has stress over the Rishon or Tzaddik, or the more so how he has stress when the Tzaddikim suffer as well. For those who feel about them, Ela Kalamali Nesme, so they must have been coming back to this moment. The same way, you can't leave your body hanging over us. Even the most not in the case of execution, where a person dies, you cannot leave, or you should not leave a person who has died unburied overnight. The person does so over below Sasa. He violates his prohibition. However, Halinu Lodos is amazing. If you left the body unburied overnight, I'll cover that base. Right? You cover from the deceased. For example, the Havilo Oro, the Rican, because when a casket, we don't have shrouds, ain't no overall. Then ultimately, again, you do not bury the body. What is right on the law? Because the all times where we will generally try not to go ahead and lay a Levaya at all. But again, if there's a need to delay, also cover that base. Now again, generally cover that base, it manifests itself in the ability for sins to be able to get there for Levaya. So we'll do so, and that's not considered to be a lot of Sanis, because again, it's covered. So again, we'll get into the scope of this. To the Merlin guy. Well, how you covered also, back to the guy who was stoned and then hung. So we might say, well, how you covered also the Kibbutz. When they took him down, when they took him up in the post, they would not bury him in a family plot. Ella, they but the first he was television. Ankos and egg, rugged and the Ankos was a servant as well. These had two cemeteries. One for those who were killed by heretics, by murder, by strangulation, and the other for those who were killed by stoning and by burning. They would bury the individual in one of these cemeteries. Afterwards, Nisat or Abbasar, once the body decomposed, the Lakhdin Sasaros, family members would then collect the bones of the deceased family members. The covered also the coma. So once the body had to be buried in one of the faithful cemeteries, and the body decomposed, they did what's called the remember again back in our Moed they gathered up the bones, buried the bones in family plots. The covered also the Back Robin, this is at first of the last Rashi. Nisat and Abbasar, Kivar Niskaper and Nisasa. Once the body decomposes, the person who was killed by his kapara, his atonement is complete. Meaning, his death is part of the atonement, his decomposition of his body is another part of atonement, and therefore once the body decomposes, his kapara is complete, Ubizyono, his degradation is complete, therefore they can take his bones and bury it in a family plot. This is amazing, get rid of this. Backrover, the relatives of the person who was killed by David, Ba'im, Shalom, Shalom HaDayanim, Ubishalom they have to go out of their way to go ahead and inquire about the welfare, to give a shalom aleichem to the Dayanim and to the agents who were involved in the case that ultimately executed their loved one. Kilor she'in v'libinu aleichem, to show we have no kindness against you, right? We have
fucking
As
gas
no
leak.
problems with you,
The guy that did the gas leak
because you
claimed to have
adjudicated
fixed
the
it,
proper
and
case,
he
you
didn't
judge
fix it.
correctly.
He just left
The
the
law
leak.
so fine. We'll say first
So
off,
they
again,
have another
we'll
gas
discuss
guy.
the
They're
hell
trying
up
to get
because
legal.
that's
Shop
true
or
about it.
flappers.
Well, how you become well, let's say you do not
Anything I'm
observe
doing at
Shiva
work.
for someone who is executed by you.
Taste.
However, about
I can still
I will
taste.
say
I
that we'll
can
discuss
see.
what this means.
My eyesight's okay.
Owning a new
That's one of the things that
permitted to
goes
read
great.
for a loved one, even if they're executed
So
by
Mark
David,
has been a singer
She'in
for 20 years.
Aminus Elabami. Because reading is only done in the heart. When they say no Hayus Avin, there was no warning. The Shiva,
Listen, you don't come here for the truth.
nothing like that.
You come here for the
Aminus
facts, right?
refers to
That's true.
certain
Yeah. So think about that. The facts you can choose.
ultimately again how a
That
person
was
feels
when you like the made the 20-year thing. Sure, I've been a screamer for 20 years. That was awesome. I wish I said stuff like that. I like how Brandon Walsh in the same motion he did to the shit he left the shit. He was like, all right, I gotta go see you there.
They did not observe
Well,
David,
there's,
they didn't observe
listen,
Shiva,
you don't have to
was
sell the
because
truck.
that was part of
Facts,
the
right?
degradation of the person
That's
who
what I said.
was executed.
You
And
have no
that's
sense
part
of
of
smell.
this
You have no
combat.
sense of humor. Comedy. You ever heard of it? Come on. That's a vibe.
Even that, my
That's
Facebook,
a vibe.
Lisa, it's the
Oh,
possibility
that's a
that
vibe. Yeah, that is a fucking
he
vibe.
sings and he was stoned. How you see all my
Shout out
children
to the
also back
subscribers,
up
dude. We got a shit ton of
I was
subscribers
said
today,
first
dude.
the body is
Oh, we just hit
and then
10,000
only
subscribers.
afterwards
Hell yeah. Oh, hell
I would have thought first and then if you back to the hungry, then you kill the
yeah,
stones
dude. I
to
mean,
get us out of
of course we did. This is the greatest special of all time.
government times and Gibara used to execute
Yeah,
the first
there's a
and then
bit that we're going to
if
be
you
doing
give
later.
guys
I'm excited to do it.
then they
I
would
told
stone.
Cooney about it
I
when
would
he
love
got here.
my
It's going to be,
yeah, but the
we're
prophet
going to try to do
says
some
you will
real poppy
execute and you
meditation,
will
see where we can
the
go.
reason
It's like
also
trying to do
first
DMT,
you execute the
but with a
individual
large
the
dose.
alcohol
And we're going to be listening to
then
this.
you go ahead and use
You know what I mean? Okay.
okay, so
I'm with
see
you.
what how does
I
this
hear
work?
you. Don't
Mashing
kill me.
also on the shit kind of
Yeah, and then
they would
it's
wait, they would
when
delay
you're
the
in a meditative
execution of a
state,
person
that's where you know
until
what the
right
real
before
funny is,
sunset.
right?
They
Oh
go in
yeah.
as you know, then they would go ahead and they would
I've
fast
never gone to a
judgment,
comedy
they
show
would
unless I
deliver
close my eyes for 10 minutes and focus in on my
they
inner
executed
child.
right then and there. Now again,
Luminowski, I met him in person.
previous Messiahs,
If you guys want, I can make
that
some
there
fucking
really was
sausage. So you go
some
over there
level
and do
of
a cooking
kindness.
show. Yeah, I
Because
can do that.
remember again,
I
they
got
said
camera
was
set
not
up for all that. This is you, and you're like, I could.
whatever
You want to. You
the
want
point is they
sausage.
tried to
I
do
already
everything
told
late
Paul
in the
Secret
day.
Green
See
Song.
why this is. Well,
Love
these
Timo
guys
Star
though,
saying
the
that's
Aka
what I was like.
they
Davine, listen.
executed stone, and then they hang the body. Then what's that?
You're fine. Just because she's emoji, they think we don't know it's a
One
vibe.
person hides the
And then
body,
TriStar, thank you for calling it out.
one
In
person
the
hangs the body,
community,
another
we
person
have to stay
unhides the body.
together, stand
They're like
strong, and
tiny
call out
bits of
bots
food.
when we see
In
them.
order
The
ultimately
sun
get
is a
to
bot.
the tiny with the
Okay?
smell of
You're lucky you're not
why do they do
blocked
this right
by.
before
Yeah.
Shkia?
I'm not mad, I'm just upset.
Because they will say, remember again, once the sun sets, you can't leave the body hanging.
Death to all the bots,
It
but
appears
nobody.
that they were hanging the body literally for just a couple of moments. On one hand, to fulfill the potential obligation. On the other hand, to try to go ahead and minimize
If you're happy,
the
I think I
desire
gotta do that
to the
already.
deceased, the embarrassment to
No
the
offense.
deceased. You want to turn out on it.
I'm
Eight,
gonna
the
tell
passage says that you will go ahead and hang the person on eight. The Kalisa also ala eight. That was like, now eight, the Pashtus, eight can mean a lot of things. Eight can
You
mean
guys
wood,
get premiere
but
any new
eight can
songs?
also
Say
mean
not
what?
today.
Tree.
We're not done
So
with
Shemaya
songs,
has a
okay?
name
We're
to
still
tell
doing
the
Joro.
So maybe it means
Working on some things in
whether
the
the
kitchen.
pole upon which you are
We may go back to
is
songs
polished,
if
something
we
like
want, and that's our goal.
like a
But
tree.
as you can
Or
see, we're very busy.
for something that's not attached, but you attach
Energy
it, like the
drinks.
pole that you
If you're a
find in the
hobbyist,
ground.
like
I'm a
for
little
24 hours.
see cover.
A song on
Then the
today's
passage
podcast. But
says,
you got cowbell, you got
the
bar, you
passage
got
says,
Walsh,
keep
you got
cover
Smartness.
So remember, the way the passage reads is,
Don't ask for
no
too
selling
much.
it lost so al ha'it.
You're
Do not
black,
leave
it's
the
a
body
bot
on the
question.
tree.
That's a
Keep
bot. He's
kabar,
trying to trick me,
take the
bot.
rest by your
You're trying to
life.
trick me, bot.
Bury it
I forget where
that
you were.
day.
Who
Bury
you are.
that
I
day.
mean, we
Most
just
of
noticed
you
this
know
a couple days ago, so we're going to
read
be
that the
struggling
same
with
way
those
that
bots
you
and
bury
those
the
dots.
individual. Watch this. Have a
Digital sentient management. How many hours do you,
Talmud Kikabar. So we'll say maybe there's an national platform to be by the
I
individual,
was thinking about
but
making
you have to
cheese.
bury
That
the
seems like a
being
mission.
of
Beach
which
cheese,
he was
beach
hung
cheese,
with him
beach
as well. Which
That would be crazy. I remember I said on the phone nachos, but
that
I was
all
like,
of
that's
the
gross.
implements
Oh yeah, the nachos
execution
are good. That would
are
fuck us
buried
up.
along
Yeah, I mean,
with
pizza
him.
would fuck us up too. When
Like
you
the
left, I was
Dalai
laughing
of his
at
spirit,
how hard it
even
was
though
to treat
he is
me.
not
Yeah.
executed through
Not a
hanging,
good,
but
not a good
because that
time.
is a part
But
of
you
the
know, if you're
process
asking
of
me
the
what I want,
execution,
pizza's
that
always
thing
right.
or those two beings are buried along with him.
I
Therefore,
think
when we
Chris
learn,
is
we say on the first
We
if you hang him on something that is only missing burial. Not for that, if you hang him on a tree, that wouldn't work. Why? Because that should be closer to pizza, which is real. So the first has to be cut down and then buried. So also, so you just hang, therefore, you bury him, hang him up on something that can be simply taken out of the ground, but not something that requires to be cut down. Yossi says, Misha in Yossi says, you hang him on something that is only missing Gura. Yossi is actually closer to Misha Gura. So Yossi takes this like first, in order of Yossi, how do you hang him? You take a beam and you lean it against the wall. What's the difference between Rabbi Yossi and the Chachamim? The Chachamim are saying you take a beam and you plunge it into the ground. Rabbi Yossi is saying no, that's too much of a process as well, because that requires you then after the hanging is complete to uproot the beam. Rabbi Yossi says the beam has to be immediately buried right after again the act of hanging has taken place. But Rabbanan will say the act of taking your beam out of the ground is totally significant, and therefore again they hold it to be in the ground. If they not set color the facial kind of Mashalo, so there's a little video of Mashalo. Ultimately, again, to what can we take your body down so quickly? And what does it mean for us? He says, which is to be compared to two brothers who are twins. Beat your Achas, and both of the brothers live in one city. After the Yom after Achayot Fellowistis, there was one brother who came king, and another brother became a robber. See, Amara, Italo. So what happens? So after what happens? One of the brothers, ultimately again, his brother, was found guilty of a crime, and therefore subsequently Kalamora also Omer, Amela Kalu. Whoever sees the thief hanging, he looks exactly like who? Looks exactly like the king. So whoever walks by is going to say, "Oh, the king has been hanged." So Gemara, Sira Hanara Koyu. The king therefore commanded that the body be placed in ground. Okay, now what's the story of the mashal? Actually, Shnei Tumin. Adam Asiri Roshama. What's it's actually a very beautiful idea. Man is made in the image of Allah. So when man is hanging, the Rebbe is hanging as well. Therefore, it's a mitzvah that it's not we do it, but we do it quickly and take the body down immediately. Really, because my says the result of the segregation the regardless of already there, my mashma. So what's the inference over here? Amar Abaye, Iman v'Amar Chalmes. So let's remember again, the Gemara over here is quoting Rabbi Meir's statement, and Rabbi Meir said, Ishash Adam Mitzvah, when a person is in distress, Shina Ma'omeres, Kalani Meroshi, Kalani Meizrohi. Rabbi Meir is making a drasha on the word Kilalas Elohim. What is Kilalas Elohim? Kalani Meroshi, Kalani Meizrohi. So what does that mean? Said Rabbi Meir, Shemai Damar, Kal-less. Kilalas is like when it says Kal-less. Kal-less means it is not light. My head is not light. My body is not light, which is another way of saying my head feels very heavy. My body feels very heavy. So this is a lesson of stress. I'm going to love up. I don't know if Kaveh alai loshi, Kaveh alai loshi. Why don't you just say my head is very heavy, my body is very heavy? Why do you have to say Kilalas? Less. It is not right. Which was Amarava, Shemai Amar Kil Li Alma. It's like one who says the world, it's like one who says the world ultimately again is very light. As you know, it's like Kali Alma. Right? So the Kana, the any road to the house is doing this fast. Let's say sometimes when a person feels overwhelmed. So instead of saying the world feels like it's crushing down on me, they use a metaphorical expression of the world is very light. Which in the rest is anybody that would be thought, one second, I need that lesson. The lesson is from Kelly was teaching a general principle that a person is only executed or a person is only hanged for situations where they push that like Abu Zara or the Gabi. If that's the case, which the Gemara says, in King Yema Kranakalo, my Kilalas, Ve'ema Kulin of Mizasa, as I said, the entire person comes into this question. In King Yema Kranakalo, my Kilalas, why does he use the expanded Russian? Therefore, what's it for Kilas? We're doing two things. Number one, that the only people who are hanging are individuals who turn Sakadosh Baruch Hu, i.e. Abu Zara, and the Gabi. And number two, I will say, we bring this idea that when the person is in distress, the Shekhinah is in distress as well. So we know this incredible soul. That when even the Russia is in distress, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Keolas Elokim Kaloi, Kali Roshi, Kali Zo'ai. When we suffer, HaKadosh Baruch Hu suffers alongside us. For those who know, Amar Yochanan, Mishnah, Moshe, Meyokai, Minayin, Amar Nefesh Odam, Amar Sadeh. How do we know that if a person leaves his loved one unburied overnight? How do I know that he's violating the clause of Mishnah? But again, that halacha is you have to bury him. You have to bury him immediately. You can't Lemalin Esrei, so over below Sasa. From here we learn that not when one goes ahead and leaves his loved one unburied overnight, but ultimately again he is in violation of a low Sasa. We could have another version of this. I'm going to go from the showing of light. Remed the Quran of Ferdinand. Let's say others have a different version of this exchange. And in this exchange, they're asking the question: from where do we see a scriptural allusion to the idea that we bury dead people? How do we know that a dead person is supposed to, a person who dies is supposed to be buried in the earth? Where do we see that concept? The Pasuk says, "You shall surely bury him." You can't remez the Quran of Ferdinand. Maybe see I will say, I can't remember. I was like, the Torah never says, "Vaydaber Shema Moshe Lemor, bury dead people in the earth." The Torah never says that. We're learning that from the influence. The Pasuk says, when you stone someone, you shall hang them. Don't leave the body hanging overnight. You shall bury him on that day. So the Torah is telling us that when you take the body down, you bury the earth. Therefore, again, from here we see that the Torah wanted it to be that you bury a person in the earth. I'm going to show you so Rav Shavar Malka, striking Shapur, asked for some of the following questions. So King Shapur asked Rabbi Kama, where in the Torah does it say that you have to bury a person in the ground? Ishtek, but Kama didn't say anything. Didn't answer. Amar Yaakov, Im Sar Amma B'Yada Titik Shoy. The world has been given over to the hands of the Jews. So what's that to say? Is a Kama, why didn't you answer? The Bible name of Kikabar. So what you say the Pasuk says Kikabar forever. You have to bury him. To which the Gemara says, maybe Kikabar means what? That means you have to put it in a casket. Kikbarenu lo mashmalah. So we'll say, so why? So ultimately, again, why did Kama give this answer? Because he felt that King Shapur would not have accepted this answer. King Shapur would have said ultimately again that Kikabor means you have to bury him in a casket. And Kikbarenu, that's where do you see from that means burial in the earth. Therefore, again, the Kama doesn't respond to King Shapur. Naomi did it for so we'll say, so this is actually very interesting. Why don't you say that we could find a fact that the Torah mandates burial in the blind house? Because ultimately, again, from Tzaddik, of course, that you see throughout the Torah that there are examples of righteous people who are buried in the earth. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe that's just the minute. Or he says that's an obligation. Maybe just the minute that we bury people in the earth. One second, the Akra was buried in Moshe. One second, we also buried Moshe on the earth. We buried Moshe in the earth. We buried Moshe on a mountain, but that's burial in the earth. With all the Shtari and Haga, maybe after the start, we did it on a video. And I'm thinking that this is buried people in the earth. And it's a minute. It's not necessarily a halacha. Toshma. Pasuk says, the subhuman probably also. So over here, we was talking about Avia ben Yerabah. We'll say the halach, the Navi said Yerabah ben Nebat. It was incredible. Rashi Malachai Yisrael. First Malachai Yisrael. We introduced such a relative that we couldn't use when the Navi said his entire family was going to be white. That's not only that, they're not going to even going to marry Yehuda. But Yerabah has a son who was righteous. His name was Avia. And Aviyah was told by the Navi Ahiyah. So this Aviyah was the son of Yerabah, and Ahiyah Shimon is the Navi. And here only says that Aviyah, because he was the Tzaddik, will be eulogized and properly buried. So what do you say? The Navi tells him he's going to be buried in the ground. He's going to be buried on the ground. Which the Gemara says, the Lord is shining in the Haggah. Maybe that's just that's the minute. Give me the bracha. It should be buried in the first minute. The Lord is shaktu, the Lord yikperu. The dominant of the so ultimately, again, this is by Yirmiyah Halevi speaking to the people people are not told. Right? So people are not told because they're of the Avodah Zarah. Ultimately, again, if you write that, you wouldn't marry. So we see from here, the Rebbe says you're going to give a second marriage. Burial tells us that what? That burial ultimately again in the ground isn't what we should think. You're the son of the Rebbe. The Rebbe is saying that ultimately again they won't be buried in accordance with the Minhag. He's going to almost like the idea that he was driving at over here. He's trying to figure out. The Gemara brings a bunch of examples of people who were buried in the ground. The Gemara tries to say, you see that the fact that people are buried in the ground tells us that what? That the halacha is you bury people in the ground. The Gemara says, no, maybe not. Maybe all that's saying is that's the middle. That there's an obligation to bury people in the ground. Let's just do one more line of topic for today.
They don't make you wear a mask and all that shit. Like, you don't gotta be woke and all that shit.
Is that Mishum Zion? Or look at Rashi and Mishum Zion. So he's bound of the end of Shiru, Mason Yakov, that it was a deal of Zion.
No. That's the first
body would just sit
you'd be surprised. Jamal, the Asian
Or
Jamal.
is the act of burial considered to be a kapara?
My favorite joke is North Korea on the beach.
So the Gemara says,
That is a pretty good one.
now again,
I think so.
how
That
is
might
burial
be
a
mine. I like
kapara?
Mr. Holmes
Rashi
a
says,
lot.
yes, you could be having a kapara
That sticks out to me
back.
personally.
Shemoridi
Now that we can celebrate the special itself on a glorious day like
greatest
this
sin that
Saturday.
sometimes a person contends with.
Dude, Alan, you gotta
is guidance.
if I can be so bold as to give you advice, I think you gotta do the ass improv.
We bury him deep in the ground.
I think you gotta do that, dude.
Is burial out kapara for the deceased, or is burial out zion for the loved ones? So much the light out. What's that? Is the Amar lo ba'im on the food? Let's say if a person leaves in his will. I don't want to be buried. I love my bed. Just leave me on my bed. Right? And I don't bury me.
And also, I know
I want to stay there. Don't go ahead and bury me. So what's that look like? Well, we're going to put it out, bro. Yeah, I'm going to go to the end. Just to say that burial is in order to go ahead and prevent the Zion, prevent the embarrassment of the family members.
Did you see the thing that Moses Storm did when he did the ass
because the mice say, yeah,
like the IG story?
Embarrassing for the family. The Amit Mishum Kapara.
I should have asked him.
They're going to do
I didn't think about that. Moses, he had a show.
So what's the skip
The
some night?
ass improv,
So again,
and he
we'll
posted
see
this really funny video of how
the
like how honored he was to be doing it,
righteous
and
people are
he
very
included like the most offensive shit of it. So it's like pretending to cry, and then at the end he put us in it. And I was like, oh shit. And that's how you get our favorite.
Of course,
It's just
in
including us in any way, shape,
Adam
That's
in
how we know
Adam
you're
in
It's like,
Bar
if you want to not be bought, you have to be on the Patreon or be friends with us.
ultimately, again,
Otherwise,
there
you're
is no
bought.
such thing as being the most righteous of people who hasn't committed Madeira,
Yeah.
therefore doesn't need kapara. So what's the real passing?
So you gotta do it too.
Is
That's what I'm
burial
saying.
really serves both of these purposes.
Please make a
Burial
video.
serves as a
Ask
kapara,
improv.
but burial is also there in order to avoid the desire of the family. Therefore, even if a person wants to leave, it's sabah is his will. But he does not want to be buried. We ignore that sabah because even though he has certain rights to God in himself, he doesn't have the right to go ahead and cause his family embarrassment. Therefore, we will bury him. It wasn't we have to understand. We are still left with our fundamental question, which is what? From where do we know that there's an obligation to bury? We see now that there's a minhag to bury. That's the minhag of olam. From where do we know obligation to bury the grandparents?
Not sure at the moment. Right now. That's the one. Yes, we're
All
almost
right,
there.
we'll say
Yeah.
good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Production pay the Tilson Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shemon Trashos this year as is Rus. For Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. A week of learning sponsors by Arya and Sarah Richter. In memory of the Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Bracha, whose Shiva is currently being observed. We hope in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Prince Shamuel having Aliyah and the family in the Hama. And that Yumi sponsor, the Ilu Nishmas, Erwin Krimmers, who passed away yesterday, whose Shiva is also being observed. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, His Shamuel having Aliyah and his family in the Hama. Let's do that. Let us Forget. All right, we are going to be a runaway train today. Let's do this. Today's daf is Memhei 45. We are picking up on the Dalit Amud days. Literally again, 3 lines down from the top. So remember again, he's left up in the middle of the story of Yeshua and the Malach. Right? The Malach appears to Yeshua, tells Yeshua, I'm here because of 2 reasons. Number 1, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Tamid yesterday, the daily offering. And number 2, now it's at night. You should have been learning Torah, and instead you're going ahead and be taught the Talmud Torah. Yeah, okay, during the day you were fighting a war. You couldn't learn, but now you should be learning. Now you should be learning. And again, and Yeshua says, for which one did you come?
You're not like
right? For which one? Right? What is the instruction for which you are coming? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Atabasi. I came now for the Talmud Torah. I came now because you're not learning. So Miyad, so what happened? Yeshua literally, Pasuk says, Yeshua slept literally that night in the valley. What does that mean? He slept in the valley of Halacha. Meaning Yeshua said, Chevra, take out the Yisrael, Chevra, take out the Gemara. You started to learn now. The knowledge is because you're not learning. Everybody lets you get to work. What do you see there? You see that Torah is even greater than the offering of Shabbat. People say, what a profound statement. Learning Torah is even greater. What does that mean? It means that you merit. There's a force that what a piece from learning Torah is even greater than offering Kabbalah. That's why they just on a basic level makes so much sense. Remember, offering of Kabbalah is something that someone else does for me. It's true. It's important. I'm not active. Torah is something that I actively engage in. Also, really just a profound we have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. I come out of my Muslim. What do they do with the puzzle? In our following puzzle. Don't be quick to fight. And not what you do in the end when your friends humiliate you. Riv Esreacha, have an argument with your friend if you need to. The Sod Achar Al Tagil, but don't reveal the secrets of the other. What does it say? Lech Emor Lehem Yisrael. And Hashbach was upset with Klal Yisrael. So he says to Yechaz, go and say the following thing to Klal Yisrael. Go and tell them, Avicha Ha'amori V'Inecha Chitas. So this is actually pretty intense over here. Go and tell them, your father is an Amorite and your mother is a Hittite. Now this is a reference to the fact that Abraham and Sarah came from the Gentile nations. Hashem is like upset with Klal Yisrael. He says, go tell them that your father is a Hittite and your mother is an Amorite. So look, so literally against spirit. Rashi points out this was the Malach Gabriel. The Malach Gabriel says,
Stop talking about anything in this awesome. We're talking with Walsh about like a reality show. That was the new idea he had. The show reality show, but I still think they're going to puppy documentaries, but not most
go ahead and embarrass them. Listen, fight with whoever you need to fight with, but don't reveal the secrets of others. Because Gabriel have the right to speak to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this way. So the verse is in, don't reveal everything, Shalosh Shemos Yeshlo. Gabriel has 3 names. Piskin, Shitman, and Sigmund.
He did almost those fear factor like ludicrous.
Because again, literally he measures his words towards himself. In other words,
you know what show I unironically I love now is The Floor. You ever watch The Floor?
It was a shuts out the others of Klal Yisrael. Sigron, Kevan Shesagar, once again, once Gabriel says the conversation is over, the conversation is incredible. So you know, this is Amar Rabbalazar, the older person, so this passage is from Eov. This passage is from Eov. Now, literally translated over here, what's happened is Eov's friends, there's this interesting conversation after Eov is suffering, and there's all these interesting conversations between Eov and his friends, when his friends are trying to figure out the root of his suffering, right? Why is he suffering so much? So they say to had you davened, would you not have been saved from this calamity? However, Nazir, the only yaktim of the tefillah of Sarah. Moses, if you found Gemara, a person should always daven before the suffering occurs. Daven proactively. Shemole moyetim alim tefillah to Sarah in Beis El Uben Ha'ai, or in Shtayim Yishe Yitzhak Surit had Avinu not proactively daven in the area between Beit El and Ai, Klal Yisrael would not have been saved. That refers to, remember again, that's the war.
In the year are experts in different categories, and there's a randomizer that picks one or two people, and they battle against each other. So it's like a picture of like whatever, like let's say it's history and art, the artist. So like if it's R&B, the history guy goes against the R&B, it'll show a picture of like Blind Night, and they go back and forth, and if they get the answer wrong, you lose time. There's a timer. And it goes, it's all these categories. I'm not doing it justice, but it's a great show.
Casualties who have been much worse. More cities to minimize casualties to the proactive signals of Avram.
He's like, I love Usher, BRB, dude. It's my favorite kind of music.
Introducing us to a different dynamic of Siva, which is proactive.
But yeah, no, Florida, the new season's coming out. It's hosted by Brendan Schaub.
Something's wrong. I need something that's crisis. I daven, which is incredibly profound as well. Navi Gemara says, because the clef,
what other shows can he host?
the avoda
What other
is,
game shows?
while things are calm, while things are good, recognize that things can and do change. So daven to the Ribono Shel Olam to be a proactive, stabilizing force so that things should not go off the rails. Because part of Avram daven is proactively event for his children. Beautiful insight into Tziva. The Shagger says, "Come on, I'm asking the Tziva, sorry,
I'm not sure about that one.
it actually says over there, I'm asking the Tziva,
Massachusetts.
anyone who davens his intensity here in this world, so the celestial.
But I guess that's more the suitcase show where there's money and you probably tell people the amounts by accident.
Have the ability to act against it. Yochanan says the only Vakis Adam Rachum, Shihu HaKoma Ansin as Kofo. I'm sorry. The only Vakis Adam Rachum, Shihu HaKoma Ansin as Kofo. Va'al Yehu Lo Tzayin U'Yimala. So this is a very beautiful
It's
Gemara.
funny when he makes fun of Shop, but I've been kind of saying he sucks. He's not good. Like, I don't understand why people like him.
שיסעו מלאכי השרת לבקש רחמים ושלא יראו לו מסתינים מלמעלה. Bahaki Mashma Yatzvah is beautiful. A person should always ask when they daven. A person should say, I should have Siyata B'Shemaya in the celestial sphere. Malachim should help me. And Malachim should have to shalom not work against me. Gemara's like this in general are quite, if you look at the introduction of Rashi, she says, Malachi Hasharis Bakish Rachamim. The Malachim should help to ask for compassion for me. There should not be any persecuting forces above. The Hani Mashma Yarok Shlach in Basra. In general, Gemara's like this always quite interesting because this notion that Malachim help me, Malachim are against me, soliciting angelic assistance above. Is this appropriate? Is this not appropriate? So it happens to be part of a raging hashkafic debate about the roles of Malachim within our tefillos and things like that. But the point of the over here, so the person should realize in any given moment there are so many different wheels that are turning. Ask for help. Ask for help. Like ask for assistance or from the Malachim. Absolutely beautiful. Minayin should keep it low. So say so again. You must turn about it. Minayin should keep it low. How do you know that vidui works? And when a person does vidui, a person confesses their ideas. That vidui itself has
that's the one thing I do like about Mandel is that
I
he's clearly
Yeshua,
being fed these lines from like younger people. So like whether they're like Gen Z staffers, they're like, okay, here's the subreddit. They say he pisses in the sink, he has mangina, and that Mandel's like, say less, I got this, man. And then he goes,
I'm going to uproot you today. I use the word says,
oh yeah, we are. Sorry, I've never lost over here. Oh yeah, it's wheeling and dealing.
Today you will be uprooted. You'll be punished. or the next word,
Alan is very good at stand-up, guys. He's very funny stand-up. As you've seen on Conan O'Brien and heard of it.
all five of these individuals are portraying some civics.
Hey, Paul, see your club too. Pass it open to my fridge.
Lavish
We're
more
doing this
father
bit now where, like, anytime somebody says something negative, we call them a bot.
I have a lot of Zimri. So
If it's
why
not
do they
referential
call him
enough,
Zimri?
or
Because to us, a nice Zimri. Because he
then we say
acted
that
like
they're a
Zimri.
bot.
This
Because
goes
they're
back to
not bots in
yesterday's
the chat.
that remember
They're
again,
bots.
Alchan committed
We know how
many
to get rid of
different averos. One of the things that Gemara accuses
What do
him
you do with bots?
of was Nara Murasa. He engaged in an immoral, adulterous relationship. The last Gemara said, others say, the Kadamash Zimri Shlo. Others say, no, Zimri. Allah ben Krishna offers, why was it called offering? She'ichin avonosehem shal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, because he caused the sins to wrap around Klal Yisrael like a snake. His sin ultimately enveloped all of Klal Yisrael. So also, so again, the Paravidin, remember that just like this, the Rambam is down, Kishiyas Tshuva, but Rambam Tshuva, halacha Aleph. Rambam says, Kishiyas Tshuva v'yashav l'ekel, chayiv v'skadas. The first step in Tshuva is confession. Why is that the first step in Tshuva? So if Kippur takes out first of all, because of Tshuva, to do a Tshuva,
We'll see how long the devices work.
At the end of the day, before you confess it, it's not real. I if I don't confess it, it's in my mind, and again, what happens over time is, I'm able to somehow justify it. I can able to justify it. I'm able to go ahead and kind of rework it, remake it, retool it in my mind, and it depends how good you are. Sometimes I can justify it if I'm really good at even making it into a mitzvah. Right? And after enough time, I can even begin to think of myself as a tzaddik. So the power of confession is confession makes the sin
running water, and
I
it's all because
acknowledge
of
the fact
the
that I
size
did
of bird
something
shit.
wrong. I acknowledge the fact that I broke something significant inside of me. And if I acknowledge it and make it real, then I have the opportunity to fix it. If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up really fixing it. That's the power of ego.
And that's why they charge extra. That gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers.
Right? Isn't that interesting? The Gemara over here is talking about the idea that legally is mechaber. So listen, if you think about that confession account, how does that make any sense? If I confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's not like I changed my life. It's not like I retooled the way that I live. But I don't know, what do you see? The act of having enough personal courage to be able to take a step back and say, I did something wrong, and to acknowledge it and to own it, that by itself is a huge and incredible step in personal growth. Even if I don't do anything, in other words, even if there's no action, there has to be more follow-up. But even for argument's sake, if there's no more follow-up, that is still tremendous accomplishment. Incredible amount. I was just about it. The Gemara says, "Eino yochom, eino done as follows. We need to overlap this asman. I be not process. Let's remember again. So the Gemara said. So if you remember again, the end of the Mishnah was talking about this idea. That what happens if a person doesn't know how to do good? Let's look at how to do good. So what happens? The person should just say, "Teheni sasi kapara," right? My death should be a kapara. So then the Mishnah ended off. The Mishnah ended off that Rabbi Yehuda says, if Reuben, called Reuben, right? Reuben's guy didn't let out the exodus. Reuben knows that he is innocent. So Reuben could say, my death should be a kapara for all of my averos, except for this avera. Because I didn't do it. So then it comes back to Yehuda, if that's the case, everyone's going to say that. Everyone's going to say that. Why? Right? Because every defendant is innocent. Every defendant is innocent. Says the Gemara. Good. Be not process. Who cares? Let everybody say it. What does it matter to us? So let every guilty person bring that out. Say, my death should be a kapara for every other except this one. Because I didn't do it. But what does it matter to us? They should also that's how what they do. Because it doesn't look right. at a certain point, it looks like the king aspersions on the additional abilities of things. Because at the end of the day, every single thing that was being executed says, I didn't do the opposite of things. The Allah Eid, I only Eid as well. Also listen to this story. Tell me about it. Nice about him, but she lots of it. There was once a guy who was being led out to be executed. Amar, in Yishpi about Zello, in Sassi Kapara, the Kalabonos. So listen to this statement this guy made. He's about to be executed. And he makes the following statement. If I committed this sin, if I committed this other, if I was executed, my death should not be an atonement for any of my others. Then any of the other death, but if I don't have this to any Sassi Kapara, then ultimately I can allow my death to be an atonement for all of my others. If I did this Avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this Avera, my death should atone for everything. We're basing the Polish on the Nukin, and again, and listen to this, and this guy said, you know what, and I hereby, Basin just did their best. Basin did their best. I don't hold them culpable for my death. However, the Egim lo kahila hem the witnesses should never be forgiven. Because again, what the guy's saying is obviously the guy knows what he was right. So he's doing two things. Number one, he's saying, if I committed this Avera, my death should atone for everything. If I didn't commit this Avera, my death should atone for everything. Number one. Number two, I don't hold Basin accountable, right? Basin, they're just doing their job. They're processing the information. Nothing else for them to do. But the agent, they should never be fined for doing this. Not in this world and not in the next. So what happens? Okay, so show on the double, on the zero. Zero, yeah, sure. Now, obviously, this was stark. This was very stark. Because the guy was literally willing to go ahead and say that if he committed this other, his death should not be very stark. So now, the basic purpose, they didn't know what to do. Without zero, yeah, sure, try to get zero. So to bring it back to the exam, retry the case, you can't do that. You're ready to the verdict. Hello, the other gate, Tola, the summer agents, what happened? And again, Basin did their best. Really, what's happening over here is the yoke is going to be suspended around the neck of the agents. That's obvious. You might as well talk to me, eh? We'll see if the Kahajib of his Sahajis. No, I'll say what happened over here. What happened over here is, so first of all, it's obvious. In other words, look, obviously it's a very shocking statement. But just because the guilty party makes that statement doesn't mean we're going to reverse the din. In other words, the din is the din. Obviously, it's a pretty shocking and jarring statement. Well, there's nothing else for us to do. Knowing what happened over here, the witnesses wanted to recant. After hearing this, right, the witnesses wanted to recant. So it says, where it says, who cares? There's a principle in Ethos. What's the principle in Ethos? One, no baptism. That's the principle. Once you give your testimony, that's it. You can't go ahead and retract afterwards. To which the Gemara says, the let's say what happened over here. The witnesses wanted to retract and they wanted to explain why they were retracting. Now maybe they have a rationale. But why they were, oh no, we thought about it a little bit more. We're going to say, the halacha is, eventually, once a person gives testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and modify that. That's the end of the story. Even if they have good reason to go back and give the whole story, like give a whole myself, whole explanation, nevertheless, we don't go ahead and let them go back. And once they have to do where it says Kiyahu Maisa Divine Mitzvah, like the story of tax collector. I'm gonna record it separately later on in Restream. This is a overwhelming story. It's brought down in Rashi. Because that entire left-hand column is pretty much one Rashi. So it goes from the top to the bottom. I'm gonna record it later on in Restream as a separate piece because it deserves its own time. But I finished today. This is a tremendous story. All right, that's the end of that sugya. The power of vidui, the power of confession to go and affect atonement all by itself. Says the Mishnah. Continuing in the execution process. So now remember, they're leaving him out. They're leaving him out to be executed. So now we'll say when they were 10 amos away, that's when the whole confession process occurred. Now they're gathered on this way. So what happens? Now, she did also as we thought of, so they tell him to take off his clothing. So the Gemara says, now, the reason they're doing that is because, remember, a person who's unclothed is killed faster as a result of stoning. That's what we're going to see. This is not a degradation. This is just the opposite. This is in order to expedite the execution. When it or I'm where they tell to undress. Remember that each Makasan also made a Isha made a Fanaha, the Akaraha, the Rabbi. So the Buddha said like this: a man just had something, a little piece of fur covering in front of the thigh, the Makah. For a woman, a small article of clothing to cover her front and I don't know, these, reserve some modicum from the concept at each mitzvah aron, there should scholars from the hundreds of comes in the only Jew of stoning unclothed, ultimately by a man. A woman is always going to be executed, she's always executed unclothed. Okay, top of Memhead, 45, here we go. Fanab, Ish Mekasa also paragraph in the front of. So we do the holes. It's just so understand. We do the holes. That everyone is stoned unclothed. A man can run piece of clothing just covering his muckle, right? And a woman has two articles of clothing covering her front and her back. So come say Ish Miskal, come see a man is clothed naked and a woman is not. My time ago, obviously is not conscious. What's at the root of not conscious? So my time, what's the logic of the Rabbanon who say that only a man is stoned unclothed when a woman is executed clothed? The Ragmu also, as it says, they will stone him. My also, what does also mean? Even my also, if you want to say that the din of skiva only applies to a man and doesn't apply to a woman, but it says Sa'ishahu, always Sa'ishahu. The pasuk explicitly says that they will take out the man or the woman for stoning. To which the Gemara says, Elamai also, rather, what does also mean? Or so below Kasuso. What it means is that there's a special sin of skiva by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. What's the special sin of skiva that applies to a man, not by a woman? Ultimately, clothing. That by a man is stoned unclothed, or a woman is stoned unclothed. The Gemara says, so below Kasuso, ha'osa b'ksusa. Okay, so we say that's the Chachamim. That's the Malacha L'Maisa. Again, you go ahead and you stone a man. How does clothing a woman drink so the locus so loshna ish loshna isha. Abdullah says no. So is a generic term that means what? Everyone is stoned without their clothes. Like that's halacha. So the Gemara says it doesn't matter a man, it doesn't matter a woman. Name law. They will say now here's what's interesting. Let's try to allow this.
And you're on tour with Vampire
Weekend. The name of the Gemara says is this to imply to Rabbanan Chayshi Liva, even though what's happening over here, Rabbanan and Rabbi literally again, it's just a question of how you dash in the Gemara. Maybe there's something deeper over here. Maybe, right, the Chachamim are concerned, ultimately again, the Chachamim are concerned that if you go out, especially by a woman, and stone her unclothed, there are other people present. So maybe again, seeing a woman unclothed will go ahead and awaken certain inappropriate desires within her. And therefore, that's what we're concerned with here. So the Rabbanon, who are concerned, Rabbi Huda, who is concerned for that. The Rabbanon, who are concerned for that, therefore say a woman is always stoned, is always stoned clothed, right? And Rabbi Huda seems not to be concerned for that. Is that what's happening over here? Yet we learned actually just the opposite. What was just the opposite? So this is by social. It's not. A point of just going again, social is limited to adultery, and there's an entire process. She's brought before the court. There's the entire mixture of the waters. So we go ahead and give her to drink. Give her to drink from the waters. So as part of the process, the coin mixes her clothing. Coin mixes her clothing. It's not a coin opens to the gut out. The coin holds on to her clothing. In nikru, they tear. In nifru, Asha Megala Asliba Vasosa Sala. Her heart is exposed. And they undo her hair. Her hair is bleeding. They undo the blades of her hair. And you would that's interesting enough. What that means is, in the social process, it is possible that a woman will be in some state of being unclothed, some state, and that Rabbanon allow it. And Yehuda says, so Yehuda says, if she is an attractive woman, we don't do this.
Did you hear about that?
then I have Sarah
Everything was like onto his face. Like, you suck. You
but
fucking
ultimately
asshole.
again, if her hair
So,
was attractive,
I've
we
always thought
also
like
don't
maybe I'll run
do
into
it. So
Calendar
he was
this year. I went to the
so
Chilmark
it
Tavern.
sounds like over
It's
here,
right
that
next to the
Yuda
cottage we're
is the
staying
one
at.
who's kosher.
And
Ultimately again, if a man
we
sees
sit
this
down,
sofa
and
in
the
some
dersh
state of being
walks
unclothed, is
up.
going to awaken
He starts
desire.
walking towards the restaurant,
Right?
and I'm
But I
like, oh
don't
my
see
god,
not
that's
to be
Alan Dersh
concerned
was
for
like
that.
trying to
That
whisper
directly
into my
contradicts what we
family, and
just
they're
said over
like,
there.
who,
Arson,
what?
right? Because
I go,
Arson,
Alan. They're like,
Rabban
Alan
are
Dersh. They're
saying
yelling his
almost
name as he's
always
walking out.
on.
And he's sat at
And
the
Rabbi
table
Yehuda
next to
holds
us,
that
and
she's
he's
in a
literally
partial
right next
state
to
of
me.
being unclothed.
And my
So what's
mom's
going
like,
on?
where is he sitting?
Rabbi says,
I
no,
go,
no, no.
behind
Hassan
you.
had a time of
Okay.
Shematating the
And then
things
he,
that call these
I did
terrible
a selfie.
perfect,
Yeah.
Hachal
And
Hamakaka.
I
Just like this
wanted to
incredible.
give him
The verse
shit,
says, no, no, no.
but my
Here's the
family was
difference.
there, and
The
it
difference
felt
is in
fucked
the
up.
case of the Sota,
But
in the case of the
I
Sota,
didn't. I
so
can't.
what's
I
going
saw
to
him
happen?
twice though.
So
Because
she can come out of this
he was
innocent.
at the
She comes out
tavern,
of this
and then
innocent, and it's
we bought
interesting.
tickets
The
to a play,
purified
and his
what are
daughter
the
was
purified
starting to play.
The young Kohanim.
So
The young Kohanim now are working saying that what's going to happen. She's going to emerge from days like innocent. That's good. And what's going to happen? The purified are going to try to pursue her. And she comes out innocent. So what is planned for tonight? It's not that. So I mean, that's good also because she's a soda, right? So that doesn't work out well. Right? So the nice again. So because ultimately again she can be found innocent, leaving the basement, with concerns about potential immorality if they saw her in this partial state of being unclothed. Here in our Mishnah, we're talking about a woman who's going to be executed. So there's no concern about that. So the rest of the tema, Asir Isaluye Ba'achranai, something incredible. So maybe you should be concerned about Sila. Because if they see a woman in a partial state of being unclothed, so okay, fine. So nothing's going to happen with this woman. She's going to have to be executed.
She's famous for saying the banality of evil.
To do immoral things with other women, or just immoral things in general. This is an incredible deal. I'm going to have a community. Amy Tzahar Sholei. I love the new She'ina
interrogated, so it's like her and then a soldier. So Papa could
Rabbi says
grab a
we have a
shotgun to the
tradition.
soldier.
What's the tradition?
That is
Okay,
great.
Tzahara only takes
What are
hold
you
of
doing in the
something
library?
that you
Oh, you're
see
in the library.
with
Books for
your
me.
own eyes. In other words, but Travis is saying is like this.
Oh, really?
Seeing one person doesn't awaken a desire for morality with someone else. Seeing a person awakens a desire for morality with that person that you see. It doesn't, it's not essentially, what Rob is saying is immorality is not transferable, right? In other words, it applies to what you see. It doesn't really transfer over to anything else. Such a fascinating, incredible idea. So therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with the sofa. The concern over here ultimately, again, is immorality, with the particular woman that you're seeing in a state of being unclothed. But if she's going to be executed, there's no further concern about that. Amy Sahara Sholeit, Ella the Misha Inosh. Sahara only goes ahead and takes hold over something that you see with your own eyes. But essentially, if you don't see it, or if you're not seeing it, then there's not even a tremendous. So again, Rava says, one second. You're opposing this as a contradiction to Yehuda. It's also a contradiction in the positions of the Rabbanon. I'm sorry. Okay, so we just answered out about Rabbi Yehuda. Rabban Nami Kasha. I'm going to cross the nose for Kavanashim, the low Sena, Chizimasina. Haka, Ino Fayisr, Dodu, Isa. So ultimately, you're going to say, so remember the Pasuk says, Rabbi is going to say, all of this is done, so that and by the execution is in order to go ahead and give a mercy to other people. So at the end of the day, the person is not going to come to sin when they see a woman in the partial state of being unclothed and executed. Witnessing an execution in and of itself is one of the greatest forms of mercy. So in other words, if he came up the other day, maybe we should do both. Maybe we should go ahead and Allah myself compromise them both ways, namely execution and also today's being unclothed. Butter low this is incredible. So ultimately again the Gemara says no. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to be maxed on their dignity. If you're not going to dignity, so I say, isn't this incredible? You have to learn what is that? How does this manifest itself? even when you execute someone, there is still a halacha we have to.
I want to rest in your life. Is there any pictures of shopping at graduation?
If you're executing someone about saying, thoroughly, if you're executing someone, what does that usually say about the person? Not good.
That's surprising.
Right? Not good, right? Good people don't get into those kinds of situations, right? A lot of situations in life that even good people get into. Generally, if you're being led out to the base of skila, you're not a good person. The pashtus. You've done something that is deserving of execution. And again, remember, even though we've seen the whole thing, the base has been advocating for you, the system is advocating for you, yet no one can examine you. It pretty much means you're probably not a good guy. So it probably means. Yeah, even for the Jew, he's not a good guy. There's a halacha. What's the halacha? V'ahavta l're'acha kamocha. I have an obligation to love him like I love myself. Now, manifest. How does it manifest? What it does manifest is minimize the pain and suffering or minimize the degradation that such a person is going to have in his execution. So again, in this case it'll be, for a woman, we're not going to execute her unclothed. That's what it means. Or for a man, we're going to execute him unclothed, but we're still going to cover the area of his milah. In other words, we're going to preserve his dignity, ultimately, again, to a degree. Even though such a person has engaged in such behaviors, we're still going to go ahead and preserve. So let's say, if there's a mitzvah of the person who is liable to a death penalty, how much we have to love each other as well. Also, we get into such divisiveness, we get into such strife, and such negativity within colleagues over what? Over hashkafic differences, different differences. We'll say at the end of the day, there is a profound obligation that we have to love each other. We have to love the person who is being led out to be executed. How much I have to love the Jew, no matter how different he or she is. Incredible Gemara. So when I was laying Rav Nachman tonight, maybe Rav Nachman's statement ultimately is not focused tonight, which the Gemara said low. Everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees. So we'll say, what are they arguing about? Mar Savar is only the Inish Adifai Tfei Minecha Bigufei, Umar Savar Necha Bigufei Adif Nevizion. So we'll say, this is actually very profound. The Gemara says this, everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Namely, you have to learn Acha Kamocha, find mitzvah that you have to execute someone, do so in a way which preserves their dignity. So here's the shayla. What do people care about more? Do people care about physical pain? Right, in other words, if you give a person a trade-off between preserving their dignity and suffering less, which one will people choose? Will people choose the preservation of dignity with more physical pain or less physical pain but the compromising of their own dignity? That's my focus. Let's remember again, what's the trade-off? The trade-off is like this. I can keep my clothing, right? So I preserve my dignity, but what? Skila is more painful. Or I could shed the clothing, right? So the dignity is gone, but there's going to be less physical pain. So as the Gemara suggests, this is so profound. Which one do people prefer? If you look at Rashi says that we are going to get other things. Lomar, other than in the fay, you need to be the fay. Who thought no should be suckled in the disha? The tish halamas. The Avagav didn't take Sarah the Gufa. Suppose he's not focused on this. Not focused on the person. Like, well, of course, you have everyone agrees that that's like Kamofa. It's not focus on human nature. Which is such a fascinating focus. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to never compromise the dignity of another person. That sometimes I gotta keep my dignity and suffer physical pain rather than lose my dignity and be a little bit uncomfortable. It is such an incredible use. So many halachos over here, not just of how to execute people, but how to treat people when they're alive. You have to let them off. You have to love the people no matter what. They disagree with you, they agree with you. You have to find a way to accept and to love every Jew, even if you're vehemently disagree with them. Number one. Number two, this is why we have to be so careful about how you treat the dignity of another. So you see from there, dignity is so important that a person, some people would rather even suffer physically, but keep their dignity, and to suffer less and lose their dignity. Incredible. Mishnah, basis very gavash te kamos. Okay, now as I sit out, it's fascinating by the way. These Mishnahs literally again, we're going through a journey. It's almost like overwhelmingly, we're going through the journey. We're walking side by side with the accused. So what happens? Base Skila, the base Skila was 2 stories high. Remember again, the way Skila worked, if you saw the front story, you push a person off a high roof. If he would die, we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. Watch the eyes. It didn't go for a must know. So we see this more in depth. One of the witnesses, the way it would work is the accused would stand a kind of like, we'll call it perpendicular to the edge of the building, and he would be pushed by one of the witnesses. Which makes a lot of sense. Like the witnesses have to carry out the execution. They would push him by his torso, by his foot. They push him by the sides, and they push him off the roof. So the Gemara says, if they're trying to tackle him, he hits the ground, he falls right on his chest, he will turn on his side. The immense bar, and ultimately, again, if he died as a result of the impact, yatsa. In other words, you might have thought that in order to be Yossi Skila, you have to throw a stone, but you gotta get a pebble, you gotta get something in there. Then you might have no. If he dies from impact, that's Skila also, the enough. What if he didn't die in impact? So again, remember, the first witness took them off. The second witness, Hashem knows also, the second one goes in and takes the stone, and literally again puts it on his heart, which means throws it on the guy. It makes by yourself. So again, if he dies from the first stone, then what he does. So then again, more people get involved, and we begin to stone him. Those are fascinating. Look, says the Gemara, Kana, remember again, now, it's true the base of Skila 3 stories high. Plus, remember again, a person also stands at a certain height, which means that he's falling also from even a larger height. What is that good? And we button it pretty high. Why do you need such a tall structure? So the Gemara says, after all, the little bar should be asar tefachim. Bar pit has the ability at a depth of 10 tefachim. 10 tefachim. So the Gemara says that even a height of 10 tefachim, which actually seems to be relatively low amount, even a height of 10 tefachim has the ability to cause someone to die from impact. You're right. If you die from a fall of 10 tefachim, you can. The chances are you won't, and you're just going to get very, very badly hurt. The idea, and that will cause pain. The idea over here is we want there to be a fall that is high enough that the probability is that a person is going to die. That's what we want. That's what we want. So the Gemara says, therefore, kill him in a way that minimizes the pain. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, so put him on a 10-story building. Right? Put him on a 10-story building. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, no, because remember, the issue is if it's too high, the body will become intensely mangled, right? Mangled, and again, that would be a lack of coverage ultimately again to the base as well. So we find this middle area. So in general, how do we know that the accused, right? Or not accused. That the guilty party is pushed off the building. On the Lomar, Yaro, as it says, pushed off. I know this. But on the Lomar, Sakol, how do we know that it's both pushing and falling? On the Lomar, Sakol, Yisakel, O Yaro, Yara. How do we know that if Allah Lamaisa, he went ahead and he died as a result of impact? That's what you're saying. Amalomar, oh, Yaro, Yara. How do you know that this is true not just for the desert, but also for future generations? On the days, Amalomar, Sakol, Yisaka. Okay, in last week, that's when we know about that. So the Gemara says, and it's not, remember, the guy doesn't die from impact. So the second witness comes along and takes the stone. No sound back on the Shem and Elijah Omer, Evan Haitzah, Shem, Masu Shmei Yashem, and we're able to sound like this. First witness comes along, what does the first witness do? He's the pusher. He's the pusher. And then again, if Ruben doesn't die from impact, the second witness comes along, and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So the second witness is taking the stone all by himself. Most likely that time, Evan Haisham must be shaken other. Ultimately, again, there was a stone there, but the stone was so heavy that it could only be carried by two people. So it's not the one person thing, it's a two-person thing. First Umar says, the Nosna Alibo, the Nosna Alibo, in Mace Bar Nasa. So it's not a Tikshi, must be shaken Adam. So Umar says, Tikshi, I'm sorry, Tikshi, must be shaken Adam. So in reality, it was a heavy stone. It had to be lifted by both witnesses. Note law, the Nosna Alibo, Elo, the midly what would happen? Both witnesses would lift up the stone together. The Shadi Lohu, what happened? Both witnesses would lift it up together, but it would really be only one of them who would do the throw. Like essentially, actually points out to us in the if two people try to throw something, what ends up happening? It doesn't go in a defined direction. There's two different forces acting on it. Right? The nice again, you can get back to that incredible piece of when two people try to throw something, the intended item doesn't go in the right direction. There's two forces acting on it. Listen to our So therefore, again, when if Ruvain didn't die from impact, so what happens over here? So Allah again, the two of them together lift up the stone and they throw it down. But they lift it up together, but only number two throws it himself in order to go ahead and ensure that it's going in the right direction. I want to point out a tremendous Muslim aspect in this. There are life-affirming lessons even in execution. What do I mean by that? Because the thing about this is just a moment. In life, there are stones you have to learn. Right? In life, there are things you have to accomplish. And a lot of times in life, in order to accomplish things, you need other people to lift. Right? And that's true, right? I need other people to help me lift. You should only rely on other people to a certain degree. At a certain point in time, you gotta take ownership of getting the stone where it needs. Too often in life, we rely on other people from beginning to end. Right? I want to accomplish, but I need this one for this, I need this one for that. We all need other people to assist. No one can live life without assistance. So you need other people to help you lift the stone of personalistic accomplishment. But at the end of the day, to get that stone where it needs to get, to accomplish the things you need to do, it's got to be you and you alone. Other people can assist, but the execution, right? The execution of your life goal, the execution of the things you want to accomplish, own it, take it, direct it. It's got to be you and you alone. Tremendous. Life-affirming lessons, even in the midst of execution. Remember was like that. In myself, the back time, the Olam Moshe Adam. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, but yet again, so remember, the Gemara says, if that first stone didn't work, and all of Klal Yisrael gets involved, so the Gemara says it never happened. Never happened that you had a person who didn't die either from impact, or at least from impact, and then initial stone after that. So the Gemara says, that kind of like, it doesn't mean that they did it. Right? It doesn't mean that actually, again, they threw additional stuff. That's not what it means. What it means is you do stuff. In other words, if it needed, this is not what happened. In other words, here's the process, right? We're laying out the process. The process was that Allah for the nice stuff, again, first push him off. If he dies on impact, good. If he doesn't die on impact, then second witness comes along and throws down a big stone. And if none of that worked, then again, everyone else will engage in the stone. Now, did that ever happen? That they needed college to get involved in the stoning? No. But nevertheless, that's why we process. Evan Heiss, about Evan Akash, Now, this is incredible. So the Mishnah made it sound like, again, there was a stone that was prepared for the second witness to throw if it was necessary. This is fascinating. After first executed, anything used in the process of execution was buried along with the guilty party. So the Gemara says over here, the sword that was used to kill him, the tree that he was hanging on, the stone that was used to stone, right? The rope that was used to hang him, everything was buried with him. So look, if that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? But in my what it means is one stone per customer. In other words, that's the mindset, right? The execution was buried along with it. And I love for that, then if there was no execution, they would prepare a second stone. So you must be items would be buried with it. After all, we learned back any part of them. We wouldn't bury these items with it. And let's say, by the way, the logic for burial is why it makes a lot of sense. You don't really want the stone. You don't really want the stone. That was used for execution. Why? It's going to be a lack of covenant base. Because people are going to say, oh, that's like the stone that they put in. Right? That's the tree that they hang the shimmy from. You don't want that. It's a lack of covenant. So you want to, they bury the stone along with the and then they prepare it along. Okay, bury within that time we learned. In the garden, but we learned that you don't bury the items together with the mace. That's what's like, you don't want to bury this with the mace. It's almost like such a segregation with the mace. But a mace should be buried along with the buried item you executed with. Because you're right, Papa might be more with these up there. That doesn't mean that we put it in the kever. Like, in other words, you're not actually putting the instrument for execution in the kever itself. What it means is you're burying it along in the same general area together with the mace. How much more? Mikayada is impossible. Let's say again, we're going to condemned to that. And before the execution is carried out, so the one of the witnesses lost the hand. So if you lost the hand, then halach l'maisa, Reuben gets off on a technicality. My time, right? Parker, Reuben is Parker. My time, no. But Yaga isn't Geba Marishona, the letter. This is incredible. Bible said because it says the hands of the witnesses have to be on the defendant and the right of the guilty party person. Therefore, if the witness doesn't have a hand, so Reuben goes through. Technicality. And when the actor even the name, how can I be? So that's this. Tell you what, that people without hands can't be witnesses. In other words, if somebody's an amputee, doesn't have hands, so you can't go ahead and testify in the capital case. No, what it means is like this. I'm talking about witnesses who did have hands at the beginning of the proceedings, and they found them guilty. So again, if they lost their hands before execution was carried out, then the accused or the guilty party gets off on a technicality. But if they didn't have hands from the beginning, the death penalty is fine. So you might just make come up with she just trying to even other 20, So here's the problem. What about the following situation? Witnesses show up in another case, right? Witnesses show up and they testify about the following. We are here to testify that in so-and-so basin, Reuven was found guilty of killing Shimon, and so-and-so were his witnesses. So he's showing up in the basin, talking about Reuven being found guilty in a different basin, and also again, and so-and-so were the witnesses. Now, listen, interestingly enough, how are they? They thought we just said the witnesses have to be the ones who go ahead and carry out the execution. That the hands captains, in this case, Reuben is going to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that occurred in a different basement. Shmuel said, no, actually, we're talking about over here, those second set of witnesses that show up, those are actually the original witnesses. Testified that Reuben was guilty. Anybody knows about the fascinating about this is this is quite a literal interpretation of this, right? The Gemara is saying the Yad Ha'ivin Tiavo Barishona literally means that what? The witnesses, their hands have to be on him first, right? The witnesses would push him off the side of the building by steel, and therefore the Gemara is literally saying if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Reuben goes free. So the Gemara says that is a pretty literal interpretation of the passage. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to require such a literal interpretation?
He's so fun that he just
says,
going out.
The Gemara says,
he's fucking it's fucking
all right, anybody in the front, we really need such a literal interpretation. Most of us, I'm not going to go there. Any other than Misa Kilba. Most of the ones that somebody kills someone else, otherwise you have to execute him. Now, I only know that you have to execute him in a particular execution that the Torah highlights, right? How do I know? So let's say someone's high skila. Like, how do I know that if for some reason I can't administer skila, that I kill him any way that I can? In other words, for halacha, even if you can't administer the particularly prescribed misa, that you execute him in a different way. And we know most you must, I'm not going to come up, most you must execute it. So what do you see from there? What you see from there is that halacha, even if a person does something, there's some latitude in interpretation. Even the Torah says that Reuben is supposed to get skila. If you can't give skila, you can only give heret. Like that you give him heret. So you see from here that people don't have to be necessarily interpreted explicitly. We shiny house on the most of us. So that's not good. That's different. Why? Because there are both there's lots of most of us. There's a lot of the plus, right? And the lots of the plus ultimately is most of us, which is a more general statement. So why don't you go and learn after this? Well, let's just be the paradigm. Let me see the paradigm. That even the Torah says something explicitly, it doesn't be explicitly doesn't necessarily have to be understood in a very narrow way. Like that's the other. Those are saying you know. Because in reality, Rosef and Gol Adam are both now. What's interesting about Rosef and Gol Adam, we're going to see. These are both cases where the Torah hands down a very specific punishment, but then the Torah also gives you latitude in the implementation of that punishment. What's Shnei Ksubin Abayim Gaffa? Shnei Ksubin Abayim is very important. I won't point out but I'm leaving it. When the Torah says something once, like that means that once is a paragraph. When the Torah says the same thing twice, what is that coming to tell you? That these two situations are an exception to the rule. So watch this. So here we go. So Gemara says, the first thing you're going to buy therefore, whenever the Torah says the same principle twice, that is an exception and not particularly a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, the Torah tells me that someone kills someone, Reuben killed Shimon, he's found guilty. What's the halacha? We have to kill him with skila. What if he can't give skila? Kill him however you can kill him. Kill him however you can kill him. Right? So the Gemara says, Gola Adam speaks Gola Adam, you decide you Gola Adam, you don't miss the mitzvah of the Gola Adam. What's it, right? Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. B'shogeg. What is the punishment for accidental murder? What's the punishment? Gola Adam, you go to Golos, but if he's an avenger of blood, who is an avenger of blood? Right? Who is that? That's a relative of the person who was killed. So the Gemara says, how do we know? Mitzvah Gola Adam. You don't go out. This is wild. How do we know? That let's say again, Shimon doesn't have any relatives, so therefore again, there's no Gola Adam. Beis Din appoints a Gola Adam. It's so interesting to see like what applies to that job, right? Beis Din goes ahead and appoints a Gola Adam. So ultimately again, so we see from what do you see from here? Even the Torah says that it's that's for the Gola Adam who goes in. Who's a relative, yet there's no relative, Beis Din appoints us. What do you see in these two cases? Even though the pasuk explicitly says something, what we interpret it to be not necessarily literal. So the Torah says the person who kills someone else is killed by skila. Okay, if you can't do skila, do something else. A person who kills accidentally is liable to death at the hands of the Gol Adam. But if there's no Gol Adam, then what? Beis Din appoints it. So these are two instances where we don't interpret the pasuk literally. So we'll say, therefore, Shnei Ksubin Abayim Gaffa. Two instances speaking of the same thing, non-literal interpretation. But because it's stated twice, therefore that means what? These are the exceptions and not the rule. But everywhere else, what is the rule? What is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. And if I'm also coming full circle, we now understand as what? Who pushes the guilty party off the roof by skill? Who does it? The witnesses. Yad Aydin Tiyav Rishon. And therefore, if between the verdict and the pushing, one of the witnesses becomes like she loses his hands, then what's the halacha? Reuben goes free on a technicality. Those kind of technicalities, incredible. So it says the Gemara only mark Milo Ba'inon Baba Inam Kraki just said, or do not need the husband to be. I was saying, we're going to stop over. By the way, excellent job. Let's say excellent job. Yeah. Okay, it would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. Would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. Let's say you did fantastic. Right? We did it together, Baruch Hashem. We leaned into it. We accomplished it. We finished off the week on the literally on the same page, almost on the same page as Israel. Let's say what a week of learning science is such a tremendous success. However, I just want to point out one last piece. One of the most important sodas in all of this. What do you think? What do you think about it? It's like a trickle down of learning these gemaras. Like what do you do with all these gemaras execution? That's I always find when you learn about death, what death does is learning about death creates the most life-affirming lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So listen, what it has to really ingrain within us is that Baruch Hashem, if we're here, if we're living, if we're breathing, Baruch Hashem, we are not Baruch Hashem subject. If we learn, then it means we got to accomplish. We got to do. Every breath we have is tremendous gift from the Rebbeinu Shalom, and we just need to open that time. Let's say Shkoyach, a good Shabbos.
Did you see cowbell earlier?
We have it. We got to figure. I mean, we invest in this, so we got to figure out a way.
What's up, Dallas? Love you, Texas. That Neo's not touching this fucking temple, Daddy. Look at that log. The walk is skilled. I don't care what anybody says. It's a skilled walk.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Kalakala sponsor for Production Day. The Total Mishpacha is a source to restore totals for all of the Amis. However, we should look at it to see that Bachman is kind the car. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Chaim Richter, and we are Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon, to call the Bracha, who passed away earlier this week. I'm sorry, total sponsors for the Tzon to come in the Mishpacha. For dedicating Shimon Joshua in memory of Amit Ben and David Levi, the Holy Bracha, Itai Rebbe, killed fighting and died on the first night of Hanukkah. Zakioli sponsors for today. Elio and Dwar Ramazpan, in memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Abraham, Holy Bracha, and in honor of his son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. And I'm responsible for the release of the hostages today. And yes, I hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and B'Kavod. Wasn't that we have a lot to do today? Couldn't hold this, everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's dot is $9.44. We are actually picking up the red section of Menzino on the days 43b at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. Hurry up, we're going to get Saskilo. Hurry up, we're going to Saskilo to answer us when the convicted individual, called Ruben, right? So they're following along our progression. Ruben is accused of killing Shimon. Ruben has been found guilty by a baby. So when Ruben was approximately, when he was the 10th on the sword from the base of the execution spot, only law, they say to him, his father commits
where's all the English money gone?
Alright, all the same
more English money.
She can then call him his father. Because again, it's the death of people who are being put to death by easy to the sense of you to confess. Because even though again, death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless the act of reciting Hebrew prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. Because anyone who does Hebrew before he dies, needs to play the Olam has a portion in the world to come. She cannot see by Achan. What we see by Achan, now who is Achan? For again, for those who stay a bit, when Chalisma comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought in Yericho. Yeshua said that anyone, that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho. Whoever does so would be liable to that.
Get back in the kitchen, success flag. You need to go viral on Reddit.
We'll see more about that sort of just a little bit.
You can watch the stream for a little bit, and you gotta go right next week and clip
So really again, this is Yeshua saying to Achan, give confidence to Hashem, the God of Israel, the king of Melitopia. Now, see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. We have to see exactly what this particular statement means. Vayan Achan as Yoshua, so Achan answered Yoshua, and he said, I know he had Hasi, because so Achan said, when confronted by Yoshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact, I did so-and-so and so-and-so. How do you know ultimately again that Achan was atoned as a result, that he received atonement as a result of his deed? Yaakov Hashem by Yomazek. So you just as you like destabilize us. Literally again muddy the waters for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. So the Mardash is it's only on this day how you in this world that you are, so to speak, punished. That you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here that Halakha because Achan did Shukla, Achan did Vidui, therefore ultimately again he is incredible. Being any of the other Sabbath, what happens when a person doesn't know how to do Vidui? The same person just doesn't know how to recite Vidui. On the road, so we see the name, and also the following. Today, Yisasi Kapara Akola Bonasi. My death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. So again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There is a concept ultimately of saying Vidui when a person is dying. If you call Vidui Shtigmira, when a person is dying. There's a longer form of that Vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that Vidui that essentially just says, today we suffer kapara akol avonosai. So that again, this let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's it. That's the entirety of the Vidui. But the Vidui says, in Hayyavera Shivim Zumam, the Vidui says that at the end of the day, let's say you didn't know that he's innocent. Right? As much as David says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say he's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Omer Selim Chesi Kapara Kora Volasai Chutzi Avonzah. Ruben could say, my death should be atonement for all of my averos, except for this happening. You call Adam Omer King Kadei Nakos Atzmo. So Ruben says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying the second game. So remember, Amida says essentially, you say Vidui before being let out, but if you believe you're innocent, you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, if you say that formation, everyone's going to say that. Everyone maintains their innocence, or there's no people maintaining their innocence, all the way until the end. Okay? So the Gemara is saying that Torah not a Lashon Bakasha. So interesting enough. So remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yoshua says to Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of sin Vidui prior to go ahead and be guilty. So Yoshua says to Achan, please, when he asks him not, Lashon over here is the Haggish not leave Naasi. Please tell me what happened. What is this? So the Shpach is the cloud Yisrael, and the Shpach is the Yeshua. Cloud Yisrael has sinned. Cloud Yisrael has sinned. I'm going to follow the Rebbeinu Shalom, Yichata. So remember again, Hashem is telling Yeshua that someone took from the spoils of Yericho who wasn't supposed to. So Yeshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who took from the spoils on Yericho? I'm going to make the people Johnny. So this is Hashem to rock my snitch. Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Let's go and cast lots. Cast lots, cast the lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was. All of people were relatives. So sure enough, Yeshua went and he cast the lotteries. Enough of Hagora Altan. the lottery fell on Yeshua. So Yeshua. There's no Achabar life. So now Yeshua confirms Achan. You would have me committed this idea. So Achan said, really? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, Atam ve'Elazar Kohen Shegi Don Adar Achan. In a makir alifim Baal Achan Kamino Pro. So Achan says, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, right? You're the Kohen Gadol, right? You're the Navi. Elazar is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. The point that Achan is trying to make is a lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? Also, other laws, your Jewish laws, that means I'll cut you off. Please, I'll talk to you about all of us. Whatever you do not cast dispersions on the lottery. Why not? Shall see the Eretz Yisrael with this code of the world. Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So, if you start casting dispersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast dispersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. See, the Lord says, Shina and Mark, after very like us out, those who came to us, those who made sure says, to offer please give over. Rabina, Shafiri Shafir. Literally, your shield right upon his words. What does this mean? It's the most important of the thing for Allah. Tingo, Toga, Goli Potter. So Yeshua, not a little bit tougher. He said, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we need is a confession, and then we're done. Now, often it's Yeshua, I know he has that's okay. So, Kazos, the Kazos, Asisi. And I'll say, yeah, it was me. I did it. This is what I did. And he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from the cult. I'm not saying, Lani, Shema often the social color. It's interesting as well. It turns out that often didn't just violate the Khalim. Khalim means also Khalim. We reach the Khalim in a particular context where they even put someone in Khalim. So Khalim also means the concept where the basic, right? It goes and says something is off limits. So for example, Yericho was Khalim, right? The spoils of Yericho were Khalim. And you're saying that interesting that Achan went ahead and violated 3 different halachas. First of the white lines of the bottom, Schneider, 2 during the days of Moshe, and 1 during the days of Yeshua. So apparently, although we don't necessarily see the state, apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there was also a halach. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils. Do not partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, Achan didn't just violate the one by you, he violated 2 by Moshe Rabbeinu. Kazos, the Kazos, Asisi. Kazos is a 3 betrayals. Like this one, and like this one, have I done? So ultimately, again, that represents 3 acts of performance or 3 acts of violation. 3 Chamrami violated. I want to show it wasn't Shloshim. Chamisha, he violated 3 Chamrami. Arba also the Achamei Yeshua Shneimar. Anoki Chatasi, the Kazos Asisi. Okay, the Ashta might have a Anish. So what? Up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other Chalamim, why is he only punished after Yichud? Shouldn't have been punished earlier than that. So I'm not sure about that. It's from the official Anshu Alan Staros, Aksha Abraham Hayari. So I said, this is incredible. One of the Tali Sra is Kali Sra Raking Zabazat. Mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility means that not only are we responsible to take care of each other, but Allah for myself, I'm responsible for your happiness, you're responsible for my happiness. That's the way it works. I share in the wheels of your mistakes, you share the wheels of my mistakes. That means mutual responsibility. So this concept, as you mentioned, this is really quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the averos that maybe we don't know about. What if I commit the avera privately? No one else knows about it. So I'm not going to say you get mutual responsibility for that Avera.
We should have
So
gotten
listen to this. So
upgrade.
Roger says it is, but the only definition only occurred right after we crossed the Yardin. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, even though Chacham went ahead and violated multiple other kalamas prior to Richo, no one knew about it.
Yeah,
And there's only mutual responsibility for private items after we cross over the Yardin. Therefore, the only way price was held accountable for was what? Was Richo. Was Richo. The kids are asking us, this is actually not Moses, and I listen to this. And it starts by talking about it, so literally translated, that which is hidden is to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all eternity. So much as Lama Nokod Al Lano V'Lachu Levaneinu Yal Ayin Shebad. Right? So why is it? What's the witness of the Torah? There are dots over. Lano Levaneinu and the Ayin of Ad. Lano
Right now, we're waiting for the second half of the stream.
So you want to teach us that the due of mutual responsibility didn't apply for private
Have you guys ever
actors
sacrificed
until
a Saturday
after
for
Christ
skits and
Garrett
grits?
Israel.
Oh yeah, entire Saturday.
There's a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Golis. In other words, when we're outside Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. So you know, is there ever liability for private items? So let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public things of one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private items, you're responsible for my private items? That is a very difficult thing to say. If you think about it, that's a pretty overwhelming concept. So you know, עד עולם, אלפים על הסתרות, כך לא אלף על עושר שבגודל, עד שעברו ישראל את הירדן. Rather than go say this second hour of the friends is like this. There is never mutual responsibility for hidden others. You see, right? You can't operate that way. You might say, I can't be responsible for things you do in private. You can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's impossible. But again, when it comes to the Miglos, there's responsibility for that only once we entered into Israel. No responsibility for that once before we entered into Israel. That's the case, not from the dollar. All fun. So that's the case on one side. Then essentially, is taking some property from the home. Was it private act? So that's the case. Even though it happened to sell, why would there be any level of mutual responsibility for that?
I'm in a sports jersey. I'm a Bears. It's number 66. I can't hear Brian. Oh, there he is. I can hear him now.
Ultimately, again, because his family about it. Even though
We got it.
Is public enough, but his family about it, and they didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. As Rashi says over
This is amazing.
let's say no, find out what tremendous skill.
Oh yeah, we've been, I don't know if you know this, but we've been streaming, well yeah, you do know this, we've been streaming the Gringo Poppy since 9 a.m.
The family knows that one of the members of the family is struggling with something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle. There's responsibility for those folks. Overwhelming
Yeah, no, it was pretty crazy.
Whatever
Get a lot of energy.
is true of the microcosm of the family as well. So Klal Yisrael, we're responsible for each other. Not with the stuff we don't know about. I give you responsibility for the secret stuff. You give me for the private things of no. But for the revealed things, that's how we're responsible.
This is what streaming does to your hair.
Family members are doing it private, but if I know that my family members are struggling with things and it's clear that you're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it and help results in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. Incredible. So much as hard to yourself.
He has a new flavor called white gummy worm. Yeah, that's what Gerardo's drinking. Yeah.
So this is actually very, very beautiful. Because remember, this is a Kosh Baruch speaking to
So we got a lot of caffeine. We're very tired.
They got always greasy. Klal Yisrael saved and they finally
No, I mean, listen, if we get anywhere near 24 hours, there might be like a mistake where I unplug.
But Klal Yisrael is held responsible for the sin of Achan because of the good of because they're mutual responsibility. Mutual responsibility. for
You know the answer to
publicly
that?
known others. What's the answer?
Sorry, what was
They
that?
do know about it. Who knew about it? Here's what I knew about it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Who knew about
question.
it?
Well, you missed
That
how my
is
hair
enough to
got this
create
way, but you
public
know why I
knowledge
don't
and
cut my
enough to
hair,
create
dude?
mutual
Because it's
responsibility and
cheaper to get a
liability.
Cubitic
Because
head
it is
dye.
a
You
beautiful
know what I'm saying?
Rabbi says, Rabbi Abba Bazaka, Akapi Shechata,
What did you miss? Let's see. We had well, we saw Mark. We had Brendan Walsh, Alan Strickland Williams.
even though
You
it's
missed
sin,
about 30 to 50 replays of BGs. But, you know, like, you didn't miss that much. So it's like, yeah.
even though Klal Yisrael sin, they're still called Klal Yisrael. They're still called Klal Yisrael. So
I-
there's
one
a beautiful
time,
piece.
I think you probably saw, I did like the first
By
10
the
minutes.
Balatanya.
And then the second 5 minutes on the feature, but I've never done the full thing. I know I've let you down. I apologize. But I want to get there
Says
someday.
name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Second,
I gotta say,
Russia.
Brian, the bits on the show recently have been amazing, as always. They're getting even better. I don't know how you keep doing it. Every time it's amazing.
Terms change. If someone is excited today, you could be a Russia tomorrow, someone's a Russia today, you could be excited tomorrow. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Yisrael and Chilek and coming Maharash. It's like again, the open Russian and Tanya. Because the neshama of a Jew is not just a spark, it's a chilek, it's a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Oh, yeah. Some of the funniest guys ever do it. We're mainly just beneficiaries. We didn't have it matter. I see this. Brendan Walsh, comedian, famed comedian, he was saying he's like addicted to the Reddit. Do you ever feel like you're addicted to the Reddit? It's a problem in your life?
That he such a cut the Russian years.
These are good questions to ask every day, every night.
The fact that I can shama, the fact that I respect my HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I could commit the worst Avera possibly imaginable, chas v'shalom. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael.
Yeah, I mean, it's hit after hit. And then, like, land bounding, that was pretty good. Latest one.
Spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what Avera calls a shame essence. Right? It's ultimately again. I'm sorry, it's not a
I don't know.
descriptive term.
We always laugh about it because the episodes take like 6 months to make. You know? So it's so weird to have a truck show and then every show starts with these like, he claps his hands and then 6 months later there's a new truck. So I'm hoping that in a few more months we get another two. If we can get him there to Austin in the storage unit, fingers crossed.
One is that no matter how badly I debase myself, that I would be broken through the building myself, what is that? I mean, there are just certain avenues that
We didn't even reach out. We haven't tried to get Jen on. I don't know if I want to have Jesse on fire. The way you're hesitant to be associated with Shop is the way I'm hesitant to be associated with Jesse on fire.
Why? Because I'm in Israel. Because I'm in the Shama. And that the Shama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And no matter what I do in life, I
Yes, no, that's a good question. You know, we should have that, but we don't. Unfortunately, we just, you know, it's all wrestling. There's no report. We're all wrestling. You know, and me and Mark, we went out to dinner before the first time I met him, and we sized each other up. And I was like, I could take this guy. So I let him talk.
I mean, the thing about Mark, I will say, and the thing I'll say also with my editorial about narcissism, so it's almost, this is what people say. Common expression people say.
Because
Even a little branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a little branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a little branch that is surrounded by little branches all around you. It still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains incredible. Incredible. It got ugly. You see, I should see
yeah, I mean, that was all Photoshop AI or whatever.
also violent covenant.
No, well said though. Well said. He actually, BC, I gotta tell you, he said he addressed this on the pod today. I don't know if you heard this part. He actually said that he's not narcissistic, he's autistic. So he's saying he's autistic. Yeah, he's yeah. He did say that, right? Where I might just had a fever dream. I could have sworn because we've been recording for 9 hours, it seems like, so I made that up in my head, but I'm pretty sure I said so. Yeah, no, great, thank you. Yeah, great question. We have, but so what happened is our mutual guy that we both know, Othello, he told me he was like, dude, this guy Shab has like a stand-up special. Like, you should do a stand-up special. It's on YouTube. And I was like, yeah, sure, okay. Like, I'm sure we're the same level. But anyways, it was Gringo Poppy. So I was like, I'm not going to do that, but I'll do a joke called what do we call it? The Gringo Koonie. And so I made this thing called the Gringo Koonie. It's like a little Twitter thing. And then I was like, I had just started the podcast with Gerard, and we had some episodes out. And I said, why don't we watch the Gringo Poppy on the stream? And this is all kind of like me kind of thinking about it. So we watched the stream. We streamed the Gringo Poppy, and it got such a huge hit. And then somebody independently posted in the Reddit, could have been open. I'll never know, allegedly. And it got this big hit. And we just started finding out about Papa, and then we were going to do it. And then we were like, why don't we just watch 10 minutes of it? And then we started making the songs. And then Bobby Lee reached out.
Which is the most valuable thing of all. I don't know what I'm saying is, it's after. It's after. Whatever it is, you need to want to have you want what you want, it doesn't make any difference. So say, none of us are like minded ever actually choose to do that yet. The default reality is that I do this is make funny. I've always wanted to be funny when I make sad love songs. So it's kind of like helps me grow into like funny songs. The album is judged like an Adam song. I get put on my own books and then often went ahead and tried to you guys playing the score during the golden era when Joseph was, rolling up but it's not like our field was and if it wasn't rocking, you possibly gave it up.
I mean, probably I did I think like a few pre-roast battle shows that with Rogan. I saw Rogan there once. I don't think I ever ran into Shab. We would see D'Elia around, not in the store, but like improv. Actually, at the store too. Yeah, D'Elia, one of the greatest ever do it. So, but I never saw live Papa and Rogan stand up. Was that? I'm working on my D'Elia impressions.
Don't partake of the spoils of evil. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. But the Jews are incredible amount of wealth. Everybody's wealthy.
It's a good question. I thought they were all going to stick together, Yeah, they're all going to fight.
Such a dramatic mistake. They compromise you, your family, and college. So what's the answer? The answer is this wasn't the first mistake.
I think they're all kind of like tied together. D'Elia's got nowhere to go. It's a show that had, Theo Vaughn was there for a while, and then he had to go figure some stuff out. He's going through a lot, and then they're just like, we'll just keep going. It's one of the best shows out there right now.
A really bad decision. Sometimes I like to think that crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true. But it's also the decisions that we make. The fundamental chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong small decisions, maybe they're simple, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a direct of my life. And that sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying. Don't think that Achad just woke up that morning and said, hey,
Chavo the only one. Yeah, and also then credit to Shav if he knows about us at all for not suing us. Thank you. But the only blowback at all that I've received is one time I did the show a long time ago, and the producer of the show told me, he was like, hey, the guy that does Shav's poster work saw your name on the thing. He was like, I can't do this poster because this guy makes one shot. And then I was like, oh shit, really? And he's like, yeah, but I was like, I'm still gonna put his name on, and then they just ignored it. Or no, actually, no, the poster guy was like, I'm just kidding, I can support with you or whatever. But he was, so that he was at least aware that I did that. But that is only the only blowback whatsoever that I've heard.
Essa chorazão, yes, mona das pelotas, das choras, camona das solas, all those color shows. Those is not consequences. And you should talk about the entire time of the spoilers and words as who cut out, one of them knows something how to understand. So it sounds like you're executing a transfer. But I'll tell you one community idea. What is family do wrong?
You don't subscribe. Yeah, right.
Calling someone something else, says someone's body slow. So then I can't community say what the cloud is slow. So where it says, yes, the whole father doesn't even know it, but he's financially pulling not just his son, stay alive, but all these other communities.
And we thank Harold Shaw. We're so happy that he was able to move here from South Africa and the Emerald Mines. We really appreciate that.
Again, what we thought was incorrect, and it's important that we see the color just like
but to answer your question, absolutely 100%. Our algorithms are just as embarrassing as yours, if not worse. I am subscribed to some of the things. Unfortunately. And I mean, podcast friends, good. I'm not sure I'm willing to go as far as the president. You're always going to go out there. You heard it here first. Brian Campbell, podcast friends, good. We haven't ever said that. We watch it. It's great stuff.
I was told that my friends coming to us, so again, details. What I can talk, right? I saw in the movie in the spoilers. I got a shit out of my friends coming to us. It's still a good song. It was a clock of 5 minutes. Sure, which was a sound like the street dog. A clock of time. But I took in the show, I'm on that ball, the content with the was so I went back to the show. Yeshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of my sparkle.
I started to realize that this Reddit thing on these MKO active morning comments came in with like, you gotta check out this Reddit thing. It's wild. Because they're like, you know this guy, I'm friends with him, you know Sean. I'm like, yeah, I know. And then, you go to it, and you're just like, oh, God. Like, the raps on, like, you know that guy, South Oregon Bird, I mean, like, some of these guys are accidentally brilliant, like, balance checkbooks, they can make me laugh, and so they started to get my DMs, and I realized there's a lot of pros over here, they're like, you got it, shop, two shop,
for this you killed half of the percentage.
you got to
This
break
you got that percentage. So you guys that's 16.
I remember thinking,
I can slow
there's
the
a
sheet
chance I
and
could
it out of
my
eye.
ass
Because
kicked.
not there.
Like, there's a chance
36
go
men died.
south. But I've got to be honest, I delivered those, during that weekend when I shared a few streams with him, I delivered those Chavisms. Assuming that I'm almost throwing them off for himself. We're the pro comedian. I'm the stupid guy who thinks it's funny. Is it? So I'm just going to lob him and then he'll dunk on me. And then, for plan B, I was thinking of,
Who's so great,
I can get
and he's
him.
as great to his work, he has like 36 people, that's half of the percentage.
Right.
I
So
had
Yeshua,
zero idea
because
of
of
the
this,
lack of
because
self-awareness
of the
that
money, because of the war,
6
because
years
of whatever
later
it is
we
that
get right here, right now. I actually thought I was
this is
helping
why
him
you
in a
killed
sense,
the
right?
36 people.
Yeah, that's possible too. Album, I think, is probably when you learn that day.
Because I still can't figure out if he knows so much shit out of me, or he just literally didn't get it.
I mean, just probably the latter. I could say.
And the rich
Yeah, or it could be either one. Oh, you know one thing I wanted to ask you, and feel free to, you don't have to answer, but when we would, we first started on the Reddit, we would hear about you, and the CEO, Brian Campbell, oh yeah, not wartime, sure, yeah, Harold Guani, BC, there was a profile that was like supposedly you. Do you remember this?
I do remember this, and to this day, I wouldn't even know how to post it.
Okay, we don't know who that is.
IBC, I'm sure you just, or whatever. No, I have no idea.
We have no idea. Okay.
I just recently figured out that it's an app that you can download. Like, I got 47 going on 75. Yeah, no idea.
Oh, I mean, we always say like we're so much like Sean, but he was like, when he was accusing Kalila and Bobby Lee of like hacker shit or whatever. And she was like, do you know how Reddit works? And he's like, no. That's how I felt for a long time. It's still kind of felt like that.
What does it say?
Like, for example, the latest ISOC, I mean, many electronics behind. But the Patreon thing, he answered like potentially libel answers on Patreon about the CBD lawsuit. He's like, now assume that people can take that and put it on Reddit, or that even worse, every single Patreon subscriber is just a Redditor.
I mean, there is no deeper pain than being an attorney for Reddit child, I imagine. It's gonna be like, oh, why? No. Stop! We actually, speaking of attorneys, I think this is funny. When Kurt was he had his attorney call in the show, and he was just live on the air for a while. And then and Mark was like, "Is it okay to talk about the thing?" And his attorney was like, "Yeah, it's fine." He had some sort of comical like TV character like Bob Longlaw, and his name was Rob Kebbell. We're like, "All right, sure, he's an attorney." It was ridiculous. And then he was like, "Yeah, he's a great attorney. We went to college together, and we did Roy's." We're like, "All right, but okay, you're gonna help this guy."
Is to judge the heat power is a reflexive form of that verb.
He's like, I have nothing to do with this, blah, blah, blah,
To engage in the process of realistic judgment. Reflexive
I mean,
so let's say the
the
concept
thing that I was disturbed by the most is the when he was that person was telling him that their child had epilepsy, and the child was like, "Oh, you gotta get him CBD. Just give him some CBD." CBD treats their dog. Yeah, just give him CBD. It cures them. The epilepsy goes right away. When wild CBD just gives you a migraine.
See, if my mind is wandering thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a time of self-judgment, of self-reflection. Hit Hallel doesn't simply mean to pray. Hit Hallel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. It's a different way of looking at that. So you know,
it's either, I don't read the comments.
That's how you're doing. So again, what do you say? Yeshua says, why did you take this over
The lawsuit is crazy. I guess I'm not a litigious person. It would not cross my mind to sue somebody. Where, I mean, job is, he's a hungry wolf. And trying to chance. He wants to spill the beans on some other shit.
It's like some people
think it was maybe a fidelity that led him away from comedy. Some people think it was, children's baseball. I really think it was a turning point with San Francisco VA. Once them streets were no longer safe, we could have had a third comedy special. Here's what I really want to bring up to you guys on this interview on Truth 2020 podcast.
you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Shall call Yeshua, your culpability is more against the Kaiser's household. אני אמרתי, ויאמר בחרז הידי תקימו, ואתם לחקתם סמך דיו. So you must listen to this. So I command you, so if you want to join it, you're supposed to set up the stones, right? The part in which the Torah is being written. You didn't do it immediately upon the journal. What did you do it? 60 mil into the rights of Yeshua. You are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Also, do nothing. So after Yeshua left, open Rab Amora, Rab called over his Amora, and he said, "South the Garden, Shlidash, Kasher Tziba, Hashem Moshe Ado, Tziba Moshe as Yoshua, but he also Yoshua, like his Sir Davan, you call Hashem Tziba, Hashem as Moshe." You know the problem. So one of the things will be culpable for not following his directions. We have to consider that Yoshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. So it sounds like Yoshua was in complete compliance. And came out of so many people that attempt to Hashem says to Yoshua, the bench press record there. Why there are so many people that really can add color to how we got here. That no one stepped up to take them in. Is that a Cooney and Gerard of production Yoshua's
show in the future?
Hashem says to Yoshua something amazing. Why are you promoting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Yoshua did it because he had a singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. But Moses says, Yeshua, I didn't ask you to do that cleaning. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't do it. I was spoiled. You to do something. But because you introduced it, therefore you are partially culpable for what happened with Alchan Incredible. I didn't cover that. Why Basis Salai, really hard to find all these people. I've been streaming for too long, I can't even put words in it. Just what is the editor? I'm losing it. We're not putting sugar all over your dick and telling you it's delicious or anything, but yeah, we want the docuseries involving all the aspects, and the main component of that needs to be shot at the center, just like Michael Jordan, because he's brought so much love. Cain was the first person to go ahead and grocery store. The difference is usually have fired on because they're looking for a source of someone who did legal for execution. So who was the first person to do legal for execution? That was Alchan. So now we're going to show it was incredible, ridiculous.
We tried to find, we actually tried to find the bully room. Oh yeah, which is crazy. Sean McCorkle thinks he's asshole. He goes like, I got the guy with the biscuits. You know, like, yeah, Sean does. Sean makes no, we want to, but I think we missed the window because our took over for a long time. They all tried to.
With a withdrawn sword.
Yeah.
So the Gemara says, what happened? Vayomer lo, ki ani sad seba Hashem atabasi. So now Yoshua doesn't know, he's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't
I'm
worry,
sure
I am
people tell you a lot of stuff. You're the
I'm only here to help.
the meetings, the there's a room situation. You can only imagine when you're there.
So Yeshua, how are you able to concentrate yourself? After the Omer and the Omer, also the other shooting Shabbat Chaver Balayla, you can't give a Shabbat Aleichem to your friend that night. Why? Hashem Shema shaped. You have to be concerned with his shape.
And like random, like the same exact model type thing. So we didn't share it. Like we just kept it to ourselves. And then the whole truck flip incident happened. And I was like, oh my god, that full of month to go. Right? That was the craziest thing ever because he sent it. He sent it to you, right? He sent it to me too. Oh, I think so. But I ignored it. I think Charlie was like, look at this. And I was like, what does it even mean? And then it happened, and we were like, oh my god. And it was the exact same picture. Yeah, and then this guy, whoever it was, if we had like, and I'm sure they could get fired, whatever it is that they. It's like we were like, damn.
Do not go ahead and use the emotion of it. I will say, which by the way is such a profound mistake. Everyone has a line they won't cross, right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that they all know I will never do that, right? Anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. But don't have that
Right.
long,
I just wonder, like,
which is good.
what's
I
the
nice to have that
Because
long.
lately I've been trying to get into mind like Callan when I watch these.
Also
He
has that long.
seems almost
Shaken don't
as
use the name about Shannon.
turned off by extreme baseball bets behavior lately in terms of like, you don't listen to that son of a bitch coach thing over the
So
news
listen to this.
kind of like,
So the shade, so the mellow says to
what's
you,
your almost
I'm here for 2 reasons.
that,
Yesterday,
I really fear that all of this fantabulous tied into whether one of the champions goes
What is the exact other Actually, so I
It could be. I mean, but he's putting a lot of effort into it, so I think they're both probably going to be Major League Baseball stars.
There's a couple more for that.
Definitely. Every fest. I hope they come back. Yeah, I just hope they don't kill us someday.
Yeah, by the way, so he says, the Malak says specifically,
There was a lot of
he didn't offer up the afternoon coming.
I think I'm going to be sitting in a cafe someday and someone's going to come up and
as a
put
result
me
of
to death.
liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not going to look at Josh. It's the 4 lines down, last one line, it's on the right hand side.
Or the Godfather from the knife right there. Are you? I'm like all old. Senor Cooney, Don Cooney. I was Don by then. Or Matt David at the end of the quarter. Some show relative comes in, he's got stuff on his shoes, so there's no fingerprints, and he's like, fuck you.
So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara
Do
says,
you guys have access to Will Sasso? Because he seems to be out.
Oh, I would love to. No access, but yeah, I love Will Sasso.
the Gemara says, I understand
He used to bring it to Bobby
during
Space
the
before
day, you were fighting about you didn't have time to learn.
I liked the thing he did with the.
But at night,
They were doing some crazy AI content.
at night, I was supposed to do this. I understand you're fighting, you got work during the day. I understand that work during the day, but you're fighting the battle during the day. I got it.
Like, yo,
But you're not
if I
work.
could get a
You're at work.
Rousey, because sometimes she's, pushing a comic book or something or some reality show. Through my journalistic connections, we get such stupid interview where I'm, I'll be at task for about something no one cares about. Sometimes I'm like, can I slip in the kind of question back? And continue,
So the Malak said, listen, it's war time. It's war time.
I think, follow your journalistic instinct there.
Where is
I think if anybody can,
what's happening over here?
you're Woodward and Bernstein. I think so.
Just like Arrow Hawaii's best guy.
Yeah, great man. But who else, if not you, is my question.
Sometimes you think you got it all figured out.
Was there a specific setback in the Bob person that did make you where, like, I know your origin story on this pod, what was, like, did you even know who Ren was?
Oh, dude, I was looking forward to River Poppy.
Was absolutely unequivocally
I watched it in bed.
to the start. I was not to stop on here for today. It's fine. That's what I wake up. We did a lot of people today. We did a lot. Run rock,
Like it's really fucking bad.
Again, we're not going to rush.
And then I turned as the show went on. It was fun to watch the Reddit. It's obviously I wasn't wise to the Reddit before that. But I was looking forward to River Poppy. I look forward to the You'd Be Surprised. I'm an idiot. You knew more. You tell him you knew more about it than me. You were like watching Big Brown. Like he was. Oh yeah. I was supposed to watch Big Brown breakdown. But
you only came in for River Poppy, like it wasn't like it.
So here's what my knowledge of it was. I like UFC, and I'm pretty sure I watched.
Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's
I
show.
didn't really know anything about him. And then when I was doing stand-up at like the time when he started, people would post about how this angry bitter comics would be like, this guy thinks he can do stand-up now.
Our annual Kalamazoo sponsor for.
And I watched it, I was like, they're just hating on it. And then he had a Showtime special, and I was like, I don't have any interest in that really. I kind of just like vaguely remembering him from the fire thing. I was like, it's probably bad. I'm not gonna watch it. And then both of them was like, dude, you gotta check this out. And I watched it with Gerard. I was like, oh my
Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Rabbi Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon, Zichron Livracha, passed the sequence. Sorry, Torah sponsor for the Talmud Mishpacha, the dedicated Shurim Joshua in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron Livracha, Bracha, Itai Levi, killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of the Hanukkah. The Yomi sponsors for
today. Elio and Dvar Ramenfar, in memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan ben Abraham, and in honor of their son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. Thank God for the release of more hostages today. And Meretz Hashem, hope to see all of our hostages come home with Shalom and the Karov. Also, with that, let us move a lot to do today. Chodesh, everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf of Mem 44. We are actually picking up the Meretz Hashem on the days 43b at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. When the convicted individual, right, so following along our profession, Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Reuben has been found guilty by a baby. So when Reuben was approximately, he was 10 amas away from the base from the execution spot. Omer Lo, they would say to him, his father, commit Vidui, or recite Vidui. Shekindera Kolum Smisvada. Because again, it's the derech of people who are being put to death by these things to recite Vidui, to confess. Because even though again, death itself is a kapara, isn't a torment, but nevertheless, the act of reciting Vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. So the Gemara says, Mishnah says, because anyone who does Vidui before he dies, Yesh Lo Keret Olam Haba has a portion in the world to come. Shekin Matzinu Ba'afan. What we see by Afan, now who is Afan? Turn again, as we're going to see just a little bit, when Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought in Yericho. Yoshua said that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho. And whoever does so would be liable to that. Afan went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho. We're going to see more about that story in just a little bit. Shneimar Yoshua, B'ni, Simros Kavod L'Hashem Elokei Yisrael, B'tein Lo Toda. So literally again, Yoshua saying to Afan, give cover to Hashem, the God of Israel, the king of Lo Toga. Now we'll see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. You have to see exactly what this particular statement means. Bayan Afan as Yoshua. So Afan answered Yoshua and he said, it's probably the Yomer. There's also Bezos. Afan says, when confronted by Yoshua, Afan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact, I did so and so and so and so. And now you should keep that love you. I didn't know ultimately again that Afan was the tone as a result. So says to Afan, Afan just feel like destabilized. So clearly again, muddy the water for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. So my rationals, it's only on this day, i.e. in this world, that you are, so to speak, punished. But you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here the halacha because Afan did shuvah, Afan did vidui. Therefore, ultimately, again, he is incredible. In any of them, this follows. What happens when it doesn't know how to do vidui? The person just doesn't know how to recite vidui. Omer Lo, so we say it again. Emar said the following: Tehei misasi kapara akol avonos. My death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. Rabbi Yehuda says, so again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There is a concept ultimately of saying vidui when a person is dying. If you call vidui shkira, when a person is dying. There is a longer form of that vidui, but there's also a shortened form of that vidui that essentially just says, "Tehei misasi kapara akol avonos." So that again, let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's it. That's the entirety of the vidui. Like Yehuda says, in Yehuda says that at the end of the day, let's say Yehuda knows that he's innocent. Right? As much as Bezdin says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say Yehuda's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Omer Tehim Sasi Kapara on the side, puts me up on that. Reuben could say, my death should be an atonement for all of my Averos, except for this Avero. So Amrullah in came, Yehu called Adam Omer came today the Nachos Atzmo. So Yehuda says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying, they said to Inke, so remember, Rabbi Yehuda says, essentially, you say Vibra before you being let out, but if you believe you're innocent, so you should say, this my death should be an atonement for all of my Averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, if you put in that formulation, everyone's going to say that, because everyone maintains their innocence, and supposed to maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay, so Mer says Mer, no, in not a relation bakasha. So interestingly enough, so remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yoshua says to Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of seeing deeply prior to go ahead and being killed. So Yoshua says to Achan, please, where he asks him not, Russian over here is the Hagate not the Maasisi. Please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a lashon is what does this mean? The Shashar Yoshua, Chata Yisrael, Shpach says to Yoshua, Klal Yisrael has sinned. Klal Yisrael has sinned. Our mother, father, Rebbeinu Shalom, so remember again, Hashem is telling Yoshua that someone took from the spoils of Yericho who wasn't supposed to. So Yeshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who took from the spoils of Yericho? Amalei the Hebrew Litani. So listen to this. Hashem says, what? Am I a snitch? Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Lech Hapel Baralos. Go and cast lots. Cast lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was.
Wild stuff.
People go out. So sure enough, Yeshua went and he cast lotteries. And the lottery fell on Achan. Yeshua. So Yeshua. So now Yeshua confronts Achan. You went ahead and you committed this act. So Achan says, really? A lottery? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, after the Elazar coin, take you down the door. Even Makil Aleichem so Achan said, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, right? You're the Kohen Gadol, right? You're the Navi. Elazar is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two. The lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So please, I'll talk to you guys all girls. Whatever you do not cast aspersions on the lottery. Why not? Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the division and distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So, Achan, if you start casting aspersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast aspersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. He goes on, he says, Shine Emar, Ach Begol Yefalkes Aretz. So what does it mean? Tain Toda. So what does it mean? Yeshua says to Achan, please give over. Amravino Shachudi Shakte. Literally, Yeshua bribed Achan with words. What does this mean? So Yeshua lied a little bit to Achan. He said, Achan, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we do is a confession, and then we're done. And Achan said, yeah, I did this is what I did. And he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from the it turns out that Achan didn't just violate the Torah. Torah means also Torah. We raised the Torah in a particular context. Some of the Torah also means the concept where the basin, right? One says something is off limits. So, for example, Yericho was Chayre, right? The spoils of Yericho were Chayre. So you notice something very interesting, that Achan went ahead and violated three different halakhot. First of the white lines of the bottom, Shnayim B'Mei Moshe, two during the days of Moshe Rabbeinu, and one during the days of Yoshua. So apparently, although we don't necessarily see it stated, but apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there was also a head. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils. Do not partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, Achan didn't just violate the one by Yericho, he violated two by Moshe by Yoshua. Shneimar, Kazos, Vikazos, Asis. And those are the three Lashonos of God. Like this one, and like this one, have I done. So ultimately, again, that represents three acts of performance, three acts of violation. Three Charamim violated. Yochel, Mishor, Gosman, Shimon, Kamisha. He violated three Charamim. Arba, Moshe, Be'acham, Be'yoshua, Shneimar, Anochi, Katasi, Vikazos, Asis. Okay. Va'ad Hashda, my Kamala. So what? Up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other Charamim, why was he only punished after Yericho? Shouldn't have been punished earlier than that. So Rabbi Yochanan Shor Lazar is beautiful. Rabbi Yochanan Shor Lazar Shimon, the Fish of Anshu Alan Staros, Asha Ablas Hayardi. So I said, this is incredible. One of the hallmarks of Klal Yisrael is Klal Yisrael Reifim Zebazeh, mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility is that not only responsible to take care of each other, but Allah I'm responsible for your averos, you're responsible for my averos. That's the way it works. I share in the zuchiyos of your mitzvos, you share in the zuchiyos of my mitzvos. That's the mutual responsibility. So this concept, the Gemara says, right, this is really quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the averos that maybe we don't know. What if I commit an avera privately? No one else knows about it. So Allah said, is there mutual responsibility for that avera? So listen to this. So Elazar says, there is, but that only that mutual responsibility only occurred when after we crossed the idea. So therefore, again, Allah even though Achan went ahead and violated multiple other halakhot prior to Yericho, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averos after we cross over the Yarden. Therefore, the only one Klal Yisrael was held accountable for was what? Was Yericho. Was Yericho. The kids and I this is actually not what and it's so literally translated, that which is hidden is to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all these things. So where it says, Nama Nakod Al Lanu Vanenu Gal Ayin Sheb. Right? So why is it? What's the difference in the Torah? There are dots over. Lanu Ulevanenu and the Ayin of Ad. The Lamed shall punish all the stars at Allah's Hayajin Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda holds it teaches us that the din of mutual responsibility didn't apply to private averos until after you crossed into Eretz Yisrael. What do you see? It's actually incredible. There's a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Golos. In other words, when we are after Eretz Yisrael, it's a mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. Whereas Rabbi Yirmiyah, he said, hold up, is there ever liability for private averos? Like, so listen, let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public behavior of one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private averos? That is a very difficult thing to swallow, right? If you think about it, that's a really overwhelming concept. So the Gemara says, "V'halot kvar ne'emar ad olam, elikashim shlo onesh al staros, kach lo onesh al otu shebegaloy ad she'avi Yisrael sayardi." Rather, we're going to say this second matter that Nefaniah says like this: there is never mutual responsibility for hidden averos. You see, right? That you can't operate that way. You might say, I can't be responsible for things you do in private. You can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's possible. But again, when it comes to the niglos, the revealed averos, There's responsibility for that only once we enter into Eretz Yisrael. No responsibility for that once before we enter into Eretz Yisrael. Allah, if that's the case, not from Mendalit. My time, so that's the case on one side. Then essentially, is taking a private from Yericho was a private act. So that's the case. Even though it happened there in Israel, why would there be any level of mutual responsibility for that? Allah, Achan, my time, Anash, Restream, ultimately, again, because his family knew about it. Even though it wasn't public, that Klal Yisrael knew about it, it was public enough that his family knew about it, and they didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. As the Rashi says over here, just I just want to point out what a tremendous hospital that there is a certain, there is a level of mutual responsibility that a family has. And if a family knows that one of the members of the family is struggling with something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle, there is responsibility for those struggles. So in other words, it's just whatever's true in Klal Yisrael is true on the microcosm of the family as well. So Klal Yisrael, we're responsible for each other. Not with the stuff we don't know about. I give you responsibility for the secret stuff. You give you responsibility for the private things of mine, but for the revealed things, we're absolutely responsible. I'm sitting in the family. I can't know what my family members are doing in private. But if I know that my family members are struggling with things and it's clear that they're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it results in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. Incredible. Whereas Chata Yisrael, the Gemara says that the sin of Afan was the sin of Klal Yisrael. So this is actually very, very beautiful. Because remember, this is a Baruch speaking to Yeshua. Chata Yisrael begat Avos Brisi. Klal Yisrael sinned and they violated my identity. We're seeing now these things come together. It was Achan who sinned. And Klal Yisrael was held responsible for the sin of Achan because of the din of Avos, because of the mutual responsibility. But the whole mutual responsibility for public to know nowadays. What's the answer? They did know about it. Who knew about it? His wife knew about it. His kids knew about it. That is enough to create public knowledge and therefore to create mutual responsibility and liability. So it's a beautiful Gemara. Chata, he says to Yoshua, Klal Yisrael sinned. Rabbi Abba Bar Zakta, Abba Pisha Chata Yisrael. This is so beautiful. So what do you see from here? You see from the halach of Ma'isa. Even though a Jew sinned, he still called him Yisrael. Yisrael, Abba Pisha, right? Again, Chata Yisrael. Even though Klal Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klal Yisrael. They're still called Klal Yisrael. So there's a beautiful piece. By the Balatanya. Balatanya writes as follows. He says, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael, Eino Shem Toah. He says, the name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Sadik, Russia. Those are descriptive terms, right? Sadik, descriptive of who you are. Russia. He says that's not Yisrael. He says, what's there between a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term? He says, descriptive terms change. If someone is a tzaddik today, he could be a Russia tomorrow. Someone's a Russia today, he could be a tzaddik tomorrow. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Kimishmos Yisrael and Chilek Elokamim Ma'al Mamish. Because the neshama of a Jew, his mamish spark, is a chilek, is a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Manela Eno Yochol Rishtaim. It's not changeable. You can't change that. That is an immutable truth. The Kasher Yisrael Chodei who Chodei. Okay, so he goes on. This is absolutely incredible. What does it mean that the Yisrael Shechat Lashon over here is Chata Yisrael, Apapi Shechat Yisrael? Again, I will say the fact that I'm a Yid, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I'm a Shama, the fact that I'm a there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst Avera possibly imaginable, Chas Shalom. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because it's being a Yisrael, being a Yid, which by definition means that I have a Neshama, there is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what the Baal calls Shem Etzem. Right? It's ultimately, again, sorry, it's not a descriptive term, but rather again, it's Shem Etzem. It's not a Shem Toar, it's a Shem Etzem. There are things that are Shem Toar, which are descriptive terms, and Shem Etzem, which ultimately again is an essence term. Descriptive terms change based on where you're holding in life. A Shem Etzem, an essence term, that remains intact no matter what I do. I will say, this is probably one of the most important Gemaras in all the Shas, because this is the reason why tshuva is possible. Why is it that no matter how badly I debase myself, that I can go through myself? Why is that? Which is, there aren't just certain averas that after a certain point, like if you hit the point of no return, there's no going back, that's it. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back, not just like from the edge of the cliff, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I can still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm a Yisrael. Because I am a Neshama. And that Neshama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can't change it, it's always there. Because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I used to rebuild myself. So that's what it means when it says, no matter what I do, I might not be a tzaddik any longer. I may actually be a Russian right now. That's possible. But no matter what the descriptive terms may be, my essence term of Yisrael is always intact. And if that's there, then the ability to spiritual and personal ability is always present as well. Incredible. This is what people say. Common expression, people say, Asa Sikai Beni Hilti, Asa Shmei, Vasa Karedes. Even a myrtle branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a myrtle branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a myrtle branch, you can have a haddah that is surrounded by willow branches all around it. Still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains incredible. Incredible. The Gam Avros BC, Asher Tzidisi Yosam, Yoshua. Fathers are also violating the covenant that I commanded them. Gam not Kumen Achredim, Gam Dangu, Gam Kasashu, Gam Sama Bukele. I remember, so it's talking about all the things that, again, I want to point out, fathers didn't do this, it was awful, but fathers was being held responsible. I remember Allah Yeshua and the Bar, Mistar Fall. The Lami Sha'avar Achal Achamishi from Shifra. You see from here that Achal violated all, it's really just taking the spoils of the Yehud. He violated halacha, right? And he violated everything that's written in the 5 books of the Chumash. Shne'emar, Chamisha Gam. A little bit of a play on words over here. Chamisha Gam, he also violated the Chamisha, the 5 books of the Torah. I remember that Mishum, Rabbi Yehuda Bar, Mistar. So, Achal Moshe Bar Losa. Achal tried to cover up his bris. Right, we said before about evolution also. Remember his whiskey though. Siv Hachal says over here, but Gam Pablos Siv Hasam is Brisi Hachal. Shita, that's obvious. Mal the Mojo of God, Mitzvah, the Guvay Lo Pakar, maybe not, even though Achal was a sinner, ultimately again, perhaps he did not go so far to cover up the Mitzvah on his body. Kamash Mama that he did. He also in one of Israel. He did something terrible in Tzad Israel. Amra the Abba, Baz Abdul Lamed, Shabal Achal Na'ala Hamulasa. Nothing had relations with the betrothed girl. Siv Haka says over here, Ki Asan Abala, Siv Hasan, Ki Astan Abala Israel. Shita, Mal the Mojo of God, really high, low Pakar Nash. That's far, Achal wouldn't do. Right? He wouldn't make the Pakar Nash, what's that such a Pakar Nash means make his soul hefker. The act of sin, by definition, is making your soul hefker. So isn't that incredible? Like none of us are taking our wallet, putting it on the table, and say, you know what, hefker, my credit cards, no, enjoy, the cash, all yours. No one in the right mind says that. Why? Because my wallet is valuable. Yet my neshama, which is the most valuable thing of all, when I submit that Avera, essentially what I'm saying is, it's hefker. It's hefker. Whatever it is, do what you want, how you want, what you want, it doesn't make a difference. So I say, none of us in our right mind would ever actually, choose to do that. Yet, the default reality of an Avera is the Kima Neshama hefker. It's incredible. Ravina says, Dine Knara Murasa. That ultimately, often was judged like an Aram Murasa, did the Skila, ultimately against Gamba. So now, what does this mean? What do you do with the Skila? That often violated all 5 books of the Torah, that often went ahead and tried to cover the Skila, that he had relations with an Aram Murasa, like first of all, that's not, or the Gemara is going out from like zero Shabbos. But it sounds like, or feels like we need to be doing it kind of our way to find culpability for offense. What the Gemara is saying is like this. It's important, we do that this all the time. Sin doesn't just occur. And dramatic sin doesn't just dramatically occur. Very often, big averos are a result of a combination of smaller missteps that may by themselves be relatively innocuous. Like they lead me on a particular path, they put me on a particular trajectory, which manifests and results in truly negative behavior. So what we're saying is like this. Whether Achan actually had relations with Nara Murasa, tried to cover what the Gemara is saying. What the Gemara is saying is like this. Achan, Moshe Yoshua gave you an explicit command. Don't partake of the spoils of Yericho. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. Like, remember, they came out of Egypt with incredible amount of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got plenty of money. So how do you make such a dramatic mistake that compromised you, your family, and colleagues? And what's the answer? The answer is this wasn't the first mistake. Achan was making multiple mistakes all along the way. He was committing multiple averos all along the way. And in life, when you get used to making bad decisions, even if they're small, bad decisions, that leads you down a path. And that path is going to end only in one way. A really bad decision. That's why I was saying, sometimes I like to think that it's the big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong small decisions, maybe they're sinful, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a derech of my life, and that derech sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying over here. Don't think that Achan just woke up that morning and said, hey, maybe partake of some of the spoils of the week. It's not what happened over here. The ability to violate the words of Yoshua and take the spoils of Yericho was the culmination of a series of prior decisions that put Achan on a path. This is why I was saying this so often. It is so important to live with a sense of mindfulness, of awareness, to recognize every single decision has consequences. Big or small, every decision puts me on a derech. If I live that with mindfulness, I set myself up for ultimate good. If I live without mindfulness, one day I find myself taking the spoils of Yericho. So the goes like that. Like Yoshua's Achan ben Zerach, Bes Akesa, Bes Hadares, Bes Lashon Azov, Bes Bona, Bes Benosa, Bes Shora, Bes Hamona, Bes Sola, Bes Olo, Bes Kol Shalom. So now, the pasuk says, Yoshua took Achan, his entire family, and all the spoils. The Gemara says, "Im hu chata, one of them knows some nachal." I understand. So it sounds like Yoshua is executing Achan's family, but Achan is the one who committed the avera. What did his family do wrong? The Gemara says, "Im yusamech yiznes imach hu chata, kol yisrael nachal." It also says he's someone Klal Yisrael. So again, if Achan committed the sin, what did Klal Yisrael do? So the Gemara says, "Yechzeh b'chol Yisrael imo, elo mirdosan." Right, of course, Achan's family wasn't executed just as Klal Yisrael was executed. What happened there? Why did Moshe guide them the execution of Achan? To give them Musar, to show them ultimately again that what was done was incorrect, and it's important that you see the Chala Amdilu Yishmu, just like again, execution of republic, in order that the people should understand the severity of actions. So Yoshua gathered the family of Achan and Klal Yisrael as well. So they went ahead, so Yoshua went ahead and burned everything. Everything means Achan, sounds like means Achan, his possessions, and stoned them. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Why do you need burning and stoning? What's the shot with that? I wrote the straight, I wrote the skill. No, what it means is the things that were supposed to be burned were burned, like the objects, property, and things that were supposed to be stoned, i.e. Achan, and livestock was stoned. The Arab Shalom and Daras Shinar. So again, the Navi tells what Achan took. Right? I saw in the booty in the spoils. It's still a dinosaur. It was a cloak of fine wool. A cloak of dyed wool. So what does it mean by Tzivim B'nei Hashem? Yoshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'm going to knock it. But the Chavta family, threw it down before Hashem. I'm going to find the Ribono Shel Olam. Iroti Hari Grubas Shal Sanhedrin. I will say, now remember, how did Yoshua know? How did anyone know that Achan took from the spoils of Rif? How did he know that? Because remember again, in one of the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. We're going to see 36 Jews died. Now remember again, the Jews were from the 15. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what? Something's going on. So Yoshua comes and almost like in an act of defiant chutzpah, takes the spoils, throws it down in front of the Moshe. Ready for this you kill half of the Sanhedrin. This you goes after the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, Vayakomehem Anshe Ai Tishoshim B'Shisha Ish. In the battle of Ai, which was next last year, 36 men died. That's what he means when he says half the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, Tanya, Shloshim B'Shish members. Literally 36 men died in the battle of Ai. Amar Lo in the Kanya B'Ti Shloshim B'Shish Hayu V'Halo Me'amar Ela Kishloshim B'Shish B'Shloshim. Because it says the equivalent of 36 men died. So who died? Ella Zeh Yir Ben Menashe. It was a great advocate in Menashe. Shakol to Megan Rubal Shashanashe. Who was so great that he was as great. He was worthy as like 36 people, as half of the Sanhedrin. So Yoshua was upset. Yoshua's upset. Because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Achan stole from Yericho. This is why you killed either 36 people or even Amarav, my Dixit, Tachanudim Yida Berash, Ba'asher Ya'aneh Azus. What does it mean? The Pasuk says that literally again, the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion, right? And the rich man speaks with a bit of arrogance. The Gemara says, who is this? So Rosh is Moshe. So the poor man, this is Moshe when he spoke to Hashem with a sense of humility. Va'asher Ya'aneh Azus, who's the rich man who speaks with a little bit of arrogance? Zeh Yoshua. This refers to Yoshua. Right? Again, it's just the fact we just saw Yoshua spoke for my time. What's the reason? Even with this by seeking with Hashem, as the we just mentioned, that he took the spoils that Achan stole and he threw it down on Hashpach. Almost like you see Hashpach, why? Why? Okay, you want to punish us, why you punish? But why take 36 Hashemas for what? For some spoils? So Yoshua spoke with a little bit of chutzpah. The Gemara says, Atu Pinchas, lo avatachi. Didn't Pinchas do the same thing? After the Ksiv, Vayamol Pinchas, Vayipalel, Vata'atzana Gefa. Pinchas now was normally translated as Pinchas davens, and the plague which was sweeping through the people as a result of the immorality of the daughters of the young stop. So the Lord said, it doesn't say Vayispalel, it doesn't say Daven. What does it say? Vayipalel. Melamed Sha'asa Palilos in Kolel. So what's that? The Shoresh of Abraham Melamed Halal means to judge. So therefore, again, what does it mean? That Pinchas could be up and judged by it. What did he do? He brought the bodies of Zimri and Cosby. Right? Zimri was the Nasi. Cosby was the committed adultery and immorality in public. And he threw their bodies down in front of the work. I'm going to follow the Ribono Shel Olam. For these two, 24,000 Jews should die. So you see that Pinchas also acted with a shekel insolence and arrogance. So we'll say, I'll just mention the Ksiv by you and I listen to Agir. Above Eshin Elef. I'll mention over here tremendous the word teaching us something about tefillah. So the word gives the idea that the word halal means to judge. Shashafal Hirsch brings down in chorus. Following idea. He said you translate lehit halal as to daven. But if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Like if the shoresh pei lamed lamed is to judge, lehit halal is the reflexive form of that verb, which means then, what does the hit halal mean? To engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Reflexive, right? So let's say the process of tefillah, when Hirsch says, is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, tefillah is the mechanism, tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, says the Hirsch, this is so beautiful. often when it comes to tefillah, we're hyper-focused on kavanah. And kavanah, of course, means like understanding of the words. The verse says essentially, it's okay to let your mind wander. It just depends what your mind is wandering to. So if my mind is wandering thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a kind of self-judgment, of self-reflection. Hallel doesn't simply mean to pray. It means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. I will say a different way of looking at davening. So you must say, Lama Bartov. Have yours on us, that's a yardin. So again, what did Yeshua say? Yeshua says, why did you take us over the Jordan? Why did you take us over the Jordan? Right, just to be defeated. So the Gemara said, So Moshe also said this. And the Parsha Shmos. Moshe said, that's according to Paro. And Paro says, Tif by Paro. Moshe Rabbeinu says, why have you done something terrible to this people? Ella, rather it comes from here. So Yoshua says, you know what? After this defeat at the eye, Yoshua says, you know what? We should never cross the Jordan. We should just stay where we were. But everyone showing Yoshua, come lock. Again, kum lock means get up. Now, the way that we understand it is kum lock is Hashem's telling Yoshua, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Your culpability is more intense than Christ's. How so? So the Gemara listen to this. So Hashem says to Yoshua like this, you know, I command you, when you came over to Jordan, you're supposed to set up the stones, right? Upon which the Torah was to be written. You didn't do it immediately upon passing over the Jordan. Rather, where did you do it? 60 mil into the land. So Yeshua, you are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Also, nothing. So after Shiva left, Okim Rab Amorale, Rab called over his Amorah, and he said, South Darsh, Yidash, Kasher, Siva Shelas Moshe Abdo, King Siva Moshe as Yeshua, Bechin also Yeshua, Lo Hisir Davar Mikol Asher Siva Shelas Moshe. Remember again, here's the problem. So on one hand, Hashem is holding Yoshua culpable for not following his directions. Yet the passage says that Yoshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. It sounds like Yoshua was in complete compliance. So ultimately, again, Hashem says to Yoshua, you were partially responsible. Now, why were you partially responsible? So watch this. Hashem never commanded Klal Yisrael not to take from the spoils of Yisrael. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yeshua's prohibition. So Hashem says to Yeshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yeshua did it because again, he wanted a singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. But he says, Yoshua, I didn't ask you to do that favor. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take the spoil. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore, again, you have partially called what happened with incredible minds. You can't relate. Boy, so now an incredible love. Okay, so that's the story. And again, let's say, why do we do all this? Because it's incredible, right? But why else do we do all of this? Because then again, what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that before a person executing who is the source, the biblical source for Vidui? The Mishnah over here quotes Achan, right? Achan confessed his sins before being executed. Say, by the way, who is the real makar for Vidui for confession? The real makar for Vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do Vidui. The difference is, the reason why that's not part of over here is because we're looking for a source of someone who did Vidui before execution. So who's the first person to do Vidui before execution? That was Achan. So now that we're talking about Yoshua, was incredible, ridiculous Yoshua story, as we saw starting more sense brachas. Yoshua was in Yericho. Vayisa in a vayar. Goes ahead and he sees. And the pasuk goes on to say, he sees Vayhine ish omei lenegdo v'charbo shalupo biyado. He sees a man standing opposite him with a withdrawn sword. So the Gemara says, what happened? Vayomer lo ki ani sar tzva Hashem atabas. So now Yoshua doesn't know. He's like, who are you, friend or foe? So the man says, don't worry, I am a malach Hashem. I'm a malach. I'm only here to help. So Yoshua prostrates himself. Now remember, this was happening at night. So Yoshua, how were you able to prostrate yourself? After you can't give a shalom aleichem to your friend at night. Why? You have to be concerned that maybe he's a shade. They're shaking him at night. So maybe Allah again. Maybe the person you see in front of you is not really a person but a shade. So how do Yoshua give him shalom? So the Gemara says, "Shiny Hazam Kamrele Ani Sartzva Hashem Atabas." This man used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because he said the name of God, Yoshua knew it wasn't the shade. Maybe it's a lying shade. Like, in other words, not maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just using it, saying Shalom Aleichem, right? Because he's just trying to go out and pretend he's not a shade. So Gemara says, we have a tradition, Shadim, do not go ahead and use the name of Shalom. Which, by the way, is such a profound result. Right? Everyone has the line they won't cross. Right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that, no, I would never do that, right? Anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. You don't have that line. You don't have that line, which is good. Right? Everyone has to have that line they won't cross. So apparently, Shadim also has that line. So Shadim don't use the name of Hashem. I'm a Bezer, I'll say, Amish, because this is ridiculous. Amalei, Amish, Talton, Talon, Shalvin, Adayim, the action of Talton, Talon, Torah. So listen to this. So the shade, so the Malach says to Yoshua, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer up the daily Talmud, and tonight you're not learning Torah. Okay, that's right. I listen to what is in the second learning Torah? Actually, so I understand the first part. They didn't offer up the Talmud. There's a daily sacrifice. They didn't offer up the Talmud. So you have to be culpable for that. So okay, what does it mean? Yeah, by the way, so he says the Malach says specifically, you didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud. So because you didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight you're not learning. Look at Rashi. Put 4 lines down, last 5 lines, on the right hand side. Rashi's on both sides here. Rashi because of the Torah, the Haven to be Yom Iyatan Yecholu Masok Torah Makmas Yitzchak Thomas. Not up to tour, not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I do it as well because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach says, listen, it's wartime. It's wartime. And the Malach comes to Yoshua and says, where is Night Seder? Where's Night Seder? What's happening over here? It's nighttime. I understand. You remember when you went out to war, the whole day you're busy with the war. But Lamaisa, now it's nighttime. Where is your learning? Listen, this is overwhelming Gemara. Because sometimes we think we've got it all figured out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. Just understand, again, they were pretty busy during the day over there on the Yoshua. And yet the Malach comes out of his way to say, there's no such thing at night when there's free time, not all of it, but some of that time was absolutely unequivocally devoted to the study. So I was asked to stop over here for today. We're fine. I just want to point out, we did a lot of Gemara today. We did do a lot. One block, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful, fine wine Gemara. To be continued tomorrow. We'll say, Shkoyach. good Kodesh. It was like a great day.
Up, or fail. Everyone can do this. You mean you watched it for 24 hours TV?
Some guys knocked on my door with literature about a simulacrum. Is that legit? Things to open. Tony Hinchcliffe was on the pamphlet. Simulacrum.
This, I mean, people watching this probably think they're in a simulacrum. Look at this shit, it's crazy.
I mean, it's hard to not join the simulacrum when you see our fucking flight fits like this, dude.
No, you could have a yellow suit too. All you gotta do is not be a bot.
It's New Jersey.
Yeah, this is what we're missing right here.
Mark, to the site, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin to do like this. All of our sponsors for this morning show today. Howard Cemetery sponsor for Tough Shooting, annual cemetery sponsor. Placing stuff of our to sell. We're dedicating all of the shooting and drug shows for this year.
Ask
As is closely so placing stuff of our. So we thank you very much for your generosity. And I wish you joke on us, Hashem. There's a feeling of custom and thank all of Club Straw. Cemetery sponsors for the month of Teves. The Kelman family memory of Amit Ben Douglas Levy, who won the drop off with a Peter Levy was cooked by guys on the first day of Hanukkah. We hope that in merit of our time, someone have an aliyah and the family in summer. And we can learn sponsors that are your kind of listener, and then we have a friends to his grandmother Sarah Bass, since for the drop off. Someone have an aliyah, the family and of course is always dedicated our room. It is success of all of our precious hashis, and we start the work for being home with Shalom and the courage and the merit of our heavy soldiers, and the drop of our being successful. The home of Maaseh Yizeh. What's with that? Let us begin. Today's that is men's Gimel 42. We are up to 42 the men days on the days of the last week today. We're not even ready to pick up on the honey news. Which is so much late, smack in the middle of all the days. Right across from Tulsa to the So the Gemara says, so how do we know that in general when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three macros? Remember again, we still have this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or to say the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the Arabian camp in the desert. So in the desert there's three camps. Machane Shina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle, Machane Leviah, which is where the Arabian camped around, and then Machane Yisrael was everywhere else. So for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the kids in Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Leviah, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea here that we're working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. He said, you know how you're reading on this from. It's not about it, because it says, hold it in the color, and we put the machana, go ahead and take the color. Also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Nisat Beis, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makala, who was the person who cursed back on the Baruch in public, and then there was the Makoshish Itzis, the person who was Makala violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that we had in the desert. So the Gemara is going to so it says, take out the Makala, take out the person who cursed back on the Baruch, take him out of the camp, and go ahead and execute him. So now that's supposed to be he's taken out of all three camps. Taken out of all three camps in order to then execute him. So the Gemara says, so you say, take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means taking out of one of the camps. The Gemara says, no, I can't look at the it says over here by the Makala, by the guy who put the Shvasu, puts the Makala. Now by the Paran Hanashakim puts the Makala. It says by the Paran Hanashakim. Now what is the Paran Hanashakim? If you look at Rashi says the Paran Hanashakim, there are two bulls that are pointed over here. Number one is Har Ha'elam Davar Shatzibon. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. If the Sanhedrin did an incorrect ruling, there was a particular type of covenant that's called Har Ha'elam Davar Shatzibon. Or again, the Tar Kohen Mashiach. This was the Tar that was brought with the Kohen Gadol, delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Share their fun, which means actually neither of these carbonos are consumed, rather elements roughly reverse to the same Bahotius Kolapar and Kuts Lamakara. Fine. So the says, just like by these parts, right? Just like by these parts, sorry. Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. So the says, I've kind of told the so to over here, the question of Hotzi by the Makala is also outside of all three Makalas. I have a husband, and by the way, how do you know by the pattern that they're taken out of all three camps? So turn on one hand, the Hotzi is called Hapara, because I'm not going to put the short reference, because the Pasuk says the Hotzi is called Hapara, and because you shall take the power, the entire power, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? Outside of all three camps. So the man said, sorry, she told me it means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the power outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps? When the Pasuk says, you don't require this process, right? I don't need this over here. But watch on the also as I don't need that process. I don't need that because every little speaking a cow goes to the bull outside of the Makana. She's how it's right there now. The Sarah also, Kasher Sarah as a power which already tells me that I'm going ahead and burning this pile as I burnt the other pile. And just like the other pile is burned outside of the Makanos, so too this one is as well. So the most wise person is going to teach me. It's going to teach me the second, the Hotzi also, because the Makanos is going to teach me removal from a second camp. A second camp. So the Gemara says,
and also opening this made me feel like that right wing podcast where they could just like
and then when it says a third time by which you also mentioned taken out of the ash, that's also necessary. Why? Sorry, so essentially the repetition of this phrase on which is unnecessary in a number of different contexts, teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from Shkutikus? So Shkutikus refers to the prohibition to check a carbon outside of the base hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the base hamikdash, right? This is not dafka just the shalosh machos. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to chef the carbon? Inside of the base hamikdash, what we call machane shtima. Even if we chef the carbon outside of one camp, in let's say machane ravia, you don't supply it for that. So, the man says, you turn around over here. Then halachah myself. Now, whenever it says chutz machane, that's even one machane. Mar says, we're not from Shkutei Chutz. Mar halachah machane achos. Just like by Shkutei Chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. So over here. Now, what's the here? The here is by the Nakala, right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, "What's my plan?" We started having a stress. So essentially, we see over here as follows. Just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camps. Right? We have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the power Ha'elam government of Tzibor and the power Klan Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now, you have to know that those two columns, those who actually, let me frame it differently. Columns are burned outside of all three camps. Now we know that, okay? And we established that just before. Shkutei Chutz, the prohibition to chef the carbon outside of the base hamikdash applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shkutei Chutz is in one camp, Harim all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, the Hotzi also on the Chutz machane takes the person going to execute and executing outside of the camp. What don't I know? What don't I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is the Gemara obviously wanted to compare the execution to the Harim. And if it just says the parting are done outside of all three camps, so to execution is done outside of all three camps as well. Which the one just says, well, how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To shchuke chutz. And shchuke chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the shayla. The Gemara says no. The Gemara says, we're the stop running primary stuff and how do they relate it? Then it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the color. Why? Shekain Hotze, Amikot Banakana, not share in the Kaper. Because execution and pollen share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon Hotze applies by both. Amikot Banakana, by both. Makshir, both at the territory act, and the Kaper both provide atonement. So these more things to compare execution to the pollen. Yes, no. I can go ahead and learn out from Shudikot. Why? Shekin Adam, Chote Bin Shama, people, naturally ugly people. Because again, on the other hand, you can compare execution to Shudikot in all of these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, like Lashon of Chote. Both have liability paying with life, and people also suffer. The people don't just around the Christian Message, it is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act to another preparatory act. So this also said the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the poem. And just as the poem are done outside of all three machanos, so the execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. He said the Papa says, on the Moshe Haviyasi, so the Papa takes another approach. He says, look at this. Where is Moshe Rabbeinu in the desert? Where is Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Machane Leviyah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviyah. But remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shechina, but I think that was the Mishnah, he lived in the Mishnah. He was situated in Machane Leviyah. And the Torah was speaking to Moshe. Moshe was responsible for carrying out the execution, not merely himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. So it says to him, Moshe, take the Makalo, take the biochemistry, take him outside of the camp. And Moshe says, maybe they need, put the Makalo. So that means again, outside the Makalo, and then there's another lesson. So it says they took from the Kalo outside of the Machane. So there's another word sauce. What does that refer to? Put Machane Yisrael. That means to put Machane Yisrael. So you're Papa again. So Moshe, interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on this concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So let's not go this over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? So now Papa has a different approach. Israel says, no. Hi, made by no. That last phrase of Vayotziu also, Vayotziu and Makalo Amikot from Machane, that phrase is teaching that actually carried out execution. In other words, that is an important concept. Not for legal purposes. Israel says, no. Asir Hegesiv. That's what the Torah explicitly says. That they executed the guy that says that the Shah, the way they say, top of them, Gimel 43a, so also, Siva Hashem es Moshe. The Prophet says in Psalm Yisrael, as Hashem commanded Moshe. Based on what about the part that says, Vayigimu also of them. So the Prophet says that they went ahead and they stoned him. They stoned the Makalo. So my Abbe, when you read that passage says that they carried out the execution. And he's very really science, very true. This is what I was for a different passage. For a different halacha, it's by you also that and it wasn't that they sold him. So the Gemara says also the one with Susa. So we talk about it. So meaning that when they stoned him and not with his clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says the halacha, and we see this halacha, when they subject the person to skiba, then they ultimately again they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten the death. Right? Because again, if the stone clothed, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. So therefore, again, by you also means you stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. And then what others do that then? It makes the Evan Achas Yatsa. That if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies, as a result of one stone, then halacha l'maisa, you go to others. I would have thought that skila, by definition, requires multiple stones. So much like you come with one stone, now you're going to we haven't gotten into this. That's an interesting thing. You'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the onus of skila. So we'll discuss that in the session. So make some of it's a limit of Evan, it's a limit of Avon. So it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of Avon with stones. So you might say, you need both. Why need both? Because the concept of Mana, Evan, if we would have just said Evan singular, Havamina, Hikadilla means Pekada, then we see Akin Samito. I would have felt like this. Essentially, with a minister of Skila, what do you have? You have a contract. If you get it right before this, you kill the guy with the stone the first time, it's fine. It's fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. He's free.
Oh man.
Therefore, the Gemara says, "Well, they say Akrisian is like Kosovakman Avani." Therefore, Torah says Avani. What does Avani teach us? Avani teaches us that Allah again, you're going to stone them. And if you take small stone, it's one stone. It's multiple stones, takes multiple stones. Furthermore, the like Avani Avani. If the Torah would have just said Avani, Havani when they cut us nice and tight. I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. Concept of Mona Evan. Therefore, the one comes along and says, Evan, you start with 1 stone. I kind of met my karma. Now, what's the issue? So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What are we focusing? What are we introduced to over here? That when you execute someone, you execute them where? Outside of all 3 texts. But interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a puzzle. Nehemiah, the Torah says, the wholesale son was from Asherah. Now it turns out that in reality, it's like the remaining is out from there, from the Zera Shabbat. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, the Hog, Nehemiah, the Tanya teaches us by saying, that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a Zera Shabbat. So the Gemara says, even lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, even lo ne'emar kamar, even lo ne'emar kra, hayzi omer Zera Shabbat. Aksha Shamar kra, Zera Shabbat tzarek. So that's what the Gemara says. In reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of what we come from a pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk, then we could have stated, then what? Now, for myself, we would be able to learn out from a Zera Shabbat. Okay, let's say first slide line. Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yosef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, we said before, the Machane Leviah. Moshe was situated in the Machane Leviah. Okay, so the Kala puts the Machane Leviah. Remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machane Leviah. The Torah is speaking to Moshe says, take the Kala, take the cursor outside of the Machane. What does that refer to? Put the Machane Leviah. So that refers to step number 1, take the Machane Leviah. Elmi put the Machane. Then it says, Elmi put the Machane a second time. What does that mean? That's put the Machane Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to taking them out of Machane Yisrael. Now it appears in the Kala. Then the pasuk said they took out from the Kala. La'asiyah. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it. So the Gemara says, Asiyah, like that they carried through on it. That already said that. The Israel, Asri, Kashet, Sivashem is Moshe. That's already said. Father said it as Moshe. And I did. Bruce West says, no. Kahim, Mikari, Chad, Simicha, the Chad with Pia. So we're going to see that pasuk is necessary for another people. Let's say what we're going to call Simicha and the Pia. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially, talks about the idea that when you execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When you execute someone, before you execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means, and then also by skilla, what we're going to see is the process is, first you throw a person off a high roof. Some person of a high roof. Suppose that they're liable to death, they should die by impact. Like that's the goal. That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechia, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interesting, you not have the obligation of pushing. Right? Which makes a lot, we'll say, understand, somebody you can hear this stuff, like, what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the Kishkei unbelievable system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent executions. Right? We've seen it. So in other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished that as well. But nevertheless, there's a kind of Simisan B'chia, to which the Gemara says, I'm going to the Vida, so the one is actually follows. According to you, Kol Ani Hotzi B'chsid Parman Ashafim, my Rashtabavu. So Rashi, all of these Hotzi in Amachanes. What do you do with all of these Hotzis that are mentioned by the Parman Ashafim, which again is the Parhalam, the Dominatiba, Parhalam Mashiach? This one says Kasha. So that says, yeah, I don't know. So you guys a lot of Hotzis. Okay, so let's say, what's your takeaway? What's your takeaway? Our takeaway is that don't like somebody execute someone. So first of all, if you do it for two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. It's very important. The two reasons that we saw yesterday is that why wasn't execution done in Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is able to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside of Beis Din, it finds a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof, right? New proof for examination come to bear. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we've established three macros. Right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption of. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash, in Machane Shchina. So therefore, you're really executing outside of Machane Shchina, then again, outside of Machane Leviah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all three Machanos. Incredible. But, says the Gemara, Echad Omed. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So it's like, remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. So let's hold this out, right? Moving is the seat of Jerry Shimon. Witnesses can belong, let's say, based in costumes, that moving is liable to death. So remember, again, they're not going to leave moving out to the base of Skira. The base of Skira is situated outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to a base. They take up a guy with a flag. Another guy in ocular, like in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen? The base will define some new flag guy will wave his flag. Horse guy will gather out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to the base. Okay. So let's say this is great. I'm not sure. Shitari, Echad Eben Sheniskaba, the Echad Sheniklaba, the Echad Shai Shenagbo, the Echad Shenaknakbo. So let's say, so the like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The trees used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kuba Mishak seaboards. Right? This is great, by the way. Right? This is such a Jewish sugya. What's the sugya about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, execution costs money. Right? Who's footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Beis is carrying out the execution, obviously, the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, the community that's going ahead and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for the heading, the rope or what we call the rope, used for strangulation, all these instructions is taken from your funds. My time, no? What's the reason for this? To begin, It doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, they're going to execute you and it's sponsored by you. Right? Today's execution of Ruben is sponsored by the Schwartz Mitzvah, right? The English Mass, Ruben. You can't, I want to point out something. You think about it, actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Ruben's execution? Let Ruben pay for his own execution. Ruben got himself into this mess. Right? Why is this coming from criminal funds? So it's a good question. Logically, it should come from Ruben, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the reason we don't do it is, why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel like that's appropriate to ask the person, to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So I established that. Listen to this. So by the way, Sugar Shemayitim Bo, the Susan Shirasu Ma'amidan, Michelle Zunibu. Like it's 7. Let's go back to Mishnah. Right, so now Ruben has been sentenced to die. So what happens? As Ruben is being taken out to the Beis HaSkira, so what does Mishnah say? We have flat guy coming out of the basement. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? So flat guy's not working for free, right? And horse guy's not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, Kevin Data would be Mididegu. On one hand, you see, look, who are these guys really working for? What are they really working for? Working for Ruben, right? And they're benefiting Ruben. So Ruben should have to pay for flat guy. Ruben should have to pay for horse guy. Right, the Gemara says. On the other hand, Kevin is getting free on the Chayim and the other Bahat Solomon Mididau. On the other hand, no. This is the obligation on basis, right? The obligation on basis is to try to the best of your ability to exonerate. So really, again, the ones that we ask over here, who is this benefiting? On one hand, it's benefiting you. Introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of business. The business has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, what's that for? Just how incredible this is. So let's say it's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fundraise. Like this is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. The question sounds almost like a little bit cute. But again, it's not just a question of economics. Who's paying for this? Who is the responsibility for this? Right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the things that any Jewish organization. So who's responsible for that? So again, that's the Shiloh. Let's say the Muslims are. Listen to this. This is great. The suit. How do I see about Rashi? Our Krista. I don't see the parade. It's only being executed. Mashkin also, Kolak Shamagona, the Coast of Wine. Listen to this. They were given a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Kolak Shamagona, the one that's frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients of the soda. So they would give him this wine mixed with frankincense. This wine mixed with Ravona. So apparently what Ravona does with wine, it's good to know, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? And once again, why was this done? So they should prepare it daito. And the person who's really executed, we want them to be like, essentially, we get them like a particular ingredient. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually works. But the Lord says, once again, I want to point out something interesting. This is actually very important tomorrow. The Lord says, tell you how they have been bring down that when you do drink together, what do you say? You say l'chaim. Why do you say l'chaim when we drink? The time I have been bringing down because of this Gemara. Because when you execute someone, they would not apply them with alcohol, so that their senses would be dull and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Kind of what husband says, when we drink with each other, when we drink with each other, it should never be construed as the shalom, that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult. Like, I'm drinking as an escape. It's not why he drinks. He never drinks to escape. He drinks because a little bit of mashka Right? Witness Yayin lets us soul has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes to first how much I love every single person, right? And how much love I can express. Different time Imagine says, when two Jews drink, they got to say, L'chaim, to life. That a shit of drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom something going to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Now it's just incredible. So the rest of the Shabbos. So the Gemara says, so again, when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with Lavona to make sure God died for. Remember that it shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Tell us something, Shneimar. To you, Shekar, in the old days, the Yayin and Mari Nefesh. Literally, again, give Shekar. Shekar is like an intoxicating beverage. Give Shekar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul, which I will say just as an aside, that's interesting. We saw some more fun. The Gemara says, why do you have to create wine? Why do you create wine? For the kosher and kumin. For the cup of consolation. Remember, I will say, we learned some more fun. That when the person will come back from the Levaya, right? The person will lose a loved one. Or the first thing you got when you came back from the Levaya, first thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the smoke created with wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's what Rishmael created. Because sometimes again, to you, Yain Lamari Nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul. Sometimes a little bit in moderation. In the case of the other, maybe a little bit more than normal to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who is about to execute, give him a chayim, give him a strong chayim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So to this. In the Tanya, we learned Nashim Mekachim Yisharayim, how you must not us. And the Rebbe says, this is fascinating. Who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? Right, to these precious women of Yerushalayim. They're the ones who donated the wine. What's interesting, by the way, that it's women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So, maybe men are more reticent to part with their wine. That's possibility one. It's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine this all happen. Men see rules be executed. Like what's the Hebrew saying? What's the Hebrew saying as rules do without execution? I'm telling you, that guy, he had it coming, right? Very little in the empathy well. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how again the Nashim Yikaros of Yerushalayim, and seeing someone doing executed. Again, maybe to be certain, it's still tragic. It's still tragic. And therefore, again, they were thrown into the so let's listen to the life that's okay. Let's not vote. Let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one did execution wine. So you know what I'm saying? You show me who takes first. Once again, let's say Tachlis, economics, who's the food, there are no Nashim Yikaros, right? No one donated the execution wine. So who is paying for it? No, the truth is, that's actually pretty easy one, because it's something that clearly comes from community funds. Why? Because to you, it wasn't looking at some because to you, the shit are no, the animals, it's fluid plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that possibly indicates that it comes from the tzibur. Okay, so that's an easy one. If you never to go into one, that comes from community funds. So let's say, again, so I just want to point out, the Gemara doesn't resolve it, right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution, that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the shadow book that the Gemara didn't answer is, who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy, that the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, so let's say so. So one minute, I'm going to ask you that how many weeks. If you run it, it's going to stop. Watch this. So it's remember again, and it's good because all these things come together. Remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who's sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who's sitting there? In front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember when you saw that in the deliberations, if one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument for desire. What does it do? They put him on the basis. Okay, so what's this? What is the interesting thing? First, one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? He became mute. So he said he had an argument, but you never got to advance the argument. So let's know what is the halacha. So Nafeach Sheikh's Biadeh, Nafeach Sheikh's Biadeh means Rav Sheikh's is like waved, it's the way like when you wave someone off. Dismiss. Like, wave like in a dismissive way. Wave in a dismissive way. So Nishtake, Afilu Aka B'Shofar Nami. Come on. If somebody becomes mute and they can't get back down, they can't get back down. Otherwise, we should be focused maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some kind of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. If you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone said something to say, and then you lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. Which is much of no. Also, look, because the negotiation for someone who may or may not exist at the other end of the world, okay, that's a possibility. There is no reason to think that that's just. Over here, the student literally said, hey, Kevra, I have something to say. He stepped forward. He just never got a chance to say it. The versus Pastor, I don't know, you'll see that. And you know, I come in after me, which is, you call it, if you have any students who say, let's say, I have an argument to advance, to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And let's say he's put on the basement and then he dies. We always say, we count his opinion even though he's dead. Like we count his opinion even though he dies. So the Gemara says, so what is he doing here? It's only if he asks for the advance for it. In other words, the Talmud says, I have advanced to exonerate. And put him on the basement, and he advances his opinion, and then he dies. So he still counts his opinion even after he died. But that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, Zicha in Lo Zicha Lo. Which the Gemara says, Zicha Shita. Amar Tifa Zicha. So the Gemara says, you're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the Kiddush says, I can count his opinion even though he's dead. The Shaila says, well, the Shaila is in our case, where what happens if a student stepped forward and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can you count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara ends off with kasha. Okay, so you know he says, Afilu. So Afilu upon Mishnah. Let's see another way. The next part of Mishnah said, fascinating Mishnah. The next part of Mishnah said was as follows. Ruvain, like this case, Ruvain is in the base of Skila about the execution.
They showed me Todd. What's up, Devlin? Oh shit. Vegas, been there. Great place.
About the execution. So remember again, now what happens over here? Now, Ruvain says, wait, I realize I have an argument to exonerate myself. So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Nachzir Osafidu Arba B'Chamisha Tamid. So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Okay, we'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, now, the issue the Gemara does is the caveat. What's the caveat? So last was the Mishnah. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimate, we're happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Otherwise, he's just like, I realize that's something to say. I mentioned it with Moshe yesterday, like putting your kids to bed, right? Putting kids to bed. But one more thing. So at a certain point, that's really nothing else. Right? We've spoken about everything you eat, every snack already, there's nothing else. So these are the important caveats. In other words, if you say, I realize I have one more piece of evidence. So the Mishnah says, we'll take you back as many times as we have to, but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you're saying. So now you might ask an interesting question. So I think on the show, is that true? Is that true every time? Let's say we're moving that the base of skill. And he said, first time, he said, don't kill me yet. I realized I new evidence. I just thought of something, shouldn't have been amazing. So, do we have to essentially, investigate, a little bit investigate that claim already the first time, a second time, or only like up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says, that's how we learn. There also we learned that if he does this the first or second time that everyone does this, can you just give him a pass? Give him a pass. First or second time he says, have new evidence, what do? We take him back. We take him back to basic, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation of the base to make sure that he's legitimate and what he is some legitimacy. The kind that look from time 3 and on, in each man should be so in man should be so. If there's some legitimacy, not the fact that there's some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take it back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking it back. I'm not Papa, Targumua, we punch together. If you like a person like this, we got so that's very interesting. So it sounds like it's like this. In the first 2 times, you kind of get like that get out of skill free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back from the base of skill to the base. No questions asked. You see you have new evidence? Fine, we'll take you back. From time 3 and on, if you claim that you have new evidence, we're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot, before taking you back. So you know something, so it's here's the Shaila. How do you know? So it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as you says, have I new evidence? You take him back. From second time and on, how do you know if he's telling the truth or if there's some legitimacy to his words? This is very simple. Now, value, the Masira is good to wrap on. So if we bring 2 times the Kohanim to the base of skill, fascinating, you know? Each amount of bargain, no. So essentially, we bring 2 times the Kohanim to the base of skill. And it's looking really what he got, right? And if after he says it, they're like, oh, okay, same good. Then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, we do it just for to execute him. So the words of the Lemzo, well, that's the case. If the furnishing 2 times the Chacham to kind of rest in the claim a little bit, from time 3 and on, why don't you just watch? Have them from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, out of the voice, Matzi, call my biggest thing. Let's say something when we say Yudin is probably a little bit nervous. Right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. As such, they will say, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? When he's about to be executed, because if I have no evidence, I'm saying this may be a bit flustered, So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we give him, we bring him back to base, instead he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 on already, again, this happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say it. Say it. And the two times we come over there together. So I said, get ready for this. These figures are ridiculous. Mishnah, much more to put you up. Okay, so again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression is actually quite. Mishnah says this, and this are very exciting because literally again they're flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerate either, right? It turns out that either they exonerate him, or it's this case where they brought him back to the base of skill afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really did not deserve to be executed. So that kind of place, so my soul was supposed to put you up. So they found ground to exonerate, and they exonerate him. They in love, and it's not, you have to be stuck up. They take him out to be stoned. So the mother says, listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before moving. And what did he say?
Shout out to the
subscribers. You don't see the sucker? Al-Sha'aba Clonis, right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed, Uploni Beitav, and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerated evidence, come forward now. So what's interesting? This example really does 2 things. Number 1, the announcement shames the offender, which is part of his kabbalah, part of the reforming process. The announcement also puts the general populace on mourning. Remember, there is accountability for what you do, and there is accountability for what you do. And number three, which is really the most important over here, is it's a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that can meet the examination of the day. That's really the goal over here. So what's not about it? It's not for me, my being pony, shuffling, to hold some up and talking. Do what you think you love, the awesome is so let's see, because bias is probably like the audience wants me. So got information. So and so witnesses, right? And they witness killing Ruben on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why you put out that information? Because there may be no one who knows examining evidence for Ruben. But maybe there's someone who watches and says, witnesses saw Ruben kill Shimon. And people in Tel Aviv, that's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, we could go to the funnel. So the Gemara says, I have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the funnel in may parallel. So it's this is interesting. Now, I go to see this weekly excuse we see from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. But actually says, what is your not 40 days behind. So actually, if you have that going using, you can see what he mentions in the footnotes. You'll be able to see this level of print. But as he mentions over here, that Nimcha, that there's pieces of the Gemara that were taken out, pieces of the Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but you might just intrigued by the idea that halacha l'maisa, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, other days, let's say, other days, this is ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show the lady. The Shemini says as follows, because over there, Yitzrayim Svada Allah, Mala, Allah, keep go, back to the response, let's say, so literally translated. If you go, sorry?
Complete opposite side of the spectrum of politics. It's like your pants, whether it's okay to
I don't know, you have more lines?
Of course, my mom is the first Mrs. Fuck Kimmel. I mean, she's
Got
gonna go
it.
in this chat.
We're just using a regular Gemara. Alright? So I'm going to show a lady. Let me go over this. 43B. 43B. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through this thing with the amount of anymore. I'm going to show a lady. Kara Shavach as Yisrael. Whoever goes ahead and literally sacrifices his roots, right? Umisivata Allah, and that's the Greek confesses. Ma'ala Lavakata Kimatikra Santrabo Bishkava. He says it. He has honor of in 2 words. Now, these actually are really dramatically beautiful. You know, take a look at Rashi. So there you see, so Rashi says, La'atar She'esiso Lachta. The Yitzer entices me to sin. He's so called Bahalo, the Shabbat Shiva. What's this now? The way Rashi understands it says follows. So my Yitzer enticed me to sin. After my Yitzer entices me to sin, Zoko, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately again, I decimate it, and I do Shiva, and I go ahead and confess my sin. So plain confess, have a look at it as follows. I fell prey to my Yitzer. I gave in to my Yitzhara, I sinned, but afterwards again, I overcome my Yitzhara, I subdue my Yitzhara, I confess, I do Shiva from my Averis, and I confess my Averis. That is such a spiritually fulfillment past accomplishment. That it says it. I have honored the Kodesh in 2 words. So when I gather all about the Sid, so there, Toda, you have the name. Ultimately, again, he offers the Toda, Thanksgiving offering, you have the 2 names. This is representing the idea of Sheva Shvach, and this wasn't a source of amazing. If you look at the Russian over here is, it doesn't say like Kodesh Yitzral, it says Kodesh Yitzral. So the most incredible thing to understand is when you overcome the desire to sin, essentially, just what will create a truth that as if I'm offering a covenant. We're going to just a moment. See, I want to be able commit an avera. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my yetzer, I am giving up something for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up Kabbalah to the absolute most every single day. I have the opportunity to offer up Kabbalah. What kind of Kabbalah? I want to do something. I want to do an Avera. I want to do an Avera. Henry Mukhar and Muzuman, right? Yoshin, Yukut, Kuchabichu, I want to do an Avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want, I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the own strength, not to do that Avera, that's a carbon. That's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something that I take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon I usually offer. And when you offer that type of sexualistic carbon, the Gemara says, it is as if I honor HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. The Gemara was right there. The Gemara is very lady, and let's say, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. Our lady is not making a Kayim. When the base makers stood as the Makbid Olah, Sky Olah the other. So a person goes and offers up an Olah. You can't put Olah. Like you coming for the other, you offer up an Olah. You can't put Mincha. Someone say, no, this Mikdash stood. When you offer up a carbon, you get reward for the particular carbon you offer. However, this is Avamit Shedaito Shvela. That will say, but someone says, now what does Daito Shvela mean? Daito Shvela we often translate as humble, but the Marshal actually has a different idea here. The Marshal says that Daito Shvela is the Sheshav B'Kol Libo. The Marshal says that ultimately Daito Shvela means someone who's about Shiva.
If somebody who would trust to shoot him in a light,
that's what it means. I sinned. And now we're faced with the opportunity to sin again. This time I say, Ribono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Shvela. That's about Shuvah. What's that? About Shuvah is not something you never sin, because somebody never sin will read about Shuvah. About Shuvah is tasted sin, enjoy sin, is good at sin. Every time you give us something, right? It's good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fire of desire anymore diminished, but because what I'm doing now in this moment is I'm putting your needs above. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, listen to this. Ma'ala Allah Akasha Tulu, Ikrit Kala Tabana Tulu. It is as if you have offered up every single carbon. Shinamar, Zuke Elokim, Lach Nishkara. It looks like because the highest level of carbon that we can offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shalom. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person possesses the dramatic walk of Tefillah. His Tefillah is never rejected. Shneimar, Le'nishbar b'nitka Elokim lo Sivza. There will be again a broken heart, a broken spirit, a downtrodden spirit. Open up yet, but never despise. So also the greatest covenant we can offer is not a holy Hashem. The greatest covenant we can offer is the covenant of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to do what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. That's the highest level of covenant. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you made every carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I really take that sacrifice, I have a special koach, a special power. So I will say about sacrifice for today. Okay, good. Good stuff, everyone. Tomorrow's a Kodesh.
It troubles me with how many open Diet Cokes there are.
Have a good day.
I won't lay down. I think probably 2 or 3. Drink more. When I start saying son, that means I've been like almost gone.
Yeah.
I swear on everything it was me, I'm being dead serious. I doubt it. Justin Bot. Justin Bot. Nice try, Justin Bot. If you can send me a DM
All right,
of
we'll
you
say
and
good morning.
shots.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank you.
That's why you give me money so you can shout me out. Bob, you're like 25% of a 24-hour stream.
Our Talmud sponsor for Tafshin Hair annual Talmud sponsor Tilson Shvacha Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year as a source for the soul Tilson Shvacha Eretz. So we thank him very much for his generosity. Zochem Eretz Hashem. That the feeling of Akash should be in time for all of Klal Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Teves. The common family memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron Lebracha, the brother of Itai Levy, who was close fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Hashem will have an Aliyah and the family in Nechama. And our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Hannah Richter, and memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Lebracha. The merit of our Talmud Torah. Hashem will have an Aliyah. The family in Nechama, of course, is always to dedicate our learning in the source of all of our precious haftarahs, Nefesh Baruch, and Nefesh Shem from the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, Nefesh Baruch, allow them to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yidin. Listen to that, let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42 Mem days on the days that we'll have to do today. Minhani, let's just pick up from Minhani Mili, which is pretty much right smack in the middle of all the days, right across from Tulsa's V'ne'eman. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three machlos? Remember, again, we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community is modeled, or the setup of Jewish community is very much modeled after the way we have in the desert. So in the desert, we have three camps: Machane Shina, which represents the Mishkan in the middle; Machane Leviyah, which is where the Leviyim camp around; and then Machane Yisrael, which was everywhere else. So, for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the Beis Hamikdash, that's Machane Shina; Harabayis, Machane Leviyah; the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea we're going to be working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three machanos, all three camps. It says, you know, in Haimili, we really know this one. It's not about it because it says, go ahead and take the makala. Also, for context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Musaf, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the makalo, who was the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu in public, and then there was the Makoshe, the person who was Makalo, violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that we have in the desert. So the Gemara is behind me, the Torah about Hotius Makalo, Torah says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, take him out of the camp. And go ahead and execute him. The Gemara is what does it mean? It means take him out of all three camps. Take him out of all three camps in order to go and execute him. So you say take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means take him out of one of the camps. It says over here by the Makalo, by the guy who cursed the Machane. Never Purim and Restream Machane. It says by the permanent Restream. Now, what is the permanent Restream? If you look at Rashi says the permanent Restream. There are two bowls that are referring to over here. Number one is Har Halam Darshal Tzipor. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. The Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling to a particular type of carbon that was brought. That's called Har Halam Darshal Tzipor. Or again, the Rashi says, Har Kohen Mashiach. This was the car that was brought to the Kohen Gadol, delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Neither of these carbonos are consumed. Rather, Ellen is Rachel. They're burned. Fine. So the Gemara says, just like by these paros, right? Just like by these parim, sorry. Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. So too over here, this lashon of hotzi by the makalo is also outside of all three machlos. By the husband, by the way, how do you know by the parim that they're taking out of all three camps. The Torah one on the whole is called Hapar Amichos Lamachana. Because it says the whole is called Hapar Amichos. You shall take the par, the entire par, outside of the camp. What does outside of the camp mean? Outside of all three camps. The Gemara says, sorry, she's telling me it means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the parim outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps? Issue Omer, tell me Chutz Lamachane B'Par Ha'Ida. When the pasuk says Chutz Lamachane B'Par Ha'Ida, Shein Tal Lomar, you don't require this pasuk, right? I don't need this Chutz Lamachane. But the pasuk, Bozi es Hapar Elmi Chutz Lamachane B'Sarach Osa. I don't need that pasuk. I don't need that because they're already taking the cow or the bull outside of the Machane. Shein Tal Lomar, like Ra'Namar, B'Sarach Osa. So he tells me that I'm going ahead and burning this par as I burnt the other par, and just as the other par is burnt outside of the machanos, so this one is as well. So the Gemara says, what is going to teach me? It's going to teach me the second, the whole also it's going to teach me removal from a second camp. A second camp. So the Gemara says,
I was like, he's like or whatever.
And then when it says a third time, by the Shumas Adeshin, taking out of the ash, that's also unnecessary. Why? Sorry. So essentially, the repetition of the stories on the unnecessary in a number of different contexts teaches me that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not learn it out from Shchutei? So remember again, Shchutei refers to the prohibition to chef a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Right? This is not that just the Shalosh HaKaros. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to chef the carbon? Inside of the Beis Hamikdash, what we'll call Machane Shechina. Even if you chef the carbon outside of one camp, let's say Machane Leviah, you're also chayiv for that. So the Gemara says, Mitzush learn out over here. Then halacha l'maisa. Now, whenever it says chutz l'machane, that's even one machane. Gemara says, learn out from shchutei chutz. Ma'ala halon chutz l'machane achos. Just like by shchutei chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. Afkan. So to over here. Now, what's the here? Here is by the Makalo. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too, by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So the Gemara says, so essentially what we see over here is as follows, just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camps. Right? We know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the par ha'elam government at Tzibor and the par claim Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now we have to know that those two parim, let me frame it differently. Parim are burned outside of all three camps. That we know that, okay? That we established that before. Shchutei chutz, the prohibition to check the carbon outside of the camp applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shchutei chutz, even one camp. Parim, all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, v'hotzi also al michutz lamachane. Take the person you're going to execute and execute outside of the camp. What don't I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the parim. And therefore, just as the parim are done outside of all three camps, so too execution is done outside of all three camps as well. First, the Gemara just says, well, how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To shchutei chutz. And shchutei chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the shayla. So the Gemara says no. The Gemara says for the start when we come and so it makes more sense to go ahead and compare execution to the parim. Why? Because execution and Tarim share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Lashon of Hotze applies by both. Almifos Tamachana, by both. Machshir, both are preparatory acts, and Mechaper, both are atonement. So it makes more sense to compare execution to the Tarim. No, I can go ahead and go down to the Mishkut. Why? Shekin Adam Chote Binishama Pigol Machshir Pigol. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to Shvutei Chutz in all of these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, right? Lashon of Chote. Both have liability pain of life, and Pigel. Both are subject to Pigel. Don't listen around. The first says, no. Machshir obviously. It is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act from another preparatory act. So therefore, both said the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the parim. And just as the parim are done outside of all three machanos, so too execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, Rav says, Moshe Necha Habiyasu. So Rav takes another approach. He says, let's look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu? In the desert, where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Machane Leviah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Leviah. I remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shechina, right? Because that was the Mishkan, he lived in Mishkan. He's situated in Machane Leviah. And the Torah, when speaking to Moshe, because Moshe Rabbeinu was responsible for carrying out the execution, not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the makalo, take the guy that first comes down, take him outside of the camp. The Gemara says, maybe it only means what's the makalo. So that means again outside the makalo. And then there's another lesson. Torah says they took the makalo outside of the machane. So there's another hotzah. What does that refer to? What's the machane Yisrael? That means the chutz machane Yisrael. So you're going to pop up again. So interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So let's not focus over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? Now, Papa has a different approach. Krishna says, no. Hi, no. That last phrase of Vayotziu also, Vayotziu has a makalo on the chutz machana. That phrase, that's not saying teaching they actually carried out the execution. In other words, that is an important concept. Not for limud purposes. Krishna says, no. Asiya behedjiksiv. That's not true. The Torah explicitly says that they executed the guy who cursed the Kodesh Baruch Hu. Where does it say? Top of Memgimel 43a. Ubnei Yisrael asu kasher tziva Hashem es Moshe. Pasuk says in Klal Yisrael did as Hashem commanded Moshe. Ela me'ata. But based on what about the pasuk that says vayirgumu also of them? So the pasuk says that they went ahead and they stoned him. They stoned the Makalo. So my Akime, what do you mean with that pasuk? That pasuk says that they carried out the execution. And we better look at the sign. It's very interesting. This is required also for a different pasuk. For a different halacha. What does it mean? It says vayirgumu also of them. Then what does it mean that they stoned him? So the Gemara says also Kolobik Suso. We're going to talk about this. It means that when they stoned him and not with his clothing. Meaning what? So the Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, we'll see this halacha, when they will subject the person to skila, men. That ultimately again they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten death, right? Because again, if they're stone clothed, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. So therefore, again, vayigimu oso. So means you stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. Evan, where I learned from Evan, that if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies as a result of one stone, then Allah you yotzi. In other words, I would have thought that skila by definition requires multiple stones. Kamash if you come with one stone. Now again, we haven't gotten into this. It's actually interesting. So you'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership of skila. So we'll discuss that in the Hashem. So make so it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abanim, stones. So the Gemara says you need both. Why do you need both? The Gemara says Evan If it would have just said Evan singular, Habamina, I would have thought like this. Essentially, when administering skila, what do you have? You have like one shot. If you get it right the first time, if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. He's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei achrisium like kasabachmana avanim." Therefore, the verse is avanim. What does avanim teach us? Avanim teaches us that Allah for the Mesa, again, you're going to stone him, and if he takes one stone, he takes one stone. If he takes multiple stones. Furthermore, because of Rahmana avanim, if the Torah would have just said avanim, avanim meikara naisi tarti, I would have said from the beginning. You have to bring two stones. Because of Rahmana Evan. Therefore, the Torah comes along and says, Evan, you start with one stone. I kind of ne'emar ka'amar. Let's say this is the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What do we focus? What have we introduced to over here? That when we execute someone, we execute them where? Outside of all three camps. Now, interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. The Torah says the whole seal subject from us. Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like we're learning this out from where? From Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? So the Gemara says, Baha, Haitana, Ne'emar. The Tana teaches us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not Xer Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu no lo ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. I see Omer Xer Shabbat. Achshav Shamar Kra. Xer Shabbat lo tzarech. So the Gemara says, right, in reality, we learn out the fact that he executes someone outside of all the intention of pasuk. But had we not had a pasuk that made that statement, then what? Then Allah for myself, we would be able to learn it out from a Xer Shabbat. Okay, let's say first wide line. Rashi says, Moshe Yosef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, as we said before, Moshe was situated in Machal. Puts the machane Lutia. So Gemara says, I'm sorry. So remember again. So Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machane Lutia. The Torah, in speaking to Moshe, says, take the makala, take the cursor outside of the machane. What does that refer to? Puts the machane Lutia. So that refers to step number one is taking out machane Lutia. El puts the machane. Then it says, I'm puts the machane a second time. What does that mean? That puts the machane Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to pushing them out of machane Yisrael. Now it's here's the makalo. Then the pasuk said they took out the makalo. La asiya. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it. The Gemara says asiya, right? That they carried through on it. That we already said that. Asu kashet sivas Moshe. Pasuk already says, Klal Yisrael did as Moshe Rabbeinu commanded. Which Gemara says, no. Hahu libayilei chad l'smicha v'chad l'tchiyah. So we're going to see that pasuk is necessary for another detail. We'll see what we're going to call smicha and l'tchiyah. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially the Gemara talks about the idea that when we execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When we execute someone, before we execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. And then also by skila, what we're going to see is the process is, first you throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Right? That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechia, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing. Right? Which makes a lot of understand. Sometimes we can hear something. What is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen Kishka's legal system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent execution. Right? We've seen this. In other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished with that as well. But nevertheless, there's the concept of smicha and bechira, which the Gemara says, I'm going to do that by Rashi. The diga, so I'm going to say according to you, Kohani hotzi b'sei b'parma nesrafim, my drashtim. So it's Rashi. The darshaning all of these hotzi minamasalas. What do you do with all of these hotzis that are mentioned by the Parma nesrafim, which again is the Parhelam, David ben Atziba, Par Krein Mashiach, which where it says Kasha. I said, yeah, I don't know. You guys a lot of hotzis. Okay, so I'll say, what's the takeaway? Our takeaway is that when you execute someone. So first of all, there's the two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. It's very important. The two reasons that we saw yesterday is that why wasn't execution on Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is eager to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside Beis Din, it finds a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof, like new proof for exoneration come to them. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, as we established, three machos, right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption of. So for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, again, where are you executing? Outside of Machane Shechina, then again, outside of Machane Leviah, outside of Machane Yisrael. So execution is happening outside of all three machanos. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara. Echad only. So the Gemara says this is good. So remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. Let's play this out, right? Reuven is a chief of Shimon. Witnesses came along, and let's say based in Paskin that Reuven is liable to death. So remember again, they're not going to lead Reuven out to the Beis Haskila. Outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to his base. Remember again, it's not the guy with the flag. Another guy in ocular, right, in greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if Basin would find some recruit flat guy would wave his flag? Horse guy would gallop out for the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to Beis Din. Okay, so let's say this is great. So I'm going to Shitali, Echad Evan Sheniskelba, the Echad Eight Shenitraba, the Echad Chais Shenerago, the Echad Sulu Shenechna. So let's say, so the point is like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula and Michel Sibra, right? I was like, this is great, by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. The sugya, you know what the sugya is about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it, right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money. Right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Beis Din is carrying out an execution, obviously the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or the rope used for strangulation. All of these Mishal Tzibur, these people from uniforms. My kaima, what's the reason for this? The midday, well, I'm going to say the lickle nafsha. The Gemara says it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right, today's execution has been sponsored by the Schwartz Mishpacha, right? The Ili Mishmas, Reuven. You can't. I want to say, but I want to point out something. If you think about it, actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Reuven's execution, right? Let Reuven pay for his own execution. Reuven got himself into this mess. Right? Why is this coming from communal funds? So it's interesting because it's a good question. Logically, it should come from Reuven, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason you don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask the person or to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. To this. So by Ravuna, Suda Shamalifim though, the Sus Shratsu Amidan, Michel Mihu. This is that's what that's initial. Right? So now Reuben has been sentenced to die. So what happens? As Reuben is taken out for business, so what does the Mishnah say? We have flat guy standing by the basement. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? So flat guy's not working for free, right? And horse guy's not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, on one hand, you say, look, who are these guys really working for? Who are they really working for? They're working for Ruvain, right? And they're benefiting Ruvain. So really, Ruvain should have to pay for flat guy. Ruvain should have to pay for horse guy. Right? The Gemara says. On the other hand, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on faith, right? Because the obligation on faith is to try to the best of their ability, to exonerate. So really, again, we want to really ask here, who is this benefiting? On one hand, it's benefiting Ruvain. Here's introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Bezin, because Bezin has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, is it? What's that? How incredible this is. So it's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fund this. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So let's say, so therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. So these to us, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not just a question of economics. Who's paying for this? Who is the responsibility for this, right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the base for any Jewish organization. So who is responsible here? So again, that's the Shiloh. Say the Gemara says, the Sue, listen to this. It's great. The Sue. Hadam Rav Chiva Ravashi, Amar Rav Krista, Ayosi Lehare. The son is being executed. Mashkin also, Korat Shalokosh Yayin. So let's listen to this. They would give him a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Korat Shalokosh. The wine is frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the Torah. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with lavona. So apparently, what lavona does with wine, right, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? Now, why was this done? When the person is going to be executed, we want them to be like essentially get them like super inebriated. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually works. Can you imagine? Right? But the Maisa said they were supposed to. I want to find it. They were saying the Tanya and Hagen brings down that when you didn't drink together, what do we say? We say l'chaim. Why do we say l'chaim when we drink? The Tanya and Hagen brings down because of this Gemara. Because when they would execute someone, they would have to fight them with alcohol so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Tanya and Hagen says when we drink with each other, make enough prayer, we drink with each other, it should never be construed chas v'shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to occur. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, life is dry, I'm drinking as an escape. That's not why you drinks. A Yid never drinks to escape. A Yid drinks because a little bit of mashke, like nichnas yayin yatzasod, has the ability to not dull my senses, but open my eyes to first how much I love every single thing, right? And how much love I put in and how much rough it is. If I come in when two Jews drink, they have to say l'chaim to life, that it should have. Because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom, something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Mamish this Gemara, incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with lavona. They should have died. Remember that they shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Double sense of Shneimar, Tunu Shekar, La Obey, Yayin La Mari Nefesh. Literally again, give Shekar. Shekar is like an attached to give Shekar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul. Which I will say just was in the side. It's interesting, it's not so much fun. The Americans, why did they consult to create wine? Why do you create wine? So the kosher times finish. The Kabbalah times Remember, let's say the woman's one cutting, that when the person will come back from the Levaya, right? The person will lose a loved one. What was the thing you got when you came back from the Levaya? First thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the Shmuel created the wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's the Shmuel created. Because sometimes again, to new yain lemari nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul, sometimes a little bit, in moderation. In the case of the other, maybe a little bit more than normal, to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who is about to be executed, give him a l'chaim, give him a strong l'chaim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So we can do this. You might say the time, we learned, Nashim Yikashim Yisharayim, how you must not those who reveal us. This is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? Right, who were these precious women of Yerushalayim? They're the ones who donated the wine. Listen, it's interesting, by the way, that it's the women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So, well, maybe men are more ready. That's possibility one. But it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine what would happen. Men see ruins be executed. Like what's the Chevra saying? What's the Chevra saying as ruin is being let out to execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, that guy, he had it coming. Right? Better than the empty well. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how the Nashim Yikaros of Yerushalayim, when seeing someone who's going to be executed, again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. And therefore, again, they would donate the wine. So what's we can do? The Gemara says, okay, lowest level. Let's say no one donated the execution wine. No one donated the execution wine. So the Gemara says, you shall me, right? You shall me. You pay for it. Once again, let's say, stop. Is economics. If there are no Nashim Yikaros, right? No one donated the execution wine, so who is paying for it? And what's the bad time is time we shall see that. No, the truth is that's actually a pretty easy one because it's something that's really comes from community fund. Why? It's it to new. It wasn't good to new Sheikhar La'oveit Yanamar. To new is plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that indicates that it comes from the tzibur. Okay, so that's fine. So that's the easy one. If there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. So you might say, let's say again. So I just want to point out the Gemara doesn't resolve it. Right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shara goes out to the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That's what the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, so Gemara says so by name Ravacham Rav Sheshes. Amar Echamina Talmidim. Watch this. So remember again, in this group, because all these things come together. Remember again, you had the Sanhedrin. Who's sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who's sitting there in front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember again, we saw that in the deliberations, one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument to examine. What would they do? They put him on the base. Okay, so watch this. So let's say one of the students says, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? Finished that day. He became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. Finished that day. So what is the halacha? So menafeach Rav Sheshes biyadei. So menafeach Rav Sheshes biyadei means Rav Sheshes like wage. It's the word like when you wave someone off. Dismissed, right? He like waved like in a dismissive way. Waved in a dismissive way. So nishtate afilo echa b'sofa olam nami. Come on. Or if somebody becomes mute and they can't advance on it, that's an argument. Or otherwise, we should be choshesh that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. In other words, if you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone has something to say, and then you lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. So Gemara says none of that. It's different because the negotiation with someone who may or may not exist in the world, okay, that's a possibility. Then we have no reason to think that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, "Hey, Chevra, Bezdin, Sanhedrin, I have something to say. Step forward." He just never got a chance to say it. The verse says, "Tashma, let's analyze." Don't review it. Listen to this. If you have one of the students who says, "I will say, I have an argument to advance to exonerate the defendant." And what happened? And let's say he's put on the base and then he dies. Rowan also died, but only become of his right? But only become of the is we count his opinion even though he's dead. Right? We count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, Zicha in, lo Zicha lo. So what do you see from here? It's only if he actually advanced it. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the base, and he advances his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so we can still count his opinion even after he died, but that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, "Zicha in lo, zicha lo," which the Gemara says, "Zicha shitali." Amar tibayracha. The Gemara says, "You're right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the chiddush is I can count his opinion even though he's dead." The shine is in our case, where what happens if a student steps forward and the student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara kind of ends off with a kasha. Okay, so Gemara begins to say, afilu, pamisha. Let's remember again. The next part of the Mishnah said would be a fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah said was as follows: Ruvain, right on this page, is called Ruvain, is in a base skila about to be executed.
I feel like this is like my new sobriety dish. Their therapist opens her mouth and just
Ruvain is about to be executed. So remember again. Now what happens over there? Now, right, and now Ruvain says, "Wait, I realized I have an argument to exonerate myself." So let's say, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, so we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Right? We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, now the issue the Gemara says is with a caveat. What's the caveat? The Mishnah said last was the Mishnah. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that halakha l'maisa, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, he's just like, I realize I have something to say. Like putting your kids to bed, right? Little kids look up it. But hey, one more thing. So at a certain point, like there's nothing else. Right? We've spoken about everything. We've already snacked already. There's nothing else. So these are important caveats. In other words, if Ruben says, "Oh no, I realize I have one more piece of evidence," so the Mishnah says, "Fine, we'll take you back to your but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you're saying." Now, you ask an interesting question. Is that true? Is that true every time? In other words, let's say Ruben got the base of and he said, first time, "Oh, don't kill me yet. I realized I new evidence. I just thought of something, taking back to the So we have to investigate a little bit, investigate that claim already the first time, the second time you said that, or only like for up to time number 3, 4, or 5. So the Gemara says, "That's how you learn." Also, there was we learned that if he does this the first or second time that Ruben does this, can you just give him a pass? Give him a pass. First or second time he says, I have new evidence, what do we do? We take him back. We take him back to basement, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there at the base of Skila to make sure that he's legitimate in what it is. There's some legitimacy. From time 3 and on, if there's some legitimacy, not effective, there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take him back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking him back. You're right. It's like this. So what's exactly very interesting? So it sounds like it's like this. In the first 2 times, the kind of get out of Skila free card. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back from the base of Skila for days. Then no questions asked. You say you have new evidence? Fine. We'll take you back. From time 3 and on, if you claim that you have new evidence, we're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot before taking you back. So the Gemara says, "No, Yadi." So it says, "Here's the shaila. How do you know?" In other words, it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as Ruvain says, "Have I have new evidence?" We take him back. From second time and on, how do you know he's telling the truth? In other words, if there's some legitimacy to his words, he's very from Rabbaye. The Masino is Rabbana. It's interesting enough. We bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the Beis Haskila. Fascinating, you know. He the mamish in below low. Essentially, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the Beis Haskila, and they say, "Hey, what do you got? What do you got?" Right? And if after he says it, they're like, "Oh, okay, saying good," then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, again, we're just going to execute him. So the Gemara says, "Well, if that's the case, if you're furnishing 2 Talmidei Chachamim to kind of vet the claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just what? Have them come there from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on." To which the Gemara says, "Agav the boys, Matzi, Lo Matzi Amar, Kol might be a mistake." Let's say, understandably so, Ruvain is probably a little bit nervous, right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. Especially, I will say, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? When it's about the execution, it's like, I have no evidence. Understandably, he may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we bring him back to base instead he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this happened a couple of times already. He got something to say it. Say it. And the two times will be there to vet it. But so I said, get ready for this. These things are ridiculous. Mishnah. Say so again. Now this is all progression, right? All progression. It's actually quite Mishnahs like this. Studies like this are very exciting because really again they're flowing just one into the other. So now let's say it turns out that they exonerate Ruvain. Right? It turns out you're right. Either they exonerate him or it's this case where they brought him back to the Beis Haskila afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So what happened? So Matzur was Matzur. So they found grounds to exonerate, and they exonerate him. They imlav, and if not, Yotzuli Sakel. They take him out to be stoned. So the Gemara says, "Utkuz Yotzei Lefanav." Listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before Ruvain. And what would he say? Ish Ploni ben Ploni. Yotzei Lisakel al Sha'avar Plonis. Right? So Ruvain, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed. Ploni Eitav. And so and so and so and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So we'll say this announcement really does 2 things. Number 1, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kapara, part of his atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on mourning. On mourning, there is accountability for what you do. And there's always accountability for what you do. And number 3, which is really the most important over here, is this a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that could lead to the exoneration of the name. That's really difficult over here. So the Gemara says, "I'm Rabbi. We start from the Meimar beyond Ploni, we shall Ploni, so welcome Ploni. Dilma Ika Diyadi Ba'asu." Rabbi says, by the way, you have to add in some more information. What's other information? So and so and so and so are the witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Ruvain on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why you put out that information? Because I will say, there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence from Ruvain. But maybe there's someone who was and says, witnesses saw Ruvain kill Shimon on Tuesday, 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So listen, so because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, the cruise goes to the front of. So the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the fun of in may kara low. So it says, it's interesting that goes to tuning. This seems to be a piece missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. Rashi says, Arboim Yom Kodem, not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes for Tziyunim, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnote, I used to be able to see this level of print. Right, he mentions over here that mincha, that there's pieces of this Gemara that were taken out, pieces of this Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means the Gemara is just intrigued by the idea that halacha l'maisa, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, Amadeus, we'll say Amadeus. This is ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show the lady. The lady says as follows. What's that? So literally translated. If you go, sorry.
That was so good, I just flipped my truck.
Shut up.
I don't know. You have more lines?
Shut up. Oh, yeah. It's just probably still up.
Got it. Okay. Good. We're just using a regular Gemara. All right. Shabbat Shabbat Then go base 43b. 43b. We do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara. Okay. I can't get through the stipulated amount. Don't give me more. Shabbat Shabbat Rabbi goes ahead and literally sacrifices his yetzer. Right. And does he confesses. Treats as if he has honor of in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi says, if the Yetzer entices me to sin, now, the way that Rashi understands it says follows. So my Yetzer enticed me to sin. After my Yetzer entices me to sin, Zovcho, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately, again, I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So, for instance, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my Yetzer. I gave in to my Yetzer hara, I sinned, but afterwards, again, I overcome my Yetzer hara, I subdue my Yetzer hara, I confess, I do tshuva from my averus, and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Herculean task and accomplishment that it's as if I have honored the Kadosh Baruch Hu in two worlds. Olam Hazeh, Olam Haba. Sid, Zobeach, Toda, Yichab Dinei. Ultimately, again, he offers the Toda, Thanksgiving offering Yichab Dinei, two nuns. The nuns representing this idea of Shrei Kadosh Baruch Hu in this world and next world. So it's quite amazing. If you look at the Lashon over here, is it doesn't say like Kol Veishas Yitzro. It says Kol Zobeach Yitzro. So I will say, the most incredible thing to understand is when we overcome the desire to sin, essentially, it treats us as if I'm offering a covenant. You know, the definition at the moment. See, I want to be able to commit an avera. I want to be able to do this. I want to indulge a yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my yetzer, I am giving up something for our and that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up karbanos in the absence of Moshe every single day. I have an opportunity to offer up karbanos. What kind of karbanos? I want to do something. I want to do an avera. I want to do an avera. Right? I want to do an avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want and a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength not to do that avera, that's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something, that I take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because the Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon I give to offer. And when you offer that type of personalistic carbon, the Gemara says, it is as if I'm finding that the sparkle in this world and in the next. Incredible. Gemara goes weiter. The most honorable lady, and I will say, when you look at Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. Honorable lady, the best way in the Shayim, when the base makes good, the Makrid Ola, Skar Ola, the person goes and offers up an Ola, you credit for an Ola, right? Minchas, coming for the other, you offer up a Minchas. So we'll say, in other words, so basically, stood, when you offer up a carbon, you get an award for the particular carbon you offer. However, since this Atami Shedaito Shtela. Now we'll say, if someone is there, now what does Daito Shtela mean? Daito Shtela we often translate as humble. But the Maharsha actually has a different idea here. The Maharsha says that Daito Shtela is Ruach Nishma, the Hainu Sheshav Bichol Liba. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shtela means someone who is about tshuva. We'll say, what does it mean to be about tshuva? What it means about tshuva means I sinned. And now when faced with the opportunity to sin again, and this time I say, Ribono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Sheva. That's about Sheva. Listen, about Sheva is not someone who never sins. Someone who never sins means to be about Sheva. About Sheva is someone who's tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. Every time you do that something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to. Not because the fire is because what I'm doing now in this moment is I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daito should listen to this. It is as if you have offered up every single cover. It will say because the highest level of carbon that we could offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shalom. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what I wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. Such a person possesses a dramatic rock of tefillah. His tefillah is never rejected. It'll be again a broken heart, a broken spirit, downtrodden spirit. Ultimately, yet the Baruch would never despise. He said the greatest carbon we could offer is not an oldest, not a son. The greatest carbon we could offer is the carbon of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to what the Baruch wants. That's the highest level of carbon. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you made every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I'm ready to make that sacrifice, I have a special koach hatila. Special power. I will say what's the top order for today. Okay, good. Shkayach, everyone. Tomorrow is our Chodesh. Have a good day. We'll be fine. We'll be all right. All right, have another great day, everyone.
The shop house barely made it through the last one. We derailed that last one. Brendan.
Yeah. Which one are you?
Knowing that.
No. Don't say it, but point to it. Yes, they can't.
Do anything else. If you lock up those fucking demons 24/7.
Let's see who goes to Santa first. Look at the draw, Pete.
This is the most important decision you've ever made.
I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Shipping.com. I'm a Thomas Lowe sponsor for the year of passion for the 57 by the Justin Shpapa. The dedicated all the partners this year as his first for the zone partners for Amisrael. I'm co-sponsors. The Kelman Mustafa for dedicating all the showing this month in memory of Amit from David Levy, Zihron the David Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night for Hanukkah with his precious Michelle Maria and his family in Nechama. All week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ali and Kana Richter, many of Rabbi Richter's grandparents who just need to tell us yesterday. Rabbi is today Sarah Bas Shimon is from the Rebbe, the author and the merit of our commentator for the Shomer Hamanariah and the family in the Chama. Let us begin. So today's topic is Monday, 42. We are picking up a lot of details and really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next every day. So it says, so you left off on Mem Aleph on the beliefs 41B. 41B, and you left off at the two dots. Actually, we really left off at the end of the exchange. Remember again, in the end of yesterday's dot, there was a beautiful exchange between the Tanner of Safra and the Tanner of Safra and the learning Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbah. So Rami Bar Chama went ahead and was interacting with them. So Rami Bar Chama said, what are you learning? And again, the Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. The Gemara says as follows. So if you remember again, the end of the discussion was So Rami was very impressed by what the parent of Safra was saying. So he said, you said this, you taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I thought what you mentioned the last part, so it's interesting. The parent of Safra said that time by Hama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, we were able to share with you so much. Means you say had you been a little bit more different, like had you been a little bit more sharper, I've been able to share with you as much. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says when he says the program, the Tibusa did not only the Torah, not much Sha'at told the Anav, will not go on the Bahar. So it is beautiful. So that kind of stuff, we're talking about Hama, because you are so pleasant and you're so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, you basically not, when you say up to the house respondent, if you want to be a contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, well, the hack shows, well, I really make that a grow. So this is such a beautiful and incredible idea. But the kind of Saka is saying, the story about Hama, because you're so pleasant, you feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much to Gusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic and difficult, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes, when we are present in our interaction with other people, it brings out greatness inside of them as well. When people react positively to kindness versus when everyone is like when you have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian, which some people are just like, whatever interaction, whatever interaction I have to have, I'll have, and then I want to get out. I actually zero interest in interacting when someone is kind, when someone is compassionate, when someone is sweet, when someone is just emotionally giving in their interactions. There's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much. It's a very beautiful people. After all that, not the fact that I come, this is what we're getting, this what I never do idea. That I look for myself, witnesses could be often returning up to 2 days. So the show is how far into the month can you go ahead and allow for people to be off in their time. So I come up, she says to me, until you get to the middle of the month, or what we call the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. You could assume that people could be off a little bit in their timing. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in timing. So that says that I come up, you can't do this, so I told you the English speaking, maybe I should tell you about the centers will allow, for example, one said you have to know the second of the month, one said you have to know the third of the month. So we can allow for that, right? Why? Because maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was 30-day month. Whereas another thing said it was a 29-day month. So the shame is, up until what point in time can we allow for that type of discrepancy? So that's the same of Yochanan, up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, sorry, Amar Rabba, so we don't even say that Ephanon is supposed to that, hey, if we send the table, if one witness says that what happened on the second of the month, hormone
autistic.
doesn't happen
Okay,
on the
well, you're
6th
gonna
of the
cancel
month.
yourself late
The
into the
age
stream.
is buffalo, but I'm not. Maybe she said this may be
It really would be great if it was like hour 22, and Gerardo just said something just completely off the wall. Yeah, no, that is how it would happen.
Weirdness number one
You
thinks
wake
the
up like
last
3
2
days from
months,
now,
29
and then
days
all of a
each.
sudden you're getting blasted on your
Weirdness
phone.
number two thinks that the last 2 months were 30 days each. That explains the discrepancy between 2 days. To which he wants to allow the show
Can you tell the stream why you decided to name your daughter Tiger?
You see from there that how much of myself once you get to the called the road.
Oh man, dude, it's good to see you, Blue Shirts. I wish you lived in Los Angeles. That'd be great.
So the Gemara says,
Yeah, well, honestly, I was thinking about this earlier.
it could very well be that he wants to get to the middle of the month. Not
And I
everyone
was
knows
surprised.
the previous month
I
was a
started thinking it's
Monday
been
or a
about
cluster.
15
Like
years
that's
since we've been
possible.
together.
But what does everyone
Damn,
know?
that's crazy.
They know about the show
And
for
truly,
blood.
did you
Meaning
ever
what?
think
That
when you left
myself,
Burlington, Virginia,
I
after
love for
15
myself,
years, that you would
the
finally
chauffeur
raise
is
such
blown.
great
That
lights?
actually goes out for this, that the chauffeur is blown
No,
at the
I
beginning
couldn't.
of
Yeah, no, I
every
couldn't
month.
have
So
envisioned any
everyone
of
knows about
this.
the chauffeur
You
blowing.
know, I
And
mean, I would
therefore,
never.
again, hello for
I never
myself.
thought I'd be in a
It'd be
yellow
hard to
hazmat
be
suit
hard-pressed to say that
talking
somebody
about Brendan
didn't know
Schaub.
the previous month was or wasn't.
You know, I
The
cry
fact
when I
sheet
think
for
about
I'm
it
going to tell you.
internally.
The truth sheet for those
In my work, it's
so
great.
across maybe 1 month you missed the
Here's
show
another
for
thought I
blowing
had,
the
just kind of,
month. But to say that for 2
off the
months
tip of the
you
dome
missed
here,
the show
but
for blowing. So ultimately, again, that would be
would it
highly
be
incredible.
truly like a great full
But
circle
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna
if you guys
I'd
get done with this, you found out that
So it's so now
Brendan
interestingly
Schaub was
because
not
we're
only
talking about
proposing this,
the
but
new
he
month.
was doing a
So now we're
24-hour
going to have
stream
a transition
watching.
over there. We have a really great discussions. Up until what point in time can one
That's a
recite
simulacrum.
Kiddush
Yeah,
HaChodesh?
that would be
Hey,
nuts.
that's how
That would be
Kiddush
so
HaChodesh. When can
I mean, that would be the
up
best way to
until what
defeat
point
us.
into the month
Right. It's
can
like
you
he
bench
outdoes
the
everything we do.
new
Like we try to
So you
understand
must
that, but
actually
he
dismantle
does.
the Gimasa
We do
until the
podcasts, he
deficiency
beats
of
us.
the moon
Yeah.
is
Now we're trying to
completed.
stream. We're at the
So the
stream.
Gimasa,
He's
the
always a
comma,
step
okay,
ahead.
how much is that?
Or if it's
So we're asking
24
at
hours,
what
it's just
point
25
up
minutes.
to what point in the new month
Like
is
his
one
special
permitted
time.
to say
Yeah.
Kiddush
The
HaChodesh?
greatest
So the
special
one
ever.
gives us an answer. At the object is Mali Pigimasa, until the deficiency of the moon is
What
filled
threads
in.
are there left to go with this? Like,
Shkoyach. What is
do
that?
you guys
What
imagine
is
doing
that?
this well into your 40s at this point? Brendan, I know
Give
you
me a
look
time in the month that I can get
54.
the
Yeah,
comma. I'm
yeah, I've already written. I'm
I'm
65 years old
So
personally,
he
but
says, up
dude,
until the
like
7th
with Brett, I
of the
mean, it's
month.
crazy.
Up until the 7th
We
of the month,
we only
you
do
can
the
go
show
ahead
now
and say Kiddush
once
Shabbat.
or
Okay,
every
so
other
the
week,
says,
Twice a
and
month.
now
twice a month, and then he comes up with something new every time.
16th of the
He
month.
never stops.
So
He's the
it's
hardest
the
working guy. He's the hardest
So
working
you
white
go,
boy
you can
we've
say
ever
Kiddush
met.
Shabbat until the 7th of the
But
month.
he did
And now
stop.
done, you can say
What
Kiddush
would you
Shabbat
guys do?
up
I mean,
until
well,
the
we were
16th
in
of
Austin.
the month.
It's not
Top
about,
of Mondays,
it's not really about our
42
40s. We
Says
just signed a
no,
12-year
let's
contract
see
with Tiger Belly.
Yeah.
And both of them hold.
We got an extension on our contract with Tiger Belly.
Enough,
So
so
now
this
we're
is
pushing
fascinating.
None of this matters because Tiger Belly pays us regardless. So it's not a big deal. Bobby Lee is our boss.
Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So
Gerardo,
there's machlokes in terms
I'm
of
trying to mention
what
this every
does that
time.
mean.
Congrats.
Yehuda
As
says
always,
up, that means
continued
up until
sobriety.
7
Thank
days
you.
into the
Recently
month.
new to
And,
that
and then I'm going
avenue.
to say
So,
up until 16
dude.
days into the month. So you might say, hold it for the other. Chazal Habib Ki Yisra,
what do you think
Chazal
the
Habib Ki
trajectory
Nasya.
of this
One says that the moon has the
And like I said, pluck this
so
out.
that's the
Shoot
opinion
such thing,
ultimately of
fellas.
Yehuda.
Blue Shorts,
Up
it
until
doesn't
7
matter
days. And
podcast.
the Adam says it
Chris
is a
Link
seed.
vibes.
Seed
Oh, yeah.
means it's fully circular.
Patreon.com/IDM.
Like by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the
What was
moon
the
look
question?
like?
Sorry.
The moon is complete.
What do you think the trajectory
So that is a
of
fundamental
T-Moss would
case
be
over here. I'm reading kind of
we're
a
still
progress.
drinking?
One
Oh, I
progress.
And we had that exact conversation one time when we were both tired at Taco Bell. I turned to Jordan, I was like, can you imagine how hard this would be if we were drinking? He's like, yeah, dude.
Looks like a boat.
But we were already at Taco Bell. So it was like, we're, regardless, drinking would just be worse. We'd be drunk and talking.
Well, I mean, that is,
Let's go back to
just for your audience, that is about 99% of the back catalog. Unless
You fucking, you're working out, dude. A good pause.
well, it's the 8 Mile Challenge. I know. What, are you trying to freestyle rap every night?
That's so funny that you
did that by accident. I know. Like he does those bit now where he walks 8 miles to get in shape, but like 8-mile challenge, he had no idea, and then it happened, and then it's an M&M thing. Oh, that's a blue shirts move right there. What's next? You're gonna fucking do the Green Mile or something? You fucking donk.
So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say October Hamid. And what's in October Hamid is the bracha. Say to me, Chef, you don't know October Hamid about like sister brachas. So Chef, you know the bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. October Hamid is saying that benefits you and also the ability to benefit others. So the why do you say October Hamid?
I mean, I probably would have made a stupid choice. Like, let's say if I was not sober, and I'm like, oh, dude, it's successful. I need to confront Brendan Schaub in real life. I probably would have been more keen to do that.
Yeah, if that's the case,
There would be no check on any of our wacky ideas.
Remember, October Hamid by definition means, right? To say October Hamid would mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive. Which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively or negative. And therefore, again, if you're going to say October Hamid as the moon flows in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Diana Emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe you should say that. Let's go ahead and say October Hamid as the moon is filling up, and Diana Emes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, no, behind our Chay, so say this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, that is going to do with Rashi, almost very fascinating Rashi. Behind our Chay, Kol Kodesh Liyas Olam Kim Hagoshi, Le'im Kan Din Chalanos B'Chasona, V'V'Chakha L'Mukasa B'Meusa. So the Gemara suggests over here that this is the natural way the world works. So because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala, it's nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So it's like, to me, I don't know, I was saying last night, brothers, I would encourage you. Take it down to a space that night. Sure, I'm going to starting the night seder program here at the shul. Hashem, I was here last night. It was like 9:45. It was like just quiet.
In high school, the jocks and everybody else, but I was kind of a chameleon.
So I was thinking about this.
And in one of my 10th grade, it was like an all-star lineup of all of my best friends in school.
Essentially, the Gemara saying is, everyone can hago noeg.
But at one point, we had like a four-corner section going on, so it was like 4 of our desks all intersecting in one. And every day for what seemed like about 6 months, it was right after the credits came out. So we would take like a little lanyard. They were
the three programs I think is that the Spotify obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or kala, or hatova miti or dayanas. And what they're introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that just the program. It's just the program, like sunrise and sunset, right? It's not good, it's not bad. It wasn't functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now, if the beauty is the position is the message is absolutely. But it's interesting. I think perhaps.
It's a male thing.
Teach us over here is maybe you don't have to necessarily read in.
It's the craziest thing here. I love the pen. It's called the Passion of the Lynch.
That just
hit his hands.
That just
it's like I used to hit
this is so incredibly profound because remember, this is true in our relationship with our Allah has come of a kama. It's true in our relationship with other people. We will say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Like someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage. But again, there's all of this intriguing different things. And
are you like watching the Resident at all?
just when I
into
said
the shop stuff?
there's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no double entendre. There's no hidden, like I don't look at my frosted flakes decoder and to figure out, what it is that was said and how it was said. Sometimes
in the stream that just pull up clips, or is that?
is.
I don't know
And it
if I'm
doesn't
able to
have
pull
to
this. I
have
thought
a
that
deeper
Zoom was going to be
meaning
a
in
lot
every
easier than it
single
actually
way.
is.
So once I said,
And
because
so
God
I'm
is
just
modeling
zooming
this
in
for
on
us.
you
You know what?
on my
The moon
side.
goes up, the moon diminishes.
Cool.
It's just
I
what
need to
it
figure
is.
out how to do Zoom
It's
for our
beautiful.
next
It's
one.
fantastic. And there
So
are
how many more
messages
hours
in
you
it.
guys have
But
left to
again,
go?
you don't have to
No,
be
this is
into
hour
Diana
24.
Hermes or October Hamid. Incredible. That's what I think.
We're gonna make some
Well,
sausage salad.
it's a beautiful
Yeah,
thing.
and hopefully it doesn't kill the stream. You'll have the air fryer.
Whoever goes ahead and recite this is Kiddush Levana.
In
Whoever
hour
recites
23,
Kiddush Levana at the
you see
right
that
time,
sort of
Ki
stretch your
Mechado
back.
Nishkina. It's as if he's receiving
your
the Shema.
balance, get your
So
equilibrium
it's such
sauce.
a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time, now again, remember, what's the appropriate time?
Like a
That's our
hibernating
forecast.
bear.
Like Usually says up until 7 8, then I done say 6 8, you know how we pass him. So you pass like the night, right? That's why we do have the
Oh
ability to
man,
say
did
Kiddush
Darth
Levana
Maul
up
says
until
that you
the
look
16th,
like
the
an
middle of the
MMA
month.
fighter.
The middle
So
of the
that's a
month.
compliment.
We get to pass maybe until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out.
Nice.
But I love how much that's how we pass it. So you know, whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah.
Dude, me too, man. I'm hungry, kind of. Yeah. We ate good zones. And then I ate a salsa
It says
cookie or Mexican
ultimately
cookie.
again, this month, this
Was that
Chodesh
the air
Hazar,
fryer?
that it says exactly, so it's the Chodesh Hazar, which is
No,
Kiddush
man, if he
Levana,
turns out in the air fryer and shuts everything off, so we got our thing and not do that.
that probably one
There's been so many times where I'm watching TV on my phone cooking. I make the salad and then I put the sausages in the air fryer, and then you hear a very potent.
What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands between you and your car on Motzei Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I use to like avoid eye contact with, like duck through, like you're at a. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? So like it is the tefillah where some cellular population peels off, or just doesn't, or just even if it's done, it's like come on, chit chat, right? So it's fascinating. That's the tefillah. But the Gemara says if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shekhinah. Let's say, you know, one of the interesting things is sometimes whether we recognize it or not, many of us live with a fear
Dude, one of our listeners
spiritual
got us
instinct.
these hazmat suits. He brought
We
them all the
live
way
with
here.
close
You see
to
that?
Hashem.
We're both in
Because
them.
I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes. So there's a certain degree of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether they realize it or not, we keep our Kashbarku a little bit at a distance. A little at a distance. And we're always talking about this with Kiddush Levana. It can't be that so many people are so busy. And let's say Shabbos, that they just want to run out and this, that. And even if I say it, like, it's just like, it's the fastest speed. I mean, Suki was, like a close second, right? But on my side,
Man Lehman was like, I love this guy. He asked about the air fryer thing, but I guess we ignored that question
I think
earlier.
it comes from a deep place.
Oh,
And a lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues.
yeah, I mean, everything, that's another thing that we don't ever talk about is the culinary choices in the Gringo Poppy. They're all pretty good. I mean, all that shit is delicious. Gator tots, fry salad, it's also my life.
Subconsciously,
I think the worst
I
one
just
is
blow
huevos
past
rancheros
it.
because everything
I
else is
just
so
go
good.
past it because if I
I
don't
guess so, but I also like huevos. I prefer chili
at the end
killis.
of the day, I get kind of
Did you
keep
notice
up on
that
the
DC
this
said
week
chili
we can remain
killis?
good
Oh,
friends.
really?
It's
Yeah, I didn't know
platonic.
that.
He's
I love
happy.
that.
I think
Sean
he's
watches
happy.
Street Fighter
I'm
Times
happy,
every day.
and I don't have to
He
live
is
up
the
to
most vocal
expectations.
out there,
And
right?
it's
Of
so
anybody in
incredible.
mainstream
By the
anything.
way,
Oh, yeah.
what does
Besides
it
Bobby
mean
Lee,
that
yes.
Kiddush Levana is Ki'ilu Mekalpnei Ashkenah? So listen, so there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, so I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, I use
we study him not unlike you would, like a karate master or something.
Listen to this.
We're more technical, you know, PC is more like jazz. It just comes to him. Yeah, it's about the shot bits you don't hear. Yeah. I'm tactical. I have a tactical penis.
Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. What we lament most, and this is another thing I point out, I believe by this month of Shabbos will already become the sake. When's Rosh Chodesh? Wednesday, Thursday, actually it's close. I don't know when the moment is. Okay, I don't know if it's whatever it is. Next week or two. this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So remember, the Gemara says over here, the Gemara shows us that in Davos, we are not able to see the Shekhinah. The greatest tragedy of Davos is that when it was a base in Rosh, there was an acute manifestation of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah. We didn't see it all the time. In Davos, we were not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. About Kiddush Halavana, listen to this. We sing in Yisrael, Shemasilim Yisrael Shmosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes and wanes, that the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That you too will regenerate. לפעמים להיות שם בקיר בין השכינה כמו שיולה, על זה נוסח פלחס הלבנה, וזה כשאנו מברכת על החודש בזמנו, שהוא שים לשנו הסידים לסחדיץ' כמוסה, ויענו כאילו מקבל השכינה. כמו זה so beautiful. Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes, right? And then it wanes, right? And then it goes and it diminishes and it becomes almost invisible. That's the story about people. That's the story about individuals. And so when you go out and do Kiddush Levana and making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent, and we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zokah to be Makabel Pnei Hashchina Elibet Yerushalayim with a Beis Hamikdash. And if the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being Makabel Pnei Hashchina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. Alright, let's go back to turn very slow. And one of those up in Yisrael. I don't know if we're going to get Shemayim to hold the Shechodesh Daya. Let's listen to this. So Rabbi Yisrael says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. Unless that makes sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within me the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important piece as a people and as individuals to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, or no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remove myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that cause? The Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, again, if you're only going to sing one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana is incredible. You have Amayim, Pentecost, and then in the movement. Abayim says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. We have to, what's it, it's going to take coming attractions. We have this list. Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our Chatzar. So hopefully again, assuming it's not assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, we can see the sun is not these other issues, but again, to create an atmosphere, sometimes the same Kiddush Levana, and what happens, your ride is already there, they're getting impatient behind the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. So how much money can you put into it? So you begin to see the power of this tefillah, incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. Someone else is saying, therefore, Abaye says, you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana has to be recited standing. Remar Zutra, Nikatsu. Remar Zutra was in the elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And they make it up like it's one of the I'm not about the other action, I love the body. And then it's so, they make the following bracha. Malach Mekadosh Kadosh. That was that Kiddush Levana, it's itself. Okay, well, I don't know if I want to that. I can get behind that. Right, Malach Mekadosh Kadosh. That was it. Bracha that's what I'm talking about. Mekadosh Kadosh. That's it. So listen to this. I'm not late. So he said, hi, Nashi, you got nothing about this. And what it sounds like over here is, well, that's a woman's bracha. What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. This is like a good, like Talmud stuff, right? That's all. So the Mashal points out over here, he says, Rosh Chodesh, and again, not a topic for that, but Rosh Chodesh is a women's month. There's a special connection to women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is, this only makes note of the Mekadosh Kadosh and Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't even make note of the moon itself. So the same is the blood is okay. Makes reference of a compass, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. This is such a beautiful. Number of you, number of you. I never said the block in a way that highlights it. And see what's you just pick the thing. Like I said, usually for the reasons and what's the challenge for a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to do that. And you do it, but we're always in a rush. So look at what it says. So here's the block of Torah. Now obviously it's for a that's not to the block of Torah. Shabbat ma'amaro, baruch shekha. Through his word, we don't shall vaccines, and through your words, you create the heavens.
Just always selling. Imagine the driving quote,
and ultimately again through the breath of his mouth all the hosts. Host is man nasad lahem. So maybe again, hope means like a rule. Is man and set times you have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shiro Yushani as Takida. Everyone has a job. Everyone has a job. And ultimately again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Snake and Rascal for some and they are so happy to perform the work of their creator. Paul MS. So yeah, I just want to point out that here again, the work's so beautiful. The man Shaw comments on this. He says, Show Yishana Takidam, Show Yishana Yishana Yinu Shalaham. You know, what's the most important is the heavens, the stars, never say no today, I'm going to be the moon.
24-hour stream,
and the moon never say no today, today is not going to be the sun. Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial fields stays focused on their mission. And there's a God with capital signs. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people, or trying to be other things, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and those godless it's still our past, it's still our mission. So my opposite in life is to figure out, what's your mission? I want to be like you, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, there's always good to emulate positive qualities in other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that that is my avoda as well. Stay on focus, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your business. It goes on to that. And giving the sound of glory to those who come from the womb. This is the Masashina, seeking the Spanish to myself, for they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself, just as the moon renews, so human beings are destined to renew as well. In the fire of the next one, I think to those mountains. Like to go ahead and live the against praise your creator. Thank them up so through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch Asa Hashem Makadosh Kadosh. That's what I said. The Lord comes on your Hashem, the one who renews the universe. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Makadosh Kadosh and we use that same bracha, but we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. We just got Buddha, Kasatsa, and Kamakawa, because we're going to finish strategy to do the effect of our can you find more cooking ways to work on this? To reach Yago Kabudos Shamishna. Have a little bit of Mishnah, because if you're very missionaries, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. You try to convince you knowledge. Now, again, it doesn't give you Gemara, it gives you a lot of Allah, it can give you a lot of it, but you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Kari lives it, and I'm saying, but that's two of the class. trust. And it's a very beautiful idea of the again, the juxtaposition of this is an opinion by some authors. But I like to go to the mission of the man that goes in and switches gears. That the only way to go ahead and raise the world for a sound is if you argue with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to raise the world for? The guns. And it's again because they're armed with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the profit. And in the combat for it. Fine. After all the state shows, I'll let you know. She's working on the shows. And then it was like, it's on the show. So, yeah, you realize there's some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. That's if they go on one side, like, we think so we can in 2 hours. Other than the side, we saw so we can in 3 hours. Ultimately, that works. Like, that works as well. You know, about almost ordinary Takama, or after the Takama, it used to be well. But one thing you said, I saw you there, that one thing is I saw you there for you know, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, you're interested about the why, because that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after sunrise is light. So how do you only to explain that discrepancy is that how do you someone's mind? Or just someone that's just looking at their facts, right? So one says, shoot, that's obvious. Ella, Echad Omer Kodem Nitzachama, but Echad Omer Besocharetz. No, right, what's happening over here? One witness says, we saw Libri Koshemin before sunrise, and the other one says it was during sunrise. So, and I think that's also obvious that the testimony doesn't go enough. So what's not the order of Ha B'Yidiyeh Kai V'Zarim Ba'amaz V'Chashu. So let's say something that happening over here.
I hate Chad too.
You're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't really during, but rather again it was during the glow of the sun and solar rays. So maybe they would be saying the same thing, maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malonno. Kamash Malonno said that we had discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise.
That's so funny. Did I do that? That sounds like something I would do. That sounds like and I take your controller and
that's about it. That essentially disallows the testimony. So let me again. So the Mishnah went on to say that Halacha myself, if one of the students in the basement, one of the students in the head finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant, we invite him out of the basement and we remove her for the rest of the day. Said the Gemara also on the Sivot, just stay for the rest of the day and that's it, not anymore. So you want to invite him, in the Ishmael Shkizar, if the student is saying good, right, the student has something positive to go ahead and say, right, the student wants to learn more about the student. I'm just focusing on that. So the Gemara says, you just invite him ultimately again for that day, and no more doesn't get to stay in the region. That time we learn new something about the Yorim Shani Olam. If the student says, no, we invite him to part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take him down, the English Shkizar, and it's what he was saying ultimately again is not really that helpful.
I sent it to the sports
channel. And
I wanted them, I always try to get the sports channels to talk to me or talk about you. That's my goal. And living in a house. I just like this one did alert scene.
The student says, I simply choose to exonerate the defendant. So he invited to join the basement. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement. Going forward, if he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement that day. But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Matzah so the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about, Inshan talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration vote, so what do they do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth, they do it like overnight, or over the course of the night into the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine, and they diminish the food consumption. So it's a young nighttime, but why don't they drink wine? Under the Akaba Penina on the 12th, in the Lozim, a Sheikhar. Literally translated, rulers, a Sheikhar. And what does this mean? Ha'os to Baraz al-Shalom, al-Yishtaku. Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what's called judgment, those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. Or if you're going ahead and you're dealing with Dina the Foxes and dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. No right and no right.
That's who didn't show up on the show.
Now, the Mishnah essentially said, if Halacha remains up, they cannot reach a verdict. They can't reach a verdict. So then how often the night said,
You get any chronic
they have to
diseases
see,
yet?
let's say it's deadlocked.
No, I'm working on
The
my
base is
Okay,
deadlocked.
that's a good
They
one.
have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another, either a majority of one to exonerate or a majority of two to implicate. Right? But they have to keep it. The Gemara says, no law matter. What happens if they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this?
Did you stop doing it?
Also, essentially, a deadlock trading results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does.
That's a big
So
step.
says, but you know, so deadlock trading will result in a not guilty verdict.
Right.
Rabbi,
Shit